Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A series of rooster crows woke Chen Fugui from his sleep. He groaned in annoyance. Someone was disturbing his peaceful slumber. Whose damn rooster was that? Something didn't feel right. He had rented the entire top floor of a hotel. How could there be a rooster here? Who the hell brought one in? Realizing something was off, Chen Fugui abruptly sat up and opened his eyes. His pupils instantly contracted. Before him stood an old-style tear-off calendar. What? June 1st, 1977. Wednesday. Children's Day. Year of the Snake Dingsi. Month of EC. Day of Jicho. Looking at this familiar yet foreign calendar, with its handwritten characters, Chen Fugui fell into a daze. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into his mind. He let out a bitter smile. What kind of karma had he accumulated for this to happen? This couldn't be a dream. His other set of memories confirmed it. The body he now inhabited also belonged to someone named Chen Fugui, born in 1953, currently 24 years old. In his previous life, he was the chairman of a listed company worth billions, known as the cold-faced king of hell, ruthless and decisive. And in this life, he was nothing more than a good-for-nothing scoundrel. Drinking, gambling, womanizing, smoking, indulged in all but two: women and cigarettes. Even worse, after drinking, he'd throw tantrums, breaking things around the house. The chairs and table tied together with sticks were proof of his violent behavior. Sobered up? Wash your face. It's almost time for breakfast. Still lost in thought, Chen heard a soft voice. Turning toward the sound, he saw a girl sitting not far away, wearing coarse homemade clothes, but what a beauty. Fair-skinned, oval face, delicate eyebrows like distant mountains, a refined nose, lips neither too thin nor too thick, perfectly balanced facial proportions. Even in simple cotton clothes, her beauty shone through. Her long legs and slim waist were captivating. The only flaw was her slightly underweight frame and calloused hands. Could this really be his wife? Lu Mingwe? Beside the girl, tightly clinging to her leg, was a small child. A thin little face crowned with dry, straw-like yellow hair, dressed in mismatched floral clothes. What caught Chen's attention most was the girl's pair of large, expressive eyes so full of life they seemed to speak. When she noticed him looking, she flinched and buried her head into Lu Mingyu's chest. Was this his daughter? Xin? At this moment, even though the news of rebirth hadn't shaken him much, a warm ripple stirred inside him. In his past life, he had lived alone. Though many people surrounded him, and he never lacked lovers, everyone knew their relationships were transactional. Seeing this mother and daughter, his mind naturally recalled how Lu Mingwe had cared for him through everything. Even when he drunkenly destroyed things, she still looked after him gently. Now, Lu Mingwe approached with a basin of water, soaked a towel, and carefully pressed it against Chen Fugui's face. It felt amazing and indescribable comfort he had never experienced in either of his lives. His cold heart trembled again, touched by something deep and tender. Let's get a divorce. After wiping his face, Lu Mingyu's soft voice came again. But to Chen Fugui, those gentle words struck like thunder. His heart jolted violently, as if the happiness he had just grasped was about to be ripped away. This time I've made up my mind. Even if we have to go to the commune or county government, I'm getting a divorce for Xingxin's sake. Lu Mingwe spoke firmly. Chen rubbed his temples, racking his brain for solutions. Normally sharp and resourceful, he now felt lost. This was 1977. For a gentle woman like her to take the initiative and request a divorce, it must have taken immense courage. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small paper box near the bed, filled with loose tobacco leaves. Trying to relieve the tension, Chen rolled himself a cigarette. He struck a match, but before he could light it, Xin instinctively covered her nose and mouth with tiny hands. Let's eat first. We'll talk about this later. He dropped the match, crushed the unfinished cigarette, and finally spoke. Lu Mingwe gave him a surprised look. Since when had he ever cared whether Xin disliked the smoke? What was going on today? Biting her lip lightly, she went outside and brought in the food. Chen frowned slightly. In his past life, he had grown indifferent to wealth and beauty. They meant little to him. Unlike other wealthy men who collected antiques, he had always loved gourmet food. The meal Lu Mingwe brought was simple corn porridge, but not the refined version he once enjoyed. This one had few corn kernels, plenty of husks, corn paste, and wild vegetable leaves. As for side dishes, even simpler: some scallions, a small dish of soybean paste, and pickled radish that had probably been sitting around for months. Seeing his frown, Lu Mingwe remained expressionless. She had prepared it on purpose. She knew exactly what Chen Fugui hated most to eat. If today he beat her again, at least it would strengthen her resolve to leave him. Daddy, drink millet porridge. Millet porridge is delicious. A crisp child's voice broke the silence little Sheen. Then she shyly pushed the small bowl of steamed millet porridge she had saved for him. Even trying to please him, her eyes remained timid, barely daring to meet his gaze. What a well-behaved child. No, his well-behaved daughter. Sheen, you eat it yourself. Daddy loves corn porridge the most. Look, these wild vegetables floating in a dante look nice. Chen smiled, but to the little girl, his smile made her rush to sit down so quickly she nearly fell over. His smile stiffened slightly. To ease the awkwardness, he scooped up a bowl of corn porridge and gulped it down. At first taste, the texture wasn't great, but as he chewed, the rich aroma of fresh corn filled his mouth. Half a bowl gone in no time, he grabbed a scallion and took a bite. What a pleasant surprise. Though spicy, it carried a hint of sweetness. Organic scallions tasted as good. Chen was genuinely hungry. Spoonful after spoonful, scallion after scallion ate with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Mingwe and Sheen stared in shock. Corn porridge and scallions were Chen Fugui's least favorite foods. Why did he seem to enjoy them so much today? Lu Mingwe frowned slightly and took a sip of the porridge. Same taste as usual. Why'd he act like he liked it? He must be faking it, just putting on a show. She wouldn't soften this time. Sheen, seeing him enjoying the scallion, tried taking a bite herself. But the spiciness overwhelmed her tiny body. Her face immediately scrunched up. Haha, spicy, huh? Let me have a bite from you. And tomorrow Daddy will get you some meat. Chen chuckled. The little girl hesitated briefly before offering the scallion to his mouth. Smiling, Chen bit a big chunk off. Sheen giggled happily. Her laughter was sweet. Watching her, Chen's heart warmed. He reached out and gently patted her head. For a moment, Sheen froze, then slowly leaned into the warmth of his hand, rubbing her cheek against his palm. Never having truly experienced a father's love before, in this moment, she felt it. As for Chen, though he tried to remain calm on the outside, his inner self was cursing furiously. That bastard Chen Fugui was truly despicable. How could he treat such a loving wife and adorable daughter so carelessly? Did he only think modern-day Instagram models with cookie-cutter faces were beautiful? Not his woman in front of him was real beauty. With such kindness and gentleness, what good deeds had he done in a past life to deserve such a wonderful wife and daughter? At that moment, he made an important decision. There was no going back. Since heaven had given him a second chance at life, this would be his new beginning. This time, he would live solely for his wife and daughter. With his knowledge and intelligence, even in the backward year of 1977, he would carve out a new path, build an empire, protect these two girls. Chapter 002. The challenges of raising a child from the 1970s in those times. After meals, there was little in the way of entertainment. Perhaps affluent families could indulge in a television or listen to a radio, but what of Chen Fugui's household? So impoverished that even rats would shy away. What form of amusement could they possibly possess? Not to mention his own family, the entire Hulu brigade had yet to be electrified. Oil lamps were only lit on festive occasions. Essentially, the routine consisted of eating and then retiring for the night. Chen Fugui felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Every time he noticed the glimmer of fear in Xine's eyes as she looked at him, it pierced him deeply. Having resolved to stay, he believed it necessary to mend the relationship with this mother and daughter duo. Thus he took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Yet, to Lu Mingwe, this seemed merely a performance on his part. After years of marriage, she had never witnessed Chen Fugui wash even a single dish. Noticing some warm water remaining in the pot, he picked up his once prized possession, a rather dented and patched basin, which had been mended in 5 or 6 places, and scooped some water. This basin, much like the only piece of furniture they owned, a pair of trunks, was a valuable heirloom from Lu Mingwe's dowry. Xian, come. Let Daddy wash your little feet and tell you a story, Chen Fugui said. Even though he had no children in his previous life, he understood that fostering a good relationship with a child required ample communication. Storytelling was indeed the most effective means of connection. Lu Mingwe, seated nearby, suddenly perked up, utterly bewildered by Chen Fugui's unusual demeanor that day, which exuded an air of peculiarity. Xian hesitated momentarily before sitting on a small stool and placing her tiny feet into the basin. Surprisingly, the warm water felt delightful, and her little feet playfully splashed around. Once upon a time, there was a lovely little girl whom everyone adored. Much like our Xian, Chen Fugui began. But the ones who loved her most were her mother and grandmother. One day, her grandmother visited and gifted her a beautiful Red Riding Hood. He intended to narrate the tale of Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, a story rich in moral significance and adventure, which children typically relish. However, Chen Fugui refrained from following the traditional narrative of the wolf devouring the grandmother and Little Red Riding Hood, only to be rescued by a hunter who cut them free, a depiction he deemed too gruesome for a child. Instead, he reimagined the story, portraying a clever battle of wits between Little Red Riding Hood, her grandmother, and the wolf, ultimately driving the wolf away. Not only Xin, but even Lu Mingwe, reclining on the bed, listened intently, her heart swirling in confusion. Today, Chen Fugui seemed transformed, embodying a version of himself she had longed to see for years, yet had never encountered. The act of performing is undoubtedly evident in this individual, who, aware of their own susceptibility to compassion, attempts to deceive themselves. Father. What about grandmother and Little Red Riding Hood? Where has Dad gone? Upon the conclusion of the tale, Xin inquired with a bright, innocent tone. Well, perhaps he is working in the production team, Chen Fugui awkwardly explained, ultimately attributing the absence to the production team. Who truly knows where Little Red Riding Hood's father is gone? It seems no one has ever given this matter a moment's thought. Lu Mingwe, seated by the Kong, found great amusement in Xin's question, which left Chen Fugui in a state of defeat. However, after the laughter subsided, she quickly covered her mouth and turned away, having already drifted into slumber. Dad, tell more stories. Xin wants to listen. Unfazed by her mother's laughter, the little one was captivated, eager for her father's tales, almost addicted to them. Xin, it is already late. You must be a good girl and sleep. Tomorrow, Dad will treat you to delicious meat, Chen Fugui coaxed gently, lifting the little one onto the Kong. Perhaps the thought of savory meat prompted her to lick her lips with her tiny tongue. The moonlight was bright, and observing the child's eager expression, Chen Fugui playfully tapped her small nose. Dad, you mustn't go catch chickens, the little one reminded him with fervor. Hearing her words, Chen Fugui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was largely due to his past indiscretions, for he was known throughout the Gourd Brigade as the one who brought sorrow to chickens. Many hens had been pilfered for his consumption, leading to considerable apologies from Lu Mingwe on his behalf. Why? In this era, raising livestock was exceedingly challenging, with families struggling to feed themselves. What could they possibly use to nourish animals? In the Gourd Brigade, not a single household kept pigs, only the production team did. And even mature pigs were scarce compared to Chen Fugui's appetite. Chickens were raised sparingly, primarily until autumn, when they were sold at the market to supplement household income. His gluttony earned him the nickname Chicken Sorrow. Essentially, his reputation in the Gourd Brigade was such that he was not merely disliked by people, but also shunned by dogs and chickens alike. Xin, from now on, Dad will not steal chickens from others. Once I earn enough money, I will bring Xin to gift chickens to everyone, Chen Fugui declared, once again playfully tapping the little one's nose. Internally, he pondered why such a sweet and charming child could have a former partner who was so cruel to her. However, in the memories left by his predecessor, there were surprisingly few concerning his wife and daughter. Perhaps this was a form of avoidance on the part of his predecessor. Lu Mingwe, striving to fall asleep, scoffed inwardly at the notion of delivering chickens to others. It was as if the sun were to rise in the west. The moon shone brightly, the wind was gentle, and the leaves shielded the window. The crickets chirped melodiously, akin to the sound of a stringed instrument. The music was light and the melody delightful as the cradle swayed softly. Close your eyes, my dear baby, and drift into slumber. Dad is Dad, and Mom is Mom. Chen Fugui was diligently singing a lullaby to the little one, who promptly corrected him. Chen Fugui wore an expression of embarrassment, acknowledging, yes, Daddy's baby. Lu Mingwe, sitting by the Kong, struggled to suppress her laughter, nearly shedding tears, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She had been so engrossed in his singing that she failed to notice the correction until little Xin pointed it out. It served him right, after all. He had never treated Xin well, and now she was making him pay. Lost in delightful thoughts, Lu Mingwe was startled by the emergence of such sentiments. Something felt amiss. Was she truly being swayed by Chen Fugui's sweet words? That shouldn't be the case. Chen Shan, oblivious to the situation on her side, continued his earnest rendition of the lullaby. This generation of children was indeed challenging to care for. After all, this little one was a bona fide member of the post-70s. Finally managing to lull the child to sleep, he glanced over at Lu Mingwe, who had also succumbed to slumber. He then quietly descended from the Kong, determined to understand the condition of his body and fulfill his promise to the little one by providing her with meat. Chapter 003. The tempting aroma of meat Lu Mingyue enjoyed a deeply satisfying slumber, the kind that grew more indulgent with each passing moment. At this time of year, during the busy agricultural season, earning work points within the production team was no simple feat. However, this particular sleep was increasingly warm and comfort-laden. "Mom, there's a delightful fragrance." Xian rolled her little body over, snuggling into Lu Mingyue's embrace. Lu Mingyue inhaled deeply, indeed detecting a series of enticing aromas wafting through the air. No wonder she felt so cozy. The heated Kong was enveloping her in warmth. "Are you awake? The hot water is ready. Wash your face first, and then we shall feast on meat," Chen Fugui announced as he entered from outside. Upon seeing him, Lu Mingyue momentarily thought she was dreaming. Typically, he didn't rise until the sun had reached its zenith. What was different today? Daddy, where's the meat?" Xian perked up instantly. "Haha. It's stewing in the pot," Chen Fugui replied, chuckling, before swiftly exiting again. As Lu Mingyue was getting out of bed, she realized she was underdressed. Even though he was her husband, there was still a certain decorum to uphold. Xian, unable to contain her excitement, hopped off the Kong and scampered to the stove in the outer room. She caught sight of the steaming vapors rising from the pot and took a deep, invigorating breath, her little face alight with rapture, even though she had yet to taste the meat. Once the succulent meat was ladled into a bowl, Xian, with her wide eyes, couldn't he help but drool in anticipation. "Don't rush, soon you'll be gnawing on rabbit legs," Chen Fugui reassured her as he brought the dishes into the room. Xian trailed closely behind, her gaze fixated on the bowl of meat. Seeing Chen Fugui carry in the food, Lu Mingyue found herself overwhelmed, her heart laden with worry. "Rest assured, this isn't a chicken caught from someone else's yard. It's a rabbit I trapped last night on Hulu Mountain. It's quite plump. You and Xian should indulge," Chen Fugui said with a smile. Lu Mingyue bit her lip. "Did you steam all the remaining sorghum? That was meant for repairing the courtyard gate and for others. And the firewood we had left is nearly gone, too. What will we do when it gets cold? Will you be able to go out and gather more?" Chen Fugui appeared embarrassed, having not anticipated such a scenario, though he had hoped for some praise instead. "Don't worry, I'll handle the grains and firewood. I tidied up the table and stools this morning. And I'll also fix the courtyard gate and fence when I have time. Now, wash your face and let us eat," he urged. Meat. Xian exclaimed joyfully. Lu Mingyue sighed inwardly, understanding that Chen Fugui was attempting to win favor with both her and their daughter. However, one cannot overlook the fact that their food supplies were already scant. Yet, it seemed unnecessary to dwell on that now, as Xian's little nose was practically glued to the meat, inhaling its enticing scent. Upon seeing the meat, the little one was filled with a primal energy, akin to an atomic reaction. After washing her face, she obediently sat at the dining table, her small mouth tightly pursed and her large eyes fixed intently on the rabbit meat. Chen Fugui handed one of the rabbit's hind legs to each of the two ladies, playfully spinning the one meant for the little one near her nose. The tiny head followed the movement of the rabbit leg. Lu Mingyue gazed at the rabbit leg in her bowl, her reluctance to eat evident. She had firmly resolved that despite Chen Fugui's earnest attempts at change, she perceived his actions as mere theatrics. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of the rabbit meat wafted insistently into her nostrils. Why should she let this opportunity slip by and allow him to benefit? As she pondered, Xian had already begun to eat. Was it too hot, fresh from the pot? Who cared about that? The little one clutched her bowl, fiercely taking a bite out of the rabbit leg. Despite her small stature, she managed to tear off a generous chunk of meat, devouring it with great enthusiasm. The sight of her savoring the meat was truly delightful. Her little mouth glistened with grease. She barely lifted her head, occasionally glancing at Chen Fugui with a broad smile. Chen Fugui felt a surge of satisfaction. The previous night's efforts had not been in vain. Now, he was infused with the memories of his predecessor and could discern that there were genuine feelings for this mother and daughter duo. Otherwise, he would not have felt such a profound impact the day before, prompting him to make a swift decision. Perhaps it was also due to the unique thought processes of modern individuals who possess a remarkable capacity for acceptance. He was now ready to embrace life here. Having devised a comprehensive plan, his crossing into this world was not futile. This body was a treasure that he needed to cultivate diligently, coupled with his intellect. Could he truly accomplish nothing in this year of 1977? Opportunities abound. It simply depends on how one seizes them. In fact, one of the quickest ways to earn money would be through the culinary arts, creating snacks that are paid for in cash, which entails minimal operational pressure. However, that was not feasible in this era, as resources were relatively scarce. From his memories, it seemed that the villagers only received a pound of white flour during holidays and festivals. Moreover, even if one managed to procure various ingredients, who could afford to buy them from a stall? Each household was struggling. There weren't enough consumers, and engaging in such a business would likely lead to ruin. Engaging in trade was certainly not an option. No matter how sharp your mind, it would be of little use if you were to dabble in something. Even making a margin could pose a threat to one's life. Working in the production team? That seemed unfeasible as well, unless one possessed specialized skills, such as being a team leader or a skilled driver, who could earn 12 points of labor each day. The others? A second driver earned 11 points, while a third driver only received 10. Male laborers who worked diligently might earn 10 points, while female laborers could manage only 8. As for her own prospects, she didn't seem particularly adept at farming. According to the current standards, she could only aspire to the level of a novice laborer in the production team, meriting a mere 5 points, no more. Even if he could manage to earn a mere 10 work points, it would still amount to a paltry sum for his current predicament. The unfortunate soul recalls that last year's end-of-year work points were valued at approximately 5 cents. Thus, it would take 10 work points to exchange for 50 cents. What if the year turns out to be particularly bleak? In Chen Fugui's memory, the value then was a mere 8 cents. This explains why his family remains indebted to the production team, a scenario often referred to as a triangular debt. One cannot simply allow others to starve. Rations must be allocated and grain distributed. If the points are insufficient, one must defer payment. Considering this context, one can infer just how arduous Lu Mingyue's life has been over the years. Within the household, she alone is capable of labor. Therefore, one must seek fundamental solutions. In rural areas, it is essential to ponder rural matters. Nevertheless, he is currently filled with confidence, especially after his experience last night catching rabbits at Hulu Mountain. The state of Chen Fugui's body has indeed brought him considerable surprise. "Daddy, why aren't you eating meat? It's so delicious," his imaginative little girl, Xinshin, inquired. Seeing Xinshin happily eating alongside her mother brought him joy, prompting her to eat even more. "From now on, our family should have at least one meat meal every day," Chen Fugui declared. "Really, Daddy?" Xinshin's big eyes widened in astonishment. "Absolutely. We must ensure that Xinshin enjoys her share of rich food daily," Chen Fugui replied earnestly. Though he was conversing with a child, he understood the importance of following through on his promises. Otherwise, his credibility in her eyes would plummet. Chen Fugui's reputation was already in a dismal state, and now he must strive diligently to regain his footing. Chapter 004. Chen Fugui's boastfulness. The benefits of rabbit meat are truly remarkable. After all, Xinshin's little belly was quite round after indulging in it. Following the meal, she felt a newfound closeness to Chen Fugui. Even when he washed the dishes, she stayed right by his side. The world of children is uncomplicated, and their perceptions are astutely keen. She could sense that her father was genuinely good to her, which emboldened her spirit. "Are you really going to work?" Lu Mingyue exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief, as she watched Chen Fugui take up a hoe. Encouraging him to drink and gamble would certainly make him leap with joy, but asking him to labor? That felt akin to asking for his very life. "I must earn work points," Chen Fugui replied solemnly. "Daddy, Xinshin wants to work too, to earn work points." Xinshin ran over, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Haha, let us go together," Chen Fugui said cheerfully. The little one beamed with joy. Her father was indeed amiable and willing to play with her. At such a diminutive stature, walking alongside them was somewhat taxing. Chen Fugui decided to hoist the little one onto his shoulders. It was her first day of work, and punctuality was essential. "Daddy, Daddy. Xinshin is taller than Mommy," she joyfully exclaimed, her little legs swinging in delight. This was a game she had never experienced before, and the view from such a height was delightful. The members of the Hulu Brigade gazed in astonishment at the sight of this family of 3. They were well aware that Chen Fugui had won such a wonderful wife as Lu Mingyue solely due to his handsome exterior. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall with a striking visage, he certainly caught the eye. Yet, beneath that attractive facade lay a character lacking substance. In the past, he could manage to do some work for the production team, albeit only the easier tasks. However, after marrying, he completely shirked labor, leaving Lu Mingyue as the sole provider for the Chen family. It was apparent that he was not a man of virtue. How many chickens had he ruined in the village? It was only due to the pity for Lu Mingyue and Xinshin that he had not faced legal consequences. Yet, it was perplexing to see him accompanying Lu Mingyue today. What mischief was he planning? In this small community, everyone knew his usual demeanor towards Xinshin. now carrying her. Who was he trying to fool? Lu Mingyue's current mood was quite complex. She had once imagined such a scene of working together, but those dreams had long since faded. Just a little longer, she thought. Once we receive our rations at the end of the year, we can finally enjoy a good life with Xinxin. Though Chen Fugui overheard the hushed murmurs of the villagers, he paid them little mind. After all, they were unaware that he was no longer the same man he once was. The future would reveal itself in time. The folks of the Hulu Brigade were truly good-hearted neighbors. Without their support, sustaining his family would have been an insurmountable challenge, let alone surviving the harsh winter. Captain, I have arrived for work. Upon reaching the field, Chen Fugui, with his daughter in tow and a hoe in hand, hurried over to team leader Xiao Zhigua of the 3rd Squad of the Gourd Brigade. You? Here to work? Xiao Zhigua inquired, his expression mirroring that of Lu Mingyue upon hearing the news, akin to witnessing a mischievous spirit frolicking in broad daylight. Fugui, stop jesting. Return home, pour yourself a drink. And after you've had your fill, go to sleep, he admonished. If you were truly capable of working, our yield per acre would surely exceed 1,000 pounds, wouldn't it? Mingwei, we cannot allow him to fool around. He must still be under the influence of last night's drinking. The members of the 3rd Squad began to tease him. Lu Mingyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, regretting her decision to let Chen Fugui come along. Zhigua, I am indeed here to work. This is no jest. My past was filled with folly, but that will not be the case going forward. Chen Fugui chose to disregard the teasing, responding earnestly. Xiao Zhigua furrowed his brow slightly. Had it been the old Chen Fugui, a brawl would likely have ensued by now. We have made it clear, we can turn the page on past grievances. However, should you dare to slack off or act cunningly again, your grain allocation for this year will not be extended to you, Xiao Zhigua stated, believing it prudent to grant Chen Fugui another chance. It is imperative. Starting today, I shall turn over a new leaf, Chen Fugui declared. A new leaf? Echoed the little Xian perched on his shoulder, raising her tiny fist in solidarity. Our task today is to hoe the land. Why don't you start with a couple of strokes here at the field's edge? Do you see those 2 gray vegetables? Clear away the weeds surrounding them. Xiao Zhigua instructed. All right, Xian exclaimed, eager to observe her father at work. Yes, the little one replied cheerfully. After all, earning work points alongside her parents was far more entertaining than staying at home. In truth, the Gourd Brigade had its fair share of children. In this era, it was quite normal for families to have 3 to 6 kids. However, with a father like Chen Fugui, Xian found herself ostracized. As the other children were hesitant to play with her, the members of the Gourd Brigade gathered around, eager to witness Chen Fugui's labor in action. Chen Fugui flexed his wrists and neck slightly, grasping the far end of the hoe with his right hand and loosely holding the near end with his left. He demonstrated a basic understanding of the tool's use, being a farmer's son. Targeting the weeds, he put forth a bit of effort and struck down with the hoe. Zhigua, would you believe me if I said my hand slipped just now while I was hoeing? He asked, his face flushed with embarrassment as he gazed at the severed gray vegetable. Lu Mingyue shared his embarrassment, unable to bear the sight. The only one unfazed was Xian, who picked up the gray vegetable and gave it a gentle shake. Her intention was to showcase her father's labor to everyone, marveling at how he could clear an entire patch in one stroke. Several bystanders could not suppress their laughter, as they found the situation quite amusing. Xiao Zhigua shot them a few stern glances, prompting the onlookers to refocus their attention. This time, Chen Fugui's approach was somewhat gentler. However, by the time he finished clearing the area, a good 10 minutes had elapsed. Alas, how am I to arrange this? Sighed George Gua. Mingwei, why don't you show him how it's done? Lu Mingyue took the hoe and, after a few deft strokes, had tidied the surrounding weeds with remarkable efficiency. All right, everyone, let us continue with the tasks we divided yesterday. I'll ponder over what work I can assign him. George Gua waved his hand dismissively. This was indeed a thorny issue. The absence of work left everyone feeling uneasy. Now that he had finally shown up, he couldn't even handle the hoe. How would they account for his labor? Brother Zhigua, why don't you issue me a referral letter? The forestry station is planting trees. And I could find some work there, Chen Fugui suggested. This was his true motive for coming to work today. He needed to cultivate goodwill. Moreover, seeking work outside wasn't as simple as it seemed. One needed a referral letter from the production team. Otherwise, they would be turned away. Fugui, your intentions are as clear as day. You have your sights set on their 2 meals, don't you? Forget about it, Fugui. Although the forestry station is short-staffed, they seek diligent workers, not those looking to loaf around. Indeed, you must not go. This year, We are counting on them to finish planning so we can gather some branches. If you go, we might end up with nothing. The surrounding members chimed in. Lu Mingyue's face flushed red as she lowered her gaze, fixated on the tip of the hoe. Members of Team 3, let us bear witness, Chen Fugui proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing him, the surrounding members ceased their discussions. In the past, when we requested branches from the forestry station, we would be lucky to receive 2 or 3 carts at most. This year, I, Chen Fugui, am determined to secure no less than 10 carts of branches for everyone. He continued. Ha ha ha. Let us go. He has lost his mind. Let us get to work. Alas, it's all that drinking that has muddled his brain. Fugui, stop boasting and just lie down at home. The members laughed, realizing that work was pressing and that they could not afford to waste time on this delusional individual. The sooner the work was completed, the sooner they could finish for the day and secure their labor points. Chapter 005. The first bucket of gold is within reach. Disregarding the mockery of his fellow villagers, Chen Fugui remained unfazed. In the past, he had indeed been quite lackadaisical. He was so disinclined to labor that even the lighter tasks in the production team were beyond his efforts. Brother Jigua, as you can see, I am truly not suited for the work in the fields. It would be more prudent for me to seek my fortune elsewhere, Chen Fugui remarked. Securing a job at the logging site is no easy feat. Do you think they will accept you? George furrowed his brow. Brother Jigua, their workforce will undoubtedly fall short if they rely solely on their own people, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Currently, it is the busy season for farming, and they will struggle to find laborers from other teams. If I can indeed secure work there, I could also procure additional branches for our team. George cast a surprised glance at him, not merely because of his proactive approach to seeking work and the promise of branches, but because the young man was now articulating his thoughts with surprising clarity. Very well, I can provide you with a letter of introduction. However, I cannot guarantee that they will employ you, he pondered, nodding after a moment's consideration. And if you do manage to work at the logging site, you are aware of the rules, right? If you succeed, the team will take 50 cents, and you will earn 8 work points. The remainder will be yours. Understood. Brother Jigua, Chen Fugui replied with a decisive nod. Finally, receiving his approval brought him a sense of calm. In the Hulu Brigade, even if he thoroughly cultivated the nearby Hulu Mountain, he could not expect any significant advancement. Not to mention, he was harboring grand plans, without money or connections. Nothing could be accomplished. An unexpected incident occurred when little Xin, upon seeing him prepare to leave, insisted on accompanying him. This was quite a change, as previously the child would shy away from him. Lu Mingwei had initially been reluctant to consent. But considering the possibility of Chen Fugui working at the logging site, and perhaps securing a couple of meals, she thought it might allow Xin to taste meat while alleviating some of the family's burdens. Transportation relied solely on foot. The entire Hulu Brigade lacked even a single bicycle. It was evident just how impoverished the brigade truly was. Carrying Xin, they trudged for over an hour before finally arriving at the location designated for logging. Chen Fugui's heart raced with anticipation. His first bucket of gold was on the horizon. Logging today was a far cry from what it would become in the future. In later years, a single individual wielding a chainsaw could clear vast areas in a day. But how was it done now? 2 individuals sat across from each other, wielding a large saw nearly 20 centimeters wide and 1.8 meters long, painstakingly cutting through the trees bit by bit. This was entirely manual labor. Completing an entire forest would take no less than 2 months. It was precisely due to the current lack of labor force that Chen Fugui found himself with an opportunity to navigate the murky waters. What are you doing? Don't just stand there. It's dangerous. A staff member shouted upon spotting Chen Fugui. I am from the Hulu Brigade. Is Director Hu here overseeing the work? Chen Fugui replied. The staff member at the forest station hesitated, as Chen Fugui spoke with a certain familiarity, leaving him somewhat unclear about the relationship between Chen and Director Hu. If they were acquaintances and he were to turn Chen away, he would inevitably find himself in a precarious situation. Please wait a moment. I will inquire, the staff finally called out. Chen Fugui exhaled deeply. It is indeed a daunting task to secure work. One can only muddle through, lest they risk not even encountering a soul. Director Hu, upon receiving the notification, was similarly perplexed, fearing that someone he knew might be seeking him out. After all, in this era devoid of mobile phones, communication was a cumbersome affair. Director Hu, it is a pleasure to finally see you. I had the fortune of meeting you a couple of years ago during a meeting at the commune. However, with your busy schedule, you may have forgotten me. I am Chen Fugui, he exclaimed as he noticed the staff accompanying Director Hu. With renewed enthusiasm, Chen Qingshan launched into conversation. Ah, it is Fugui. I thought you looked somewhat familiar, but it took me a moment to recall. What are you currently engaged in? Hu Guangchuan asked, slightly taken aback but smiling cautiously. In truth, he had no recollection of the Qin carrying a child, though it was indeed plausible they had crossed paths at the commune meeting. Director Hu, I recall witnessing your impressive drinking capacity back then. Whenever you have a moment to spare, I would love to come by and earn a little pocket money, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. I noticed the trees being planted, and I was considering lending a hand with some odd jobs, perhaps clearing out tree knots. If you prefer convenience, you could entrust the task of managing these knots to our gourd brigade. We would handle it efficiently, and I have already prepared a letter of introduction. Hu Guangchuan glanced at him. How many people can your brigade muster? This area is quite substantial. There are still trees being planted, and soon there will be loading work to consider. It depends on how many tree knots you can allocate to us. Only then can I arrange for the manpower. Chen Fugui explained. Hu Guangchuan pondered, realizing he indeed required assistance. This year's workload was quite heavy, and relying solely on the forest station's employees would not suffice. They had already planted 537 trees, with 628 remaining. After stating this, he turned his attention back to Chen Fugui, beginning to realize that he did not personally know this young man. Nevertheless, it mattered little. What counted was the ability to secure help. Chen Fugui felt a twinge of uncertainty, as the scale of the task was indeed considerable. He was unsure how long it would take to excavate a tree knot with his strength. Last night's discovery while catching rabbits had revealed that this body possessed considerable power. Director Hu, these trees will need some time to settle. If these knots are entrusted to our brigade, I assure you that we can efficiently clear them as soon as you finish planting, Chen Fugui asserted. Is that truly the case? Does your brigade possess such a wealth of labor? Hu Guangchuan inquired, astonished. Alas, it is a time of transition. I must secure provisions for my children. Just consider how much remuneration can be earned upon completing this work, Chen Fugui questioned. That also depends on how many of you will come. According to the rules, I must provide you with 2 meals, and each tree gnarled piece costs around 8 cents, Hu Guangchuan remarked. Hu Chanjiang, if you could provide us with 2 rolls of toilet paper, 2 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of meat, and 20 pounds of sorghum daily, proposed Chen Fugui. Regarding these gnarled pieces of wood, as you mentioned, at 8 cents each, that would suffice for my meals. A few more branches would be appreciated. What do you think? Upon hearing his words, Hu Guangchuan's eyes sparkled with approval as he regarded Chen Fugui. He is a perceptive young man, leaving himself ample room for negotiation. Very well, go back and gather your people. For today, I will count you as 1 day's worth, Hu Changjiang said with a smile. Excellent, I shall commence immediately, Chen Fugui replied, placing Xin gently on the ground and striding towards the pile of tools nearby. This left Hu Guangchuan momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Was he the only one? Had he been deceived? Chapter 006. Striking a fortunate deal. Chen Fugui strode purposefully, grasping the pickaxe as he made his way towards a tree stump. Having successfully deceived Hu Guangchuan, he was determined to prevent any opportunity for him to retract his words. Moreover, he sought to ascertain the time required to excavate a tree stump. Hu Guangchuan, though sensing he might have been duped by Chen Fugui, chose to maintain a facade of composure. 2 rolls of toilet paper, 2 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of meat, and 20 pounds of sorghum might seem substantial, yet in reality, they were hardly sufficient given the labor involved. He needed to provide 2 meals a day for the workers. Considering the number of 20, these provisions fell short. The surplus, however, would allow him some creative freedom, which was precisely Chen Fugui's intention. At present, rice and flour were priced equally at 19 cents per pound, while sorghum cost a mere 13 cents. However, acquiring these essentials required not only money but also ration coupons for grain and meat. Without such coupons, even an offer of $1 per pound would yield no sales. Toilet paper, although cheaper, was a luxury few in the countryside were willing to indulge in. This morning, Chen Fugui faced a rather embarrassing situation while attending to nature's call. Nowadays, the long stalks beneath the sorghum ears served as makeshift toilet implements, a rather uncomfortable experience, as even in a rebirth, one must cherish their dignity. His intention was to undertake the labor himself. Even if it meant exerting some effort, at least he would earn a modest income and sustenance. Although he had never engaged in such work before, he harbored his own strategies. First, he circled the stump with the pointed end of the pickaxe, then swept around it with the flat side. This bolstered his confidence, revealing the advantages of his strength. The task seemed less arduous than anticipated. and undertaking it himself appeared feasible. With hope comes motivation, and Chen Fugui was fully committed. Observing from the sidelines, Hu Guangquan grew increasingly alarmed, frequently glancing at his watch. The speed at which Chen Fugui worked was astonishing. Within mere minutes, he had excavated a trench around the stump. Once he removed the soil from atop the stump and severed the roots, the stump would be liberated. Good heavens, how could he possess such strength? At that moment, a staff member from the forestry team, who had gathered to observe, could not contain his astonishment. Hu Guangquan, too, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Who exactly was this Chen Fugui? Was his labor something an ordinary person could achieve? In an effort to simplify the task, Chen Fugui, after severing the roots, grasped the stump and began pulling it from the pit. If it proved difficult to extract, it would not be surprising, as some stronger individuals might manage it. Yet, Chen Fugui effortlessly pulled the stump from the ground, merely pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Fugui, come here." Hu Guangquan called out urgently as he saw Chen Fugui heading towards the next stump. "Uncle, what is it?" Chen Fugui hastened back, his demeanor now as sweet as honey. Hu Guangquan remained silent, casting a glance at the staff member beside him. The staff member, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly slipped away. "Chen Fugui, speak candidly with me. Do you intend to tackle all this work alone?" Hu Guangquan inquired earnestly. Chen Fugui nodded, responding, "Uncle, as you can see, I have only a modicum of strength left. Have pity on me. I assure you I will complete these tasks diligently. Are you capable of managing?" Hu Guangquan pressed further. "This is a matter that must be clarified. Otherwise, how will we proceed later?" Chen Fugui chuckled. "Look at me. I've barely broken a sweat. I've even figured out a few tricks. If you provide me with an axe, I can dig 6 or 7 tree knuckles in an hour. In a day, I can work for over 10 hours. These tree knuckles can be handled in half a month, easily keeping pace with your tree planting schedule." "Very well, these tree knuckles will be your responsibility," Hu Guangquan replied, visibly pleased as he affectionately patted Chen Fugui's shoulder. The staff member observing from a distance also felt satisfied, noting the young man's commendable rapport with the site manager. "All right then, uncle, I'll get back to digging." Chen Fugui cheerfully returned to his task. However, Hu Guangquan's smile faded. He sensed that this young man was extraordinary. Having encountered many individuals, he recognized that while there are plenty of strong, laborious men, few possess the industriousness and eloquence of Chen Fugui. It felt as though Chen Fugui was not merely laboring in a production team, but had been exposed to the wider world. Otherwise, among the brutes of the surrounding production teams, even if they could accomplish the task, they would likely do so in a haphazard manner. The crucial point was that they might not be willing to relinquish impending gains as Chen Fugui did. Given Chen Fugui's current circumstances, he could conservatively save at least 3 pounds of meat and 30 pounds of sorghum daily. "Fugui, come here for a moment." Hu Guangquan called out again as he noticed Chen Fugui unearthing another tree knuckle. Chen Fugui hesitated momentarily, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Was Hu Guangquan reconsidering? "Uncle, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" he asked upon approaching. "Fugui, if you have ample time, do not overexert yourself." "It pains me to see you push so hard," Hu Guangquan said with a serious expression. "Thank you, uncle. I merely fear delaying your work. I can afford to slow down a bit. I can rest, but I estimate it will take at least a month or even longer to finish all the digging." Chen Fugui responded, feigning worry while internally elated. As the saying goes, the body is the capital of revolution. The elders are right. We must preserve our health to continue the struggle. Hu Guangquan stated earnestly, "Let us aim for 50 days to complete the digging. But do take care not to overexert yourself. I will see if I can procure a cart for you to use temporarily. The gourd brigade is not nearby. I feel distressed watching you walk back and forth every day. Moreover, look at your shoes. They have worn down to such a state. Allow me to find you a pair of rubber shoes. What size do you wear?" "Uncle, I truly haven't paid much attention. These shoes were crafted by my wife, and I've never purchased any from outside." Chen Fugui scratched his scalp, feeling an immense joy within. The term foreign vehicle merely refers to a bicycle, a hallmark of the era, as many items are prefixed with the word foreign. "Xiaowang, come here." Hu Guangquan beckoned. The staff member who had just stepped aside hurried over. "Compare your feet with each other. Then return to the factory's safety storage to fetch a pair of shoes that fit Fugui," Hu Guangquan instructed. "Additionally, find a pair of gloves and procure a bicycle for Fugui to use for the next few days. The community assists us in our labor. We must not let down their spirits. Director, rest assured, I will ensure the villagers feel appreciated. Should we also load some grain onto the cart?" Xiao Wang inquired hastily. Hu Guangchuan nodded in satisfaction, saying, Yadong, I trust you to handle this. We must warm the hearts of the villagers. Wang Yadong felt invigorated and compared feet with Chen Fugui. Chen Fugui surely needed size 27 shoes. Being tall, his feet were correspondingly large. Nearby, little Xinxin squatted and played, puzzled about why her father was so joyful. Little did she know that Chen Fugui was not merely happy, he was on the verge of ecstasy. This experience was immensely gratifying. One could say he had struck a considerable fortune. With no grain or money at home, Hu Guangchuan had successfully negotiated a 50-day work period. How much grain would it yield? He even secured a bicycle for his personal use. Would he have to repay any of this? His foreign pickaxe swung with vigor, and his enthusiasm soared even higher. Chapter 007. Have you robbed the supply and marketing cooperative? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Mingwei returned home from work. Devoid of any desire to prepare a meal, sitting on the Kong, she cast anxious glances out the window, her heart heavy with trepidation. Regret gnawed at her. She should never have let Chen Fugui take Xinxin away just to ensure she enjoyed a decent meal. Chen Fugui's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Could he be harboring sinister intentions, perhaps even planning to sell Xinxin? This man would do anything for a gamble. As she pondered, Lu Mingwei rubbed her eyes, needing to confirm that she wasn't imagining things. To her astonishment, it was indeed Chen Fugui and Xinxin who entered through the courtyard gate. What on earth were they up to? Where had they acquired that foreign cart, and what was in the bags? Wife, come help with Xinxin, Chen Fugui called out. Lu Mingwei felt momentarily dazed, her worry intensifying. What if he had engaged in some illicit activity? What were they to do? Even a dilapidated cart could fetch 50 or 60 yuan. Mom, hurry! Xinxin shouted from her perch atop the cart. Lu Mingwei, her mind racing, dashed outside. After a brief inspection, she gathered some meat, flour, and a cabbage. Let us indulge a bit tonight. We shall have dumplings, Chen Fugui declared. Cradling Xinxin as she dismounted the cart, Lu Mingwei's head buzzed with anxiety. This was it. They had undoubtedly robbed the supply and marketing cooperative. Such a venture could lead to a grim fate for Chen Fugui. Unaware of Lu Mingwei's distress, Chen Fugui began emptying the bags. Meat, flour, rice, toilet paper, cabbage, and millet poured forth. What had seemed like a single bag now appeared as a heap. Lu Mingwei's face turned pale, her hands trembling. The meat alone weighed over 2 pounds, costing about 1 yuan and 83 cents, totaling roughly 6 yuan. The flour and rice also appeared to exceed 2 pounds, amounting to nearly 8 yuan. My heavens! And there's so much millet? Surely over 20 pounds. At 1 yuan and 30 cents per pound, that totals 2 yuan and 60. Are you pleased? I told you I'd bring back grain and meat, and I did just that. I'll make the dough for the dumplings shortly. You and Xinxin can enjoy the ready-made food, Chen Fugui boasted. You've robbed the supply and marketing cooperative? I'll take you to turn yourself in. This must be worth quite a sum. You could be imprisoned for many years, Lu Mingwei exclaimed, tugging at Chen Fugui's arm to lead him outside. Chen Fugui was taken aback, finally grasping Lu Mingwei's thoughts, feeling quite helpless. He grasped her shoulders and gently redirected her. I was working at the forest farm. All of this was given to me by Director Hu. I took on the task of uprooting tree stumps over there, and from now on, we'll receive this much every day. Today is the first day, so they gave me an extra half a pound of meat. Usually, it will be 2 pounds. Look at my new shoes. They were also a gift. I'll figure out your shoe size in a few days. Lu Mingwei shook her head, still unable to come to terms with Chen Fugui's words, finding the entire situation utterly absurd. Just think about it. If I were to engage in any illegal activities, would I bring Xinxin along? Would she be my lookout or my porter? Chen Fugui said with a hint of resignation. This reasoning proved quite persuasive, and Lu Mingwei couldn't help but envision the little one struggling under the weight of a sack of rice. Yet, she felt as though she were in a dream. Could this person truly be capable of such feats? After all, how else could he have procured so many items? By the way, this bicycle is just a temporary loan for me to get around. I'll figure something out later. Let us just borrow it like Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou and never return it, Chen Fugui continued. With her thoughts swirling, Lu Mingwei instinctively nodded, only to quickly realize the absurdity of her acquiescence and shook her head vigorously. She then felt rather foolish for her indecision. Stamping her foot lightly and giving Chen Fugui an exasperated glare before retreating into the house with Xinxin. Didn't you say we were making dumplings? Regardless of how you acquired them, we won't interfere, she muttered. Needing to sort through the events of the day, this was a dream so wild she could scarcely believe it. In Chen Fugui's mind, however, he harbored no such doubts. To him, This was merely a trivial matter. Today was just a small test of his capabilities, with much more potential to be realized. After preparing the dough, he began to gather cabbage and meat. His love for culinary delights naturally translated into skill in the kitchen. Crafting a batch of fragrant dumplings was a task he found exceedingly easy. Little Xin, unable to sit still, felt compelled to assist her father. Dining with him, much like enjoying a meal out, was far more delightful. To her eager request for help, Chen Fugui readily complied. The bond between father and daughter soared to new heights that day, rapidly intensifying. Once he had the filling ready and the dough rested, he set to work. Lu Mingwei, observing, considered offering her assistance but quickly dismissed the notion. She could not afford to be swayed by the allure of dumplings. After all, she intended to divorce him and could not let his faade deceive her. What if he were lying? If these items were purchased with borrowed money, how could they possibly repay the mounting debts already weighing upon them? This was merely a sugar-coated bullet. In the end, she would be left with nothing but the sweet coating while returning the explosive core. Wow, Daddy, that looks amazing. Xin's exclamation jolted Lu Mingwei from her tumultuous thoughts. She beheld the dumplings arranged neatly before her. This person, when did he become so skilled at making dumplings? He never used to be like this. It dawned on her that he had been lazy before, claiming he could do nothing. Since he had pretended to be incompetent, she resolved not to assist him this time. He could manage on his own. Lu Mingwei had found her answer and devised her strategy. Xin, do you know Uncle Jigua's house and Grandpa Shuixing's house? Chen Fugui asked, glancing at the little one as he assessed the dumpling-making progress. I know, Xin replied confidently. The little one nodded vigorously. Then run an errand for your father and invite Grandfather Shuixing and Uncle Jigua over for dinner, Chen Fugui instructed. All right, the child readily agreed. Darting out before Lu Ming could say a word. Are you going to fetch Uncle Shuixing and Brother Jigua to share the spoils? We must not harm them, Lu Ming called after her, feeling anxious. Oh, what spoils? There is something important to discuss, Chen Fugui replied. If you find yourself with nothing to do, my dear, could you help me peel a few scallions and some garlic? We'll be dining shortly. Make sure to be cheerful when they arrive, or you might frighten Uncle Shuixing and Brother Jigua, he added. Our lives will improve from now on, after all. We will be well fed. Lu Mingyu responded absently, her mind still in a whirl, unable to grasp whether Chen Fugui was truly capable of handling the situation. Chapter 008. The True Burden of Wealth as the captain of the Gourd Brigade. Chen Shuixing found himself in a perpetual state of worry, particularly when Xiao Xin approached him with news that Chen Fugui intended to treat him to dumplings. His heart felt as though it were laden with 15 buckets of water, oscillating between anxiety and trepidation. Chen Fugui was the village's perennial troublemaker, untouchable and unscoldable, yet perpetually embroiling others in his mischief. Uncle Shuixing, do you think Fugui has stirred up trouble again? Gui Jiangwo inquired with concern. Alas, we mishandled this matter. We should never have issued that introduction letter, Chen Shuixing sighed, the creases on his face deepening with the weight of his thoughts. I had no choice either. He truly cannot manage to work here, Gui Jiangwo remarked with a bitter smile. Why not send him to the 1st or 2nd Brigade instead? We could compensate him with 5 work points each time we go out. Not only can he not contribute, but he also frequently disrupts our efforts. Who would dare to take him on? Let us see what trouble he concocts today. Chen Shuixing shook his head in dismay. Dumplings, are they truly that delectable? His parents passed away early, and during our escape to this place, they safeguarded so many of us. If we can lend a hand, we must do so. We cannot forsake our conscience, he reflected as the 2 men made their way to Chen Fugui's courtyard. This little rascal, even with the door in such disrepair, has not bothered to fix it, Chen Shuixing muttered upon seeing the crooked wooden door of Fugui's home. Hurry up, Uncle Shuixing, Brother Jiangwo. Chen Fugui called out cheerfully as he emerged from the house. Fugui, tell me, have you caused trouble at the forest farm? Chen Shuixing inquired. Chen Fugui chuckled, Uncle, I promise not to cause any more trouble from now on. Today, however, I have good news. Come inside, the dumplings are just ready. Chen Shuixing and Gui Jiangwo's doubts about him did not weigh heavily on his mind. Fundamentally, his predecessor had indeed been a troublesome figure, making trust a rare commodity. Though Chen Shuixing's face was etched with deep wrinkles, resembling one in his 70s, he was merely in his 50s. The harsh realities of rural labor had aged him prematurely. A common phenomenon in the countryside, otherwise, why has life expectancy gradually increased with the passage of time? As the sky darkened, Chen Fugui retrieved the oil lamp from his home. After lighting it and adjusting the wick for a brighter glow, he displayed it proudly. The insurance lamp, as it was colloquially known, was essentially a kerosene lamp. A luxury item in his household, most others still relied on smaller oil lamps. This particular lamp was not only expensive but also consumed a considerable amount of oil, at least 1 or 2 units per night. After preparing the meal, Chen Fugui served the steaming dumplings, their thin skins bursting with ample filling, some even torn. The aroma of pork and cabbage wafted through the air, enticing both Chen Shuixing and Guo Jiangwo to swallow in anticipation. Indeed, the struggle of life was palpable. During the new year, one can indulge in a feast of dumplings. However, at this transitional time, who would dare to contemplate such delicacies? Just being able to enjoy a hearty meal is a cause for quiet joy. Uncle Shuixing, Brother Zhigua. Please, let us eat and converse. Yeah, ensure that Xin is well taken care of. When the little one returned, she kept mentioning her desire for 3 dumplings. Chen Fugui interjected. Although Lu Mingyue had no desire to partake in the distribution of spoils, the longing in her daughter's eyes compelled her to acknowledge the child. Xin, oblivious to the adult's thoughts, was already entranced by the enticing aroma of the dumplings, having swallowed more saliva than she could count. Chen Fugui enthusiastically served dumplings into the bowls of Chen Shuixing and Xiao Zhigua, the filling comprising 2 pounds of meat and a single cabbage, seasoned lightly, rendering the dumplings delightfully fresh. Fugui, do tell me, what trouble have you stirred this time? If you do not speak, no matter how fragrant these dumplings may be, I shall find it hard to swallow, Chen Shuixing remarked. Uncle Shuixing, I assure you, I have not caused any trouble. In fact, I have good news to share. Chen Fugui replied. Today, I went to work at the forest farm and struck up a rapport with Director Hu entrusted me with the task of removing tree knots, allowing me to work at my own pace. The bicycle in the yard was lent to me by Director Hu, as our team is somewhat distant from the work site, and he feared I might waste time. Really? Xiao Zhigua inquired with curiosity. Of course it is true, Brother Zhigua. We agreed that I would earn 50 cents for the team each day, and I must uphold my end of the bargain. Look at these rubber shoes I'm wearing. They are Liberation brand, a gift from Director Hu, Chen Fugui said with a smile, showcasing his brand new shoes. In a later era, these shoes would be nothing significant. However, in this time, a pair of pristine Liberation rubber shoes signifies one who is at the forefront of fashion. Hurry, let us eat before the dumplings cool. Chen Fugui urged again. Originally, he had intended to prepare a soup, but there were no chickens at home, and borrowing eggs from others was not an option. For today, we shall make do, he concluded. His words seemed to resonate, coupled with the truly alluring scent of the dumplings. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Shuixing and Xiao Zhigua picked up their chopsticks. Delicious. This is indeed delightful, they exclaimed. The thin dumpling skin was remarkably elastic, and each bite of the filling burst forth with savory meat flavor, yet it was not at all greasy, truly refreshing and aromatic. By the way, Uncle Shuixing, Brother Zhigua, I mentioned to Director Hu that he promised to provide us with 15 loads of branches, which he will deliver periodically, Chen Fugui added. At that moment, hearing his words, the dumpling Chen Shuixing had just lifted fell from his chopsticks onto the table, the chopsticks hovering in midair. Fugui, you are not deceiving us, are you? Xiao Zhigua grasped Chen Fugui's arm in concern. I would not lie. How could I? However, we cannot take it all at once, lest others from different teams see, which would put Director Hu in a difficult position. Chen Fugui replied with a hint of resignation. What they desired was precisely this effect, although it seemed almost too remarkable. He had underestimated the significance of these 15 carts of branches in the hearts of Chen Shuixing and Xiao Zhigua. 15 carts? Are they flatbed or high-sided? Chen Shuixing inquired, his voice trembling. Let us not keep it too high. If we say 15 carts, it wouldn't hurt to aim for 20 instead. Our third team will keep 10 carts, while the first and second teams will take 5 each. Uncle Shuixing, does that work? Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Yes, that sounds splendid. Fugui, you truly have a knack for this, Chen Shuixing said, giving Chen Fugui a hearty pat on the shoulder. Beside them, Xiao Zhigua was also beaming with joy. After all, this was 10 carts of branches. Xin was equally delighted, though unaware of their plans. She simply rejoiced in the laughter around her, which indicated all was well. The little one then leaped off the bench, approached Chen Fugui, and, standing on tiptoe, earnestly patted his shoulder. This elicited great amusement from everyone. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It was then that Chen Fugui noticed. It was the first time he had seen Lu Mingyue smile, and in that instant, it felt as if the room had been illuminated by LED lights. Chapter 009. The adorable foolish wife. The dumplings are indeed delightful. However, even so, Chen Shuixing and Xiao Zhigua indulged heartily last night. Despite Chen Fugui's substantial contributions, the appetites of people in this era are considerable. If they truly let loose, such a large pot of dumplings would surely fall short. Upon waking in the morning, Chen Fugui reheated all the leftover dumplings from yesterday, while he prepared a pot of sorghum porridge for himself. It must be said, the sorghum from the farm is exceptional. Having undergone double milling, it lacks the excess husks. The rice from home, on the other hand, leaves the broth a reddish hue after cooking. What are you doing eating that? You can have dumplings with Xin while I have porridge. Upon seeing Lu Mingyue about to serve herself sorghum porridge, Chen Fugui swiftly snatched the bowl away. You should eat the dumplings. Sorghum doesn't stave off hunger. The work you do is labor-intensive. You need to consume some nutritious grains, Lu Mingyue murmured softly. Such a foolish wife. I can still enjoy a hearty meal at noon over there, Chen Fugui chuckled. He felt a deep sense of contentment. Even though Lu Mingyue's concern was not overtly expressed, it was still a form of care. The term foolish wife caught Lu Mingyue off guard, prompting her to glare at him playfully. Xin, who was munching on her dumplings, glanced over at Lu Mingyue and chimed in, "Foolish wife, just eat your food." Lu Mingyue shot her a playful glare in return. The little one, undeterred, happily took a big bite of dumpling. Though breakfast was somewhat simplistic, it was undeniably sweet. This sweetness was felt solely by Chen Fugui. In his previous life, he was solitary. This modest home filled many voids in his existence. "Let us go. I'll take you to work, then I'll head to the tree planting site," Chen Fugui announced. Lu Mingyue hesitated, wondering if riding a bicycle was too ostentatious. "Get on quickly. I can't afford to delay the work at the farm. If I do, they might deduct our grain," Chen Fugui threatened lightly. This proved to be quite effective. Upon hearing his words, Lu Mingyue hurriedly climbed onto the bike frame, clutching her hoe. "Daddy, let us go," exclaimed little Xin, who could hardly contain her excitement. It was her first time riding a bicycle yesterday, and she was overjoyed. "Foolish wife. Hold on to my waist," Chen Fugui instructed. Lu Mingyue hesitated momentarily before grasping his clothing with her fingers. As Chen Fugui applied a bit of force, the bike started moving, and he tightly gripped the brakes. Unprepared, Lu Mingyue bumped into his back. Aware of his playful antics, she felt a twinge of defiance and pinched his ribs in protest. "Really, foolish wife, you're sitting on the bike frame, holding a hoe, and not embracing my waist. What if you fall?" Chen Fugui remarked. Lu Mingyue hesitated once more. But her genuine concern for Chen Fugui being late to work and facing deductions compelled her to obey. Feeling the warmth of Lu Mingyue's body against his back, Chen Fugui felt a surge of happiness within. Riding his bicycle, with his wife and child in tow, he leisurely made his way to the workplace for the day. "Haha, Fugui, hurry up. We've been waiting for you," Chen Shuixing greeted warmly. Upon seeing the entire team from the Gourd Brigade gathered, Lu Mingyue, having dismounted, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she grabbed a hoe and resolutely stood apart from Chen Fugui. "Uncle Shuixing, what is going on? Why are all three teams gathered here today?" Chen Fugui inquired with surprise. "What is the matter? We need to share your good news from yesterday with everyone," Chen Shuixing replied with a smile. "But Uncle Shuixing, what exactly is happening?" "The fields are waiting for us to start," Zhang Kuayu, the captain of the first team, interjected. "Indeed, Uncle Shuixing, our team's fields are quite far from here," added Qi Yuanxiao, the second team leader. However, the attention of the crowd was not on their concerns, but rather fixated on the bicycle that Chen Fugui was riding. Such a vehicle was indeed a rarity in the Gourd Brigade. Even though it was old, it was the very first of its kind in the brigade. "You're all anxious, thinking you're wasting time, but soon you'll be overjoyed," Chen Shuixing remarked, hands clasped behind his back. In previous years, it was a struggle just to secure a truckload of branches from the forest farm. This year, thanks to Fugui's introduction to Director Hu, we'll receive 20 truckloads, 5 for the first team, 5 for the second, and 10 for the third. After delivering this news, Chen Shuixing fell silent. "What? Uncle Shuixing, did Chen Fugui really say that?" "Surely, you jest," came the incredulous responses. "How could Chen Fugui possibly arrange for such a large quantity of branches? That's simply impossible. Uncle Shuixing, you mustn't make such outrageous claims. Can we really trust Fugui's words?" Despite the modest size of the Gourd Brigade, the discussion grew animated, albeit with some skepticism. The low credibility of Chen Fugui within the brigade cast a long shadow, regardless of his bicycle. Chen Shuixing remained silent, turning his gaze toward Chen Fugui. The latter understood the unspoken concern, Uncle Shui Xing was keen to finalize matters swiftly to avoid complications later. Leave it to me. Chen Fugui replied with a smile directed at Chen Shui Xing. The older man felt a flush of embarrassment, although it went unnoticed by others. He was acutely aware that Chen Fugui had seen through his thoughts. Meanwhile, the members of the Gourd Brigade were eagerly watching Chen Fugui. Having already made arrangements with the forest farm, we have a considerable amount of branches to collect. Therefore, let the first and second teams send their trucks over first. We can gather more that way, Chen Fugui suggested cheerfully. Our third team isn't in a rush. We should avoid all going at once, lest others see and misunderstand our dealings with the forest farm. Fugui, will we be able to collect them today? Qi Yuanchao asked, stepping forward eagerly. Chen Fugui nodded with a smile. Yes, just go back and harness the truck. Follow my lead, and we will set off together. This is truly remarkable. Upon hearing his words, the members of the collective began to murmur once more. Indeed. Chen Fugui had underestimated the significance of twigs in the hearts of the members of the Hulu Brigade. During winter, warmth was primarily sought through shivering, and even the straw from the fields needed to be meticulously bundled for the members to take home for fuel. How many bundles of straw could a single bundle of twigs replace? In previous years, how many twigs could one gather? This year, a single team had amassed far more twigs than the entire brigade combined. Despite the presence at Hulu Mountain, one cannot simply venture up to gather firewood. It is simply not feasible. Where could one find so many dry branches? If the forest rangers were to spot those with green leaves, it would indeed be a transgression. Now, the collective had abandoned any notion of being deceived by Chen Fugui. They had all come to a consensus. Would he, Chen Fugui, speak so shamelessly? Unthinkable. Listening to the hushed discussions around her, Lu Mingyue felt a surge of delight. Stealing a glance at Chen Fugui, she found him gazing back at her. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze. Reflecting on this moment, she felt somewhat disheartened. Why should she fear him? She was not truly a foolish wife. With this thought, she pursed her lips and directed her fiercest glare toward Chen Fugui. In his eyes, however, this was irresistibly endearing, far superior to the contrived beauties of later generations, by several tiers. Chapter 010, The Affluent Connections of Fortune. Can wealth truly be relied upon? I hope we are not turned away upon reaching our destination. After such a long journey, our livestock deserves ample nourishment, remarked Su Yaming, the master of the large cart team. Uncle Yaming, do not fret. Once we arrive, we shall load up without issue. The branches from yesterday have been set aside for us. I will handle the other arrangements, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. One must not underestimate the expertise of the production team's cart drivers, especially those handling the large carts. The term large cart does not merely refer to its size. It signifies that the horses pulling it must be the finest in the production team. Presently, the carts are harnessed with 3 animals, either horses or mules, making them the most formidable means of transportation in the entire team. Brother Fugui, how do you manage to acquire so many branches? Inquired Erjuzi, a robust figure sitting on the opposite cart. Patience, my friend. Once this busy farming season subsides, I will find some tasks for our team members to earn a little extra cash, Chen Fugui casually replied. Is that for real? Can you truly secure work? Nowadays, no one wants to hire laborers from outside, Erjuzi quickly pressed. Success lies in our efforts. The labor available at the forest station is limited. We can easily gather some branches. Later, I will consult with the leadership at the commune and see what can be arranged, Chen Fugui assured him. One must not shy away from making the most of this second chance at life. Yet, working outside is indeed challenging. Even if one is willing to accept a lower wage, opportunities may still be scarce, primarily due to the overwhelming number of individuals seeking work. After the farming season, it is a sea of people. As they conversed, they arrived at the site for collecting branches, where Wang Yadong greeted them warmly. Upon seeing Wang Yadong, Su Yaming grew anxious, still in disbelief about the prospect of transporting such a quantity of branches. The moment of truth regarding whether this dream could materialize was imminent. How could one not be nervous? Brother Wang, you arrived quite early. Has Uncle Hu come yet? Chen Fugui inquired with enthusiasm. Not yet. The director will not arrive until around 9. Are we only gathering branches today? Wang Yadong asked. We shall first load 2 carts today, as the team is currently busy. We are merely transporting the crew to the site before proceeding, Chen Fugui explained. Very well, the tree tops over there have all been cut down. Proceed to load as much as you can, Wang Yadong directed, indicating to the right. Upon hearing Wang's words, those accompanying Chen Fugui to collect branches were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming like bright light bulbs. Fortune's connections are indeed formidable, Did you hear what was said? Load as much as you can. Chen Fugui certainly possesses real skill. In the past, to gather more, one would at least have to offer a box of cigarettes, yet they remained indifferent. Uncle Yamming, you may load on your own. I need to discuss a matter with Brother Wang, Chen Fugui stated. Su Yamming nodded, cracking the whip, directing the cart towards the treetops. Brother Wang, if I am not mistaken, are they not from our locality? Chen Fugui inquired. Wang Yadong was taken aback, offering a wry smile as he shook his head. Having spent over a year at the Guangming commune, he sighed, reflecting on his re-education. Do you ever think about going back? Chen Fugui casually inquired. Of course I do. I think about it every day, Wang replied, his thoughts drifting to the vast expanse of land that had forged his fervent spirit, his unwavering commitment to rural roots. Going to the countryside, transforming the world, building a new socialist rural landscape, he began to express, but abruptly changed his tone. Glancing at Chen Fugui with a look of trepidation. If Chen were to report him, he could not fathom the consequences he might face. Chen Fugui clapped him on the shoulder. Brother Wang, it's evident that Uncle Hu holds you in high regard. I've come across some whispers, but you mustn't share this outside. Though Wang feigned attentiveness, he remained cautious, still uncertain about Chen's true intentions after his previous indiscretions. Brother Wang, I've heard this in the county, but I cannot disclose my sources. Dust off your textbooks, significant changes are coming this year. Chen lowered his voice, adopting an air of mystery, gesturing toward the sky. Really? Wang's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly covered his mouth, glancing around cautiously. This was momentous news, potentially earth-shattering. Am I allowed to discuss this? He asked. Anxiety etched on his face. You must keep this confidential. If word gets out, it could be disastrous, Chen said seriously. When you have time, revisit your textbooks. Your education is nearly complete. It is time to return and serve your country. Wang habitually nodded, yet his mind was a blank slate, struggling to grasp Chen's subsequent words. All he could think of were the impending changes. He understood what those changes could signify. After so many years of stagnation, they could alter countless lives. Now, Chen had shared this news with him. Was it true? Who exactly was Chen Fugui? Chen felt quite pleased with the impact of his words, as this was merely one small aspect of his many plans. The impending change at the end of 1977 was a secret known only to him. However, he was confident that even if Wang heard it, he wouldn't divulge it to others. This could be seen as an early investment, after all. What good is it to lack connections? What if he could nurture a cohort of university graduates? What kind of network could that yield in the future? Fugui, I call you brother, but about what you just mentioned, is it truly feasible? Wang queried, shaking his head, a look of conflict on his face. Brother Wang, even if it turns out to be false, what do you lose by studying ahead? Chen countered with a smile. Wang paused, realizing the validity of Chen's point. Even if Chen were merely spouting fanciful tales, would he truly suffer by engaging with his studies? Certainly not. But what if? What if the information he had received was accurate? The county is home to many capable individuals. What if this connection extends far beyond our expectations? Wang Yadong felt a surge of anxiety, his expression shifting rapidly. Beside him, Xiaoxin stared with wide eyes, astonished by the man's remarkable ability to contort his face. Fugui, will you take the exam? You graduated from the 9th grade as well, right? Wang Yadong inquired unexpectedly. I'm barely managing as it is. Even if I were to grasp the opportunity and succeed, could I abandon my family? Chen Fugui shook his head. I haven't mentioned this to Uncle Hu. I wanted to inform you first to prepare you. As for the registration process, that will be taken care of by me. I just need to have a word with Uncle Hu. Fugui this. Wang Yadong began to express his gratitude, but Chen Fugui abruptly cursed and dashed away. Turning his head, Wang Yadong was struck with fear as he observed the scene not far off. A freshly felled tree was crashing down, right in the path of a forest worker who was passing by to take a drink. Chapter 011. What tremendous strength. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the other workers shouted fervently, attempting to alert their colleague. However, their cries only served to halt the worker in his tracks, compelling him to glance back. Should the tree fall upon him, even if he were to survive, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Many turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. Just at that critical moment, a figure dashed forth. As the tree was poised to crash down upon the worker, the individual sprang into action, forcefully colliding with the trunk using his shoulder. Miraculously, the trunk narrowly missed the worker. Nevertheless, several branches still struck him, pinning him to the ground. The shouts of alarm faded into silence, replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. The sawing ceased, and their heads turned in unison, mouths agape. What had they just witnessed? This young man had forcefully shoved aside a tree of considerable girth? What was he doing now? Could it be that he had lifted such a massive tree onto his shoulder? How could this be possible? Was this the feat of a mere mortal? What astounding strength! The series of events left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, their minds clouded with questions. Yet, what were they lingering for? Hurry and rescue the man. After catching his breath, Chen Fugui shouted with all his might. With his commanding voice, the workers rushed over to pull the fallen colleague to safety. With a decisive push, Chen Fugui moved the trunk aside, snapping several branches in the process, which produced a sharp, resonant sound. Fugui, are you all right? Wang Yadong, regaining his composure, hurried to Chen Fugui's side, his expression fraught with concern. Chen Fugui waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, just need a moment to recover. How is that fellow? He is unharmed, just startled. He has some superficial injuries. You should check your shoulder, a worker called out. Oh no, it seems to be bleeding. Wang Yadong gasped upon noticing the injury. Just as he was about to examine it closely, Chen Fugui abruptly turned away, shaking his head. Fugui, what is wrong? Are you injured? At this moment, Su Yaming and Air Zhuzhu also rushed over. Chen Fugui sighed inwardly, wishing to quell their exclamations, for he had inadvertently drawn the attention of the playful Xinxin nearby. The little one approached, her tiny legs moving hastily, her lips pursed tightly. Upon seeing the torn fabric on Chen Fugui's right shoulder, blood seeping through, she gasped in shock. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone should return to their tasks. Chen Fugui called out. I merely stumbled and bumped into the tree, and that brother tripped over a branch. It's nothing serious, understood? This was both a reminder for Wang Yadong and an alert for the surrounding workers of the forestry site. Indeed, the matter at hand could have been either dire or trivial. In the routine procedure of felling trees, it is imperative to clear the area and at the very least, issue a warning shout before the trunk is about to topple. Unfortunately, on this occasion, the two forestry workers neglect this protocol. As for the passing laborer, he too is somewhat remiss, failing to remain outside the safety zone. To put it bluntly, this constitutes a serious workplace accident. In today's context, the manager of the Hu Guangchuan forestry station has reached the end of his tether. On a smaller scale, he has transformed from a hero who attempted to save others into someone who has merely stumbled himself, rendering the entire incident seemingly inconsequential. Wang Yadong, perceptive as ever, comprehended Chen Fugui's implication with a single glance and nodded emphatically. He harbored sentiments akin to those of Hu Guangchuan, marveling at the extraordinary nature of Chen Fugui. Just moments prior, he had felt a twinge of foolishness, relieved that it was Chen Fugui who had reminded him. Coupled with the astonishing news just shared, one could not help but wonder the true identity of Chen Fugui. How could he possibly be an ordinary member of the Hula Brigade? In Wang Yadong's mind, Chen Fugui had ascended to the same esteemed stature as Manager Hu. After all, even if the college entrance examinations were indeed reinstated, it would still require Manager Hu's endorsement for participation. This matter, too, had been deftly handled by Chen Fugui. Others soon grasped the gravity of the situation, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Although it may appear that this incident bore no direct relation to them, could it truly be so? If Hu Guangchuan were to encounter misfortune, would they not risk incurring his ire, possibly leading to their expulsion from the forestry station? The likelihood of such an outcome was alarmingly high. Working in the forestry station was infinitely more advantageous than laboring in production teams. Here, one could eat to satiety, stay warm, and not have to constantly fret over earning work points. Such a fortunate position was indeed rare. Chen Fugui, however, had little inclination to dwell on the concerns of others. He raised his left hand to wipe the tears from his daughter Xinxin's face, reassuring her, "Don't worry. Daddy is fine. It hurts, but Daddy is okay, and so are you." The little one responded with a sob, tears streaming down her cheeks as she buried her head into Chen Fugui's embrace. Her small arms clung tightly around his waist, weeping so earnestly that bubbles of mucus emerged from her nose. Chen Fugui gently patted his daughter's frail figure, feeling a profound sense of value in his decision. Remaining in this era, cherishing his wife and daughter, was indeed priceless. Such feelings, even if multiplied tenfold or 100-fold in his previous life, could not compare to the tangible joy he experienced now. They were merely ephemeral illusions. "Fugui, you must come with me to the station to get bandaged. I need to inform the manager as well," Wang Yadong whispered. Chen Fugui nodded and, with one arm, lifted Xinxin into his embrace. "Uncle Yaming, please have everyone finish preparing the branches and return. Do not mention my situation to anyone. I'll take Xinxin to grab a bite to eat first." "Very well, Fugui. Prioritize your matters," Su Yaming replied promptly. "Daddy, Does it hurt? The little one, clinging to Chen Fugui's neck, inquired. It no longer hurts? For I have Shinshin here with me. Daddy feels no pain at all. However, Shinshin, you've turned into a little mess with all those tears, Chen Fugui reassured her. The little one, however, was skeptical of his words. Originally nestled in his left arm, she wriggled her petite body and leaned to the right to scrutinize closely. Who? She blew gently. Daddy doesn't he hurt? The child earnestly puffed a few times and then gazed up at Chen Fugui with wide, expectant eyes. Why is this so peculiar? After Shinshin blew, it feels cool and no longer hurts at all. Brother Wang, could you see if it truly doesn't he hurt anymore? Chen Fugui exclaimed in astonishment. Let me take a look. Oh, it really doesn't he hurt anymore. Wang Yaming chimed in enthusiastically. Shinshin's little face then brightened. After all, she was just a child and easily deceived. She lifted her small arm to wipe away her tears and then tightly embraced Chen Fugui's head, pressing her tiny face against his larger one. It was fortunate that Chen Fugui was now stronger, otherwise, enduring such a heavy injury while cradling her with one arm would have been unbearable in his previous life. Wang Yadong assumed the role of the carriage driver, allowing Chen Fugui to relish the privilege of riding. He entertained his daughter with playful banter, yet he genuinely wished for her not to worry about him. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards his daughter, one that he could never truly repay. Chapter 012, Wealth and Honor, Please Guide Me. The distance was not insignificant, and Wang Yadong exerted himself, taking over half an hour to arrive at the headquarters of the forest farm. The headquarters exuded a sense of grandeur far surpassing that of the Gourd Brigade, which could not even begin to compare, not to mention anything else. The orderly courtyard walls alone put the Gourd Brigade to shame by several streets. Even the brigade's main office lacked such walls, let alone individual households. What particularly caught Chen Fugui's attention and envy was the substantial stacks of firewood, comprised of thick branches from local trees, a true luxury for rural firewood. Ah, Fugui and Shinshin have arrived. Hu Guangquan greeted with a smile, having just polished his beloved forever bicycle and eager to take a ride. Uncle Hu, I come seeking your help, Chen Fugui called out, raising his voice. While working today, I was distracted by Shinshin and accidentally fell, injuring my shoulder. Do you have any ointment? I need to apply it. Hu Guangquan frowned slightly, feeling a bit put off. You can't take advantage of our unspoken agreement this way. Who gave you the audacity? Wang Yadong quickly leaned closer to Hu Guangquan and whispered a few words. Hu Guangquan's expression shifted immediately. Chen Fugui had effectively saved his life. His duty required him to stay vigilant at the scene unless there were official engagements. Fugui, from now on, you are my brother. Whatever I have to eat, you shall also partake. Shinshin, you shall call me uncle from now on, no longer grandpa. Hu Guangquan approached Chen Fugui with utmost seriousness. Chen Fugui found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing that Hu Guangquan's excitement had caused him to slip up in his words. Nevertheless, he regarded Hu Guangquan with newfound respect. He was a person of genuine character. Perhaps a bit of guidance from him would not lead him astray. Shinshin blinked her large eyes, equally confused by the sudden change. Just yesterday, she was calling him grandpa, and today it was uncle? Oh well, whatever you want me to call you, I'll do it. I still need to be close to daddy. It's fun and delightful. Yadong, summon someone to my office to check on Fugui's injury, Hu Guangquan instructed. In truth, it was not a grave matter, just a scraped shoulder. Our trees are quite mature, and the bark on the outside is not so smooth, Chen Fugui joked. What time is it, and you're still making jokes? Hu Guangquan replied helplessly. He had realized that Chen Fugui was increasingly enigmatic to him. Just yesterday, he had genuinely recognized that Chen Fugui was capable of navigating murky waters, skillfully gaining advantages from him. While he had benefited today, after such a significant contribution, essentially saving his life, how could Chen Fugui remain so nonchalant, as if nothing had occurred? The earlier excitement had led him to call out brother without reservation. This was not an empty declaration. There were many witnesses at the headquarters. Upon arriving at the office, as Chen Fugui removed his coat, it became apparent that a considerable patch of skin on his right shoulder was scraped raw. Witnessing this, young Shinshin, who had just finished her shift, felt tears welling up once more. Shinshin, dear, it doesn't hurt at all, Chen Fugui reassured her gently. It hurts. The little one replied with a pitiful expression. Chen Fugui playfully tapped her small nose. At that moment, Wang Yadong entered with a nurse, and it was clear that the injury was not severe. A simple cleaning and a bandage would suffice. Fugui, to speak candidly, you have saved your brother's life this time. Tell me, What do you desire? I will ensure you receive it, Hu Guangquan remarked after the injury was attended to. You flatter me. Entrusting me with such a significant task and providing so many branches for our team is quite the honor, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. That won't do. I am not one to shirk responsibility. If you don't want to dig up tree knots, I can certainly extract some for you, Hu Guangquan countered. That's even less acceptable. Only through labor can one reap rewards. Accepting something for nothing would give others a reason to criticize you. And it would hinder your future endeavors, Chen Fugui responded, shaking his head emphatically. Are you jesting? Such a grand favor cannot be repaid with mere trifles. It is inconceivable. He continued. As Chen Fugui insisted on not accepting anything in return, Hu Guangquan grew increasingly anxious, aware that Chen Fugui was no fool. However, in this moment, he was at a loss as to how to compensate Chen Fugui. Let us do this. Since I'm already here, I'll just have lunch with you today, Chen Fugui suggested with a smile. Hu Guangquan's intentions were transparent to the seasoned fox that was Chen Fugui, not wanting him to feel too pressured. Chen Fugui extended a lifeline. Then let me arrange for them to cook some meat right now, and we can enjoy it with soy sauce at noon. Hu Guangquan exclaimed with delight. Let us not be over-dramatic. We should eat at the cafeteria. We'll have whatever is on the menu for lunch, Chen Fugui quickly interjected. This matter will follow my lead, and you must make some arrangements for today. Although I am unaware of the structure of your forestry station, I imagine it is rather complex. Instinctively, Hu Guangquan nodded, feeling a sense of dread as he realized how unguarded he had been in front of Chen Fugui. Fugui, have you disowned something? Or perhaps heard some news? Hu Guangquan tentatively inquired. Chen Fugui shook his head, stating that there was no need to investigate externally. To put it plainly, in the entire commune, I doubt there is a position more comfortable than yours as the station chief, he continued. Hu Guangquan's face displayed a hint of pride. Fugui, I am not boasting. In our Guangming commune, I am undoubtedly a prominent figure, on par with those at the grain station. Chen Fugui furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that Hu Guangquan's status needed to be reassessed. The disposition of Hu Guangquan is inherently limited, destined to achieve no more than the leadership of the administrative bureau in the future. Beyond that, misfortune is inevitable. What troubles you, Fugu? He inquired, having noticed the latter's countenance. Our forest farm is an entity under the commune. There is also a forestry assistant dispatched by the County Forestry Bureau to provide technical guidance, correct? Chen Fugui asked. Hu Guangquan nodded in affirmation. Given your leisurely existence, how do you think the personnel from the County Forestry Bureau perceive you? What impression do you leave on the commune's secretary and director, and those who aspire to your position? Chen Fugui continued. Alas, even before having a drink, we've exchanged quite a bit of banter. I must indulge in a hearty meal at noon. Today, let us rest. Tomorrow, we shall tackle the tree gnarls, he remarked. His words lacking fervor yet leaving Hu Guangquan momentarily speechless, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Fugu, please enlighten me, Hu Guangquan said, rising with a grave expression. He could no longer afford to be reticent. Fugu had undoubtedly perceived insights that had eluded him. Chapter 13. Guidance from Hu Guangquan. Who dares to offer guidance? Let it be said in jest, let it be heard in jest, Chen Qinshan remarked with a smile. In the current forestry station, even you, the station chief, lack an official position, do you not? Which brigade was it that you were reassigned from? He often took the time to sift through the memories of his predecessors, hoping to extract valuable insights to bolster his own plans. Presently, within the commune's forestry stations, pig farms, and supply and marketing cooperatives, there are indeed no formal positions. Only at the county level and above can one secure a civil servant status. Take Hu Guangquan, for instance, despite his considerable influence within the Guangming commune. What is his monthly salary? It is likely less than 10 yuan. Yet, in this era, such a position is quite remarkable. Otherwise, he would not be so self-satisfied. I was originally the captain of the Duang Brigade. There was never any formal position. It is merely that our forestry station's circumstances are somewhat unique. Hu Guangquan responded with a wry smile. The forestry assistant provided the order for tree cutting, requiring those trunks, while the remaining branches were to be managed by our station. Otherwise, I would not dare to offer you so many branches. I once heard a saying, one must come from the masses and return to the masses. I have often pondered its true meaning, Chen Fugui remarked, glancing at him. Today, as we arrived at our forestry station's headquarters, the scenery along the way was quite pleasant. Especially those old tree branches. They make for excellent firewood, even on windless days. Hu Guangquan cast an awkward glance at him, fully aware that he was speaking in a roundabout manner. Fugui, must you torment me so? What regulations should I adhere to? After a brief silence, Hu Guangquan inquired. Did I not mention it? One must come from the masses and return to the masses. Do you not yearn for a respectable role within the commune in the future? To contribute more to the people's welfare? Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Indeed, I dream of it, Hu Guangquan continued, his ambition ignited. Chen Fugui felt somewhat helpless. Despite his numerous hints, this elder brother still seemed oblivious. Noticing Chen Fugui's expression, Hu Guangquan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fugui, I am rather slow-witted. Ah, not at all. Not at all. Chen Fugui shook his head. What I truly believe is that our lives are challenging. Just consider our Hulu brigade, after the autumn harvest. We must carefully allocate the grain. And those straw and stubble piles? They're all meticulously sorted. We are merely short of weighing them. Why? Because resources are scarce. And people are anxious about both scarcity and inequality. What is the purpose of the forestry station? It exists to serve the commune. And what is the commune? It is composed of these very brigades. After this, Chen Fugui fell silent, pouring himself a cup of tea from Hu Guangquan's desk and savoring it with delight. If he still did not comprehend by now, then it would be best to give up on Hu Guangquan and focus his thoughts on Wang Yadong instead. Hu Guangquan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Recalling what Chen Fugui had just said about Chen Fugui, and reflecting on the previous statements made by Chen Fugui, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. What does it mean to come from the masses and return to the masses? One must seek the welfare of the people in order to earn their support. If the masses do not support you, how can you have the opportunity to accomplish more for them? Fugui, should I simply distribute this year's branches among the various teams of our commune? Hu Guangquan asked tentatively. Chen Fugui shook his head once more, indicating that such a simplistic approach would not suffice. Consider our forestry farm, which is tasked with dual responsibilities. Life is not particularly easy these days, and the commune's funds are exceedingly tight. Especially during festive seasons, there are numerous military families and those in need who require consolation. We must both assist the people and remain cognizant of the challenges faced by our superiors. Take our village, for instance. We only receive a modest allocation of white flour during the 3 major festivals, with the Dragon Boat Festival approaching on the 21st. I wonder if the leaders of the commune are already feeling anxious. After all, I have noticed that Uncle Shuaishing from our team seems somewhat troubled. The Dragon Boat Festival is particularly daunting. It falls during a time of scarcity. It is customary for everyone to enjoy at least one rice dumpling. I have been enlightened, Hu Guangquan remarked as he rose to his feet, bowing sincerely to Chen Fugui. Chen Fugui did not arrogantly remain seated but instead stepped aside. This scene happened to catch the attention of Wang Yadong, who was utterly astonished. How could Hu Guangquan, such a domineering figure, bow to Chen Fugui? He had never shown such reverence, even in the presence of the commune's director. Was Hu Guangquan mad, or had Wang Yadong's eyes deceived him? Regardless, he swiftly turned away, deciding not to interfere. In Hu Guangquan's mind, it felt as if a profound realization had dawned upon him. This was the guidance from Chen Fugui, astutely articulated, almost revealing to him exactly what he ought to do. Yet, such explicitness would have unsettled him. Chen Fugui's somewhat vague remarks preserved his dignity, which was the true intent behind the bow. In his heart, Chen Fugui had now ascended to the status of a sage. It became clear to him that if he wished to progress and accomplish more for the people, he must align himself closely with Chen Fugui. This young man possessed foresight and a clear sense of direction. Brother, do we have any tickets left? For instance, snowflower cream tickets, cloth tickets, or soybean oil tickets. I'd like to get some fabric for my sister-in-law and Shinshin to make new clothes, Chen Fugui inquired with a smile. Yes. I'll open the drawer. Take whatever tickets you need, Hu Guangquan eagerly replied. Despite Chen Fugui's insistence, Hu Guangquan felt a surge of joy within him. Why? Because relationships, regardless of their nature, must be reciprocal. Just as Chen Fugui had recently saved him and preserved his position without asking for anything in return, it made him anxious, fearing that in the future, Chen Fugui might hold the upper hand. However, at present, he finds himself devoid of such sentiments. Chen Fugui's unreserved request for assistance signifies that he does not regard him as a stranger. In truth, this is precisely the effect that Chen Fugui desires. The dynamics of human interaction are far from simplistic. Moreover, with the festive season approaching, it is essential to foster stability and unity, Chen Fugui continued. The workload in the forest farm has been quite demanding lately. We must adopt a long-term perspective, mustn't we? What shall we have for lunch at our cafeteria? Oh, nothing much, just a block of tofu sourced from the commune. which we will stew for our midday meal, Hu Guangchuan casually remarked. Yet, he was inwardly contemplating Chen Fugui's previous words, recognizing it as guidance for himself. He understood that he must persist in his efforts, ensuring that Brother Fugui can comfortably express his thoughts without concern for his own pride in the future. Chapter 14. Father, what is electricity for? Tofu. That familiar yet foreign term. Upon hearing it, Chen Fugui could not help but savor the delightful aroma of tofu lingering on his tongue. Do not underestimate tofu. In these times, it is indeed a luxury. Quite astonishing, I assent it. Yet this is the stark reality. The current agricultural model is primarily based on production teams, with decisions regarding what crops to cultivate made through discussions within the team. The area devoted to soybean cultivation is minuscule in the overall plan, which predominantly focuses on staple food crops. Moreover, with the exceedingly low yields nowadays, the public grain contributions leave little for the members of the collective. Chen Fugui was unaware of the conditions of other production teams, but in the Hulu team, tofu was only prepared during the New Year celebrations. Even then, it was the team's own production, costing 5 cents apiece. On ordinary days, even if there were surplus soybeans, the members were reluctant to purchase the tofu. After all, what else could one eat? Consuming tofu was truly a luxury. Daddy, what is that? While reminiscing, his little one, playing at the desk, pointed at the light bulb and inquired. That is a light bulb, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. If I work hard, I hope to bring electricity to our team next year, and then we won't need to rely on oil lamps anymore. The little one was genuinely curious, having never seen such a thing before. She stood up on her tiny legs, her big eyes fixed intently on it. Chen Fugui decided to lift her up for a better view. Wow, it's bright. At that moment, Hu Guangchuan also turned on the electric light, and the child was filled with joy at the sight of the illuminated bulb. Haha, I assent it fun? Next year, I'll have the electricity sorted, and even at night, our home will be brilliantly lit, Chen Fugui declared. Daddy, what is electricity for? The little one asked with curiosity once more. Electricity? Do you see the wires on the light bulb? Electricity runs through those wires, Chen Fugui explained. In the future, when our lives improve, we will have many electrical appliances. Even cars will run on electricity, and there will be airplanes that can fly using electricity. Hu Guangchuan smirked, acknowledging his brother's cleverness, but also noted that he was perhaps too adept at deceiving children. If there are cars and planes running on electricity, why not let trains run on it as well? He jested. All right, don't stare at the light for too long. It's not good for your eyesight. Chen Fugui gently urged the little one. Fugui, I must say, I've heard some news, though I'm not sure how accurate it is. Hu Guangchuan remarked after turning off the light. What news? Does it concern the electricity? Chen Fugui inquired with curiosity. Hu Guangchuan gave a thumbs up. Your mind is sharp. Haven't you heard? The Shaowang team and our Dewang team are supposed to be shifting from dry farming to irrigation, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. Oh, you mean that? I've heard whispers about it. However, it has nothing to do with our Hulu team, as our land is already irrigated. Chen Fugui spoke with an air of nonchalance, merely putting on a fade, unaware of the trivial matters at hand. Nevertheless, for him, this indeed presented an opportunity. The Wang Brigade was not particularly distant from the Hulu Brigade, roughly 20 miles apart. Although it entailed significant costs with diligent effort, they might indeed manage to extend the electricity supply. Fugui, success depends on human endeavor. Once I sort things out on my end, I'll invite Su to dine with us and get acquainted, Hu Guangchuan remarked, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his own utility. The matter of electricity was not something that could be accomplished merely by desire. Is the power tiger something to be summoned casually? He mused. However, he was quite familiar with Su, which was a positive aspect. It's fine. There's no rush, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. When I catch a rabbit or a wild chicken, I'll prepare a hearty stew for us to enjoy together. My culinary skills are top-notch, and Xin loves my cooking. Yes, Daddy's rabbit stew is delicious, the little one chimed in, smacking her lips, her heart still yearning for the tender taste of rabbit meat. Despite having enjoyed meat and dumplings recently. By the way, after autumn, if anyone goes up the mountain to gather twigs, let the forest rangers be a bit more lenient. Chen Fugui suggested. The primary conflict with the farmers centered on this issue. As long as they refrained from felling trees or large branches, all would be well. It was crucial to establish a solid foundation for future endeavors. Fugui, why don't you join our forest farm? Other positions may be challenging, but becoming a forest ranger is quite manageable, Hu Guangchuan proposed. In a couple of years, if the opportunity arises, you might even become the director. You would undoubtedly excel beyond me, and when you rise, I could lend you my support. Brother, that's quite a stretch, Chen Fugui chuckled, shaking his head. I intend to take root in the Hulu Brigade. Even if I wish to venture into something new, it will be within the Hulu Brigade. I prefer not to get entangled in the chaos outside. Why complicate matters? Once life settles down, I can enjoy meat and fish stew at home, and take Xin on leisurely excursions in the mountains. Indeed, playing in the mountains. Xin exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. Ah, such a pity. Your intellect truly seems wasted. Hu Guangchuan lamented, though he felt reassured. Chen Fugui harbored no grand ambitions, content to safeguard what lay before him. Even if he possessed profound strategies, he was unconcerned. He found himself somewhat apprehensive about a future where he might need to look up to Chen Fugui. Would that not be awkward? After some idle chatter, it was time for the meal at the Forest Farm canteen. Upon arriving, those dining observed Hu Guangchuan personally escorting Chen Fugui, scrutinizing the scene. Such trivialities did not faze Chen Fugui at all. He and Xin settled down comfortably, satisfied with the day's offerings. Despite the fact that the forestry station is currently one of the more affluent departments within the Guangming commune, the meals they provide can only be described as filling. The rice served is made from sorghum, accompanied by a dish of braised pork belly and tofu with cabbage. Xian enjoys her meal immensely, alternating between spoonfuls of sorghum rice and tofu, savoring each bite. Chen Fugui, observing her, feels a pang of sympathy. The tofu, while well-intentioned, falls short of expectations. The dish carries a somewhat overpowering oily scent, and the meat appears almost undercooked, with an excessive amount of grease added to the vegetables. Although the aroma of oil can be appetizing, an overabundance can become quite cloying. Fugui, what is the matter? Is it not to your taste? Hu Guangchuan inquires, noticing Chen Fugui's slow pace with his chopsticks. Well, I've been consuming quite a bit of meat lately. Today's dish feels a tad heavy, Chen Fugui replies casually. Oh, Director Hu has graced us with their presence today. It seems Diao Lao-san, can no longer keep up. He hears a somewhat irate voice chime in nearby. Chen Fugui inwardly chuckles at his own tongue. He can maneuver through various topics, yet when it comes to food, he is particularly discerning. It does not require much thought to realize that his earlier comments have likely offended the cook. Chapter 015. No way out, don't overthink it. I haven't had meat in quite some time, and I've been feeling a bit overwhelmed these past couple of days, Chen Fugui hastily remarked. Old 3. This is my brother Fugui, Hu Guangchuan quickly interjected in support. That's more like it. Jiao Lao-san, might not boast about much, but I can surely say I'm only slightly inferior to old Song from the agricultural machinery station here in our Guangming commune, Jiao Lao-san stated. One shouldn't indulge in overly greasy food. It's better to eat in moderation. Mixing vegetable soup with sorghum rice can yield a delightful bowl. And one could certainly learn from the children, he added. Had it not been for his subsequent remark, the matter at hand would have been easily dismissed. What did his underlying message convey? Was it not a veiled disdain for Xin's somewhat awkward manner of eating? Chen Fugui set down his chopsticks, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Is Master Diao's culinary skill truly that formidable in our logging yard? Well, old 3 stews are indeed quite fragrant. Even when the County Forestry Bureau came to oversee operations, they enjoyed the meals, Hu Guangchuan replied, his discomfort evident. He was genuinely troubled. The influential Diao Lao-san had clashed with the newly recognized younger brother, and he pondered how to navigate this predicament, especially with the unsettling smile plastered on Chen Fugui's face. He felt a chill creep upon him. Chen Fugui grasped the implications, which were somewhat linked to the peculiar circumstances of the logging yard. Though established by the commune, it was still under the purview of the County Forestry Bureau. It was evident that someone had orchestrated Diao Lao-san's presence. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so brazen in this territory, showing such disregard for Hu Guangchuan. Master, who is looking for trouble with us? A voice chimed in at that moment. Chen Fugui turned to see a young man in an apron and chef's hat, wielding a large iron ladle. This was intriguing. Something felt amiss. The back kitchen staff was making their presence felt even before anything had escalated. He glanced at Hu Guangchuan, recognizing that this was his domain. And as a guest, he should refrain from overstepping. Hu Guangchuan's brow furrowed. While he might not always discern the nuances of advancing methods, he was certainly seasoned in the art of conflict. He too sensed the oddity in the atmosphere. Old 3, what is the meaning of this? Hu Guangchuan's expression darkened. Diao Lao-san was equally perplexed. Why had his apprentice emerged? Even if he was feeling emboldened, he understood the importance of moderation, and the current commotion was becoming rather unseemly. Yet, With several patrons still dining, he found it difficult to swallow his pride and speak softly. It's hardly worth the fuss. It's really nothing. Just the brother of Director Hu, a middle-aged man approached, wearing a genial smile and holding a porcelain teacup. Upon seeing him, Hu Guangquan's demeanor darkened further. Chen Fugui realized that this was Hu Guangquan's rival. Despite being the director, one should not expect him to manage all affairs within the logging yard. After all, many aspired for advancement, and those with the capability and opportunity posed a greater threat to Hu Guangquan's position. Deputy Factory Director Li. It is indeed true that our dear Diao Laosan has his own temperament. We cannot simply take such excellent vegetables for granted, Diao Laosan remarked. Otherwise, with so many brothers and sisters partaking in the meals I prepare, they might think I am merely fooling them. That would be quite unreasonable. For I pour my heart and soul into it every single day. The cabbage strips vary in width and the slices of meat differ in thickness. Is Master Diao showcasing his exquisite knife skills? Chen Fugui interjected with a grin. The tofu exudes a raw bean scent, clearly indicating it has not been blanched. In an effort to save time, he carelessly tossed all the ingredients into the frying pan, ladling a spoonful of fatty oil once it started boiling. To ensure the meat was thoroughly stewed, the cabbage was overcooked and the tofu disintegrated. Such a pity for the perfectly good tofu and cabbage. A simple mix of scallions with tofu or a vinegar-drenched stir-fry of cabbage would have been far more delightful. With every word Chen Fugui uttered, Diao Laosan's expression grew increasingly somber. By the time he finished speaking, Diao Laosan's demeanor had darkened considerably. What Chen Fugui said was not particularly profound. The forest workers typically paid little heed to such matters, considering the meals were free. However, in light of Chen Fugui's remarks, they began to perceive Diao Laosan's cooking as rather lacking, causing the meals to lose their allure. My dear brother, I must say that although Master Diao's dishes may lack finesse, they still possess a commendable flavor, Deputy Director Li interjected. I wouldn't dare to presume. Kindly address me by my name, Chen Fugui replied with a gentle smile. Today, while removing tree knots, I injured my shoulder. And Director Hu kindly allowed me to come here for treatment. I am just an ordinary citizen, unworthy of being called a brother by Deputy Director Li. Hu Guangquan was pleased. Brother Fugui, your words carry great weight. However, Li Duofu's face turned an alarming shade of crimson, astonished that Chen Fugui could be so ungrateful. Did he truly believe that by aligning himself with Hu Guangquan, they would be free from troubles? Old Diao, this dish is indeed rather rough around the edges. Isn't it? Hu Guangquan remarked. Director Hu, we dare not speak out of turn, Diao Laosan replied defiantly. Having been at the forest station for 3 years, every meal has been prepared with utmost dedication. While today's knife skills may have faltered somewhat, should we really dwell on such minor issues? If it is believed that my culinary skills are lacking, then I implore Director Hu to seek a more capable chef. We men revolve around the stove daily. There may be no accolades, but there is certainly toil. Master, there isn't much pay to be had for working here. Take us along. Someone from the back kitchen chimed in. A sense of pride illuminated Diao Laosan's face. These youngsters still possess some conscience. Deputy Director Li observed Hu Guangquan with a bemused smile, realizing the predicament at hand. The situation could either lead to a loss of face or provoke Diao Laosan's supporters. In any case, today's affair was beyond resolution. Hu Guangquan found himself in a dilemma, taken aback by Diao Laosan's audacity to confront him. Emboldened by the backing he had, he genuinely wished to dismiss Diao Laosan and his crew, yet he feared that such a disturbance might adversely affect future prospects. Director Hu, how about I try my hand at cooking? Chen Fugui suggested. Brother, would that really work? Hu Guangquan hurriedly inquired. Are you cooking? I possess a modicum of knowledge in that regard, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. If this place does not accommodate me, I shall find my own refuge. Shouted Diao Laosan. Master Diao, have you truly made up your mind? Without allowing Hu Guangquan to speak, Chen Fugui interjected. When gentlemen converse, their words bear weight. Diao Laosan remarked. Ha, do not be angry, do not be angry, Chen Fugui chuckled as he waved his hand. However, there is an intriguing distinction here. Resigning from a position and being dismissed are two different concepts, are they not, Director Hu? Hu Guangquan instinctively nodded, though he remained somewhat perplexed regarding Chen Fugui's true intentions. Was he, akin to Hu's own thoughts, implying that Diao Laosan was to be dismissed? How audacious this young man seemed. Chapter 016. Chen Fugui's triple triumph. The onlookers, unfazed by the unfolding drama, found today's meal in the cafeteria to be exceptionally worthwhile, even if the food no longer seemed appetizing. The spectacle of the quarrel was far more intriguing. Wang Yadong sat quietly at a nearby table, observing everything with a sense of foreboding. He sensed that following this incident, the dynamics of the farm would inevitably shift. Historically, the two directors had engaged in a covert power struggle, while Director Hu appeared to hold the upper hand. Deputy Director Li was far from a pushover. Should they offend the influential figure behind Master Diao, the repercussions could be dire when the next inspection came around. Unperturbed by the speculation swirling in the minds of others, Chen Fugui knew he had to act decisively today. Otherwise, he would lose both face and dignity. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode purposefully towards the kitchen. "Master, what does he intend to do?" inquired a young man gripping a metal ladle. "Are we afraid of him?" "He never feared anyone when it comes to cooking. He wants to dismiss me?" "I'm eager to see what he is truly capable of," Diao Laosan replied disdainfully, following Chen Fugui. "Deputy Director Li, shall we also go and see?" Hu Guangquan suggested with a smile. Although his acquaintance with Chen Fugui had been brief, he recognized him as a man of principles. Chen Fugui's unwavering confidence indicated that whatever he planned to do was well within his grasp. Hu was curious. Was Chen about to challenge Diao Laosan in a culinary contest? As they entered the kitchen, Chen Fugui shook his head, dismayed by the unsanitary conditions. The thick layer of grease was a potential hazard, and he wondered how anyone could work in such a mess. The others who had followed him and shared his distaste. Is this what we are subjected to daily? Consuming meals prepared in this filthy kitchen? Clearly, there is no time for cleanliness when we're busy concocting dishes, Diao Laosan muttered sullenly. Amused, Chen Fugui shot him a glance and then pushed aside the curtain leading to the changing room. "Master Diao, please have someone open the cabinets," he said with a gentle smile, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet, to Diao Laosan and the others, the words struck like thunder. "Those cabinets are for storing clothes. What business do you have peering inside?" "I'm quitting anyway, and you have no authority to look," Diao Laosan retorted. "Smash the lock for me," Hu Guangquan called out. It was evident that something was amiss within those cabinets. The employees who had gathered to witness the commotion began to grasp Chen Fugui's intentions, their interest in the unfolding drama intensifying. Without hesitation, Wang Yadong seized a meat cleaver from the cutting board and, with a swift strike, shattered the small lock. As the cabinet doors swung open, a cornucopia of oil, meat, rice, and vegetables was revealed within. Chen Fugui's expression remained calm, as everything was firmly within his grasp. This was merely a chef's flaw. With someone like Diao Laosan, could he possibly be free from such shortcomings? Well, Diao Laosan, have we not treated you well at the forest farm?" Hu Guangquan inquired sternly, his frustration palpable. Li Duofu furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was veering in a direction he did not entirely comprehend. "Diao, my dear master, we have borne no grievances in the past, nor animosities recently. I had no intention of interjecting, yet you insisted on pursuing me," Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. "However, I am a compassionate person, and I shall not concern myself with your reasons for your insistence. For now, I have decided to grant you a reprieve, if you will permit it, Director Hu." "Oh, I must confess, as the director, I have been remiss in my duties," Hu Guangquan sighed, shaking his head. "Yadong, please disseminate the message. We shall convene a democratic meeting this evening. I intend to reflect and critique myself, for I have let everyone down. I hereby declare that I, Hu Guangquan, will forfeit 1 month's salary to cover the cafeteria's deficit. As the director, I must take responsibility. Nevertheless, we must heed Fugui's suggestions. There is value in both merit and toil. Diao Laosan, please gather your belongings and depart with your companions." Diao Laosan and his group, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, no longer exuded their previous arrogance. They gathered their clothes, heads bowed, and squeezed through the crowd. "Excellent. We've apprehended the miscreants. Director Hu, you are truly righteous." The onlookers, unsure of where the applause originated, began to cheer and clap, their hearts also simmering with indignation. How much meat had this group taken over the years? It was meat, after all, priced at 8 yuan and 3 jiao per pound. Chen Fugui cast an approving glance at Wang Yadong, who was weaving through the crowd, a perceptive young man indeed. Hu Guangquan, with a hint of shame, waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging his negligence in failing to detect their actions sooner, allowing them to undermine our forest farm. "Fugui, from this day forth, the cafeteria's operations shall be entrusted to you. We must ensure that everyone is well fed. Can you manage that?" "Director Hu, that is not feasible," Chen Fugui replied, shaking his head. Hu Guangquan was taken aback. Why would his brother undermine his own standing? "I am merely a member of the Hulu Brigade. And I only spoke up due to the circumstances that have arisen today, Chen Fugui declared robustly. For the next few days, I can oversee the cafeteria. But you must continue to seek out a chef. This matter still requires your attention. Director Hu, for you have the collective's interests at heart. Ah, then I shall rely on you, Fugui. You must ensure everything is in order this evening. We cannot allow anyone to go hungry, Hu Guangchuan said with a smile. That is certainly not a problem. I will enlist a few individuals to tidy the place up and will take charge of dinner tonight. Chen Fugui nodded in agreement. The two engaged in their dialogue, hardly acknowledging Li Duofu, who had become little more than a mere ornament in their exchange. Hu Guangchuan felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Fugui was a remarkable talent, orchestrating the situation with remarkable finesse. His intricate dilemma was effortlessly resolved by him, akin to shooting 3 arrows with a single shot. The first achievement was the neutralization of Diao Lao San, circumventing any repercussions for those behind him. What should have been handed over to the public security authorities was instead glossed over with a resignation. Would anyone dare to approach after this? If they did, it would surely be to express gratitude. The second accomplishment was the unraveling of Li Duofu's petty schemes. Upon returning, Diao Lao San would inevitably discern that today's incident stemmed from Li Duofu's insidious machinations. And the third triumph? It was the gathering of support from numerous individuals at the forest farm. He had been caught in a dilemma. Yet Chen Fugui's straightforward handling of the situation yielded such bountiful rewards. Truly, it was a display of transforming clouds into rain at will. Observing Hu Guangchuan and Chen Fugui departing together, Li Duofu's smile had long since frozen on his face. Today, he had unwittingly become the subject of ridicule. And in front of so many, the humiliation was unbearable. Chapter 17. The Fragrant Water-Fried Eggs. Fugui, what happened to you? Just as Chen Fugui and the others emerged from the kitchen, they were met with the anguished cries of Lu Mingwei outside. Wife, I'm fine, truly. Chen Fugui shouted through the crowd. The people from the forest farm tactfully dispersed. Lu Mingwei, breathless and drenched in sweat, wept as if her heart were breaking. Chen Fugui, filled with concern, approached her and gently enveloped her in his embrace. It's nothing, really, just a minor scrape, he spoke softly. You ran all the way here. My silly wife. I already told Uncle Yamming that you need tea. Come rushing over. Don't cry now. Your little face is all wrinkled from tears. In a future era, such public displays of affection would be commonplace, even bold gestures. However, this was 1977, and even as a married couple, such intimacy was considered excessive, especially with many single men around who were stirred by the sight of this loving pair. The man stood tall and strong, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, a truly affectionate couple. Initially, Lu Mingwei had been overwhelmingly worried about Chen Fugui, but now she realized the futility of her efforts to push him away. The strength she thought she possessed seemed insignificant beside him. After a couple of futile struggles, she surrendered, discovering a certain fondness for his embrace. Ahem, Fugui, your sister-in-law probably hasn't eaten yet, Hu Guangchuan interjected with a light cough, offering a reminder. Yes, my wife hasn't had her meal yet. Xin, let us go to the kitchen and prepare some scrambled eggs for your mother. They'll be delicious. Chen Fugui said hastily. His heart ached for her. The journey from the fields to here was long, and in this sweltering weather. Lu Mingwei had made the trek step by step. He was unconcerned about his newly appointed role as the temporary kitchen supervisor or whether preparing scrambled eggs for his wife could be seen as favoritism or embezzlement. His thoughts were solely on her well-being. Sister-in-law, Fugui's injuries are merely superficial, Hu Guangchuan added cheerfully. By the way, I am Hu Guangchuan, the director of the forest farm. Hello, brother Hu, Lu Mingwei replied, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely audible. Regardless, they had made their statements. Her ability to be heard was of little concern. Her heart was still in chaos, and upon hearing that Chen Fugui had been struck by a tree, panic set in. Now, she felt somewhat regretful for rushing over. If only Uncle Yamming hadn't insisted that the blow was severe. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and eat. In the evening, let my brother Fugui prepare something delicious for you, Hu Guangchuan called out. Sister-in-law, why don't we go to the kitchen and appreciate brother Fugui's culinary skills? I must admit, I'm quite curious about how his scrambled eggs will turn out, he suggested, perhaps to alleviate Lu Mingwei's embarrassment in front of the onlookers. When the two arrived at the kitchen, they found Chen Fugui vigorously whisking eggs in a bowl. With a flourish of creativity, he managed to whip the egg mixture into a long stream that extended from the bowl. Beside him, little Xin clapped her hands gleefully. Today's eggs smell divine, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. Haha, We must savor my brother's culinary skills, Hu Guangquan chuckled in response. Very well. Chen Fugui replied before placing a pan on the stove to heat, adding some seasoning and chopped green onions to the egg mixture. Oh dear, Fugui, you forgot the oil. Hu Guangquan exclaimed as he noticed Chen Fugui pouring water into the pan. Old Hu, today we shall fry the eggs in water, Chen Fugui retorted with a grin. Both Hu Guangquan and Lu Mingyue were momentarily taken aback. Can eggs really be fried in water? How can you cook them without oil? Are you making egg soup? Just then, the water in the pan reached a boil, and Chen Fugui lifted the bowl, pouring the egg mixture into the pot. The moment the egg mixture met the hot water, it puffed up dramatically. Wow, little Xin gasped in astonishment. Chen Fugui cast a proud glance at the little one before seizing a spatula to stir the contents. Water-fried eggs are ready, he announced, deftly tilting the pan so that the fluffy, pale yellow scrambled eggs slid onto a nearby plate. The delicate, wobbly eggs, adorned with green onions, looked exceptionally appealing. Even without tasting, one could almost sense the creamy texture and rich aroma of the eggs. When Chen Fugui carried the plate of scrambled eggs outside, it captured the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Such tender scrambled eggs were a rarity. Lu Mingyue, however, wore a frown, increasingly perplexed about how this longtime companion, whom she had known for years, had suddenly become such an adept cook. It seemed he was a mischievous fellow. In the past year, he had always left her to tend to him. Now, it was only when she mentioned divorce that he began to cook. Lost in thought, Chen Fugui approached her and insisted on feeding her a bite of the scrambled eggs. Lu Mingyue felt a bit awkward in the midst of a crowd. She was reluctant to let him feed her. However, Chen Fugui, recalling her previous attentiveness, remained persistent, determined to feed her a mouthful. Mommy, quickly eat. After you finish, Xin will have some. Little Xin eagerly chimed in. Why aren't you eating? I'm already craving it. Lu Mingyue playfully shot a glance at Chen Fugui, then reluctantly opened her mouth to take a bite of the egg. Daddy, feed Xin. Feed Xin. The little one exclaimed, tugging at Chen Fugui's arm. Didn't I give you a spoon? You can eat with it, Chen Fugui casually remarked. The onlookers in the dining hall rolled their eyes in unison. What on earth is going on here? Allowing the daughter to eat independently, then stating that one ought to feed the wife. Have you perhaps reversed the order? Some female employees are currently envious of Lu Mingyue. This couple embodies true love. Their daily lives must be filled with happiness. Brother Hu, do sample this water-fried egg. Chen Fugui scooped a small portion for Hu Guangquan. Although he only served himself a modest amount from the large platter, Hu Guangquan did not complain. Much like Xin. He had been craving it for quite some time. This was the first time he had heard of and seen water-fried eggs. After witnessing Xin devour them with gusto, his curiosity was piqued. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, and then there were no more. Chen Fugui, mindful of his wife and daughter, had not served him too much. The smooth, fragrant water-fried egg was irresistible. It was a rhythm one could not halt, truly delightful. In this era of scarcity, Chen Fugui had managed to elevate the humble egg into a culinary delight, leaving Hu Guangquan gazing longingly at the remaining eggs on the plate. With a sense of resignation, Chen Fugui served him a little more. Fugui, what makes this egg so delicious? Hu Guangquan asked, somewhat embarrassed. Honestly, I have run out of ingredients. If only I could add some conch meat or silver fish, the flavor would be even better, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Incredible, simply incredible. My brother is truly talented, Hu Guangquan remarked in awe. He felt a genuine sense of wonder. The more he interacted with Chen Fugui, the more he realized how little he understood. Yet, such reflections were trivial. What mattered most was the exquisite water-fried egg before him, delicious and fragrant. Chapter 018. Life is often marked by regrets. What have you been up to today? Why are you still cooking at the lumberyard? Lu Mingyue inquired softly after finishing her meal. Nothing much, just they insisted I play the role of their chef, and I couldn't be bothered, Chen Fugui replied casually. Why not? Being a chef is quite enjoyable, Lu Mingyue exclaimed, her concern evident. Chen Fugui remained silent, instead regarding her with a gentle smile. Realizing her emotions were perhaps too fervent, she felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze, which made her feel like a foolish wife. She playfully pinched his arm with her small hand. This position of a chef, while seemingly mundane, holds significant weight, Chen Fugui remarked with a chuckle. On one hand, it pertains to the meals of the lumberyard workers. On the other, it relates to the favors we owe old Hu. Since we are still new acquaintances, it is prudent to leave him some advantages. I'll mention to Uncle Shuixing that you should join me at the lumberyard for work these few days. Oh, I can't do that. How could I manage? Lu Mingwei protested, her anxiety palpable, momentarily disregarding her previous embarrassment. Why not? We can excavate tree knots together and then cook. After eating, we can continue with the knots and cooking, Chen Fugui stated earnestly. I can't dig, and I certainly can't prepare so many dishes. No, it's impossible. Lu Mingwei insisted, growing more flustered. Observing her demeanor, Chen Fugui felt an undeniable affection for her, momentarily placing Xine in a secondary position in his heart. What are you staring at? Lu Mingwei shot him a glare, then, feeling a bit guilty, glanced over at Shizhou. Upon seeing that the cafeteria was devoid of anyone except a few individuals cleaning in the kitchen, she felt reassured. Truly, what a foolish wife you are. Why should you labor? Just play with Xin while I handle everything, Chen Fugui said with a warm smile, with her enchanting eyes sparkling. Lu Mingwei shot him another glare, determined not to be perceived as foolish. It was he who was foolish. Sitting on Chen Fugui's lap, Xin appeared somewhat melancholic, feeling a sense of redundancy in the current situation. Had everyone forgotten about her? Usually, her mother would play with her. What had changed? Honey, how about considering university studies for fun? Chen Fugui queried unexpectedly, recalling Lu Mingwei's academic prowess from her former life. He felt compelled to help her fulfill the dream of attending university, even amidst these challenging times. Stop your nonsense. It's been years since anyone was allowed to take the exams, Lu Mingwei replied, glancing cautiously at Shizhou. Just be careful not to discuss this with anyone else. If others hear, it could lead to trouble, she advised sternly. Don't laugh. Take my words seriously. Chen Fugui nodded with a smile. Wang Good. Come here for a moment. Hey, Fugui, what's up? Wang Yadong, who was overseeing the kitchen cleanup, hurried over. Wang Good. Share the rumors you've heard from the county with my wife, Chen Fugui said with a grin. Wang Yadong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He cautioned against speaking of this matter indiscriminately and suggested that one should devote more time to reading. After all, there was a possibility that the college entrance examination might be reinstated this year. He was a perceptive individual, and although he could not comprehend why Chen Fugui was taking such a convoluted route, he remained cooperative. As he spoke, a vigilant expression adorned his face, exuding an air of mystery. Nevertheless, his conviction grew stronger within. He believed that the information conveyed by Chen Fugui was likely accurate, for otherwise, he would not have chosen to relay it through him to his wife. Brother Wang, is this true? Lu Mingwei suddenly became animated. It was impossible not to be excited. This was indeed monumental news. She did not trust Chen Fugui due to his poor credibility, but she placed her faith in Wang Yadong because he was a reputable worker at the forest farm. Chen Fugui felt somewhat helpless, recognizing this dilemma. Despite his efforts to persuade others, he was unable to sway Lu Mingwei's opinion. The saying Rome wasn't built in a day resonated with him. He had indeed made many mistakes in the past and could only gradually restore his standing in Lu Mingwei's eyes. Dear sister-in-law, to be honest, I am counting on Fugui. I have inquired, and he is quite the diligent student, Wang Yadong remarked. That seems reasonable. I'll read on my own for now. And once I have conducted some research, I will study at our home, Chen Fugui replied modestly while casting a glance at Wang Yadong. Agreed, then it's settled. Wang Yadong responded with uncontainable joy. He felt no embarrassment. After all, without the audacity to seize opportunities, one could hardly expect to reap rewards. Today, Chen Fugui had asserted that if he were to participate in the college entrance examination, he would be in a position of confidence. Then, if that is the case, won't you take the exam? Or perhaps you should. What if you succeed? Lu Mingwei suggested. I'll stay at home to manage the household and take care of Xin. Chen Fugui playfully tapped her nose and declared, from now on, I will be responsible for providing for the family, while you will be the beautiful flower. Once these few days of busyness pass, we shall embark on a grand shopping spree at the supply and marketing cooperative. For me, whether or not I attend university makes little difference. With my abilities, I can carve out my own path. You will then have the freedom to pursue whatever you desire. Lu Mingwei shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, You speak so frivolously. If you were capable, why have you not done so already? Why endure such hardship? Well, you see, I call this accumulating knowledge for a grand reveal. I have been contemplating the essence of life, Chen Fugui replied earnestly. Why are you like this? Attending university is a splendid opportunity. You might even secure a position at the commune, Lu Mingwei urged. Do not worry. Life at home will be just as fulfilling, Chen Fugui remarked casually. Brother Wang, please fetch me a set of textbooks. After I finish my research, I will compile some supplementary materials. We'll need to separate the arts and sciences and gather additional newspapers for the political exam. Sure, leave all of that to me, Wang Yadong responded cheerfully. He was determined to align himself closely with Chen Fugui, for after witnessing Chen's capabilities today, he was thoroughly impressed. Later, I will jot down the dishes I need to prepare in the coming days, and you can assist me with the shopping, Chen Fugui added. Wealth and prosperity, well? This is all procured by the cafeteria. Wang Yadong grew anxious. There are interests at stake here. How could such a lucrative opportunity be overlooked? I still have to deal with tree knots. Where would I find the time to manage this? However, Chen Fugui shook his head. You handle matters with diligence and have a clear understanding. I cannot trust this to others. The best days are yet ahead of us. What we have now is nothing. We must harbor the spirit of a mighty eagle within us, instead of merely seeing the immediate gains like a sparrow. The future stretches long before us. Wang Yadong nodded earnestly, grasping the essence of Chen Fugui's words. Fugui, even if I could take the exam, I want tea. After Wang Yadong left, Lu Mingyue spoke up. Why not? This is such a splendid opportunity. Chen Fugui was taken aback. Lu Mingyue cast him a glance and cradled Xinshin in her arms, saying, I cannot bear to part with Xinshin. I cannot live without her. Chen Fugui was momentarily speechless. Indeed, this little one is not only the apple of his eye but also his wife's. Life inevitably harbors some regrets. It seems this matter requires further contemplation. And I must find another path for my wife. Chapter 019. Old who invested a fortune. Lu Mingyue held simple and pure aspirations in her heart, to have enough to eat, to stay warm, and to nurture Xinshin as she grew. This was her contentment. The notion of attending university held as much significance for her as whether she had an extra piece of meat. If she couldn't have it, she wouldn't crave it. As long as Xinshin could enjoy it. Her thoughts did not dwell on such matters. Instead, her mind was preoccupied with whether Chen Fugui could maintain his stable position cooking at the forest farm. In this era, being the head chef of a cafeteria, though seemingly simple, was a remarkably secure job. The compensation at the forest farm far exceeded that of any production team. Fugui, have you reconsidered working here? Lu Mingyue inquired softly while washing the cabbage. What does it matter? You're planning to divorce me anyway. Chen Fugui sighed deliberately, wearing a look of despondency. Why must you be so insufferable? Lu Mingyue shot him a glare, feeling somewhat helpless. The former Chen Fugui had been quite intolerable, neglecting family matters and spending his days drinking and gambling. Now, although he treated both her and Xinshin well and had become more capable, she felt utterly powerless regarding him. Brother, how will we manage dinner? At that moment, Hu Guangquan joyfully entered from outside. We're still making braised cabbage. The meat broth is simmering, Chen Fugui replied casually. No need for so much oil. Just stir-fry the chopped cabbage in the pot. Pour in the broth, add the meat slices, and let it boil for 10 minutes. He instructed. As a chef, you must be swift. It will be fine as long as it's done adequately. Later, we can compile a menu so everyone knows what to expect. Understood. I will heed your advice, Hu Guangquan quickly nodded. He was a person of the occasion. Aware that Chen Fugui's reluctance to cook was an opportunity for him, a favor extended. Regardless of who was brought in, the gesture was substantial. Moreover, during Chen Fugui's temporary tenure, he had set a standard. Any future chef attempting to cut corners would find it challenging. Xinshin, look what uncle has brought you. Hu Guangquan extended his hand toward Xinshin. Candy, what is this? The little one asked curiously. Chen Fugui turned his head to glance, startled by the sight. Old Hu, you have truly outdone yourself, he remarked after wiping his hands on his apron. Hu Guangquan had indeed invested considerably. The two small gifts for Xinshin were 20 pieces of white rabbit milk candy and a 1-pound bag of milk powder. In later years, such items might seem trivial. But in this time, even in Guangming Commune, one would struggle to find white rabbit milk candy, let alone in the county. Fugui, how do you know about this? Hu Guangquan asked curiously. White rabbit milk candy. A pound likely costs over 2.5 yuan, and it's scarce, Chen Fugui replied. As for the milk powder, it probably costs 3 yuan or more. People commonly refer to it as high-ranking powder. In our small locality, it is simply unthinkable. Goodness, is this stuff really that expensive? Xinshin cannot accept it, Lu Mingyue quickly interjected. She truly did not take it to heart. Little did she expect that these were items of immense value. What would be the worth of these two items combined? What business do you two have with this? This is meant for my dear niece. Her nutrition must be lacking. So a little high-quality powder will do her good. Hu Guangquan appeared nonchalant, yet felt a deep sense of contentment. Even when gifting items, one must encounter discerning individuals. Originally, he possessed 50 pieces of white rabbit creamy candy, but after sharing 30 with his wife and child, he brought the remainder for Xinshin. At this moment, he was increasingly convinced that Chen Fugui's background was genuinely profound. Such candy and high-quality powder would not be recognized by just anyone outside. As Chen Fugui stated, "Can wealth alone procure them? One shouldn't even dream of white rabbit candy. It likely needs to be sourced from the city." The high-quality powder was somewhat acceptable, as there were only a few dozen pounds available in the entire county. If Chen Fugui lacked a significant background, how would he be acquainted with these? He had indeed invested considerably. Otherwise, he would not part with such treasures. Little Xinshin was now in a dilemma. She genuinely desired the candy, but her mother forbade her from having it. Thus, the conflicted little one turned to Chen Fugui, knowing her father would resolve the matter. Initially surprised, Chen Fugui quickly assisted the child by unwrapping a piece and placing it in her mouth. As the sweet and fragrant white rabbit candy melted in her mouth, her eyes widened in delight, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. It was delicious. This candy was indeed exquisite. Chen Fugui unwrapped another piece and offered it to Lu Mingwei. Unlike little Xinshin, Lu Mingwei felt quite shy. "Go ahead, I must continue cooking," Chen Fugui teased. "I want to eat. You and Xinshin enjoy it," Lu Mingwei replied, lowering her gaze. "Then I shall hold it up. You might as well skip dinner tonight," Chen Fugui declared. Lu Mingwei shot him a glare, questioning how he could be so teasingly relentless. Aware of his stubborn nature, she hesitated, but ultimately let the candy rest in her mouth. It was truly fragrant, sweet, and delicious. Chen Fugui was quite satisfied. Whether he ate or not was inconsequential, as his wife and child deserved the best. Hu Guangchuan felt increasingly reflective, observing how this couple was so sweet together. He hadn't eaten any candy himself and felt somewhat overwhelmed. For the remainder of the time, Chen Fugui engaged in casual conversation with Hu Guangchuan, while Lu Mingwei blushed, diligently washing the cabbage. Despite the light banter, Chen Fugui approached cooking with utmost seriousness. Their essay saying in later times, "Don't focus on the advertisement, but rather on the efficacy." Chen Fugui had sent off the troublesome Diao Laosan. His culinary skills would be judged by the feedback from the workers, wouldn't they? During mealtime, Hu Guangchuan paid close attention and was utterly astonished. The seemingly bland and oil-free stewed cabbage was devoured with such fervor that everyone remained engrossed, not lifting their heads. Even during formal celebratory meals, he had never witnessed such enthusiasm for the food. Even the soup was entirely consumed, leaving not a drop behind. "How is it that you are so remarkable, Fugui?" Hu Guangchuan inquired. "Haha, the secret lies entirely in this pot of soup," Chen Fugui replied with a smile. "The flavor of the broth is robust, and the cabbage need not be boiled to a mush. Such a dish is fragrant yet not greasy. When winter storage arrives, we should prepare ample pickled vegetables, for they will enhance the meal even further." Hu Guangchuan nodded vigorously, then began to eat earnestly. It was imperative to focus, for no one was attending to him, as the others were fervently indulging in their meal. Chapter 20. Prosperous? Truly prosperous today has indeed been a day of grand undertakings, and Chen Fugui has reaped commendable rewards. The milk candies and powdered milk he brought back, along with an extra pound of lean meat discreetly added by Wang Yado, are but trifles. His greatest triumph, however, lies in the fact that he has firmly established his footing within the brigade and the forest farm, earning a measure of respect and esteem. In this era, wishing to accomplish something requires more than mere words. One must earn the trust and willingness of others to heed one's counsel. Riding leisurely on his bicycle, the sight of his home came into view. Yet Chen Fugui halted. Observing the anxious villagers waiting at his doorstep, he felt a heaviness in his chest. "Uncle Shuaisheng, why are you all here?" Chen Fugui called out. "Fugui, how are you? Is your injury severe? Yaming mentioned you lost quite a bit of blood." Chen Shuaisheng hurriedly approached. "Fugui, that task was exceedingly perilous. Do not engage in it again. I will enlist the help of others from the team," added Xiao Xinghua. The other villagers gathered around, expressing their concern for his well-being. "Rest assured, it is merely a superficial wound. A night's sleep will suffice. Everyone, please return home and rest. We still have work to do tomorrow, gathering branches." Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Seeing him so vibrant and full of life, the villagers felt truly reassured. They also noticed the bag tied to the side of his bicycle, knowing it was filled with delightful treasures. Yet, no one felt envy. This was Fugui's skill. After all, he had procured so many branches for everyone. What more could he desire? "Daddy, why are you crying?" Xin asked curiously as they walked into the yard. Nonsense. Daddy isn't crying. I merely squinted my eyes, Chen Fugui playfully responded. El Mingyue chuckled softly, realizing he was only teasing Xin, assuming no one else had noticed. Yet, she found herself perplexed. After all this time married to Chen Fugui, she had never seen him shed a tear. Little Xin cherished the milk candies immensely, hiding them in several places out of concern. Chen Fugui had to coax her to wash her face and little feet. Just how much did she long for those candies? She didn't even require a bedtime story from him. Her tiny hands clutched the candy bag tightly. Snuggled in Chen Fugui's embrace, she soon drifted off to sleep. El Mingyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to sleep on the Kong. Chen Fugui didn't mind, for he was determined to win her heart again. This was merely the beginning. Stretching widely, he felt utterly exhausted from the day's labor. After a grand yawn, he succumbed to a deep slumber, his heart filled with contentment. Despite the challenges of his previous life, this body was truly remarkable. Yet, as he fell into a hazy sleep, a sense of unease washed over him. Had he truly fallen asleep? Or was he still awake? Why was there a fog enveloping the room? When he finally discerned the truth, he realized he was indeed dreaming. It was not his own dilapidated house. It seemed to be situated in the wilderness. A faint mist enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. As he listened to this sound, he shook his head, his face etched with astonishment. He recalled that he had also heard the sound of water after drinking the previous day. Thirsty, he had ventured towards it, only to plunge headfirst into the spring, thus beginning his rebirth. Taking a few steps towards the sound, he beheld the familiar yet unfamiliar spring before him and could not resist rubbing his eyes. Then he pinched his thigh with considerable force, wincing at the sharp pain. Was this not a dream? Was he destined for rebirth once more? What would happen to his wife? What about his daughter? Dad, why are you in Xin's dream? The melodious voice of Xin reached his ears just as he was engulfed in confusion. His body froze in disbelief. What was happening? He then noticed Xin's small form squatting beside him, intently observing the spring. She dipped her tiny hand into the water, stirring it playfully, while the other hand securely held a small bag filled with white rabbit candies. Xin, can you see Daddy? Chen Fugui, momentarily dazed, spoke without thinking. Xin tilted her head to glance at him, completely unaware of the meaning behind his words. Chen Fugui reached out to pinch her soft, warm cheek. The little one took it as a playful gesture and nestled into his embrace, wrapping her small arms around his neck. At this moment, Chen Fugui was certain that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. His daughter was genuinely there beside him. Was this a prelude to their shared rebirth? But what about his wife? His mind spiraled with chaotic thoughts. Wait a moment. What had Xin just said? She had come into the little one's dream? Xin, tell Daddy. Do you often have this dream? Chen Fugui asked anxiously. The little one furrowed her brow and nodded, expressing that it was not enjoyable at all since she never dreamed of her mother. Xin, think carefully. Did you dream of Daddy drinking water here? Chen Fugui's heart raced as a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. The little girl nodded obediently once more. Daddy was drunk, and when Xin called for him, he ignored me. At that moment, Chen Fugui's head buzzed with clarity. Everything fell into place. His rebirth was likely intertwined with this place and Xin. The unfortunate body he had inherited was not inherently strong. It was the result of the spring he now gazed upon. The location he found himself in must be the legendary realm. Had he truly stumbled upon prosperity? The land before him and the spring could very well be akin to a treasure, in an age where merely satisfying hunger was a challenge. Agriculture in this context would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than any futuristic technology. Even if one aspired to pursue high-tech innovations, would there be a market for it? Such endeavors would surely lead to bankruptcy. With his thoughts racing, Chen Fugui's gaze returned to the bubbling spring before him. Xian, the water here is delightful. You should try it, Chen Fugui said with a smile. Xian blinked her large eyes, puzzled as to why her father wanted her to drink water from outside. Chen Fugui believed in leading by example and leaned over to take a sip himself. The refreshing sensation was indeed pleasant, invigorating him considerably. His reasoning was quite simple. If he could reap such benefits from it, perhaps his little daughter, who was malnourished, might also experience a fundamental change after drinking it. The little one, seeing her father enjoying the water, found it amusing and leaned forward to take a sip with her tiny hands. After drinking, she smacked her lips, seeming to enjoy it as well. Poor little thing. Under Chen Fugui's coaxing, she continued to drink, almost to the point of being tipsy, letting out hearty burps. Xian, this is our secret place to play. We must keep it confidential and not tell anyone, Chen Fugui instructed. The little girl nodded happily, though in her innocent world, she had no understanding of what secrecy meant. She simply found the situation entertaining. She extended her small finger, engaging Chen Fugui in a playful pinky swear. Feeling reassured, Chen Fugui began to explore the space with his daughter. The area was not particularly vast, merely about an acre in size. He thought that when he had the time, he would develop the space further, albeit with caution. Daddy, what is this fog around us? Xin pointed to the mist surrounding them. Chen Fugui glanced around and shook his head. He was also curious, but every time he attempted to venture further, it felt as though a barrier held him back. After a playful time with his daughter, he shifted his thoughts and took her back outside of the space. Xin found it quite fascinating. But being just a small child, she let out a little yawn and soon fell asleep. Chapter 021. Little Xin, wet the bed Xin, wake up quickly. You've wet the bed. Chen Fugui was deep in slumber, only vaguely registering Lu Mingyue's voice. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lu Mingyue seated cross-legged, her face etched with concern. At that moment, little Xin also stirred awake, glancing at the large map she had drawn, her expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. Didn't T-Mommy say that if you need to pee at night, you should call for her? Lu Mingyue remarked. Mommy, last night I drank a lot of water. The little one confessed earnestly. Lu Mingyue playfully tapped her small nose. Oh, so you've learned to lie, have you? Well, no sweets for you today. Good children don't lie, and if you're not a good child, you won't get any candy. In a swift motion, the little one clutched the candy bag to her chest, casting a desperate glance at Chen Fugui. But I really did drink a lot of water yesterday. And Daddy told me to drink it. I didn't even want to. Well, it was indeed me who urged Xin to drink water, Chen Fugui admitted. Lu Mingyue shot him a disapproving look. It was all too obvious. He merely wished to placate their daughter and was attempting to collude with her against her mother. She was no fool. Who did he think he was deceiving? In truth, he had indeed encouraged her to drink water. Under Lu Mingyue's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Fugui felt a twinge of guilt. Yes, water, in the middle of the night, he stammered. Seeing that Chen Fugui remained obstinate, Lu Mingyue retorted angrily. Chen Fugui glanced at their daughter, offering her a resigned look. In that moment, he decided to abandon his ally and side with his wife. He inched closer to Lu Mingyue, giving her a gentle nudge with his shoulder. Xin is growing up. It's not as if she wets the bed regularly. Let us forgive her this time, and I'll keep an eye on her in the future. You're making me sound like a bad mother. How can I indulge a child who lies? Lu Mingyue muttered. Xin, listen to Mommy and be a good child. We must not lie in the future. Mommy is not upset about you wetting the bed. She is upset because you lied. Yes, Xin is a good child. First, let Mommy clean you up. Then we'll have breakfast, and afterward, we can work with Daddy. Chen Fugui chimed in to support. Xin blinked her large eyes, her little mind struggling to comprehend the situation. What was going on? Shouldn't Daddy be defending her? Yet, something felt amiss. The little one was unaware that she had been betrayed by her father, who had thrown her under the bus. Upon hearing that they could play outside after breakfast, she cast aside her worries. Whatever happens, I'm not letting go of the candy bag. Wife, I'll fetch some water shortly. After starting to boil rice porridge, Chen Fugui announced. Yes, and please fetch a tub for Aunt San. Uncle San has injured himself, and Aunt San is getting on in years, Lu Mingyue replied. Absolutely, leave it to me. Xin, come help Daddy fetch water. Chen Fugui waved his hand grandly. Okay. The little one, now donned in new trousers, responded eagerly. Scampering over to Chen Fugui's side, Lu Mingyue felt utterly helpless, convinced that the father and daughter were united in their efforts to bully her. She filled a bucket with water for the purpose of irrigation. The Hulu Brigade had no electricity, let alone running water. The entire brigade shared a single well. A so-called Western well, which was essentially a pressure well, a foreign innovation that earned it the prefix Western. This type of well operates on the principle of negative pressure. Yet it carries certain risks. Occasionally, children or young boys would dangle from the well's handle, and if the pressure inside the well became excessive, the handle could spring back violently, potentially injuring their chins. In rural areas, the dawn breaks early. By the time Chen Fugui arrived, several households were already queuing to draw water. Fugui, how's your shoulder? Do you need help gathering branches today? They inquired. Fugui, take a break. I'll help you carry the water home shortly, others chimed in. Thank you all. I still need to continue gathering branches today. It depends on how each small team organizes. Chen Fugui replied with a smile. My shoulder is perfectly fine. Uncle Yu, take a moment to rest. I'll handle the well. If everyone works quickly, we can manage to do other things as well. Are you really okay, Fugui? Uncle Yu, who was currently operating the well, asked. I'm fine, just watch me. Chen Fugui responded, shaking his shoulder lightly. It had merely been a surface injury, and perhaps the cold water had helped. For now, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Once he took over the well handle, the results were astounding. With just one hand, he worked effortlessly, casually applying pressure. Yet, the water that gushed forth from the well resembled that of a mechanized well, albeit with a slightly gentler flow. Everyone, come over. I'm working the well. You can all come to draw water, Chen Fugui called out. Fugui is truly remarkable. What immense strength he possesses. He has really come into his own. Oh, this little rascal has finally engaged in something worthwhile. Take it easy, Fugui. I'll call others over to fill their buckets. The villagers were nearly bursting with excitement. Otherwise, queuing for water every day would be a tedious affair, wasting precious time. With Chen Fugui around, all one had to do was place the bucket down, and it would soon be filled. Fugui, is your shoulder all right? Uncle Shuixing, who had rushed over, inquired. I'm fine, Uncle Shuixing. In the mornings from now on. If I have time, I'll come and work the well so everyone can draw water, Chen Fugui assured him. I used to be quite reckless, but I intend to turn over a new leaf and start anew. I'll select a few capable young men from the team to help deliver water to the elders at home. Good. If you have that intention, then it's settled. Uncle Shuixing nodded with a smile. Chen Fugui had indeed been quite troublesome in the past, but if he had changed his ways, he deserved a chance to make amends. It must be noted, however, that this lad possessed exceptional strength. Operating the well seemed like mere play to him. Fugui, do you think you could help the team with any additional tasks? I heard Erjuzi mention this. Uncle Shui approached Chen Fugui, who smiled and said, Hold on for a moment. We must first complete our agricultural tasks before I can take everyone out to work and earn some money. I have a plan in mind. However, it is not yet the right time. Very well, we shall wait for your arrangements. If you manage to help everyone earn more, I would gladly hand over the position of captain of the Hulu Brigade to you, Uncle Shui replied. Do not joke. I truly have quite a few matters to attend to these days, and even more in the future. I am not capable of taking on such responsibilities. Chen Fugui quickly responded. In this era, being a brigade captain is indeed a significant role. It essentially corresponds to the position of village head, but with considerably greater authority. Chapter 022. The intense collision of reading and dining. Uncle Shui, how many students and teachers are there in our village's primary school now? Chen Fugui inquired, feigning indifference. Our village is small, with only 73 households. The children attending school are even fewer, totaling just 83, Uncle Shui replied. With 3 classes. Principal Su and Zhao Zhihqing manage the children quite well. Some others attend the commune's 7th grade. After 3 years, they can return home to work. Chen Fugui furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that his recollections regarding the school needed refreshing. The current circumstances were markedly different from those in later years. Although secondary schools were now established, due to the unique circumstances, high schools had suspended operations. This 9-year integrated system differed somewhat. Many high school teachers taught in the commune, while the corresponding junior and senior high school content was largely condensed into the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades. However, due to the heavy teaching workload, the high school curriculum was rather limited, primarily focusing on junior high subjects. By the way, Uncle Shui, how much do private teachers earn these days? Chen Fugui continued his inquiry. 3 yuan and 50 cents a month, totaling 3,600 a year. What is the matter? Are you considering having Mingwa become a private teacher? Uncle Shui chuckled. That could work. Now that you have the means, you can afford to ease Mingwa's burdens. Since she married into our village, she has truly faced many hardships, Chen Fugui remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips. The root of Mingwa's tribulations lay within himself. He resolved to ensure his wife enjoyed more comforts in the future. Uncle Shui, Mingwei really shouldn't take up a private teaching position. The pay is too meager. While the work points may seem plentiful, they hardly amount to much, Chen Fugui stated. I've been pondering this. We must focus on the children's education. Knowledge and culture will undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. We cannot let them remain tethered to the land of our village, can we? Fugui, what is the use of education? Just recognizing names suffices. It's better for them to graduate early and return home to help with work. We have 6 children. Without labor, how can we earn work points? I'm planning to have my eldest stop attending school, one villager interjected. I share your sentiments. After the autumn harvest, things may improve a bit, but now, the situation is dire. The young ones are a burden, Fugui, You must find a way to lead everyone to work outside." Another added. As Chen Fugui and Uncle Shui conversed, the surrounding villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. While Chen Fugui had initially contemplated how to enhance educational quality so that future generations could successfully enter high school and pursue university, he now felt utterly overwhelmed. He overlooked a critical issue. In an era where merely securing a meal was a struggle, the notion that education was futile had indeed gained traction. It was not surprising that many held such narrow views. Regardless of the endeavor, one must first ensure they do not go hungry. Yet, what was the current reality? Their sustenance relied entirely on the land of the village. After paying their grain quotas, how much would they have left to sustain themselves? In every household, there are numerous children, all in their growth phase, and that meager amount of grain is hardly sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Dropping out of school to engage in farming has become the most fundamental thought. He yearns to impart to his indifferent fellow villagers the immense value of knowledge in the future. Yet, would it truly be beneficial to voice such sentiments? Would anyone heed his words? "Fugui, my lad, do you harbor any thoughts?" Uncle Shuisheng, noticing his expression, inquired with curiosity. I'm still not very mature. Let me ponder it for a moment. First, I'll fetch some water, and we can talk afterward, Chen Fugui replied with a hint of despondency. Fugui, both you and Mingwe have graduated from the 9th grade. You're educated individuals who have seen much of the world, Uncle Shuisheng sighed. In truth, no one wishes for the children to return home to farm at such a young age. They are still too small to contribute significantly. They merely hope to assist the family to some extent. The older children, upon returning home from school, carry back fodder for the pigs, and every little bit counts. The Wu family has welcomed a girl, and Mrs. Wu is pregnant again. Mr. Zhou speculates it will likely be another girl, while their family yearns for a boy. You and Mingwe ought to consider this matter. With your capabilities, you must strive to have a son soon. This would allow Mingwe to enjoy life at home instead of toiling away, Chen Fugui thought, feeling an overwhelming burden. He genuinely wishes to aid the people of Hulu Brigade, to hasten the improvement of their lives. However, the pressing issues before him are manifold, each presenting its own challenges. In this era, continuing the family lineage remains a vital duty. Even in the face of poverty, families strive to bear children, particularly sons. This belief exacerbates the struggles of families that are already not well off. Yet, this is a topic that is equally difficult to address. It is a deeply ingrained belief that only a son can uphold the family's name. As for daughters, they will eventually be married off, becoming part of another family. Despite his distracted thoughts, his task of drawing water was not impeded. There were certainly some difficulties with the well, especially with the rubber bowl that generates pressure showing signs of wear. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. There was still some rubber available, and a piece could easily be replaced. What's wrong? Upon seeing Chen Fugui return with a troubled expression while carrying the water bucket, Lu Mingwei asked. The mindset of everyone needs to change. We must encourage the children to learn, rather than solely focusing on bearing sons, Chen Fugui remarked. You dare criticize others. Yet do you remember how you used to be? Lu Mingwei retorted sharply. Chen Fugui scratched his scalp, realizing the truth in her words. His previous attitude toward Xin stemmed from this very reason. Well, I intend to turn over a new leaf, Chen Fugui said with a smile. Uncle Shuisheng also mentioned that they are still young and should consider having another child, if only to ensure Xin has a companion in the future. Lu Mingyue paid him no mind, focusing instead on preparing porridge and pickled vegetables. By the way, how should that high-nutrient powder be consumed? Let's give it to Xin to help her regain her strength, Lu Mingwei remarked after preparing it. I'll prepare it shortly. This bag should last Xin for a few days. Chen Fugui casually added. Well, in the future, we could make some rice porridge. Having sorghum porridge in the early morning is quite nice, especially when paired with pickled radish. He initially intended to propose a friendly suggestion, but upon noticing the glance from Lu Mingwei, he quickly retracted his words. Observing from the side, Xin blinked, forming her own conclusions. Father is indeed a good dad, but mother is even more formidable. When mother is around, one must remain by her side. Chapter 023. Chen Fugui becomes a guiding light despite the presence of certain vexations. Life must continue as usual. Each day begins with assisting the gourd brigade in well maintenance, followed by a hearty breakfast before escorting his wife to work, and subsequently carrying his daughter to excavate tree knots. This task is approached with a leisurely attitude. And once it is nearly complete, he heads to the forest farm's canteen to prepare a meal. After enjoying a delightful repast and sipping tea, he resumes digging tree knots with his daughter, all the while bringing home some delectable dishes for his wife. As for the current Chen Fugui, both the members of the gourd brigade and the workers at the forest farm expressed their satisfaction. Observing the branches being gathered into substantial piles brings immense joy to the brigade members. With winter approaching, there is hope for warmth. A little extra firewood will surely enhance their comfort during the cold nights. It must be noted that Fugui possesses remarkable skills, as this year's collection of branches exceeds last year's by 3 carts, a feat previously unimaginable. The forest farm workers are genuinely relishing their meals now. Even though the food may appear modest, it is surprisingly delightful. Who would have thought that shredded potatoes could be enjoyed as a cold dish? The best part is that the menu is announced in advance, posted prominently in the canteen, a significant improvement over the days when old Third Yao managed the kitchen. Master Fugui is truly exceptional. It is entirely normal for him to bring home treats for his wife daily. He never discreetly takes anything, rather. He openly shares his contributions with everyone, ensuring that all are aware. He does not accept a single penny for his labor. Yet he works tirelessly to prepare meals for everyone, receiving far too little in return. Meanwhile, as Chen Fugui continues to excavate tree knots, he extracts yet another one and hoists it onto his shoulder. This marks the end of the morning's work, as he must head to the forest farm to cook. Fugui, could you enlighten me? I need to learn something, calls out Wang Yadong, who has been attentively observing him. This is a matter that has long troubled him. He clings to his books yet remains uncertain about what to study. Focus on the trigonometric functions in mathematics, memorize the formulas for chemistry, and understand the interactions of forces in physics. Language arts may be a bit more intricate. You should read more articles, Chen Fugui casually suggests. And politics? That topic is rather broad. Carefully read the quotations and deeply comprehend the spirit of the great leader's directives. Stay updated by reading the news. Familiarize yourself with the events of the year. Fugui, I'm a liberal arts student. Wang Yadong responds with a hint of frustration. That's easily managed. Just substitute physics and chemistry with history and geography. They are merely subjects that require rote memorization, Chen Fugui chuckles. However, whenever I pick up a book, I feel a sense of panic, Wang Yadong confesses. That is because you are overly preoccupied with the matter. You must maintain a calm demeanor, Chen Fugui advises. Wang Yadong offers a wry smile, finding it easier said than done. Is it really possible to maintain a tranquil mind when such a monumental opportunity lies before him? This sense of anxiety over potential gains and losses has robbed him of sleep. For Chen Fugui, this knowledge comes effortlessly, but what about him? Listening enables one to comprehend the spoken words, yet the manner of learning remains utterly perplexing. Regardless, he regards Chen Fugui as a guiding beacon, reinforcing his resolve to keep a vigilant eye on him. By the way, what is the background of Deputy Director Li? Chen Fugui inquired. Initially, the director of the forestry station intended for Deputy Director Li to assume his position, but unexpectedly, Director Hu emerged, causing an imbalance in Deputy Director Li's sentiments. Wang Yadong remarked, I have only heard that Deputy Director Li possesses some connections in the county, though it seems his relations do not align well with the head of the cooperative. Chen Fugui nodded, thus clarifying the power dynamics within the forestry station. The county officials hold less sway than the current management. Deputy Director Li's connections are of little consequence. This is a collective-owned forestry station, and the personnel authority lies with the commune. However, this does not imply that Hu Guangquan can wholly suppress Li Duofu. The tides of fortune may shift. Particularly when politics is involved, the situation becomes even more unpredictable. Fugui, I am resolute in my reliance on you. You must guide me on how to study. Wang Yadong expressed the need to clarify his stance. No rush, I have a plan. After the Dragon Boat Festival, I will consolidate some key knowledge, Chen Fugui casually replied. He truly did not take this matter to heart, as in the initial years after the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, the admission scores were not particularly high. Each subject was graded out of 100, with a total of 5 subjects. Achieving around 300 points was sufficient for university admission. This presented an opportunity, a chance for him to manipulate the situation. His mental resources remained ample, and coupled with a renewed review of the textbooks, guiding his wife and Wang Yadong posed no challenge. Observing Chen Fugui's nonchalance, Wang Yadong felt a twinge of anxiety. His guiding light seemed dim. Even if you are a safety lamp, it would be prudent to bring forth additional wicks. Throughout the journey, he furtively observed Chen Fugui, fostering curiosity in Xinxin. Fugui, are you in a hurry to prepare the meal? Upon arriving at the forestry station's headquarters, Hu Guangquan greeted him. Wang Yadong discreetly stepped aside. Chen Fugui was not merely his own light but also a beacon for the director. He hoped that one day, his illumination would shine more brightly on his own affairs rather than solely on the director's. No rush. Have you all wrapped up? Chen Fugui responded. It is evident that you cannot keep this concealed. Arrangements are nearly complete. Hu Guangquan replied with a beaming smile. This year's Dragon Boat Festival must not burden the leaders. It must be celebrated properly. I've saved you 3 gene of glutinous rice. You can take it later. Chen Fugui nodded, feeling no need to be courteous regarding this matter. Brother, please tell me honestly, should we continue managing the cafeteria? Hu Guangquan asked quietly. I will not manage it. I genuinely do not wish to, Chen Fugui replied. Have you found a successor? He inquired with curiosity. I want to keep it from you. Do you remember the substation director Su I mentioned? His second aunt's husband is a trained chef. What do you think? Hu Guangquan asked. Isn't that splendid? Indeed. Tomorrow I shall no longer oversee the cafeteria. I must take Ye for a stroll around the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Fugui cheerfully declared. Hu Guangquan cast a glance his way, discerning that his joy was genuine, which put his mind at ease. Yet, he still found it perplexing why his brother would abandon such a splendid job to return to the Hualu Brigade for farming. This was one aspect of Chen Fugui that he could not comprehend. He was clearly shunning advantageous opportunities. However, to label him as foolish would be a misjudgment. For the lad possessed remarkable shrewdness. One must admit, he is indeed a steadfast brother. Chapter 024. A shopping spree with my wife and child, my dear. You need not work today. I shall take you and Xin to the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Fugui announced early the next morning. To the cooperative? To buy candy? Little Xin, feigning sleep upon the Kong, suddenly perked up. Are we really going to the cooperative? Shouldn't we save some money first? Lu Mingwei inquired hesitantly. Save for what? We must procure some oil and other necessities for our home. Moreover, I need to buy fabric for you and Xin to make clothes. And we must get some snowflower cream as well, Chen Fugui articulated while counting on his fingers. Yes, I want snowflower cream, the fragrant kind, Xin exclaimed, her enthusiasm soaring as she dashed into Chen Fugui's embrace, clinging to his neck in a playful manner. I don't mind. Buy whatever you wish. But don't feel obligated to get me anything, Lu Mingwei remarked. Though their recent days had improved and Chen Fugui had become more capable, she was resolute in not indulging him in frivolous spending. Chen Fugui, sensing her displeasure, exchanged a knowing glance with his daughter, signaling her to seek approval before spending. The little one nodded obediently and scampered back to Lu Mingwei. Mommy, let us get some fragrant snowflower cream. You're only thinking of snowflower cream. Go along with your father. Lu Mingwei replied. My dear, I still have plenty of time to earn money, Chen Fugui chimed in, drawing closer. I can still collect rice and flour from the forest farm daily. It has been ages since you and Xin made any clothing. Besides, we ought to buy some nourishing food for Xin. Look at her hair. It's starting to show some dark strands. She needs nourishment, and her little shoes already have patches. Lu Mingwei bit her lip, fully aware of her daughter's physical changes. Yet, she firmly believed that now that Chen Fugui had some money, he was becoming extravagant. Mommy, let us go to the cooperative. Xin employed her ultimate tactic, shaking Lu Mingwei's arm and pouting adorably. All right. Let us go. We want tea by fabric. Just a bit of oil and salt. We can forego the snowflower cream and get some clam oil instead. It will prevent our hands from cracking in winter. Lu Mingwei conceded. Understood. I shall heed my wife's wishes, Chen Fugui quickly affirmed. For now, it was essential to appease Lu Mingwei, and once that was accomplished, everything else would fall into place. He had long anticipated the scene of their family of 3 shopping together. After all, what was the purpose of earning money, if not to spend it on his wife and daughter? Yet, these few coins were hardly sufficient for all he intended to do. Moreover, in this era, the significance of money differed greatly compared to later times. While working at the well, he had informed George Guo about Lu Mingwei's day off. George readily agreed, acknowledging that times had changed and a day or two of work was inconsequential. With his wife and daughter in tow, he pedaled his bicycle toward the commune. Although he had memories of the commune, witnessing it firsthand was a novel experience. This was not the future, where grand shopping malls and supermarkets were ubiquitous, brimming with an array of goods. We now find ourselves in an era dominated by state-controlled purchasing and distribution. If one wishes to procure goods, one must make their way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Consequently, upon their arrival at the cooperative, the sales clerks are often preoccupied with idle chatter, ignoring the customers. Yet, do not underestimate the sales clerks. Their remuneration rivals that of factory workers. Earning over 30 yuan a month, they lead a rather pleasant existence. Daddy, snowflake cream. Xian exclaimed, tugging on Chen Fugui's hand, pulling him toward the counter that sold the coveted cream. Chen Fugui cast a beseeching glance at Lu Mingyue before being whisked away by Xian. It was clear that this was Xian's desire, not his own. With a resigned sigh, Lu Mingyue followed behind, imploring, "Please, let us not purchase the snowflake cream. A bottle of clam oil would suffice. It will keep our hands and faces from cracking." Xian cast a glance at the large porcelain jar of friendship snowflake cream on the counter before turning her gaze back to Chen Fugui. "I want a bottle of friendship snowflake cream, and also a large box of 1Z Qianhong moisturizer," he proclaimed. "Oh dear, why buy something so expensive? Let us just get a large bottle of friendship," Lu Mingyue interjected, shooting him an incredulous glance. You know he'll never buy anything sensibly at the cooperative. The large bottle of friendship costs only 1 yuan and 30 cents, while that big box of 1Z Qianhong is a hefty 1 yuan and 12 cents. Just think of how many pounds of sorghum that could buy. It may smell delightful on the skin, but it certainly won't stave off hunger. Do you intend to buy or not? If not, please do not waste our time, the sales clerk, knitting behind the counter, uttered without lifting her gaze. Despite the exhortation on the wall that read, "Do not tire of asking, do not weary of inquiring." "Honey, did you see that? It seems we must purchase something today," Chen Fugui said with a cheerful demeanor. "Then, let us buy a small box of 1Z Qianhong," Lu Mingyue hesitantly replied. She was quite anxious. Fully aware of Chen Fugui's temperament, regardless of whether he was the old Chen Fugui or the current one striving to please her and Xian. His stubbornness was difficult to sway. "Comrade, I'll take a large bottle of friendship and a large box of 1Z Qianhong," Chen Fugui calmly requested. In truth, he was not angry. Rather, he recognized this as a byproduct of the era. The sales clerks were akin to deities in this transaction. Your choice to purchase or not was inconsequential to them. The high counter acted as a barrier, separating individuals from two distinct worlds. At that moment, the sales clerk finally deigned to look up, retrieving the large bottle of friendship and the box of 1Z Qianhong. When placed on the counter, the items landed with a resounding thud. "That will be 2 yuan and 55 cents, the clerk intoned. Chen Fugui extracted the correct amount from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Daddy, Xian wants to apply the snowflake cream." The little one beside him was positively ecstatic. "Just a moment. Let us apply a little first," Chen Fugui replied cheerfully. However, upon opening the large bottle of friendship, he frowned slightly. "Comrade, please exchange this for another bottle." As the lid was replaced, Chen Fugui pushed the bottle of grand friendship back. "Are you here to cause trouble? Who brings items for exchange when shopping?" The sales clerk cast a sidelong glance at him. "Fugui, let us hasten to buy some oil," Lu Mingyue quickly interjected. Chen Fugui playfully flicked her nose, calling her a foolish wife. "We do not seek trouble, yet we must not shy away from it either. Comrade, I shall reiterate my request. Please exchange this bottle for me." "Director, there is someone causing a disturbance here," the sales clerk remarked, amusement dancing in her eyes as she called out. "Who is causing trouble?" The director of the supply and marketing cooperative, adorned with thick glasses, emerged from behind the counter. Chen Fugui felt a sense of helplessness within. Why could they not simply enjoy a carefree shopping spree? Chapter 25, The Arrogant Yet Obsequious Glasses Comrade. "Are you the one causing a disturbance at our supply and marketing cooperative? I must inform you, if you proceed straight ahead and take a left after 30 meters, you will find the police station." The director, with thick glasses, fixed his gaze on Chen Fugui, his expression suggesting that he viewed him as a troublemaker. Chen Fugui chuckled inwardly, impressed by the display of authority. Such a demeanor suggested that he must be at least of the rank of president or secretary. Has the supply and marketing cooperative attained such prominence? The director furrowed his brow and glanced at the sales clerk behind the counter. Ordinarily, one would expect that such an imposing presence would intimidate the other party. After all, they were merely ordinary citizens, devoid of understanding. Moreover, since they had summoned him, it indicated they were from the neighboring team. Regardless of the service attitude of the sales clerks, their eyes were undoubtedly sharp. They likely had saved for quite some time to purchase the Great Friendship in 10,000 colors. The fact that they opened the Great Friendship and sought to exchange it with me was, in essence, a disturbance, the sales clerk remarked. "Comrade, therein lies your error. The Great Friendship is rather expensive. It cannot be casually exchanged once opened. Should you continue to create a ruckus, I will have no choice but to report you to the authorities." The director asserted, his confidence unwavering. Xinshin, Come over here and stay with your mother for a moment. Daddy allows you to have a piece of white rabbit candy, Chen Fugui said, glancing at the little one. Okay, Daddy says I can eat it, the child replied cheerfully. She then retrieved a piece of white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, quickly unwrapped it, and took a swift lick. This was her little scheme. She only permitted herself one piece daily, fearing that her mother might restrict her. She decided to savor a lick first, justifying that once she had licked it, she could eat it. Comrade, even if you wish to exchange it, you ought to provide a reason. Otherwise, if everyone were to act as you have, how would we continue to sell our goods? The director stated. Hearing his words, the sales clerk behind the counter was taken aback. What had transpired? Why was the director suddenly softening his tone? This was unexpected. Chen Fugui frowned slightly. Noting the director's sudden shift from arrogance to obsequiousness, something was amiss. Fugui, we have completed our purchases. Let us return home, Lu Mingwei said cautiously. Chen Fugui offered her a reassuring glance and then turned to the director. You are the head of this cooperative, and you are well aware of the matters at hand. Why not take a look for yourself? If you ascertain there are no issues, I shall take it with me. The director, skeptical, twisted open the cap of the Great Friendship. Observing the slight rise of the small seal at the bottle's mouth, he understood the situation. Feng Shuejiao, your monthly bonus is hereby withheld, and you are to submit a profound written reflection, the director commanded, resealing the cap. On what grounds? Feng Shuejiao protested, slamming the sweater she was knitting onto the counter. The director was seething. There were unwritten rules in every endeavor, and at times, the sales clerks would take liberties with the items they sold. For instance, with this snowflake cream, they might leave a slight gap to scrape some from within. Naturally, it depended on the recipient. They would not dare to do so with frequent customers. Alternatively, one might consider other commodities such as oil or wine. With a slight adjustment in technique during the transaction, one could indeed procure some. The method of hastily retrieving liquor while slowly extracting oil is cultivated through practice. However, in the present circumstances, it has become evident to others, and this Feng Shuejiao still dares to confront me. Does she rely solely on her brother-in-law as employment at the county guest house? My own uncle drives for the leadership. There is no need for haste. We shall address this matter shortly. Comrade, please remain calm. I will ensure this situation is managed appropriately. Comrade Feng Shuejiao will be first suspended, followed by disciplinary action. The bespectacled supervisor remarked earnestly. Concurrently, we sincerely hope to receive your understanding regarding the errors in our work. Is there anything else you wish to procure? I will accompany you personally. The other salespersons at the supply and marketing cooperative were left dumbfounded. Was the director truly losing his mind? Did he really dare to take action against Feng Shuejiao? Jiang Xian, do not test my patience. On what grounds do you withhold my bonuses and suspend my position? If you do not clarify this matter, I shall not let it rest. Feng Shuejiao was incensed. Having just been reprimanded by the bespectacled supervisor, she was already seething. And now the prospect of suspension made her erupt with fury. Comrade Feng Shuejiao, please maintain decorum. This is a supply and marketing cooperative, not your home. Jiang Bishun replied with a face full of anger. Chen Fugui found the situation rather amusing. They had yet to take action, yet the others were already embroiled in conflict. This director Jiang, so deferential at first and now so confrontational, must have his reasons. Judging from Feng Shuejiao's demeanor, it was evident she had powerful backing. Jiang Xian, it is you who must be serious. Today, we must clarify this situation. You cannot unjustly impose blame upon me. Feng Shuejiao stepped out from behind the counter. Feng Shuejiao, look closely. Is it not true that you have tampered with this jar of snow cream? Jiang Bihun remarked as he opened the cap of the large friendship jar, gently lifting it to reveal the inner lid. The snow cream within was evidently diminished, clearly showcasing a noticeable dent. Feng Shuejiao was taken aback. This was not her doing, but rather an act of sabotage against her. Feng Shuejiao, you have been in charge of this counter from the beginning. Just because you deny it does not make it untrue, Jiang Bihun said sternly. Everyone listen closely. After work today, we will conduct an inventory. I intend to uncover how many capitalist rats are undermining our socialist foundation within this cooperative. You, Jiang Xian, are you trying to ruin me? I cannot bear this any longer. Overcome with frustration, Feng Shuejiao collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. The scene unfolding was utterly bewildering to Lu Mingwei. When had she ever witnessed such a spectacle? Even her visits to the supply and marketing cooperative for purchases were usually uneventful. Little Xian, observing this commotion, felt no fear at all. She curiously approached Chen Fugui's side, watching Feng Shuejiao's outburst with intrigue. She admired her, wishing to learn the art of pouting for treats. though she had never succeeded in such endeavors. Feng Shuejiao, do not cause a ruckus here. Are you waiting for me to call the police? Is it only by dismissing you that you will cease your disturbances? Jiang Bihun was infuriated. After all, he was the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Yet he found himself unable to manage even a mere salesperson. How would this situation be resolved if it were to become public knowledge? Since you, Feng Shuejiao, refuse to appreciate the situation, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Director Jiang, allow me to interject. I genuinely believe that Comrade Feng may be unaware of the circumstances. At that moment, Chen Fugui spoke up. I have no other demands, just a request for a replacement bottle will suffice. I still need to purchase meat and oil shortly. I cannot afford to be delayed for too long. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Bishun was taken aback. The salespeople observing from the side, along with Feng Shuejiao, who was struggling and throwing a tantrum on the floor, were equally astonished. It was due to the predicament he had created, yet he seemed unfazed by the consequences. Chapter 26. The Power of the White Rabbit Candy. Comrade, do you truly not mind our work ethic? Jiang Bishun, convinced he had misheard, inquired once more. We serve the vast populace. Occasional errors in our duties are merely inadvertent oversights, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. Comrade Feng, I believe such occurrences are unavoidable in our line of work. However, your attitude just now was somewhat lacking. An apology to Director Jiang is in order. Thank you for your understanding. Director Jiang, I apologize for my improper demeanor earlier. Feng Shuejiao quickly rose from the ground, her expression earnest. At that moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Chen Fugui. Regardless of the reason, with Chen Fugui's intervention, Jiang Xian could not take further action against her. Jiang Bishun sighed internally. What a splendid ploy of using another's weapon, yet it had encountered such a kind-hearted individual. This Feng Shuejiao would undoubtedly have her own troubles in the future. Feng Shuejiao must recognize her shortcomings. She ought to remain humble and prepared to serve the people in her future endeavors, Jiang Bishun stated solemnly. Please retrieve a bottle of friendship, and I shall attend to this, comrade. Moving forward, one must be vigilant in monitoring the items at the counter. Observing Jiang Bishun's performance, Chen Fugui found it exceedingly amusing. He had been perplexed by Jiang Xian's seemingly obsequious demeanor until he noticed his daughter's hand clutching the wrapper of the elusive white rabbit candy, which enlightened him about the situation. Clearly, Director Jiang was also a connoisseur, upon witnessing his daughter savoring the rare treat. He sought to eliminate Feng Shuejiao from the equation. He pondered the relentless nature of competition. Comrade, do you require anything else? After refilling a bottle of friendship, Jiang Bishun inquired with a smile. 3 pounds of salt, 2 pounds of soy sauce, and 5 pounds of bean oil. As for the wine, I shall forego it. My wife forbids me from drinking, Chen Fugui muttered. In truth, he craved the wine, but as soon as he uttered the word, he felt the metaphorical dagger that Lu Mingwe had thrown at his back. Comrade, allow me to reiterate, see if I missed anything. Salt is 1, 2 yuan per pound. 3 pounds please. Soy sauce is 0, 8 yuan per pound, 2 pounds. Bean oil is 0, 82 yuan per pound, 5 pounds. The total amounts to 62 yuan. Jiang Bihun quickly stated. Chen Fugui glanced at him in surprise and nodded. His astuteness was evident, which explained his position as the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. I shall pay now. Please pack it for me, and I will procure a bean oil ticket. In this era, bean oil is indeed a luxury, priced just slightly below that of meat. In the entire Hulu Brigade, few families could afford it, as most relied on lard or pig fat. Typically, they rarely cooked, thus minimizing their use of oil. By the way, the pork ribs are priced at 0.6 yuan per pound, correct? Please prepare half a portion for me. And I will also provide a meat ticket, Chen Fugui added. Standing behind him, Lu Mingwei gritted her teeth in frustration. How could he be so wasteful? Purchasing oil was one thing, as it could at least be utilized. But why on earth buy those spare ribs? Was that not a sheer squandering of both money and meat vouchers? There was barely any meat on the ribs, mostly bones. The fat on top couldn't even be rendered for oil. What a waste. All right, my friend, please hold on a moment. I will weigh the spare ribs. And then we can settle the bill, the bespectacled clerk hurriedly replied, secretly delighted to have encountered someone not to be trifled with. Only individuals of genuine means could afford to buy spare ribs by the fan. Ordinary families, no matter how cheap or delicious, would hesitate to make such a purchase. The combination of oil and spare ribs amounted to quite a sum. In truth, Chen Fugui wished to procure a few more yards of fabric for his daughter and daughter-in-law to make clothes. However, today, Tempted by a particularly large and inexpensive batch of spare ribs, he could hardly let the opportunity slip by. Little Xin was unconcerned about the cost. She was simply overjoyed that there would be more meat for dinner tonight. Recently, the little one had been indulging in meat daily, and her appetite had grown insatiable. Lu Mingyue sighed inwardly, pondering how they would manage moving forward. With such lavish eating habits, when would it come to an end? When would they be able to save money? Chen Fugui rummaged through his pocket, retrieving the oil and meat vouchers to place on the counter. Ah, my friend. You also possess national grain vouchers? Be sure to keep those safe, Jiang Bihun remarked, his keen eyes catching sight of Chen Fugui's grain vouchers. Haha. These are merely gifts from friends. I hardly need so many. After all, purchasing grain requires money as well, Chen Fugui replied casually. Indeed. Our Guangming commune still has some catching up to do, Jiang Bihun nodded, increasingly convinced of Chen Fugui's exceptional background. National grain vouchers were universally accepted and represented true hard currency. Haha, Fugui, I presume you have brought your siblings along as well. Just as he was about to head out with his purchases, Hu Guangquan's voice reached him. I was just thinking of informing you. Why not come to my house for dinner tonight? Bring Susua along too. Yadong, I hope you can lend me a hand then. Chen Fugui beckoned. Sure. Let me see if there's anything else we need, and I will add to it, Hu Guangquan nodded. Under normal circumstances, such a dinner invitation would not extend to Wang Yadong, as his status was insufficient. However, since Chen Fugui had spoken, it posed no issue. There's nothing more we require. Later, I will head to the mountains to catch a wild chicken and a rabbit for a hearty stew, Chen Fugui declared. Xin, tell your uncle what else you would like. He will buy it for you, Hu Guangquan cheerfully suggested. Uncle, Xin is done eating. Daddy will prepare meat. The little one replied obediently. Haha, Xin is truly well behaved, Hu Guangquan praised. The little girl beamed. These past few days, she had received more compliments than she could remember. Fugui, did you not mention making clothes for your siblings and Xin? Director Jiang, do you have any decent fabric? Hu Guangquan inquired. Director Hu. Decent fabric is scarce even in our commune. There is hardly any to be found even in the county, Jiang Bihun replied with a wry smile. All right. Let's select a few yards of this beautiful fabric, Hu Guangquan nodded in agreement. Excellent. Jiang Bihun responded with enthusiasm, disregarding whether Chen Fugui wanted it or not, and immediately began measuring the cloth. He felt a sense of joy and a hint of relief. This man named Fugui was indeed extraordinary, from what he had just witnessed. It seemed even Director Hu had to tread carefully and was eager to purchase items for him. Beside them, Lu Mingyue gently nudged Chen Fugui, hesitant to accept the fabric, feeling it was inappropriate. However, Chen Fugui paid no heed to her concerns. What does it matter? What I can offer these individuals, and indeed this era, will far exceed anyone's imagination. Chapter 27. The rules of hunting Fugui. Purchasing so much is quite extravagant, Lu Mingyue remarked softly as they made their way home. Let us refrain from such spending in the future, shall we? Indeed, we shall be more modest in our purchases from now on, Chen Fugui replied casually. Lu Mingyue bit her lip, adding, we must also save some money to repay the production team. Even if we assist in gathering branches, we cannot neglect our debts. Certainly. I shall heed my wife's counsel, Chen Fugui affirmed. Listening to Mom, little Xin chimed in cheerfully. Lu Mingyue felt a mix of exasperation and sweetness. The father and daughter were in perfect harmony. It warmed her heart, as this was the essence of family. Embracing Chen Fugui's waist a little tighter, she pressed her cheek against his back, which made him feel a surge of warmth, like a fire igniting within him. The bicycle sped along energetically, and Xin, feeling the breeze, joyfully shouted in delight. Upon returning home, Chen Fugui organized their belongings before taking Xin up Hulu Mountain. Named for its resemblance to a reclining gourd when viewed from afar, the mountain itself bore no resemblance to the famed gourd babies. As they walked along the winding path, surrounded by lush trees and the melodious calls of unknown birds, Chen Fugui felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Such scenery was a rare gem in later times. Even renowned tourist destinations bore the marks of human intervention, overshadowing the natural beauty. Life is a delicate balance. For every gain, there is a loss. Years later, one is often left with nothing but wistful sighs. The allure of gold and silver pales in comparison to the verdant hills and clear waters. The former may be unattainable, while the latter may vanish. Daddy, I can walk by myself, exclaimed the little one perched on his shoulders. Then be careful, my dear. I will catch wild chickens and rabbits for dinner, and you can enjoy the rabbit legs, Chen Fugui responded. Yes, Daddy will eat, and Mommy will eat too. The child exclaimed joyfully. Chen Fugui affectionately tapped her small nose. What a delightful little girl she was. Xin, brimming with happiness, strolled ahead, unfettered by his supervision. In the countryside, a child wandering the mountain was a trivial affair. Chen Fugui focused on searching for wild chickens and rabbits, determined to arrange a satisfying meal for the evening. In this era, hunting such creatures was not frowned upon, unlike in later times when they would be protected species. The mountains still teemed with wild fowl and rabbits, and he wondered why others did not venture out to hunt. After all, it was a source of meat. While walking, he spotted several from a distance, but chose to let them be for the moment. With a subtle twist of his wrist, a small stone appeared in his hand. A smile crept across his face, for the power of space was indeed remarkable, showcasing the wondrous capabilities it possessed. He controlled the stones solely with his thoughts, having previously placed them in the space. In fact, if he refrained from twisting his wrist, the small stones would still appear in his hand. However, he found this method more stylish and entertaining. To insert an object, it was essential for him to grasp it with his hand. Moreover, it could not be a living creature, with the exception of Xin. Glancing at Xin, who was merrily picking unknown wildflowers nearby, he felt free to hunt at will. Despite her tender age of 3, she was at the stage of keen imitation. If she discovered this delightful game and showcased it in front of others, it could lead to considerable trouble. At that moment, a wild rabbit bounded by, about 7 or 8 meters ahead. Chen Fugui took a brief aim, flicking his wrist, and a small stone whizzed through the air, striking a tree trunk more than a meter in front of the rabbit with remarkable precision. The sound startled the rabbit, leaving Chen Fugui feeling quite embarrassed. He glanced to the side, relieved to see his daughter still engrossed in her flower picking, thus avoiding the humiliation of being witnessed. Although his body had been enhanced by the spatial spring water, granting him considerable strength, his accuracy left much to be desired. The last time he ventured out at night to catch rabbits, he had completely exhausted them in pursuit. Now, after the recent scare, the rabbit did not flee in panic, but merely glanced in Chen Fugui's direction before resuming its grazing. After pondering for a moment, he decided to approach a little closer. His aim was too poor. He needed further practice. The evening's meal had to be well planned. Hu Guang was secondary, while Su Sua was the key figure. Regardless of the era, establishing connections made tasks substantially easier. As he moved closer, just as he was about to strike the rabbit, he hesitated. It was a female rabbit, and thus, it was not to be harmed. Even in an age where hunting restrictions were minimal, there were unwritten rules in the mountains. One did not hunt females in spring, nor males in autumn. During spring and summer, when breeding occurred, harming a female could result in the loss of an entire litter. In autumn, when mating took place, killing a male would jeopardize future hunts. Taking a few more steps, he noticed a rolled piece of tree bark perched on a branch, adorned with 3 tufts of foxtail grass. Chen Fugui frowned slightly. He could venture no further. He had entered someone else's hunting territory. This was yet another rule of the mountains, serving as a warning to outsiders that hunting was underway. The direction was indicated by the pointed foxtail grass. Should he intrude, he risked startling the game and, potentially, being accidentally harmed. Most seasoned hunters were familiar with one another's markings, though Chen Fugui could only recall a vague memory of them. Even with his curiosity piqued, he dared not proceed. At this time, he had not yet officially holstered his weapon. Many hunters possessed firearms, which were quite powerful. Furthermore, there were some scattered, high-caliber weapons in the area. Glimpsing back at Xin, the little one was seated upon the grass, playfully toying with wildflowers. With a sense of relief, he adjusted his stance and resumed his hunt. Although his aim was somewhat lacking, the intensity of his efforts yielded a bountiful catch: 2 wild chickens and 2 plump hares. Indeed, the thighs of the rabbits were so substantial that Xin would certainly struggle to finish them in a single meal. Xin, it is time to head home. Chen Fugui called out. Daddy, just a little longer, please, the little one replied, turning her head momentarily. Oh dear, we must tidy up before returning home. Perhaps I can bring you back here to play another time? Chen Fugui suggested. The child appeared somewhat torn, eliciting a sense of helplessness in Chen Fugui. However, as he approached her, the wild chickens and hares he had been carrying were suddenly dropped to the ground. Sweat began to beat on his forehead, and he felt a surge of fear that sent his spirit reeling. Chapter 28. A moment of tension. Xin, please remain still, Chen Fugui whispered, his voice quivering with trepidation. This fear emanated from the depths of his soul, ignited by the imposing figure of a large tiger, merely 10 meters away, fixated upon him. It was utterly surreal. How could a tiger possibly inhabit the outskirts of Hulu Mountain, if it were not for this unforeseen encounter? He would never have dared to leave Xin to play outside unattended. "Daddy, can I bring the big kitty home?" the little one exclaimed cheerfully. It was only then that Chen Fugui noticed a small tiger, not much larger than a domestic cat, playfully rolling at Xin's feet. The very big kitty she spoke of. Indeed, in Xin's innocent world, a tiger was merely another form of cat. "Xin, play with the big kitty for now. Daddy will come for you shortly. Remember, do not move," he urged, his mind racing as he clutched a handful of stones, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He dared not make any sudden movements, fearing it might provoke the large tiger into attacking his daughter. Observing from a distance, the tiger too felt a swell of apprehension. It saw only a small biped, engaged in play, and thought it harmless, until the presence of a larger human sent instinctual alarms ringing within. Chen Fugui, being a first-time father, was at a loss for how to navigate this precarious situation, while the tiger, experiencing motherhood for the first time, was equally perplexed. Thus they stood, locked in a silent standoff, both too preoccupied to attend to their young. However, Chen Fugui's mind was sharp. He recalled the wisdom of his elders, that wild animals, when satiated, tend to avoid human interaction. This tiger, he reasoned, must have recently fed, otherwise, little Xin would surely be in peril. With a gentle hand, he picked up a rabbit from the ground, offering it to the tiger in a placating gesture, hoping to distract it from any ill intentions towards his daughter. He tossed the rabbit a short distance, but the tiger merely regarded it with disdain, perceiving his offering as a threat, its lips curling back to reveal sharp teeth. "Daddy, come play too." Xin's bright voice rang out. "Xin, do not move." Chen Fugui called out urgently as he saw his precious daughter prepare to rise. Xin blinked her large eyes, puzzled by her father's unusual behavior and his reluctance to join her. Meanwhile, the small tiger rolled playfully, resting its head on Xin's lap, allowing her tiny hands to explore its fur. Finding a companion to play with was no simple feat. And now that she had encountered one, even if it was a two-legged creature, it was a delightful surprise. As a young child, Xin harbored a genuine fondness for fluffy animals. Chen Fugui and the great tiger exchanged glances, while little Xin reveled in play with the small tiger, her melodious laughter ringing out intermittently. Although she was currently safe, Chen Fugui felt an overwhelming sense of tension. This was his first encounter at such proximity with a wild tiger, whose claws were as large as a bull and whose teeth were sharply menacing. As one man and one tiger locked eyes, a child and a small tiger frolicked nearby, creating a seemingly harmonious scene. Yet, both Chen Fugui and the great tiger were gripped by unease. One, a new father, and the other, a tiger mother, were preoccupied with thoughts of their offspring, anxiously concerned about the potential harm the other could inflict. Chen Fugui cautiously inched closer to Xin, causing the great tiger to lower its body instinctively, which made him hesitate. Xin turned her head to glance back, pleased to see that her father was not rushing her away, relishing the opportunity to play a little longer with the large feline. No other cat in the neighborhood could rival the size or beauty of this one. Her small hands eagerly explored the little tiger's fur, and the cub seemed to relish her gentle touches. Chen Fugui noticed his daughter's actions and could only manage a wry smile. What could he do? Could he possibly outlast this great tiger? He had already sacrificed a rabbit, and it was evident that it had no intention of eating at the moment. What if it grew hungry later and desired to taste Xin? Suddenly, a deep gunshot echoed from the depths of the mountains, startling both Chen Fugui and the great tiger. In an instant, they both sprang into action, with Chen Fugui wishing for 2 more legs to run faster. The tiger, too, surged forward at full speed, both aiming for the same destination, where Xin and the small tiger were playing. Desperate, Chen Fugui thought to himself, as he summoned all his strength to reach Xin, lifting her into his arms and presenting his back to the great tiger. This was the only way he could think of to safeguard her. He had hoped to bring her into the safety of the space, but that was futile. She needed to choose to enter on her own. The little one was in peril. Even a single swipe from the great tiger could cause her grave injury. Yet, contrary to his expectations of imminent pain, he soon realized that the great tiger was merely standing a short distance away, holding the small tiger in its jaws. "Well, you want your cub, and I want mine," Chen Fugui uttered foolishly, feeling utterly frustrated. What good was this statement? The great tiger could not understand him. "Daddy, Xin still wants to play with the big kitty," the little one piped up from his embrace. "Let's not play today. We can come back in a couple of days," Chen Fugui replied casually. Xin wrinkled her small nose, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. At this moment, the great tiger, carrying the little cub, made its way towards the place it had just departed from. It gently placed the cub on the ground and then seized the rabbit that Chen Fugui had previously tossed before leading the little cub away. The cub felt a twinge of reluctance towards Xinshin, glancing back repeatedly. Were it not for the great tiger's restraint, it might have dashed back. Chen Fugui, cradling Xinshin, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The little one, completely oblivious to the situation, assumed that her father was merely tired from chasing after wild rabbits and pheasants, and sweetly extended her tiny hand to wipe his brow. "You little rascal, you truly frightened your father just now," Chen Fugui remarked. "Daddy, why?" the little one inquired, puzzled. "What you saw was a tiger, which can bite. In the future, if you see one, call for Daddy first, understood?" Chen Fugui explained. The cub nodded, though it remained uncertain whether the message had truly resonated within. Chapter 29. The joyful sweet and sour pork. Having contributed one of his spoils, Chen Fugui felt no regret. Escaping the jaws of danger was a stroke of fortune. What was a mere wild rabbit in comparison? He pondered whether to inform Uncle Shuixing about the incident. What if the tiger was merely passing by? Such news could incite panic among the people. "Why are you back so late?" "I've prepared the meal," Lu Mingwei remarked upon their return. "All right, I will prepare a dish shortly," Chen Fugui replied. "After dinner, I shall return to work." "It's unwise to linger at home with nothing to do," Lu Mingwei stated. "Work? We must still prepare dinner this afternoon." The new station master, Su, brought over by Old Hu, is the head of the substation. "We need to consider how to bring electricity to our brigade in the future," Chen Fugui casually mentioned. "Really, Fugui? Can we really get electricity?" Lu Mingwei asked, astonished. "Absolutely. Soon every household will have power. After all, what is the purpose of revolution if not to improve our lives?" Chen Fugui affirmed. "Do not worry about this matter. Leave it to me. First, let us enjoy our lunch, and later we shall have a hearty dinner." "Yes, let us feast on rabbit legs and chicken thighs," the little one joyfully exclaimed. In these past few days, they had consumed more meat than ever before, filling their hearts with happiness. "By the way, I noticed while looking at the ribs that there is still a pound of meat left. Should we return it?" Lu Mingyue asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Oh, you silly wife," Chen Fugui playfully tapped her pert nose. Lu Mingwei puffed up with indignation, feeling quite stubborn about the issue. "This is compensation from Director Jiang. If you return it, wouldn't you be revealing that he took something from the public? We shall pretend we are unaware and enjoy our meat without worry. Since we bought oil, I will prepare a plate of sweet and sour pork for you and Xinshin. But doesn't that mean we are taking advantage of public resources?" Lu Mingwei protested. "It is different. Leave these matters to me. You just enjoy your meal," Chen Fugui reassured her. "In the future, I will strive to secure electricity for our brigade, and then take our people outside to earn more money. Wouldn't that help us repay the debts owed to the production team?" Lu Mingwei contemplated this carefully, finding it somewhat perplexing. It seemed logical, yet something felt amiss. Chen Fugui sighed in relief. His wife's thoughts aligned with the prevailing sentiments of the era. Yet, he recognized that sometimes, a little audacity was necessary in matters of business. Setting aside his worries, he began to slice the meat, tenderizing it, and mix some flour to create a batter. Unfortunately, they were not affluent enough to purchase starch, so flour would have to suffice. "That's enough, don't pour in any more," Lu Mingwei cautioned as she watched Chen Fugui pour a generous amount of soybean oil into the hot pan, her heart aching at the thought. I assure you, in the future, we shall have oil in abundance," Chen Fugui chuckled. Lu Mingwei opened her mouth in frustration, sitting quietly to the side. How could this person be so obstinate? Such precious soybean oil wasted. "Xinshin, come here and help Daddy dip the meat slices in the batter before tossing them into the oil," Chen Fugui instructed. "Okay," the little one replied cheerfully and scampered over. With utmost care, she picked up a slice of meat, lightly dipped it in the batter, and then dropped it into the pot, watching the bubbling oil around the meat. Her joy became palpable. With both hands in action, she tossed all the meat slices into the pot. Chen Fugui stirred the contents with a ladle before using a slotted spoon to retrieve the cooked meat. "Wife, add another handful of firewood to the stove to raise the oil temperature," he said, although she initially hesitated to assist. Seeing Xinshin eagerly watching prompted Lu Mingwei to add some firewood. Ever since this fellow had changed his ways, the firewood in their home had been depleting at an alarming rate. The first frying is to set the shape, and the second is to ensure it is fully cooked. "Do you understand?" Chen Fugui explained. "Do you understand?" Xinshin echoed in support from the side. Lu Mingyue shot a glance at the father-daughter duo, wondering if they were plotting a rebellion. "Dear wife, could you bring a bit of sugar from the kitchen?" We need to make syrup shortly, Chen Fugui said with a smile. He could fetch it himself, but he found it amusing to have Lu Mingwei at his beck and call. Once the meat slices were fried, he set them aside to drain. The remaining soybean oil was poured into a bowl, leaving some in the pot. As the white sugar dissolved in the oil, he waited until the syrup reached the right consistency before adding the meat slices and stir-frying. Though it was a large pot and he couldn't showcase his ladle skills, it was of no concern. The syrup coated the meat beautifully, evenly thick. He tossed in a handful of sliced green onions and gave it another stir, resulting in a steaming, fragrant dish of sweet and sour meat. Xinshin, watching from the side, could not help but swallow. She had never tasted anything like this before. All set, time to eat, Chen Fugui called out. The little one scampered into the house, obediently sitting down, showcasing her eagerness. Chen Fugui served a slice to both Lu Mingwei and their daughter. Lu Mingwei hesitated, reluctant to eat the meat of uncertain origin. However, Xinshin was undeterred, eagerly taking a bite. The meat, just out of the pot and still warm, did not deter Xinshin's culinary enthusiasm. She blew on it gently, her small mouth chewing rapidly. The meat was fragrant, sweet, and slightly tangy, truly delicious. Lu Mingwei took a small bite and was instantly captivated by the aroma of the dish. Soon, she indulged in a larger bite, finding it increasingly delectable. Observing his wife and child enjoying the meal, Chen Fugui felt a wave of sweetness in his heart. He took a mouthful of sorghum rice and bit into a green onion, finding it even more flavorful than the meat. As they continued to eat, Lu Mingwei noticed Chen Fugui was solely consuming green onions and salty radish. A blush crept across her face. How had she become so easily tempted? After a brief moment of hesitation, she carefully selected a piece of sweet and sour pork and delicately placed it into Chen Fugui's bowl. As if she had just committed an act of shyness. Retracting her chopsticks, she lifted her bowl and devoured her rice with fervor. Chen Fugui cast a cheerful glance at his wife, who was diligently savoring her meal, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. He picked up a slice of meat and, within 2 bites, had polished it off, relishing its exquisite flavor. How could the meat chosen by his wife not be delightful? In the households of the future, a plate of sweet and sour pork would be an utterly commonplace dish. Yet, within the present confines of Chen Fugui's home, this single plate of sweet and sour pork evoked a profound sense of happiness in him. Chapter 30, the $7 Mount. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Su from the substation, who Guangquan enthusiastically announced as he arrived on his bicycle that evening. Mr. Su, please come in. Chen Fugui beckoned. Thank you, Fugui. I brought a fine bottle of wine today, Suegwa said, raising the bottle in his hand. Chen Fugui's eyes brightened. This was indeed remarkable, a bottle of Mount Tai. Although Mount I in this era was not as exorbitantly priced as in later years, selling for merely 7 yuan a bottle. Who could truly bring themselves to spend even that sum on a single bottle of wine? It was evident that Mr. Su's gesture of gratitude was rather generous. What is simmering in that pot? It smells divine, rivaling the aroma of the provincial reception hall. Suegwa could not help but inhale deeply as he entered. Haha. There's not much at home, just some pork ribs, wild rabbit, and wild chicken, all tossed into one pot. Chen Fugui chuckled. You all have experienced grand occasions. My humble culinary skills are hardly noteworthy. We simply value quantity here, enough to satisfy our appetites, he continued. Brother Hu, why didn't Tiyadong come along? He insisted on studying political knowledge and refused to join, Hu Guangquan replied. And you dare say your skills are lacking? I doubt there is a chef in our county who would dispute that. Old Su, do you understand why I insisted on bringing you to Fugui's home? After tasting Fugui's cooking, you will see, Hu Guangquan remarked. Su Weigua nodded, acknowledging that merely inhaling the aroma was already extraordinary. Enough flattery. Mingwei, please light the oil lamp. Let us commence our meal, Chen Fugui instructed. Nearby, Lu Mingwei hurried to ignite the lamp, generously adjusting the wick. We have esteemed guests today. We must not skimp on the oil. Chen Fugui busied himself, serving the dishes from the pot into a large basin, which was brimming. Noticing that Lu Mingwei had only set 3 bowls on the table, he frowned slightly. While fetching the wine glasses, he added 2 more bowls. This was a customary practice in the countryside. When hosting esteemed guests, women and children traditionally dined in the outer room. Today, the matters Chen Fugui intended to discuss were of great importance, thus Lu Mingwei dared not join the table. However, in Chen Fugui's heart, entertaining Hu Guangquan and Su Weigua was secondary. Ensuring that his wife and children were well fed was the priority. He invited the 2 men to take a seat while pulling Lu Mingwei to the table, urging her to sit down. Mr. Su, although this is our first meeting, I do not regard you as a stranger. I do not expect to secure electricity this year. Will there be an opportunity next year? Chen Fugui inquired as he poured the wine. Fugui, I quite appreciate your straightforward nature. I too favor mutual exchanges, Smuggling replied with a smile. Old who has mentioned this to me. Regarding this matter, we can only seek opportunities next year. Their team leader Wang has managed to secure electricity thanks to the drought's conversion to irrigation, he continued. Do not be deceived by the mere act of supplying electricity. Those utility poles and wires come at a considerable cost. The Gourd Brigade is somewhat distant from us and lacks substantial projects. So it is likely that they will be relegated to the back of the line. Very well, I shall keep that in mind. This wine possesses an exquisite flavor. Unlike any I have ever tasted before, praised Chen Fugui. He took the opportunity to scrutinize the Maotai from this era. The label on the back of the bottle proclaimed the advancement of the three great revolutionary movements, continuously summarizing experiences, refining techniques, and enhancing quality, which filled his heart with joy. This is the legendary Three Great Revolutions. To a novice wine enthusiast, it is merely a tale, yet for a seasoned connoisseur, it is a rare and sought-after treasure. Even though he might be considered wealthy in the future, he has only had the chance to savor it once. The limited quantity makes it truly unattainable, regardless of wealth. Thinking of the upcoming release of the Three Great Sunflowers next year, he felt a surge of excitement. When wealth permits, he would undoubtedly purchase several cases of Maotai to relish in his later years. Not merely to enjoy the wine, but to savor the passage of time as well. Fugui, stop dawdling. You, the host, have yet to touch your chopsticks. And it makes me quite envious, Hu Guangquan remarked, noticing Chen Fugui lost in contemplation over the wine bottle. Ha, I have truly never experienced such fine wine. I must keep this bottle safe, Chen Fugui chuckled. Meanwhile, Lu Mingwe felt a sense of urgency. If Chen Fugui indulged in the wine, would he remain the same? If he offended anyone, would their household still thrive? Unbeknownst to Chen Fugui, his wife's concerns weighed heavily on her heart as he lifted his glass and took a small sip. The taste was indeed rich and savory, with a lingering aftertaste. What a fine wine, Chen Fugui exclaimed. The Maotai of the future pales in comparison to this 7 yuan bottle. Ha, good meat deserves good wine. This feast is indeed splendid, Smuggling jested. Hu Guangquan wasted no time and promptly picked a piece of meat from the dish without hesitation. Ordinarily, Chen Fugui, being of the lowest status, should have first toasted Hu Guangquan and Smuggling. His immediate action to indulge was rather impolite. However, in the eyes of the two men, it brought them joy. To Hu Guangquan, this indicated that Chen Fugui truly considered him no outsider. He had been counting on Chen Fugui to assist him in serving the people. As for Smuggling, this was their first meeting, and it was through Chen Fugui that he had arranged for a relative to work as a chef in the forest canteen. Before arriving, Hu Guangquan had warned him that this newly acquainted young man was no ordinary figure. Now, he was truly witnessing that the demeanor and eloquence of Chen Fugui were unlike those of a typical member. After offering his compliments, he too picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of meat. This was remarkable. Was this truly wild chicken? It was tender, devoid of any gamey taste, and incredibly flavorful. Even the master chef at the reception hall might not be able to prepare such a delectable pot of meat. Smuggling sighed. Chen Fugui chuckled inwardly. After all, this was meat stewed with spatial water. How could it not be fragrant? The spatial water not only tasted exquisite when consumed, but also elevated the flavor of the stewed dishes to extraordinary heights. Originally, Hu Guangquan and Smuggling intended to assist Chen Fugui in researching the matter of electrical currents, but upon tasting the meat, they found themselves utterly captivated. Little Xin, munching on a rabbit leg, glanced over and wondered how these two could devour meat so swiftly. Oh well, never mind that. Let us join in the feast. For Hu Guangquan and Smuggling, this was the most delectable meat they had ever tasted in their lives, and they eagerly attacked the dish with their chopsticks. Chen Fugui seized the opportunity, savoring the 7 yuan Maotai, feeling a profound sense of contentment within. It was all his now. They could indulge in the meat as they pleased. Chapter 031. Seeking benefits for our villagers. It was evident that Chen Fugui held a fondness for Maotai, while Hu Guangquan and Smuggling sipped their drinks at a more leisurely pace. Brother, my insights may not extend as far as yours, but I believe that Yadong is indeed a talent worth cultivating, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. Pray, do share, Hu Guangquan responded. Although our lives may be somewhat arduous at present, there will come a day when circumstances improve, Chen Fugui continued with a smile. Moreover, Yadong is currently working with us. Who can predict what the future holds? If the government were to grant them favorable policies. After saying this, Chen Fugui poured himself another glass of liquor and took a sip, leaving the rest for Hu Guangquan to ponder. Despite Hu Guangquan's insistence that Wang Yadong should study politics, he felt that this was Hu Guangquan's deliberate avoidance of the topic. In Hu Guangquan's mind, this gathering belonged to their social circle, and Wang Yadong was not yet one of their own. Brother, I've indulged in a bit too much wine today. Would you enlighten me? Hu Guangquan inquired. Su Weiguo shot him a surprised glance. Was this truly the Hu Guangquan he knew? A man of such influence in the Guangming commune was asking a young lad for advice? Well, Brother Wei was no outsider. I shall divulge a little. Though I fear it won't be long before policies undergo change, Chen Fugui stated, gesturing upwards. For now, consider it a mere drunken musing. But our commune has plenty of matters at hand. ISNT, there's something brewing at your substation as well? Su Weiguo nodded. Fugui, is your information reliable? If I were to claim absolute certainty, you too might not believe me. However, isn't it prudent to prepare for what may come? Chen Fugui replied with a smile. That makes sense, Hu Guangquan acknowledged earnestly. He held Chen Fugui in high regard. No matter how he acquired this information, he believed it to be credible. Upon reflection, doesn't He Yadong's willingness to dedicate his precious leisure time to study signify something significant? Chen Fugui added. Upon hearing his words, both Hu Guangquan and Su Weiguo began to ponder seriously. In such an era, failing to stay abreast of policy changes could render one obsolete in the tide of progress. As for Chen Fugui, he preferred not to claim the credit for such foresight, allowing it to rest entirely upon Wang Yadong's shoulders. Yadong was perceptive, having received a favor. He would surely repay it in due time. It also served as a shield for Chen Fugui, for should the matter come back to him, what benefit would he gain? It was far better to foster goodwill. By the way, Fugui, I heard from Jiang Bihan at the supply and marketing cooperative that there was a bit of unpleasantness on your end. Hu Guangquan shifted the topic. Actually, it was nothing significant. Their salesperson attempted to pilfer a few items from Dei, but I caught them in the act, Chen Fugui replied with a chuckle. I find it rather amusing how intricate affairs can become within such a modest cooperative. If I do not contemplate a bit more today, I might unwittingly become a pawn in his game. What I mean to convey is precisely this. Despite his outwardly amiable demeanor, he is, in fact, a thorn hidden beneath cotton, as Hu Guangquan remarked. His ascension to the position of director of the supply and marketing cooperative was not without its machinations. Such individuals are best approached with caution. One must maintain a semblance of decorum. Understood. That clarifies my thoughts. Chen Fugui nodded. However, I must inquire with Brother Weiguo regarding the matter of electricity for our village. Will we truly be able to negotiate this in the coming year? Could you elucidate the difficulties we face? As I mentioned earlier, the primary obstacles pertain to funding and labor, Su Weiguo explained. The allocation of poles and wires, along with the labor for burying poles and hanging wires, involves numerous challenges. All I can do is bring it to the attention of the leadership. I cannot guarantee their approval. Brother Weiguo, what if our brigade undertakes the task of burying the poles? Wouldn't that reduce some expenses? Chen Fugui inquired. Su Weiguo chuckled and nodded. It would indeed mitigate costs, but can your brigade truly handle this task? To be candid, even among the members of Xiao Wang's brigade, not everyone is eager to take on electrical work. With electricity comes the burden of fees, which necessitates expenditure. We have also supplied electricity to other brigades. Yet the actual number of users remains minimal. Consequently, the leaders are currently deliberating cautiously, ensuring that funds are allocated judiciously. Understood. I shall take this to heart. Next year, our Hulu brigade will undoubtedly undergo a transformation, and at that time, I hope Brother Weiguo can lend a few kind words. Chen Fugui smiled and nodded. It seems this meal today will not be in vain, Su Weiguo jested. Indeed, I believe anyone who can befriend brother who is worth knowing, Chen Fugui complimented. You. Always flattering me, Su Weiguo teased back, feeling quite gratified. In truth, he now relies on Chen Fugui, yet outwardly. He is perceived as the one in a position of significance. What else could there be? It is merely about enabling the brigade to earn a bit more money in the future. Do either of you have acquaintances at our commune service station? Chen Fugui asked. Ha ha ha, you've come to the right person. You ought to treat Su Weiguo to a drink, Hu Guangquan laughed. This fellow, my tongue seems to have been set free. Su Weiguo sighed with a wry smile. The head of the service station is my brother-in-law. Are you considering employment at the paper factory? Although the pay is better, the work there is truly arduous. Now that you've broached the subject, it will certainly come to fruition. However, with your sincere intentions for the brigade, will anyone appreciate your efforts? To be candid, my previous life was rather dismal, Chen Fugui confessed. I not only owe an apology to the two of them, but also to the villagers of the brigade. My nickname, Chicken Sees Trouble, has made me rather unpopular throughout the entire brigade. Now that I have gained clarity, I realize that my former existence was too burdensome. I cannot continue living that way. How can I repay the kindness of my fellow villagers? By helping everyone earn a bit more, I suppose. This is precisely why, upon my first encounter with Brother Wegwa today, we immediately delved into discussions about electricity and craftsmanship. One must conduct oneself with integrity. Henceforth, I shall live my life with honor and dignity. Your words resonate deeply with me, and I shall carry them within. Su Wegwa nodded in agreement, convinced of Chen Fugui's reliability. For today, the two matters he orchestrated brought little personal gain to him, being entirely thankless endeavors. Even if successful, it would be Chen Fugui who owed favors, while others would reap the rewards. Otherwise, given the current rapport between Chen Fugui and Hu Guangquan, what opportunities could he possibly secure? Surely, he would lead a prosperous life. Chapter 32. The importance of working away from home. Shusheng, Jigua, let's not rush into work just yet. I have something to discuss with you. Early the next morning, Chen Fugui called the two of them over while they were preparing the well. What is it? Are we not allowed to take the remaining branches? George Gua asked with concern. Jigua, we can't keep worrying about those branches, Chen Fugui replied, half amused, half exasperated. This is a significant matter, an exceedingly important one. Haven't we all been thinking about going out to work and earn some money? I've managed to establish connections with the commune service station. My goodness, Fugui, really? Uncle Shu was no longer composed. In fact, the service station is akin to a labor export company of this era, drawing surplus labor from various villages to send to factories for basic manual labor. However, one should not underestimate this. During the slack farming season, there are far too many surplus laborers, and it is the service station that decides who gets employed and who does not. Over the years, very few individuals from the Hulu Brigade have been dispatched for work, and those who were mainly assisted at the logging camp with minor tasks. If Chen Fugui truly has established a connection with the service station, it would greatly ease the process for the members of the Hulu Brigade seeking employment. The station master, Tang, is related by marriage to Su Wegwa from the substation. Su was at my house last night for dinner, and we finalized this arrangement at the table. Chen Fugui said with a smile. This is a major development. Let us not continue with the well for now. We need to clarify this matter first, Uncle Shu urged. Erju, quickly help your brother Fugui with the well. We need to discuss a few things. Make sure to fill it up for him, he added. Got it. Leave it to me, Erju replied eagerly. Fugui, how should we arrange this? How many people should we send? And will we still be contributing 50 cents to the team each day? Uncle Shu asked anxiously once they were aside. Uncle Shu, let us not rush into that just yet. Can we even send people out from the brigade now? There is still so much work to be done in the fields. Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Uncle Shu sheepishly scratched his head. That's true. We haven't even finished plowing the fields. Where would we find laborers to send out? Even if there is a chance to earn money, there aren't many who can seize it. Uncle Shu Jigua, don't you think there are some issues with our current work situation? Chen Fugui continued to inquire. Issues? What kind of issues? What have you discovered? Is there a problem with someone's mindset? Uncle Shu frowned, questioning. It's not so much a problem of mindset as it is about our work efficiency. How much land can one person plow in a day? Chen Fugui pressed on. Fugui, what are you saying? Well, when everyone is working together, whether it's fast or slow, it's all about teamwork, right? George Guo interjected quickly, giving Chen Fugui a sharp look. Although Chen Fugui spoke the truth, it felt like a significant reproach to Uncle Shu. This was not merely an issue isolated to the Hulu Brigade. The situation was quite similar across all brigades. Everyone was working on the same piece of land, plowing together, and labor points were calculated collectively. No one would exert themselves to work faster, for it would be difficult for those who worked slowly. Chen Shuisheng waved his hand, saying, before we discuss governing the country, let us first heed what Fugui has to say, for he likely has some regulations in mind. Fugui, please share your thoughts. Uncle Shuisheng, here is my perspective. When the farming season comes to an end, even if we venture out to seek work, how many positions can we truly secure? Chen Fugui remarked. Even with the connection we have through Director Tang, it would be erroneous to allocate all the positions to our brigade alone, correct? Indeed. We are all here to serve the people, but it would be unacceptable for us to monopolize the warmth of our Hulu Brigade's hearth, Uncle Shuisheng replied. This is why I pondered whether we could expedite our earth-moving work, Chen Fugui smiled. If we complete our tasks ahead of schedule, we could register at the service station early and commence work sooner. At that point, even if other brigades voice objections, they would find it difficult to contest. Upon hearing his words, both Uncle Shuixing and Xiao Zhigua displayed expressions of concern. All the work is substantial. Can we simply urge everyone to hasten their pace? Wouldn't working a few extra days yield additional work points? Chen Fugui's proposed solution was straightforward, yet impractical. Fugui, do we have alternative methods? Xiao Zhigua inquired. Could we perhaps assign a few individuals to assist elsewhere? Chen Fugui shook his head. In truth, according to my plan, this task will only be undertaken this year, with perhaps a few more to follow next year. In the future, there will be other avenues for earning, so we need not endure such hardships. Fugui, is it not possible to pursue other avenues for earning currently? Uncle Shuixing asked. Chen Fugui chuckled. At present, it is not feasible. We are farmers. And even if we aspire to make a profit in the future, it is essential to toil in the fields first. Uncle Shuixing, Brother Zhigua, I have devised a plan. Let us allocate the land to be tilled, determining how many work points each acre corresponds to. The more we till, the more points we earn. What do you think? This may be somewhat inappropriate. Uncle Shuixing replied hesitantly, concerned about the distribution of work points and the potential dissent from the members. Uncle Shuixing, we still have subsequent work to follow. I believe if we discuss this matter with everyone, they might understand, Chen Fugui suggested. Fugui, perhaps we should set this aside for now, Xiao Zhigua interjected. I appreciate your good intentions, but everyone currently looks to others for guidance. Even if we distribute the remaining work points fairly, it may not be easy to implement. Chen Fugui sighed inwardly, aware of their apprehensions. They feared that such an approach would stir resentment among the members, and should this news reach the commune, it would be deemed a mistake. Uncle Shuixing, Brother Zhigua, I believe we must gauge everyone's opinions on whether this plan can succeed, Chen Fugui concluded. Tonight, I will strive to return early and gather the leaders, vice leaders, accountants, work recorders, and cashiers from each team for a discussion at the brigade office. He could only endeavor to rally support. Even though he knew that the impending future would be challenging, and altering the perspectives of these individuals would not be an easy feat, George felt a pang of hesitation. Although the decisions regarding the team's tasks ultimately rested with him as the captain, the magnitude of the current situation weighed heavily on his mind. Very well. Let us convene this evening, Uncle Shu suggested. However, we need not gather too many. Only the captains and vice-captains of each squad will suffice, along with a tally of the remaining tasks for each team. Chen Fugui let out a sigh of relief, sensing a glimmer of progress at last. In such an era, attempting to effect change was undeniably challenging. It was not that the tasks at hand were particularly arduous, but rather that the prevailing mindset of the people was resistant to transformation. Chapter 033. The creditor's visit. No matter how challenging the circumstances may be, he is resolutely committed to ensuring that the members of the Gourd Brigade lead fulfilling lives. If he were to retreat in the face of difficulties, would there be any joy left for him to savor in the future? Daddy, look at this. Upon arriving at the construction site of the forest farm, little Xinshin eagerly raised her tiny hand in front of him. Ah, who gifted Xinshin this lovely fruit? Chen Fugui inquired with a smile. It was Sister Arya who gave it to me. The little one responded with delight. How wonderful. Now let us play for a while. And once I finish digging out the tree knots, we shall indulge in some delicious food, Chen Fugui said. Daddy, Xinshin wants to play with the big kitty. The child pleaded pitifully. Chen Fugui felt a twinge of annoyance. He had already explained to his daughter that it was a tiger, yet she stubbornly insisted it was merely a kitty. What could he do? Just wait a moment. Once I complete the tasks here, I will take you up the mountain to see the big kitty, he gently reassured the little one. Okay, she responded cheerfully, nodding her head before scampering off to play with the tree knots he had prepared for her. Children in the countryside have few toys, often resorting to catching grasshoppers and mantises for amusement. Bringing her along was merely to ensure she could enjoy a hearty meal at noon. Fugui, thank you. Just as Chen Fugui had finished digging out a tree knot, Wang Yadong hurried over. Why are you thanking me? Chen Fugui asked curiously. Why wouldn't I? Director who said I could arrange more time for study each day, Wang Yadong replied with a beaming smile. I figured it was something you discussed with Director Hu. I heard you enjoy drinking, so I brought over the last 2 bottles of Mount from the supply and marketing cooperative. Goodness, that is quite a generous gift, Chen Fugui exclaimed. Given how chaotic my life is at the moment, drinking Moutai every day seems absurd. Let us save it for when you get accepted into university. We can celebrate together then. Hey, Fugui, what exactly did you tell Director Hu? Wang Yadong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. I merely mentioned that you had suggested there might be some policy adjustments in the future, Chen Fugui replied casually. After all, we must prepare for your college entrance examination registration. The rest is up to your discretion, but do be cautious not to create a stir. Fugui, I truly appreciate your help, Wang Yadong said earnestly. Actually, last night, Hu Guangchuan returned to the forest farm and called me in for a lengthy discussion filled with encouragement. I suspect it has something to do with you, but I never anticipated being credited with such a significant achievement. After all, he is not the only educated youth aspiring to attend university. How many others in Guangming Commune or even the entire county share this ambition? Now, he sees a splendid opportunity to expand his network. Even if such policies do not materialize in the future, does it truly matter? Not to mention, he holds considerable respect for Chen Fugui in his heart. Fugui, if I wish to study in the future, may I follow your lead? Wang Yadong tentatively inquired. Chen Fugui cast an amused glance in his direction, suggesting that they would manage the impact when the time came. He added that he still needed to greet the principal of their elementary school, for otherwise, there would be no place for them. It seemed that this small tutoring class also needed to be organized. All right, I'll bring my bedding along, Wang Yadong responded, elated. He had been diligently studying these past few days, only to find himself at a loss regarding what to learn. Chen Fugui had rambled on, and while Wang understood, he remained uncertain about his study approach. He was pinning his hopes on Chen, whose mere chatter indicated a far superior grasp of academics. Yadong, where is your home? Chen Fugui continued to dig at the tree knots. My family is from the provincial capital, Wang Yadong replied. In fact, many who came with me to the Guangming Commune have already returned, while those like me must endure. Do not rush. The light is just ahead, Chen encouraged. What university do you plan to apply to? He further inquired. I wish to enroll in the provincial university or the provincial agricultural university. Though I am uncertain if that day will ever come, Wang Yadong sighed. Whether that day arrives or not, one must maintain a measure of confidence, Chen Fugui smiled. I believe that if we do have to take the college entrance examination, the admission scores in the first year will surely not be too high. We have the advantage of early preparation. Rest assured about old Hu, he will undoubtedly facilitate our path forward. However, your deputy director may prove to be somewhat challenging. Chen added. Fugui, I heard that Deputy Director Li is currently active, Wang Yadong remarked. After the last incident, he attempted to escalate matters. But no one would corroborate his claims, insisting you simply fell. Thus, he finds himself at an impasse. Your quick thinking saved the day. I had not considered that until you mentioned it, Wang said. Fugui, how long do you think Director Hu will remain at the forest farm? Perhaps next year or the year after. It depends on the opportunities that arise, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Stay composed. Old Hu is quite dependable. Despite the seemingly formidable backing of your Deputy Director Li, it is just that, appearances. However, once you gain admission to university, my personal advice would be to root yourself in rural areas, progressing steadily. Working at the grassroots level may be arduous, yet it yields results. If the opportunity arises, returning to our Guangming Commune will undoubtedly reveal a transformed landscape. But that is a matter for another time, he concluded. Fugui, I am genuinely curious how you can foresee so far into the future, Wang Yadong queried. Foresee? Chen Fugui chuckled, shaking his head, and resumed his labor. Even though he had a good relationship with Hu Guangchuan, the tree knots still required removal. Each one represented monetary value, real, hard-earned money. Once their work here was complete, he could seek employment at the paper mill, contributing to his initial savings. This was hard-earned money, devoid of any gruesome undertones. Wang Yadong, who was nearby, also fell into deep contemplation, for he realized that the more he interacted with Chen Fugui, the more enigmatic he became. Just when one believes they have gained a semblance of understanding, he unveils even more delightful surprises. Are the words just spoken truly those of a worker in the production team? Among the three of them, a player, a laborer, and a dreamer, there exists a peculiar harmony. As noon approached, the staff of the forestry station began to sound the gong to signal the end of the workday. The working hours at the forestry station mirrored those of the production team, from 8 in the morning until noon, and then from 2 in the afternoon until 6. Chen Fugui was pondering the culinary skills of the new chef when he suddenly noticed Heir Zhuzi rushing towards him in a flurry. Brother Fugui, hurry back home. There are several people on bicycles blocking your door. Heir Zhuzi exclaimed, breathless. A chill ran down Chen Fugui's spine. Trouble was at his doorstep, for the creditors had arrived. Chapter 34. The Dragon-S Reverse Scale. Touch it and you shall die. Chen Fugui did not dare to linger, disregarding the notion of dining. He placed Xin Xin onto the bike frame and rode off without hesitation. This was one of the drawbacks of merging with the memories of his predecessor. Any recollections that the unfortunate soul found distasteful or sought to forget were not entirely imparted. Upon hearing Erjuzi mention that several individuals riding large, enduring bicycles were blocking the entrance, he recalled that these were his creditors, led by Tong Chonghu of the commune. The predecessor had a penchant for drinking and gambling, accumulating debts far beyond the trifling triangular debts owed to the production team, including Tong Chonghu's usurious loans. In this era, the term usury was not yet commonplace. It was colloquially referred to as yanzikian, a term implying the perilous nature of borrowing. The arithmetic was intricate, favoring the lender. If one borrowed 1 yuan, only 90 cents would be received. Upon repayment, one would owe 1 yuan and 30 cents. It was this compounding interest that birthed the ominous term, a phrase expressing the desire for divine retribution against such exploitative practices. Tong Chonghu was no better. In the memories that lingered, he had never committed a single virtuous act. In this age, the Forever brand bicycle was undoubtedly a formidable beast in the realm of bicycles. Only a handful of individuals, such as Tong Chonghu and his ilk, could wield such a prized possession. Anxiously pedaling back to his doorstep, he beheld the once slightly askew wooden door now entirely ajar. As he halted the bicycle, it was indeed Tong Chonghu, flanked by 5 henchmen with menacing expressions, who blocked the entrance. The villagers from the 3rd squad stood protectively in their yards, shielding Lu Mingwei from harm. Fugui, you must see what is going on. Did you truly invoke? Upon his return, Qiao Zhigua hastily inquired. Brother Zhigua, please convey my gratitude to everyone. I shall handle this matter, Chen Fugui replied, his heart swelling with appreciation. Were it not for the villagers' presence, his wife might have faced dire consequences. Chen Fugui, you've finally returned. It seems you struck it rich, now flaunting a foreign bicycle. It's high time to settle your debts, Tong Chonghu drawled, his slanted eyes scrutinizing him. Huge brother, grant me a couple of days, and I assure you the money will be repaid, Chen Fugui hastily asserted. Ha ha ha, the laughter of Tong Chonghu and his henchmen erupted, as if they had heard the most ludicrous jest. Tong Chonghu extracted a box of Deshengchan cigarettes from his army green pocket, flicking the bottom to produce a cigarette with ease. Before he could bring it to his lips, one of his henchmen had already struck a match. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled the smoke directly onto Chen Fugui's face. Chen Fugui, have you become intoxicated to the point of folly? What do you intend to repay with? Tong Chonghu mocked. The IOU is right here, due every 10 days. The principal was 10 yuan, and you are now 3 periods overdue, totaling 21 yuan and 97 cents, including interest. Your life seems to be flourishing. With your foreign bicycle, you can purchase oil and meat from the supply cooperative. Do you truly believe money grows on trees? Brother, the bicycle was borrowed from the forestry station. I am currently employed at the forestry farm. Once my work is complete, I am certain I can repay my debts. Chen Fugui continues to accompany me with trepidation, just as I began to glimpse a glimmer of light in my life. I am now being pressed for repayment by Tong Chonghu, which leaves me feeling quite stifled. Even though this debt was incurred by a predecessor, I am still obligated to repay it. Meanwhile, the members of the 3rd team are chattering among themselves. 21 yuan and 97 cents is indeed a substantial sum in this era. Although Chen Fugui has undertaken some good deeds and has become somewhat capable, this debt has abruptly reverted him to his former self. Who would dare lend such a considerable amount of money without the means to repay it? Lu Mingwei, left with only her child Xin in her arms, weeps, utterly astonished by Chen Fugui's audacity. It is nothing short of disgraceful to have such a menacing figure blocking the doorway demanding payment. Tong Chonghu remained silent, merely clutching his cigarette and observing him with amusement. Huge brother, I truly am working at the forestry farm. Otherwise, director who would not have lent me this bicycle, Chen Fugui asserts. Lend you a bicycle? Who is so blind as to do that? It must be stolen, Tong Chonghu retorts. Chen Fugui, you claimed last time that you would certainly repay the debt this time. Are you merely posturing? Why do your words lack substance? Chen Fugui, be clear. If you do not provide the funds today, you shall not leave. Tong Chonghu's minions begin to chime in. This is brother who? I am the production team leader, Xiaoguo interjects. Fugui's home is right here. He certainly will not flee. If he says he will repay, he surely will. Please grant him a bit more time. He is capable of earning. Oh, we have a big shot here. Tong Chonghu chuckles as he gazes at Xiaoguo. Since you are the production team leader, why not repay your members' debt? If you cannot, then why open your mouth? Listening to Tong Chonghu's vitriolic remarks, Xiaoguo is infuriated but understands that he cannot provoke such a man. These are the rogues of the commune. Entangling with them would lead to a life of relentless turmoil. Brother Jigua, allow me to handle this matter, Chen Fugui says, stepping in front of Xiaogua. Brother Hua, I have a few yuan. Let me repay a portion of the interest. I assure you that tomorrow I will bring the remaining amount to you. What do you say? TSK, Chen Fugui, I previously knew you to be fond of wine and gambling, but I never realized you could spin such tall tales, Tong Changhu mocks. You just claimed you would repay in a few days, and now you say tomorrow? Do you take me for a child of 3? You said the same last time. Did you not? If you had simply listened to me and allowed your wife to accompany us to earn some money, that would be the least of your worries. Besides, I must say, your wife is quite attractive. A couple should stick together through thick and thin. It is the lazy man who leaves his wife to bear the burden of his debts. Had you agreed last time, you would now be enjoying a life of luxury together. The foul language uttered by Tong Changhu's minions ignited the simmering anger within Chen Fugui, causing it to erupt. A dragon will fiercely retaliate when its reverse scale is touched. After his rebirth, Chen Fugui cared little for anything, save for his beloved wife, Lu Mingyue, and their daughter, Xiao Xingxin. He could endure their mockery, but upon uncovering their true intentions, his patience had worn thin. With a resounding crack, Tong Changhu was sent sprawling, plunging the scene into a sudden silence. Observant onlookers noted that what Tong Changhu expelled was not merely his cigarette, but also 2 of his teeth. Chapter 035, Chen Fugui confronts the tiger fueled by resentment. Chen Fugui struck with considerable force. His heart brimmed with loathing for Tong Changhu. Just as his own happiness began to flicker into existence, this man dared to set his sights on his wife and children. Before Tong Changhu could even touch the ground, Chen Fugui lunged forward, delivering a swift kick. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers astonished as Tong Changhu executed a 720-degree spin before being hurled sideways. The members of the Hulu Brigade stood frozen, having never witnessed such a spectacle. As for Tong Changhu's henchmen, despite their experience in street brawls, they too were caught off guard by Chen Fugui's sudden assault. It was only when Tong Changhu lay groaning on the ground that they reacted, charging at Chen Fugui in a frenzied pack. They unleashed a barrage of punches, elbow strikes, and kicks without mercy. In his previous life, fearing abduction, Chen Fugui had practiced various combat techniques. In this life, enhanced by the transformative power of spatial spring water, he wielded them with even greater proficiency. Watch out. He heard Lu Mingyue's startled cry just as he dispatched the last of the assailants. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed one of Tong Changhu's goons brandishing a modified trident dagger, lunging toward him. Even he felt a cold sweat break out. That trident was a deadly weapon. Should it pierce him, he would surely meet his demise, regardless of his 9 lives. With all his might, he sidestepped the attack, feeling the blade graze his back as it tore through his clothing. The sharpness of the trident sent shivers down his spine. Lowering his body and twisting, he raised his left arm to block the attacker's hand, causing the goon to drop the trident in shock. Seizing the weapon with his right hand, Chen Fugui grasped the thug's shoulder with his left and forced him to the ground. With the trident in hand, he aimed it at the goon, his vision clouded by rage. At that moment, he cared little for notions of mercy. In his previous life, he had been merciless toward his rivals, even punishing longtime allies for their transgressions according to the rules. Don't. Lu Mingyue's voice rang out once more, pulling Chen Fugui slightly back to his senses. Redirecting his aim, he plunged the trident into the earth beside the thug's neck. The remaining henchmen stood petrified, unable to fathom that the usually mild Chen Fugui could exhibit such brutality. Who dares to bully my brother? I will fight to the death. Hu Guojuan's voice echoed from outside, accompanied by a cadre of over 10 individuals, all on bicycles. Yet, their appearance was peculiar. They perched awkwardly, eyes wide and mouths agape. They had envisioned Chen Fugui as beaten and battered, yet the scene before them told a different story. A number of foes lay defeated on the ground, while Chen Fugui stood unscathed. Old Hu, do you know anyone in the police? Please call the brigade and ask them to send someone to punish the criminals. Chen Fugui exclaimed with a smile, feeling deeply moved within. This was the essence of camaraderie. Daddy, does it hurt? At that moment, little Xin trotted over to Chen Fugui's side. He gently tapped her tiny nose, assuring her, Daddy doesn't feel any pain at all. It's those wicked ones who will suffer. Let's punish the bad guys, the little one declared, wrapping her arms around his neck, filled with joy. She was unconcerned with anything else. As long as Daddy was unharmed, she was happy. Fugui, what exactly is happening? Hu Guangchuan inquired. I owe these people usurious debts. They're blocking my door for repayment and even threatening to take my wife away, Chen Fugui replied in a calm tone. If it weren't for Yeye stopping me, I would have made sure they stayed here. I would pay with my life, even if it meant adding a few new graves on Gourd Mountain. His voice was measured. Yet both the unconscious men and those listening felt a chill creep up their spines, especially the members of the Gourd Brigade, who had just witnessed the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for Lu Mingyue's intervention, it could have turned fatal. All right, Fugui, don't worry about what comes next. How much do you owe? I'll help you settle it. Hu Guangquan stated decisively. Chen Shuisheng, you go to the brigade and call the police. And let them know I'm here as well. Jigua, hurry up. Here is the key. Uncle Shuisheng quickly handed the keys to Chao Jigua. I thought it was someone else. Turns out to be you, Tong Changhu. Relying on your brother's connections in the county. You really look down on us from the Guangming commune, don't you? Hu Guangquan approached the groaning Tong Changhu on the ground. Fugui is my brother, and I will handle his affairs. It is only right to repay debts. If you're scheming about something else, that would be your fault. Tong Changhu spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva and shot a cold glance at Hu Guangquan. He had heard of this director of the forest farm but had never had dealings with him. He was taken aback to find Chen Fugui entangled with him. Thank you all so much. When the Dragon Boat Festival arrives, I will treat everyone to a meal, Chen Fugui said, bowing to the villagers of the Gourd Brigade. Fugui, there's no need for such formalities. We haven't been of much help, they replied. Yes, when the police arrive, we will all testify for you. Is Xinshin all right? Quickly let Mingyue take her inside. They all chimed in, genuinely concerned for Chen Fugui. I've already contacted the police. They will be here shortly, Xiao Jigua announced, returning and handing the keys back to Uncle Shuisheng. Well, having too many people here is of little use. Just let Captain Shuisheng and the deputy stay. These few won't cause any more trouble, Hu Guangquan chuckled. He then leaned closer to Chen Fugui, reassuring him, don't worry, we are in the right. You shouldn't be so distant. A word to me would have spared your sister-in-law the fright. But do take care. Make sure your sister-in-law doesn't have to work too hard. His younger brother, Tong Chongbao, is no ordinary character. He is quite ruthless and has made quite a name for himself in the county. Chen Fugui nodded, understanding the situation. Initially, he had been cautious around them, but little did he know they would be so brazen. However, surely someone must have suffered a broken bone at my hands. What of it? What could possibly happen? They came to rob and plunder. What's wrong with retaliating against them? Hu Guangquan widened his eyes in disbelief. Chen Fugui let out a sigh of relief, fearing he might be accused of excessive self-defense. In this era, having a criminal record would severely hinder one's future prospects. Chapter 036. The terror of Chu. The police arrived promptly, riding on the only motorcycle owned by the Guangming commune. Upon seeing it, Xion's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her concern for Chen Fugui's well-being. Director Chu, these individuals on the ground attempted to take advantage of a situation to extort money. And they even plotted to abduct my sister-in-law, Hu Guangquan reported as he approached. Chu Yiwejin nodded, indicating that they would need to visit the station for documentation, especially since there was mention of a weapon. You didn't touch it, did you? Director Chu, they intended to stab me with a military dagger, but I managed to disarm them. My fingerprints must be on it, Chen Fugui hurriedly explained. Very well, as long as no one else has handled it. Xiao Lu, secure the weapon, Director Chu instructed, though he held little regard for the event. He was aware that Tong Changhu had suffered a significant setback this time, and surprisingly, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Typically, Tong had evaded serious repercussions for minor transgressions within the commune. But now there was an opportunity to manage him properly and curb his disruptive behavior on the streets. Director Chu, the military dagger cannot be extracted. Xiao Lu awkwardly interjected. Chu Weijin frowned, casting a disapproving glance at him, and motioned for him to follow. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Even the act of securing a weapon was poorly executed. However, once he assessed the situation, he exchanged a meaningful look with Chen Fugui, recognizing his prowess. The henchman lay compliant on the ground, his trousers already dampened. The military dagger remained firmly embedded in the earth, revealing only about a third of its length. Chu, an expert in such matters, understood the dagger's sharpness, but he was more aware of the considerable force required to embed it so deeply into the hard surface. Tong Changhu was indeed becoming reckless. How could a few individuals dare to provoke someone of Chen's caliber? It was akin to a mouse wishing a happy new year to a cat, an invitation to disaster. Director Chu, since I have left my fingerprints on it, should I attempt to pull it out? Chen Fugui inquired at an opportune moment. Chu Weijin nodded with restrained approval, silently acknowledging Chen's capabilities. As he too harbored doubts about being able to remove the dagger, grasping the handle of the military dagger, Chen Fugui exerted effort to extract it, placing it into the file bag handed over by Xiao Lu. Yet, the process was strenuous, startling even him. In his moment of anger, he had not realized the extent of his strength. It was as if he had summoned all his might. Despite the dirt roads often trodden by people and vehicles, the ground was rather firm, and the dagger had been securely embedded within. Is he a martial artist? Upon hearing a report from another police officer, Chu Yuejin turned to Chen Fugui with curiosity. Not exactly a martial artist, just someone with considerable strength. Are these individuals injured? Chen Fugui responded. When I saw them attempting to harm my wife, I became overwhelmed and ended up taking them down, he recounted. Chu Yuejin cast a humorous glance at him, doubting that sheer strength alone could explain the situation. Here were individuals who had sustained severe injuries, fractures, and lost teeth, while Chen Fugui emerged relatively unscathed. With merely a punctured garment, one without substantial combat experience would hardly remain so intact. Yet, he chose to disregard this matter. Tong Changhu and his gang were notorious for causing trouble. Some victims even refrained from reporting them, but now he saw this as an opportunity. Does your production team have a vehicle? We must transport them to the commune to assess their injuries, Chu Yuejin stated. Comrade Police, we do have a vehicle. We will prepare it immediately, Xiao Guo quickly responded. Fugui, you go with Chu first. I'll return home to fetch some money and then find you, Hu Guangquan said. All right. Chen Fugui nodded. There was no need for excessive pleasantries. Hu Guangquan had shown commendable loyalty by bringing people to help, and he had already categorized him as a true ally. Comrade Police, we can testify for Fugui. These individuals are utterly despicable. Indeed, Fugui is a good lad. We cannot allow him to suffer. Comrade Police, please take us along. We all witnessed what transpired. Such miscreants deserve to be locked away. The villagers from Hulu Brigade began to chant. Fellow villagers, please be quiet, Chu Yuejin smiled, waving his hand. These wrongdoers have dared to disturb our community once again. Rest assured, they will face just retribution. Shortly, your team leader and squad leader will accompany us. Simply recount what you witnessed, and that will suffice. His words reassured everyone. Fugui was safe. Su Yaming also brought over the large vehicle, and together they assisted in lifting Tong Changhu and his gang onto it. As for concerns about aggravating their injuries during the transfer, no one paid them any mind. Was it truly significant? Not in the slightest. It was merely that Fugui had acted swiftly. Otherwise, they would have intervened as well, given the opportunity. Director Chu. There is a minor matter. Chen Fugui spoke up just as Su Yaming was about to depart with the vehicle. What is it? Chu Yuejin inquired with curiosity. Well, my wooden door was smashed by them. Shouldn't I receive some compensation? Chen Fugui blinked innocently. That door is a relic from my parents. I have developed an emotional attachment to it, and now it has been destroyed without reason. Sometimes, when I see the door they have left me with no trace of sentiment. What will I do in the future? You intend to extort me? Tong Changhu, lying on the vehicle, struggled to sit up. Extortion is not my aim, but we must settle accounts clearly. I owe you no interest, not a single cent, Chen Fugui replied. However, you have damaged my door. Shouldn't you compensate for that? Chen Fugui remarked. Moreover, these foreign vehicles of yours are parked here. Surely there must be a storage fee? Who knows how long they will remain? Typically, the storage fee is 3 cents per instance, so charging us a dime for a day's storage is quite a bargain. Director Chu, am I not in the right here? Every expense can be accounted for. To cause destruction and act as if nothing has happened is simply unacceptable. Our soldiers do not take anything from the masses, so why should he have the privilege to damage my door? My family has been impoverished for generations. And when the Japanese invaded, we did not cower. After speaking, Chen Fugui cradled Shinshin in his arms. Chu Yuejin felt an unbearable headache. Dealing with Chen Fugui was no easy task, and today's situation was proving to be quite challenging. Chapter 37. I am threatening you, Xiao Lu. Please take note of the extent of damage to this wooden door. We shall account for it later, Chu Yuejin remarked after a moment of contemplation. There truly is no alternative. Just observe Chen Fugui. He appears to be rather obstinate, yet he presents a reasonable argument. After all, it was Tong Changhu and his group who came here to create unrest. If Chen Fugui were to claim he owes money and refuses to pay, that would certainly warrant a different discussion. However, now that he acknowledges his debt and is willing to repay, even if it is at exorbitant interest rates, You cannot simply disregard the damage done to the door. The subsequent matters will be much simpler. We merely need to recount the incident at the police station, and the case will be quite clear. The pressing issue now lies in addressing the compensation for the door. Tong Changhu, what do you propose regarding the door? At most, we can repair his door, Tong Changhu muttered. He realized that this time, he was at a disadvantage. The funds for medical treatment would have to come from his own pockets. The money Chen Fugui was returning would scarcely suffice for him and his brother's medical expenses, which was quite unfortunate. Once he emerged from the detention center, this matter would not be resolved. Repair? How do you intend to repair it? Chen Fugui interjected. That door holds sentimental value for me. The wooden planks have been kicked in by you all. Unless you can procure identical planks, I have nothing further to say. If you can manage that, then I shall remain silent. Listening to this exchange, Hu Guangchuan was tempted to laugh, yet the gravity of the situation demanded decorum. He had not anticipated that Chen Fugui could be so obstinate. Where could one possibly find identical wooden planks? Even the most skilled carpenter would struggle with that. What do you suggest, then? Tong Changhu inquired. Money cannot buy sentiment, but it can ensure my family's wooden door is honored, Chen Fugui replied earnestly. You need not compensate too much. Offering $30 would suffice. And do not glare at me. Do you think that is excessive? Allow me to explain. You need to source wood, then process the planks, and after that, you must find someone to construct the door. Given how busy everyone is, where will you find the necessary labor? Just consider how much work this will delay for the production team. Furthermore, bringing you all here today also necessitates transportation costs. Our livestock is quite delicate. Under normal circumstances, we do not let them undertake any tasks that humans can handle. Is it easy to raise livestock in our team? Director. This is nothing short of extortion. You must seek justice for me. Tong Changhu insisted. Extortion? I assure you, I am not engaging in such practices, and I have yet to conclude my claims. Chen Fugui continued. What about my daughter? She has been traumatized. Her world is so innocent. Yet your arrival has shattered that innocence. For this, do you not owe her some compensation for emotional distress? And my wife, a simple and honest woman, has never quarreled with anyone in the team. Now she is utterly terrified. Should she not also receive compensation for emotional suffering? As for nutritional costs, if we consider the possibility of a fracture, you must also cover the medical expenses. I have a brother who is so frightened he can no longer speak. You all? You think you have the right? Chen Fugui shot him a sidelong glance. If it were not for your disruptive antics at my home, would I have any reason to confront you? Had he not thrust a military dagger at me, would I have retaliated? This is entirely of your own making. If you find yourself unable to relieve yourself in a latrine, would you then blame the Earth's gravitational pull? Enough of this. Do not even mention compensation for mental anguish or nourishment. Tong Changhu, simply state how much you are willing to pay in reparations. Chu Weijin interrupted Chen Fugui. It was necessary to interject. What nonsense was being discussed? If this continued, Tong Changhu might find even a few hundred insufficient to cover the costs. I can offer 30. Tong Changhu hesitated before responding. Chu Weijin turned his gaze toward Chen Fugui. For the sake of our mutual acquaintance, let it be 30. However, the funds for bringing you here, along with the expenses for the vehicle, must be accounted for separately, as those are owed to the production team. Chen Fugui stated with utmost seriousness. Tong Changhu spat out a mouthful of blood. Good. Now that you've expelled that blood, doesn't it feel less suffocating? Chen Fugui said with a smile. That is stagnated blood. If you require medicine to dispel the clots, it will cost a fair amount. I shan't demand payment for your treatment. I am, after all, a compassionate person. Let us conclude it this way. Tong Changhu, add 5 more, making it 35 in total. Do you agree? Tong Changhu, with no other recourse, nodded reluctantly. He was concerned that if he kept coughing, he might have no blood left to expel. Tong Changhu, it would be wise to temper your ways in the future. Those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately meet their demise. This world belongs to the people, Chen Fugui asserted. Do not think you have suffered a loss. I saved you this time. However, you must also live peacefully to understand my goodwill. I know you are dissatisfied. I am aware that you will continue to ponder my actions after your release from the detention center. You have a rather formidable brother, do you not? I am not intimidated by that. 1 comes, I keep 1. 2 come, I keep 2. I am indeed threatening you. But you may also interpret it as my promise to you. Having said this, Chen Fugui nodded at Chu Weijin, who then took Xin and led Hu Guangchuan outside. There is no need to worry about the financial matters. Tong Changhu will settle it with Chu, who will then sign for the funds. I spoke no falsehood. Had Tong Chonghu and his companions acted in 1983, they would have met a far graver fate. Tong Chonghu, have you now grasped the severity of the situation? Today, you and your ilk have truly escaped with your lives, Chu Weijin remarked. Chen Fugui not only possesses great strength but is also a skilled fighter. Had he harbored murderous intent today, not only 6 but even 60 of you would have perished. You should spend a few days in the detention center reflecting on your wrongdoings. Upon your release, seek a legitimate livelihood. Associating with such individuals for nefarious purposes may not end well next time. However, Tong Chonghu was not in a position to heed Chu Yuejin's words. All he could focus on was the loss of face and the humiliation at the hands of Chen Fugui, which he felt compelled to rectify. Observing his demeanor, Chu Yuejin shook his head, realizing that his words had fallen on deaf ears, with Tong Chonghu dismissing them entirely. If one were truly to seek vengeance upon Chen Fugui, the outcome would remain uncertain. After all, he is a man who has faced the battlefield, and even now, he harbors a modicum of trepidation towards Chen Fugui. What is Tong Chonghu, after all? Merely a petty bully preying upon the common folk. Despite what others may claim in their accounts, that Chen Fugui's thrust was merely intended to intimidate, he knows it to be quite the contrary. Nevertheless, while he may feel apprehensive, he also harbors a sense of mutual respect. Individuals like Tong Chonghu, in his eyes, are hardly worth lamenting their fate. It is commendable that Chen Fugui is willing to teach such scoundrels a harsh lesson for the sake of his wife and children. That is the mark of a true man. If only Chen Fugui's prowess were to be unleashed on the battlefield, who knows what great deeds he might accomplish. Chapter 038. The heartfelt shoes crafted by my wife. 1. Must neither harbor ill intentions, nor be devoid of caution against others. Although I have managed to pacify Tong Chonghu, I remain vigilant against potential reprisals. Consequently, Chen Fugui has brought both Lu Mingwei and Xin alongside him to toil at the timber yard. While he may be unafraid of these adversaries, he cannot afford to be reckless when it comes to his family. The community is well aware of the situation, and thus, there is no discontent regarding Lu Mingyue's absence from work. After all, Chen Fugui has generously assisted the Hulu Brigade with 5 yuan. And Lu Mingwe's decision not to work does not impose upon anyone else. Chen Fugui finds this arrangement quite agreeable. After finishing the task of removing tree knots, he takes joy in the presence of his wife and daughter before returning to his work. Seated on a tree knot, Lu Mingwei delicately bites her red lip, feeling a hint of shyness under the gaze of her husband. She finds it perplexing. After all these years, why should she feel bashful? Little does she know, her current demeanor, tinged with a touch of vulnerability and modesty, has completely captivated Chen Fugui's heart. Gentle and virtuous, as soft as flowing water, she is indeed his beloved wife. Daddy, Daddy, when can we play with the kitty? Inquired the little Xin, who had been chasing butterflies nearby. Well, we must wait a bit longer. You know your mother doesn't allow us to play with the kitties, Chen Fugui replied, shifting the responsibility yet again. The little one furrowed her brow, clearly troubled. Mother forbids everything. Playing with the big kitty would be so much fun. Come here and try these on to see if they fit. Lu Mingyue called after snipping the threads with scissors. Coming, Chen Fugui exclaimed, abandoning his tool and striding over with enthusiasm. He had long anticipated these shoes, his wife's lovingly crafted pair, genuine layered fabric shoes. In this era, purchasing shoes is not as simple as it is in the future, where one could merely empty their cart in a moment of joy. For a typical rural dweller, who would be willing to spend on shoes? The pair he currently wears, made of rubber, is among the finest in the Hulu Brigade. Thus, most households create their own layered fabric shoes, which differ significantly from those sold in stores in later times. In the present, these shoes are fashioned from scraps and old fabric, meticulously layered and stitched together. For no one would dare use an entire piece of cloth. Such extravagance is unheard of. Once completed, the shoes are stitched with coarse thread, resulting in a durable sole. The uppers are even easier to manage. Those with resources may purchase them, while others can craft their own. Xin's little shoes, too, are made by Lu Mingyue, appearing charming despite being pieced together from fabric remnants. As Chen Fugui received the shoes, he slipped them onto his feet. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but he found them exceedingly comfortable. How wonderful! Not too big, not too small, just perfect. How skilled my wife is. I almost feel reluctant to wear them, after all. They are my wife's heartfelt creation, he said with delight. Then don't wear them if you're reluctant. I can't be bothered with you. Lu Mingyue retorted with a playful glance. Mother, Xin also wants new shoes. The little one squeezed into Lu Mingyue's embrace. You are still growing. New shoes and new clothes will soon be outgrown. Lu Mingwei gently tapped her little nose. Let's find a tailor to make clothes from the fabric we brought back last time. Leaving it in used may invite pests, Chen Fugui suggested. There's no need. It's all good material. When Xin grows a bit more next year, we can make her a complete outfit, Lu Mingwei replied. Chen Fugui could only give his daughter a helpless glance. We tried our best, but your mother disagrees. Xin shook her head. Father is so unambitious. His words carry no weight. Their interaction did not escape Lu Mingyue's notice. She had no inclination to engage with them. Can we afford it? Allowing them to squander will prevent the family from saving any money. After trying on the shoes, Chen Fugui was invigorated, and when he resumed his work, he was full of vigor. Fugui, thank you first. Xin, guess what Uncle brought you? At that moment, Hu Guangquan rode up on his bicycle. Uncle Hu? What is it? The little one asked with curiosity. Look at this. Hu Guangquan triumphantly opened his bag. Inside were 6 bottles of orange-flavored soda, quite a rarity. Priced at 8 cents a bottle. Now, we don't even need soda tickets anymore. Just 2 years ago, wanting this without a ticket was impossible. Thank you, Uncle Hu. The little one exclaimed, beaming with joy. Old Hu, you are spoiling Xin too much, Chen Fugui remarked. It doesn't cost much, this time. My brother made quite a successful turnaround. I'm not sure how to express my gratitude, Hu Guangquan said. Have you received praise from the leaders? Chen Fugui asked with a smile. Not just a little, but substantial commendation, Hu Guangquan replied, a hint of pride in his voice. In the past, our service station could only bring in some funds for the commune. This year, not only will I contribute during the Dragon Boat Festival, but also during the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Spring Festival. Old Hu, let me ask you something. Are you planning to pursue a political career or a business one? Have you made up your mind? Chen Fugui suddenly inquired. Hu Guangquan was taken aback. Brother, that's your flaw. You speak in half measures. And I can't grasp your meaning. Chen Fugui chuckled. If you choose politics, you'll need to alter your temperament and even your methods. In business, it's less concerning. Just focus on making money comfortably in the future. Are you implying that my current methods lack precision? Hu Guangquan asked. Lu Mingwei, who had been listening, was startled and kept signaling Chen Fugui with her eyes. Chen Fugui gave her a reassuring look and then turned to Hu Guangquan. If you choose politics, you must engrave serve the people in your heart. Although some short-term conveniences can be gained, in the long run, serving the public is the true path. That's the principle, isn't it? People have their pride, and he could only offer Hu Guangquan so much advice. He worried that being too blunt might embarrass Hu Guangquan. This reflects the affection held for Hu Guangquan. Otherwise, he would not have offered such a reminder. Cheng, my brother. I comprehend your intention. Allow me to ponder it thoroughly. Hu Guangquan nodded vigorously in agreement. By the way, tomorrow marks the Dragon Boat Festival. Will you be taking the meat you've gathered? The rice is limited, but we have an abundance of zongzi leaves, so let us make them a bit smaller. Cheng, I shall first retrieve them from the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. It is imperative to fulfill the promises made to the villagers, as Chen Fugui cheerfully remarked. They have extended considerable support to my family. Otherwise, my current situation would be far worse. Just like Brother Hu, I must keep both their affairs and yours in mind. This is also a commitment to Hu Guangquan. Regardless of the path he chooses for his future development, he must always provide assistance. Hu Guangquan felt a sense of envy towards the people of Hulu Brigade, knowing that their celebration of the festival tomorrow would surely be quite splendid. Chapter 39. The warmth of rural affection. Fugui, after all your efforts to save up this mate, you truly intend to share it with everyone? Uncle Shuixing inquired on their way to the commune the following morning. My family cannot consume so much, and I still have a few days of work left at the forest farm, from which I can procure more, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Although it may seem abundant, when divided among our brigade, adults and children alike, there is hardly enough for each to have 2 or 3 pieces, he continued. Ah, how have you become so benevolent all of a sudden? Uncle Shuixing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. People can change. I have vowed to turn over a new leaf, and thus I must indeed do so, Chen Fugui responded cheerfully. Uncle Shuixing, since we are gathering for this meal today, everyone seems quite joyful. After we finish eating, should we not address the matter we discussed previously? Uncle Shuixing nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed time to bring it up, as they had already delayed for some time. I find your reasoning quite sound. I just wonder what the members of the commune think about it. What they wished to express was a desire to work diligently, to earn more work points for the fields at hand. This would allow them the opportunity to visit the service station for labor export and earn some hard-earned money. However, Due to the recent conflict with Tong Changhu, this matter had been temporarily set aside. Uncle Shuixing was also mindful of this issue. But as Chen Fugui had initiated the conversation, he hesitated to take the lead. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, they collected the meat and vegetables and, on a whim, purchased some sugar balls before heading home. When they returned to Hulu Brigade, the atmosphere was vibrant with excitement. As their vehicle came to a halt, a swarm of children rushed toward them, among whom was Xin. The little ones had found playmates and chose to remain at home to enjoy their time together, rather than accompany Chen Fugui to the commune. Daddy, did you buy sweets? The eager child at the front asked with a bright voice. I bought 2 pounds of assorted candies to share with your friends, Chen Fugui replied, pulling out the bag of sweets. Thank you, Uncle Fugui. Thank you, Mr. Fugui. Thank you, Brother Fugui. Thank you, Nephew Fugui. The children's jubilant voices rang out in chaotic harmony. Such is the nature of rural life, where familial titles can become quite tangled. Though they were merely children, they were indeed Chen Fugui's younger relatives. Fugui, it is said that you are an excellent cook. Will you take charge of preparing the meal today? Uncle Shuixing asked. Sure, leave it to me, Chen Fugui replied with a nod and a smile. Comrades, may I have your attention, please? Comrades, may I have your attention? Uncle Shuixing stood atop a nearby grinding platform, wielding a metal megaphone to call out. Today, we owe our gratitude to Fugui for this feast. It is through his generosity that we will enjoy meat this festive season. Let us also remember that the glutinous rice is limited, and we cannot rely solely on our own share. This has all been generously supplemented by Fugui from his own pocket. Regardless of how Fugui may have been in the past, the Fugui of today is commendable. And I raise my thumb in approval. Should anyone dare to resurrect those trivial matters and engage in idle gossip, let it not be said that I, Chen Shuixing, have turned my back on them. One cannot indulge in the generosity of others and then speak ill of them. One must act in accordance with one's conscience. Enough said, let us proceed with our tasks. After Uncle Shuixing finished speaking, he leapt down from the grinding stone. Chen Fugui, who had been intently slicing meat, discreetly wiped away a tear that had trickled down the corner of his eye. In his previous life, he was not one to easily display his emotions, having witnessed too much deceit and duplicity. Yet this time, his heart was repeatedly touched by the sincere sentiments of his fellow villagers. Previously, when he had crashed into a tree to save someone, Uncle Shuixing and the others had stood guard at his door out of concern for him. Now, due to his own misdeeds, the villagers stood united at his doorstep, preventing Tang Changhu and his ilk from causing havoc. In the past, he had been quite the troublemaker in the village, yet when it truly mattered, the villagers would rally to support him, standing by his side. Such pure emotions, this warm-hearted camaraderie, are indeed rare treasures in modern times. Goodness, Fugui's knife skills are truly remarkable. Principal Su, from the elementary school, strolled over, complimenting him with a smile. Principal Su, you should take a moment to rest, Chen Fugui urged. Haha, there is no need for me to rest. I am but a free spirit, enjoying a meal thanks to your kindness, Principal Su jested. Oh, I wouldn't dare say that, Chen Fugui quickly replied. In our brigade, you are the most knowledgeable person. The only one who could rival you is Mr. Zhou. If I'm not mistaken, you used to teach at our county's high school, correct? Ah, that is all in the past. I was merely a humble teacher. Principal Su's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Principal Su, what are your thoughts on the current state of education? Chen Fugui inquired. What do my thoughts matter? They are of little consequence. Principal Su chuckled, shaking his head. I have an immature idea brewing in my mind. After we finish eating, I would like to have a proper discussion with you, Chen Fugui stated. Principal Su cast a surprised glance at him, uncertain of what he was up to. In truth, he was quite curious about Chen Fugui. Despite his short time in Hulu Brigade, Fugui's name was already well known. He had benefited from Chen Fugui's kindness, enjoying a warmer winter by the hearth. Now, this Chen Fugui wished to engage him in a conversation about education? What could he possibly have to say? Brother Fugui, how may I assist you? At that moment, Zhuzi rushed over, rolling up his sleeves. Help me stoke the fire for a bit. These dishes need to simmer for a while. I must say, the aroma of the zonzi is truly delightful, Chen Fugui remarked. Higi, no matter how fragrant the zonzi, nothing beats the scent of meat. Zhuzi chuckled heartily. Haha, look at you, so pleased. Trust Brother Fugui, and you shall never lack for meat in the future. Chen Fugui laughed. Not enough. If I let myself go, I could easily devour 2 or 3 jin. Zhuzi spoke with an expression of longing. Do not rush. Clarity will come in due time. Chen Fugui remarked, before resuming his task of slicing meat. This was the first meal he had personally prepared for his fellow villagers. Yet it would certainly not be the last. In the future, he intended not only to ensure that Erjuzi feasted to his heart's content, but also to enable every household to count their riches until their hands ached. Uncle Fugui, when will we have our delicious food? A little child approached him eagerly. Ah, there's no need to worry, it will be ready shortly. And I assure you it will be delectable, Chen Fugui replied with delight. If, in a while, these children did not cling to their bowls licking them clean, he would write his name in reverse. Chapter 40. The delicacies hidden in childhood memories. Although Chen Fugui made considerable contributions, the banquet for the Dragon Boat Festival was rather modest. The sole dish served was a stew of potatoes, cabbage, and thinly sliced meat. According to contemporary standards, each person could only receive 3 to 4 slices of meat. However, the staple foods consisted of 3 varieties. The zongzi, a traditional delicacy, were rather small in size, crafted to create the illusion of abundance. The remaining 2 dishes were sorghum porridge for the adults and dry sorghum rice for the children. If this meal were to be compared to future times, Chen Fugui would hardly cast a glance at it. Yet, in this era, it was considered a grand banquet, akin to celebrating the new year. Especially poignant was the sight of the children gathered around the stove, their eager eyes fixed on the pot, stirring a sense of bittersweet nostalgia in Chen Fugui. Fugui, when it's time to eat, you should join Mr. Zhou and Principal Su at their table, Uncle Shuisheng approached. Uncle Shuisheng, please don't be concerned. I've already promised Xinxin that I would dine with her and the children, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. How can that be? You've contributed so much meat. It wouldn't be proper for you not to sit with them, Uncle Shuisheng urged anxiously. But Uncle Shuisheng, those esteemed individuals at that table are highly respected in our Hulu brigade, Chen Fugui chuckled. There's no need to mention Principal Su. Mr. Zhou has treated so many in our brigade, often for just a token fee, and sometimes even for free. The other elders are also esteemed figures in our community. What would a young person like me be doing there? I would feel out of place. In the countryside, hierarchy and respect were paramount. Principal Su, being the first educated person in the brigade, had previously been a high school teacher. Mr. Zhou was the only barefoot doctor in the brigade, always ready to assist anyone suffering from ailments, often charging only the cost of the medicine. The elders were referred to as Mr., not solely for their medical skills but also for their benevolence. Additionally, those of advanced age and higher familial standing typically sat together at the same table. Chen Fugui felt it inappropriate to intrude, and despite Uncle Shuisheng's persistent encouragement, he preferred to stay with Xinxin. The task of distributing the food in Zongzi was not one he wished to concern himself with. Instead, he took Xinxin's hand, clutching an oil jar, and joined the children. Comrades, are you ready? Chen Fugui called out earnestly. We're ready. The children responded in unison, their voices elongated as they lifted their bowls of dry sorghum rice. Settling down obediently. Comrades, all actions must heed the command, Chen Fugui shouted again. We heed the command. Little Xinxin, holding a spoon, chirped in agreement, her demeanor gleeful. On my command, raise your bowls, Chen Fugui instructed once more. The children eagerly pushed their bowls forward. Chen Fugui advanced with the oil jar, and at each child's side, Xinxin would scoop a spoonful of lard from the jar. This can indeed be regarded as a benefit for the children, as they indulge in rice mixed with rich animal fat. Future generations may perceive this dish as excessively greasy, however, for the children of this era, it represents the pinnacle of culinary delight. Even Chen Fugui finds himself tempted, as it evokes the flavors of his childhood. The children who receive the fat gaze longingly at their bowls, while the steaming sorghum rice gradually absorbs the richness, allowing the oil to permeate each grain. Every morsel of sorghum rice glistens with fat, and the enticing aroma of oil tantalizes their senses. Comrades, next we shall distribute the soy sauce, Chen Fugui announces with enthusiasm. This time, it is he who takes charge, pouring the soy sauce into each bowl. Once the soy sauce is added, the children eagerly abandon any pretense of decorum, joyfully mixing it with their chopsticks. Although it may seem like a mere condiment, this soy sauce is a rare treat, as most households utilize a diluted version made from soy sauce, salt, and water, simmered to create a frugal substitute. This concoction, though salty, bears only a hint of soy sauce flavor, allowing families to stretch their supplies. 1 pound of soy sauce and 1 pound of salt can last for months. At last, it is his turn alongside Xinxin, who is equally eager. Having been preoccupied with serving her father, she momentarily forgets her own hunger. Once Chen Fugui finishes his task, The little one scoops out a portion of sorghum rice to create a hollow in her bowl. She then adds a generous spoonful of rich fat into the cavity, covering it with rice once more. Chen Fugui, holding the soy sauce bottle, traces the rim of her bowl, and the child earnestly begins to mix it all together. "Daddy, eat," Xinshin insists, offering a spoonful to Chen Fugui. He opens his mouth wide, savoring the delectable bite. The rich aroma of oil, complemented by the flavor of soy sauce, creates a sensation that is anything but greasy. Having tasted various exquisite ingredients in later years, he now realizes that true delicacies reside within the cherished memories of his childhood. Observing Chen Fugui relish his meal, Xinshin can hardly contain her excitement, and she eagerly serves herself a spoonful, her little body swaying in delight. "Oh, Fugui is truly different now," remarks Uncle Shuixing, observing Chen Fugui with the children. "Indeed. Who in the entire brigade possesses the patience to tend to such a group of demanding youngsters?" Mr. Zhou chuckles. Xinshin's complexion appears much improved. "Didn't you inquire about the children's academic pursuits recently? Perhaps they are developing aspirations in that regard? No wonder she mentioned to me today that she has something to discuss after dinner," Principal Su adds. "The current Qing Shan truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Although I may not fully grasp his actions, I recognize that his intentions are genuinely for the betterment of our brigade," Uncle Shuixing reflects. "It was just that times were so difficult then. I had hoped for his growth and progress. I am uncertain whether this will succeed. We shall see how it unfolds. And I will discuss it with everyone later. I believe there is no issue. In the past, Fugui was not so despicable. He has indeed changed for the better. A transformation that cannot be feigned." Mr. Wu, seated to the right, began to speak. "This is my contemplation. However, the organization's evaluation of potential candidates is exceedingly stringent," remarked Uncle Shui with a sense of resignation. He harbored some worry, yet the matter at hand requires careful consideration. Observing Chen Fugui amidst the children, engaging in jovial banter and occasionally teasing little Xin, it is truly hard to reconcile this with the person he once was. "Uncle Shui, Uncle Shui." It appears that Grandpa Gu is choking. At that moment, a young man at another table not far away exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 41. A life saved. What is happening? "Ping H?" inquired Uncle Shuixing, who had rushed over. "It seems he choked on the zongzi," replied Ping H. "Mr. Zhou, what should we do?" Old Gu's face was flushed, struggling to breathe. "Support his waist and pat his back, but don't let him use his hands. We wouldn't want him to push it in deeper," Mr. Zhou instructed. Without hesitation, everyone assisted Old Gu, vigorously patting his back. However, after several attempts, the obstruction remained lodged in his throat, and he appeared increasingly distressed. "Let me take over. We can't continue patting him like this," shouted Chen Fugui, who had just arrived. "Fugui, do you think you can manage?" asked Lu Mingwei, concern evident in her voice. Others shared her worry. Old Ji's condition had become perilous. If he weren't being supported, he might have collapsed to the ground. If Mr. Zhou's method was ineffective, could Chen Fugui succeed? This was a matter of life and death. Ignoring the doubts of those around him, Chen Fugui focused on the task at hand, positioning himself behind Old Gu. He bent his left leg and pushed with his right, placing Old Gu against his left thigh. With a clenched fist in his left hand and his right hand tightly gripping it, he forcefully applied pressure to Old Gu's abdomen. His strength was considerable. A moment's control was crucial, or he could have inadvertently harmed Old Gu. The results were immediate. Old Gu extended his neck, opened his mouth, and out came a chunk of zongzi, the size of a duck egg yolk. "Ah, I can breathe. I thought I was going to die," gasped Old Gu, panting heavily. "Fugui, well done. You have saved Old Gu's life." "Old Gu, at the very least. You should prepare some gifts to thank Fugui for his life-saving deed." "How did you know to do that, Fugui?" The members of the Hulu Brigade had shifted their focus entirely to Chen Fugui, surrounding him eagerly. He chuckled wryly, unsure of how to explain. In modern terms, this was the basic Heimlich maneuver. While not infallible, it had thankfully worked this time. "Fugui, how are you so skilled?" Air Zhuzi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Honestly, I was just guessing. I thought it was like how people vomit after drinking too much." Chen Fugui offered a half-hearted explanation. Mr. Zhou shot him an amused glance but refrained from commenting. Chen Fugui's technique had appeared quite professional. Who would vomit in such a manner after a few drinks? "All right, everyone. We still need to eat," Chen Fugui called out. "Remember, though zongzi is delicious, it should be eaten slowly." "Thank you for saving my father's life," expressed Gu Xiangyang. Old Gu's eldest son, filled with gratitude. Brother Gu, why are you being so formal? We're all part of the same brigade. Who wouldn't lend a hand? Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Let us get a bowl of soup for old Gu. He ate too hastily. Furthermore, you mischievous little rascals, refrain from indulging in the greasy fare, for excessive consumption may lead to distressing consequences. Upon hearing his exclamation, the group gathered around the oil jar erupted in laughter and dispersed. These little scamps, Mingyue, swiftly put away your family's oil jar, remarked Uncle Shuishing with a chuckle. In truth, a modest indulgence poses no harm. The concern lies in the possibility of them upsetting their stomachs, Mingyue replied with a smile. Casting a pleased glance at Chen Fugui, the old adage rings true. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tiered pagoda. Just moments ago, Mr. Zhou's method proved futile, yet Chen Fugui managed to rescue old Gu. She felt a sense of pride in that accomplishment. Shuishing, with a grin, suggested. Now that Fugui has saved someone, shall we not make a decision? Mr. Wu added with a smile. Chen Fugui appeared momentarily perplexed, pondering what decision was to be made. All right, all gentlemen, please pay attention. Comrades striving for progress, step forward, Chen Shuishing cheerfully called out. The captains and accountants of the 3 small teams approached. The remaining individuals, curious, wondered what the captain intended to address at this juncture. I have resolved to serve as Fugui's introducer, whether progressive comrades or other members. All may partake in the discussion, Uncle Shuishing announced loudly. I concur, Shuishing, George Gua chimed in with a raised hand. Indeed, Uncle Shuishing, I too agree. Zhang Kuanyu from the first team added, lifting his hand as well. The others followed suit, all raising their hands in agreement. It was needless to mention the rest. After all, Chen Fugui had procured so many branches for everyone and just rescued old Gu from the brink of death. Who could possibly oppose? Celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival with meat and an abundance of rice dumplings was undoubtedly linked to Chen Fugui's contributions. Fugui, do share your thoughts, Uncle Shuishing urged him. I am willing, Chen Fugui declared, somewhat nervously, eliciting laughter from everyone present. In truth, he remained somewhat bewildered, acutely aware of the challenges associated with progress in this era. With so many individuals in the Hulu Brigade, only a few had truly advanced. One could ponder that deeply. In the hearts of the people, their former selves were undoubtedly seen as laggards. But now, they were undeniably regarded as pioneers. What does this signify? It symbolizes that he had genuinely earned the recognition of the Hulu Brigade's members. Yet, what had he truly done? The tasks accomplished were merely incidental. What were a few branches and a handful of meat? Nevertheless, having contributed even this modest amount, everyone forgave his past missteps. Let us continue our meal, he encouraged. Fugui, don't forget to write your application upon returning, Uncle Shuishing reminded him again. Chen Fugui nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with joy. Daddy, I too wish to progress. Little Xinshin tugged at his trousers, her voice bright and clear. Haha, you must wait a while longer. You are still quite young. Chen Fugui chuckled, tapping her tiny nose. Xinshin scrunched her little nose in response. Never mind. Let us set aside the notion of progress for now. The savory rice with meat is truly delightful, she declared, eager to continue her meal. Chen Fugui's heart was somewhat in disarray. He had initially intended to proceed with a gradual and thoughtful plan. Yet he found himself uncertain whether to seize this opportunity and cast everything aside. In this era, undertaking tasks can be both challenging and surprisingly simple. The difficulty lies in the transformation of one's mindset, while the ease comes from achieving a consensus. Once that is attained, any endeavor becomes manageable. Now that he has garnered the recognition of his peers, could he not embrace this moment to strive with fervor? The endeavors he aspired to undertake were far from straightforward. In a fleeting moment, he pondered the possibility of encountering a multitude of dissenters. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his pace of eating gradually diminished. Chapter 042. The resistance is greater than expected, Uncle Shui. I plan to summon Principal Su as well. There are certain matters that require his counsel. After dining, Chen Fugui approached Uncle Shui. Are you seeking Principal Su's assistance in keeping our accounts or something else? Uncle Shui inquired with curiosity. Well, I wish to discuss the children's education, Chen Fugui replied, slightly anxious. This topic had already been broached with Uncle Shui, who believed that recognizing one's own name sufficed for education. Indeed, Uncle Shui furrowed his brow and said, Fugui, please tell me precisely what this is about. Uncle Shui, allow me to keep you in suspense. Ultimately, this matter requires our team's deliberation to reach a conclusion. We must also consider everyone's opinions, Chen Fugui stated. Uncle Shui pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the validity of the point. The external tasks would be handled by others. So Uncle Shui summoned the captains and vice-captains of the 3 teams, along with Principal Su. Only George Gua understood the purpose of the meeting. Others were filled with curiosity. Let us convene a temporary meeting, as Fugui has an idea to discuss with everyone, Uncle Shui announced. Since we are all either my uncles or brothers, I shall refrain from unnecessary preamble. Please proceed, Fugui, Chen Fugui said with a smile. Having established a rapport with Old Hu from the logging yard, and subsequently connecting with Director Tang from the commune service station, I have been contemplating finding some work for everyone during the off-season to earn a little pocket money. Fugui, this is indeed a commendable initiative, remarked Qi Yuanchao, the captain of the 2nd team. I had considered this last year, but the thresholds set by the service station were too high for us to cross. I heard that working at the paper mill provides not only decent wages but also protective hats and shoes. Chen Fugui nodded, grinning. Not only that, they also supply vests, gloves, and reed hooks. Fugui, how many people can we send? Inquired Zhang Kuanyu. At present, it is not merely a question of how many individuals we can dispatch, but rather whether we can secure the opportunity for them to go, Chen Fugui replied. Currently, the service station primarily sends workers to the paper mill, where unloading a ton of reed costs 5 cents, while stacking a ton earns 5.5 cents. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group brightened significantly. They perceived this as akin to picking up money. After all, rural folk may lack other skills but can certainly exert physical labor, which is quite manageable. Isn't this akin to picking up money? Remarked Principal Su, who had been quietly listening, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Chen Fugui. This fellow has a method to his approach. What he intends to convey must be of considerable importance, or he would not have initially presented the benefits. Once the group values this advantage, subsequent discussions will be far easier. But why has he summoned me here? During the off-season, numerous individuals from various teams flock to work there, Chen Fugui continued. For instance, the paper mill requires only 30 workers, yet there are at least 300 awaiting assignment. Even if we can converse with Director Tang, how many people do you think he can arrange for us? Not to mention those working at the paper mill. It is not solely our commune's members who are eyeing this opportunity. Members from other communes are also keenly interested. Fugui, what are your thoughts? Surely you have a plan. Qi Yuanchao remarked. My idea is that we need to devise a strategy to seize this opportunity ahead of time, Chen Fugui responded. This year, the paper mill has a heavy production task, and they are already experiencing a shortage of workers. What should we do? How can we advance our agricultural off-season? After speaking, Chen Fugui paused to allow everyone to absorb the information. The leaders of the other 2 teams appeared somewhat troubled. How can we advance it? Isn't this the time for field work? Otherwise, how can it be called the busy farming season? Fugui, please go ahead, Uncle Shuixing interjected. Indeed, Chen Fugui nodded. I pondered for a moment and came up with an unrefined idea. We could tally the unfinished work, and instead of calculating the labor points based on daily output, we could simply assess the work completed for a specific plot of land at once. For instance, if a piece of land typically requires 2 workdays, with each day worth 10 points, we could assign it 22 points at the outset. Perhaps if everyone puts in effort, we could finish it in a day. That sounds complicated. If we share this with everyone, it will surely lead to chaos, Zhang Kuanyu remarked. How would we account for the labor points? Recording over 10 points in a day could lead to trouble. If we recorded at 10 points but accumulate 2 extra days, wouldn't that be fraudulent? Indeed, Fugui. Is there no other way? This approach seems too risky, Qi Yuanchao added. When the commune reviews the accounts, the implications are significant. It's difficult to manage, Li Guoyang, the deputy leader of Team 3, also spoke up. Although Lu Dagua and Miao Guodong, the deputy leaders of Teams 1 and 2, did not voice their opinions. They nodded in agreement. Whether through deceit or by inflating labor points, it constitutes a serious error. Moreover, even if we dared to attempt this, determining who would do the work and how to allocate it among the members would be challenging. Being sent to work at the paper mill by the service station is a fortunate opportunity, yet we must not jeopardize it for the sake of such fortune. It could have lifelong consequences. Fugui, please elaborate, Uncle Shuixing said as he ignited his tobacco leaves. Truthfully, my idea is also rather immature. I'm feeling anxious as the profits seem elusive, Chen Fugui confessed. My original thought was to have the women in the brigade handle the fieldwork while the men, being stronger and more capable, would go to the paper mill. In our production team, women's labor points are capped at 8. I believe this is somewhat unfair to certain women, as many work just as efficiently as the men. I am not counting myself, as I possess strength but lack skill. I wonder if we could utilize these few days to make a concentrated effort, leaving the remaining tasks for the women to complete. Furthermore, we cannot send everyone at once. Every household has urgent matters to attend to. We could go in shifts. As long as the total number of workers remains unchanged, there shall be no issue. Principal Su beside him nodded slightly. This indeed reflected Chen Fugui's genuine thoughts. Although he had circled around the topic, there remained some room for discussion. Otherwise, adhering strictly to his original plan would render dialogue impossible. Chen Fugui, at this moment, gazed eagerly at everyone, realizing that the resistance was far greater than anticipated. He felt somewhat weary, and the only compromise he could conceive was this one. Perhaps it was best to present a benefit first. Otherwise, what alternatives could there be? As for whether everyone would agree, he held not the slightest certainty in his heart. Chapter 043. Chen Fugui's hidden thoughts. The small room descended into silence, gradually enveloped in smoke. Chen Fugui used to be fond of smoking, but he refrained from it due to Xin's aversion to the scent of tobacco. Now, feeling anxious and suffocated by the smoke, he could not resist rolling a cigarette. Just as he brought it to his lips, the image of Xin pinching her little nose and dodging flashed before him, prompting him to set the cigarette down once more. "What are your thoughts?" Uncle Shuixing inquired, tapping his pipe against his shoe. Uncle Shuixing, such matters were previously beyond our imagination. However, witnessing the lack of profits from the paper mill is indeed disheartening. Qi Yuanchao spoke up. Chen Fugui felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. A lack of outright opposition indicated there was a possibility. "I believe Fugui's idea is feasible." Zheng Quan chimed in. There was a report about Shinjilan from Shigo village asserting that women are no less capable than men, which even made it to the newspapers. Many of the women in our brigade work just as hard as the men. The underlying issue is the mentality of sharing resources equally. However, how we allocate the work remains a pressing concern. Many families cannot afford to send someone to work, and they are bound to have their own thoughts on the matter. Chen Fugui was somewhat taken aback to find Zhang Kuan-yu as the first to agree. He felt inclined to commend him. "Jigua, what is your perspective?" Uncle Shuixing asked. "I also think Fugui's idea is practical," Xiaoguo replied. "Given the current situation, everyone can see the reality. Relying solely on our brigade's output means we can only afford a morsel of meat during the new year. The children eat so heartily. If we do not seek additional income, we shall struggle to even fill our bellies. How many people in our brigade still live on cornmeal mush? Every meal merely quenches our thirst." Uncle Shuixing nodded. "Fugui, do you have any specific plans? Please share them all at once." "My thought is that it is better to act sooner rather than later. The more days we work, the more money we can earn," Chen Fugui replied. "In the past, when we worked externally, we contributed 50 cents to the brigade. This time, however, we can give 1 yuan and 50 cents for a day's labor, earning 10 work points." He spoke with calmness, yet the figure resonated differently in the ears of the others, causing their expressions to shift. 150. That is still a contribution to the brigade. By sending one person out, the brigade can earn 150, which is quite a sum. Do you all think that is too much or too little?" Chen Fugui scratched his scalp. "Well, that's a difficult question. Can working at the paper mill really yield that much?" Xiaogui asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Chen Fugui smiled and nodded. "On average, one can earn around 3 yuan a day. They calculate wages based on the amount of effort one exerts. Nothing is given for free. I reckon if we earn 3 yuan a day, contributing 150 to the brigade and keeping 50 cents for ourselves, we could save at least 1 yuan daily. Over a month. That could amount to 20 or 30 yuan, comparable to factory workers. And for our production team, there would be no losses. Even if a few more work points are allocated from the fields, the time spent working has significantly diminished. In the grand scheme of things, the total work points awarded may, in fact, be less. By the time the year-end settlement arrives, the value of this year's points may still hold worth. With a concerted effort, increasing the points by a mere dime could lead to a prosperous year." As soon as Chen Fugui concluded his statement, Qi Yuanchao burst forth with an enthusiastic shout. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment afterward and lowered his voice, insisting that this endeavor was essential, at the very least. It would ensure that the team members had enough to eat. "Uncle Shuixing, let us proceed. I will take charge of motivating our team members," George Gua chimed in. Uncle Shuixing then turned his gaze toward Zhang Kuan-yu. "Uncle Shuixing, no need to look my way. I agreed to this from the very beginning." Zhang Kuan-yu replied with a smile. "After toiling tirelessly for a year, we can barely fill our stomachs. Sometimes, I grow anxious watching our team members dawdle while working. But what good does that do? It's not just our team, Others are in the same boat. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to elevate our brigade's labor enthusiasm. However, the allocation of work points poses some challenges. For those unable to carry heavy loads, if they are not awarded extra points, they will undoubtedly feel envious watching others earn. Brother Kuan Yu is right, which is precisely why I proposed increasing our contributions to the team to $1.50. Chen Fugui interjected with a grin. With higher contributions, our team's surplus will also increase, even if they cannot go out. Higher points will mean more to share at the year's end. We must also contemplate how to tackle the remaining tasks. Otherwise, if we dawdle, we may waste time. And even if Director Tang wishes to assist us, he will be powerless to do so, Uncle Shuixing remarked. Fugui, do you have any thoughts? He inquired once more of Chen Fugui. Uncle Shuixing, I believe we should delineate the remaining plots, assign the right number of people, and determine the work points. Once that is established, how swiftly or slowly the work gets done will be of little consequence. After all, there are only so many tasks. Let everyone manage as they see fit. Fugui, can this be managed? Are you not concerned about others' opinions? George Guo asked. I see no issue. Finishing early means more time to rest, and perhaps even tend to our home gardens, Chen Fugui replied. Moreover, I suggest that when dividing the work, we allocate plots to entire families. If the men care for their wives, they will naturally put in extra effort. Of course, I should not be included. I cannot match the prowess of my wife Minghua. My presence would only create chaos, as I am merely capable of lending some strength. Laughter erupted among the group, as they were all aware of Chen Fugui's ineptitude at tilling the land. Principal Su, who joined in the laughter, cast a meaningful glance at Chen Fugui, sensing a hidden intent beneath his jovial exterior. Then it is settled. You three teams should arrange the details among yourselves, Uncle Shuixing declared. Also, call Principal Su over. If there is anything else to discuss, it is best to address it all together so everyone can contribute their thoughts. There is not much to discuss. Merely the matter concerning the education of the children in our brigade, Chen Fugui remarked. Currently, our nation implements a 9-year compulsory education system. However, it appears that several children in our brigade have not even reached the 9th grade. Principal Su felt a pang of concern, as this struck a sensitive chord within him. In truth, it is not only the 9th grade that poses a challenge. Many children in Hulu Brigade have not completed even the 6th grade before they are compelled to join the workforce in the production team. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Just as Chen Fugui had articulated the issue of labor so clearly, garnering unanimous agreement. Could they not also extend a helping hand to the children in their pursuit of education? Chapter 044, a discourse that leaves one breathless Fugui. You mentioned this matter to me some time ago. What are your thoughts on it now? Uncle Shuixing inquired after lighting another pipe of tobacco. Uncle Shuixing, I believe that while everyone's perspectives may not be entirely erroneous, they are also not wholly accurate, responded Chen Fugui with a calm demeanor. The fundamental distinction lies in whether one focuses on the present or the future. This is quite similar to the work we just discussed, focusing on the immediate. We can have the children return home to assist with labor, thereby earning some work points, which would allow for a slightly larger grain distribution at year's end. But what about the future? Shall we, like our ancestors, toil in the fields day in and day out? Fugui, this principle is well understood by all. Yet, the current situation remains unchanged. What difference does education make? We still have to return to labor, Zhang Kuanyu remarked. We must also empathize with the challenges faced by our fellow members. For families with many children, even obtaining sustenance is a struggle. If we can provide some assistance, life will undoubtedly improve in the coming year. Indeed, our ancestors have persevered through similar tribulations, Uncle Shuixing replied with a smile. Our Hulu Brigade was once just Hulu Village, distinct from the surrounding communities. This village was formed by many families coming together, which is why we have such a variety of surnames, all of whom have endured hardships. Hasn't life improved significantly over the years? In the past, it was not merely a question of being hungry. There was often nothing to eat at all. Fugui, I think you are overthinking this. Take the time to write your party application properly, although my literacy is not as extensive as yours. The organization has plenty of literate individuals. Indeed, our youngest, the 3rd child, is currently in the 9th grade at the commune, Chi Yuanchao added. Once he finishes his studies, he too must return home to work. Even if he wishes to seek employment elsewhere, opportunities are scarce. I have been contemplating whether to join the upcoming trip to the paper mill to earn a little money. Fugui, you are still quite young. You have only one daughter at home. Li Guoyang from Team 3 chuckled. Not to mention our brigade, even in our small team. Nearly every household has 2 or 3 children, with some having 5 or 6. The sustenance for so many mouths must be eked out bit by bit. Take the task of gathering pig fodder. Why is it assigned to the children? It is simply because the brigade aims to allocate more work points to families with children. Otherwise, a randomly assigned laborer could gather in a single day what these children would take 10 days to collect. Chen Fugui nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to those who had yet to speak. Allow me to share my thoughts as well, though it is not aimed specifically at Fugui. I recognize he has the collective good in mind. Mudagwa, the vice captain of Team 1, began. In fact, my thoughts align closely with Yuanchao's. Establishing a connection with the service station for work at the paper mill is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can we not bring along more individuals? Even if we produce less, we can still contribute. Payment is based on tonnage, and if our output is low, our earnings will also be modest. You raise a valid point. This indeed presents a feasible avenue. Fortune, have you considered whether you might find a way to express your thoughts to Director Tang? Uncle Shuixing has also spoken up. Principal Su appeared increasingly anxious, especially upon observing Chen Fugui's silence after Uncle Shuixing's remarks. Where had all his eloquence vanished? Was he not quite articulate and adept at weaving his words? Principal Su, as a figure in the education sector and the most cultured individual in our village. Would you kindly share your thoughts? Chen Fugui remarked with a smile as he noticed Principal Su's gaze upon him. If I must speak, I shall do so candidly. Regardless of your opinions, I firmly believe that children must not forsake their education, Principal Su stated solemnly. I am aware that everyone is presently enduring hardships. However, we cannot merely focus on the immediate challenges. Once we overcome these obstacles and life improves, will there still be opportunities for education? At that point, will we simply lament our choices? Such short-sightedness is foolish. Who dares to claim that education is futile? The governance of our nation and the realization of modern development cannot be achieved without knowledge. Principal Su, allow me to interject, Chen Fugui quickly interposed. He was taken aback by Principal Su's fervent emotion. His words visibly unsettled Uncle Shuixing and the others. He felt a deep appreciation for this era's genuine educators. Devoid of selfish motives. Everyone has already expressed their opinions, and the crux of the issue is quite clear, Chen Fugui continued with a smile. If children are engaged in their studies, they cannot contribute to household labor or earn work points, making the coming year challenging. Conversely, if they do not study, they can work in the team and earn a few cents daily. This is the essence of the matter. We all acknowledge that literacy is advantageous. Uncle Shuixing nodded in agreement. Back at the time of liberation, there were individuals who came to teach us literacy. Otherwise, I would only be able to recognize my own name. Now I can even read the documents issued by the commune, he added. Indeed, that is the point. Everyone understands that education is beneficial. It allows for greater literacy and a deeper comprehension of the directives from our superiors, Chen Fugui asserted. Otherwise, why would the state implement a 9-year compulsory education system? The government's guiding principles must be sound, wouldn't you agree? The group paused, somewhat perplexed by Chen Fugui's reference to national policies. Yet, his statement was undeniably valid, and they instinctively nodded in agreement. Thus, the matter became quite evident. Education is indeed valuable. However, due to the hardships faced by the community, it seems burdensome to prioritize children's education at present, does it not? The group hesitated once more, yet Chen Fugui's assertions resonated with them. It appeared to encapsulate their sentiments. Encouraging children to return home to work is merely to support the family, and why is that necessary? It is simply because of their impoverished circumstances. Therefore, they could only nod in agreement once again. In conclusion, I believe no one should be blamed for this situation. If blame must be assigned, it should be directed at our team leader, Uncle Shuixing, and the 6 of you, the respective team leaders. Chen Fugui suddenly uttered a remark that could only be described as shocking. The expressions on everyone's faces soured significantly. Even Principal Su's countenance shifted noticeably. After all, Chen Fugui was merely a young man, while these captains and vice-captains bore the weight of leadership. In other words, this was an indictment from Chen Fugui against them. Was he inciting rebellion or seeking to challenge authority? Even though he hoped Chen Fugui might advocate for the school and help shift the collective mindset, such an approach was simply unacceptable. Chapter 045. The Pancake painted by Chen Fugui. Your arrogance knows no bounds. With the organizational inspection imminent, why not hasten to apologize to everyone? George Guo exclaimed, casting a series of meaningful glances at Chen Fugui. He was at a loss for words. Had he truly begun to act so haughtily after just 2 days? What audacity it took to speak in such a manner. As George voiced his concerns, the expressions of the others softened slightly. For Chen Fugui was indeed a member of the third squad. Brother Jigua, I know that everyone here is a person of understanding, which is precisely why I felt compelled to express my thoughts candidly, Chen Fugui declared earnestly. Hear me out. If any of you still believe my words to be inappropriate or excessively arrogant, I, Chen Fugui, shall accept the consequences. Uncle Shuixing, how old are you this year? Chen Fugui inquired, catching Uncle Shuixing off guard with such an unexpected question. I am 50 this year, Uncle Shuixing replied quietly. Principal Su, how old are you? Chen Fugui continued with his line of questioning. I am 57, Principal Su responded, equally puzzled by the purpose of Chen Fugui's inquiry. Look at that. Uncle Shuixing and Principal Su seem to belong to the same generation, Chen Fugui remarked. The crowd exchanged glances, incredulous. It was far-fetched to suggest that Uncle Shuixing resembled Principal Su's father. Fugui, what exactly do you mean? Uncle Shuixing furrowed his brow. Having started working at a young age, Uncle Shuixing had toiled tirelessly throughout the years. If we allow our children to begin farming in their teenage years, to bear heavy labor, what will their future hold? Chen Fugui questioned. The organization has entrusted us with the leadership of the Gourd Brigade, and our paramount duty is to ensure that the brigade members live well. But is that all there is to it? Are we merely to focus on our generation? When our children grow up and start families, should we subject their offspring to the same hardships we endured in their teenage years? Who does not wish for a better life? It is difficult enough to find work outside. Other brigades face similar challenges, murmured Miao Guodong, the deputy captain of the second squad. Brother Guodong speaks the truth. Other brigades are not much different from us in Gourd Brigade. Chen Fugui smiled in agreement. However, let us not forget that we in Gourd Brigade are on the brink of a better life, are we not? With the paper mill opening, individuals can earn some income, and the production team can accumulate resources as well. But how does this relate to the education of children? George furrowed his brows in inquiry. The reason I propose that each person contribute $1.50 to the team daily is to consider whether the various squads can allocate a portion of this money to assist families with multiple children. Chen Fugui revealed. On a smaller scale, this is all about our local community. As previously mentioned, to support these families, even if the children take on odd jobs, we must find a way to help them. On a larger scale, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that the members of the production team gradually lead better lives. And we must lend them a helping hand. The words of Fugui ring true. Otherwise, so many would not owe debts to the production team. However, the yield of crops is far too low, still insufficient. Zhang Quanyi remarked, delivering a subtle jab at Chen Fugui. Despite the fact that Chen Fugui's household consists of merely 3 members, including a small child, their debts to the production team are considerable, ranking among the highest in the brigade. It is precisely for this reason that I believe this should be our brigade's responsibility, Chen Fugui stated. Fugui, while the team may indeed take care of the children from these families, should there not be some standards in place? Otherwise, will we not find ourselves in ever-increasing debt? Asked Xiao Zhigua. This coincides perfectly with the opportunity to earn money. As families accumulate some surplus, might they not gradually repay their debts to the production team? Chen Fugui replied with a smile. As for me, I cannot speak for others, but I have truly come to understand the burden of debt. Once my work is finished, I shall repay all that I owe. Furthermore, even if the expenses for this work are somewhat higher, it is ultimately for the benefit of our own children. I believe that once we propose this, the members will not object. The crux of the matter is this. As life gradually improves, even those who might wish to evade repayment will find it increasingly untenable. The earnings from our work will be clear and transparent. When the time comes, if each production team can gradually settle some of these outstanding debts, it will lighten the load for the members. I cannot guarantee everything, but I can assure you that with Hu Chang and Tang Zhan in charge, I can ensure that everyone will have work in the future. This alleviates our concerns. Why should we not think long-term? What if, just what if, our village's children gain an education and opportunities in the future? What will life be like then? I have heard that many factories are currently seeking workers, but they have their requirements. One must possess an education, be able to read blueprints, and learn techniques. When the opportunity to work in factories arises, if we possess only strength but lack education, will we not merely watch as opportunities slip into the hands of others? The small room fell into silence once more. However, the thoughts in the hearts of these individuals had shifted from the earlier disdain for Chen Fugui's arrogance to an acknowledgement of the wisdom in his words. Chen Fugui has now emerged as a capable individual. If he can solidify connections with the logging site and service station, how much could each production team earn in a year? It could very well equal what they earned in the past 2 or 3 years combined. Contemplating Chen Fugui's words, what if, through working outside, one gains the favor of leadership and is offered a position as a worker? Earning over 30 yuan a month would be a remarkable livelihood. The only calm presence in the room was Principal Su. In truth, Chen Fugui's strategy is rather straightforward. He is painting an enticing vision. However, this vision is not arbitrary. It is grounded in reality. If one were to draw recklessly, akin to the Great Leap Forward, who would believe it? It is precisely because Chen Fugui has crafted this delectable dish that everyone is drawn to it, stirring their hearts. This is no trivial matter. Such insight and strategy are not commonly possessed by ordinary farmers. There is no need for concern. The children's education is assured. Let us express our opinions. What do you all think? I find Fugui's approach quite commendable. Indeed, Uncle Shuixing has spoken up and raised his hand in agreement. This method is indeed feasible, and I concur. We have underestimated the situation. It is Fugui who possesses the foresight. If only this young man had proposed this solution sooner, we could have saved so much time and effort. A few others joined in the laughter, naturally raising their hands in agreement. This marks the first small shift in thinking that Chen Fugui has attempted in the Hulu Brigade, receiving unanimous approval. This has ignited a fervor within Principal Su. Truly, this young man has much to offer, and it is imperative to seize the moment and keep a close watch on him. Chapter 046. Ensnared by you. Though the journey has been somewhat convoluted, the outcome remains splendid. It matters not whether Chen Fugui merely painted a rosy picture. The captains and vice-captains are able to perceive the potential benefits that may arise in the future, and that is sufficient. The contemporary populace often harbors simplistic thoughts, and Chen Fugui can only exert his efforts in this regard. Even if one were to inform them that the college entrance examination is imminent, and that the children's admission to university signifies the commencement of a transformative journey, who would believe it? The remaining tasks need not trouble Chen Fugui. If the leaders of the production team cannot even convey this ideology, then their efforts are indeed in vain. With work opportunities available, anything seems manageable now. Ah, Xinxin, why are you still outside? As Chen Fugui stepped out, he spotted his precious daughter squatting in the courtyard. Daddy, Xinxin is waiting for you. The little one ran towards him with outstretched arms. Chen Fugui instinctively lifted her up, twirled her around, and then placed her on his shoulder. Several other children were playing in the courtyard, and upon witnessing Chen Fugui's indulgence towards Xinxin, their eyes brimmed with envy. Despite her tender age, Xinxin was quite the show-off. Perched on her father's neck, her little legs began to sway playfully, embodying pure delight. Xinxin, where did Mommy go? Chen Fugui inquired. Mommy went home to make shoes for Daddy, the little one replied sweetly. Hiki, Mommy is truly wonderful, just like Xinxin, Chen Fugui said with a contented smile. Mommy is just as wonderful as Xinxin, the little girl chimed back joyfully. Those nearby, overhearing the rather whimsical banter between father and daughter, exchanged glances of amusement. Yet they recognized that it was a familial matter and refrained from intervening. The pair, engaged in light-hearted conversation, returned home. Just as Chen Fugui was about to close the door, he froze. Principal Su, do you need to speak with me? He had not even noticed that Principal Su had followed closely behind. Fugui, I indeed have matters to discuss. I must have a thorough conversation with you, Principal Su stated. Your words today have profoundly impacted me. If I do not converse with you, I shall be unable to sleep upon my return. You must indulge me. Upon finishing, Principal Su, fearing that Chen Fugui might decline, stepped inside and helped him close the wooden door. Chen Fugui cast an exasperated glance at him. Principal Su, haste makes waste. We have already taken a small step. Let us take a larger stride next year. Hearing this, a smile grazed Principal Su's face. Knowing that Chen Fugui had concealed some thoughts today and had not divulged everything, this will not do. You must clarify your intentions with me. Otherwise, I shall linger in your home, preventing you and Xinxin from enjoying your leisure, and we shall see how you manage to catch wild chickens. Chen Fugui's words validated Principal Su's inclinations. Moreover, since he had merely followed, Chen Fugui had made his intentions quite evident. Faced with Principal Su's stubbornness, Chen Fugui felt utterly powerless. Principal Su has come. Fugui, quickly, let us retreat inside. At that moment, Lu Mingwei emerged from the house. Principal Su, please. What is it that you desire from me? Chen Fugui inquired upon entering the room. Let me be straightforward. I want you to take over as the principal of the school, Principal Su replied. I cannot. I simply do not have the time. I still need to earn a living, Chen Fugui responded. So, you look down upon us educators? Principal Su remarked. Indeed. You used to refer to us derogatorily as stale old scholars. Principal Su, you are being unreasonable, Chen Fugui retorted. How am I being unreasonable? Surely, being principal would be a superior role for you. It benefits the children. That may be true, but I must earn a living to support my family. The principal's salary is not insignificant. It amounts to 36 yuan and 7 jiao a month. That is far too little. I can earn that amount in just 5 days. Are you saying you will neglect the children of the brigade? Of course not. If I earn money, I can provide meals for the children and prevent them from dropping out. Fugui, perhaps you should temper your words. Observing Chen Fugui's seemingly contentious dialogue with Principal Su, Lu Mingwei snapped back to reality. Heed your wife's advice. I shall refrain from speaking further. Chen Fugui said as he embraced Xin and settled onto the edge of the con. Principal Su, what is truly going on? Lu Mingwei inquired with curiosity. It's nothing much. Fugui has potential, and I simply wish for him to become the principal, Principal Su explained. If he were to take on that role, the children of Huli Brigade would have a brighter future. However, he shows no concern for the children. Please persuade him. Chen Fugui cast a glance at him and remarked. Principal Su, you must broaden your perspective. In a few years, when everyone's situation improves, who would still want their children laboring? In a few years? How many more years can I afford? I have only 3 years left until retirement, Principal Su replied. Chen Fugui was taken aback. Is retirement a consideration for teachers? Is there no opportunity for reemployment? He was not well versed in the educational system of this era, believing that individuals like Principal Su, who were truly educated, ought to continue their work indefinitely. Why should I not retire? One must adhere to organizational arrangements, Principal Su stated, his tone tinged with melancholia. Principal Su, you truly ought to expand your horizons, Chen Fugui said earnestly. Even if I were to cease working at the school, I would still think of the children. Once life improves, I will seek out more teachers for them. Even if they end up toiling in the fields, they must be educated farmers. They must understand their land and increase productivity. Principal Su, Fugui is not suitable for this role. Though he, like me, graduated from the 9th grade, he cannot teach. Lu Mingwei finally seized the opportunity to speak. 9th grade is adequate. You also graduated from the 9th grade? Splendid, exclaimed Principal Su, his face lighting up with joy. Fugui, if you choose not to be principal, let your wife become a teacher at our school. I refuse to believe that if she becomes a teacher, you won't invest more thought into the school. Your words do not hold weight. Not just anyone can become a teacher, Chen Fugui countered. Why not? What I say is final. Principal Su spoke with determination, stating, the leader of the education group in our commune is my student. The president of the commune is my student, and the deputy director of the county education bureau is my student. I refuse to believe that I am incapable. Goodness. How impressive. So, yeah, will you be taking on the role of a teacher? Chen Fugui remarked, casting a glance at Lu Mingwei. Lu Mingwei, somewhat bewildered, nodded, though she had yet to grasp the entirety of what had just transpired. Look at that. Your wife is willing to become. Wait, no, you're too cunning. You've played your cards well, Su suddenly realized mid-sentence, having been caught up in the moment. Ha, it's quite similar. Otherwise, I would have planned for my wife to become a teacher as well. After all, one meets the right opportunity when they are ready, Chen Fugui chuckled. Principal Su, amused, felt reassured despite being momentarily swayed by Chen Fugui's words. He knew that Chen Fugui would undoubtedly ensure the school was well managed. In his heart, Chen Fugui had already set aside these matters, eagerly anticipating the time spent with his daughter later, catching rabbits and wild chickens on the mountain. He was merely curious if they would encounter those 2 adorable kittens again. Chapter 47, Chen Fugui versus the White Weasel. Fugui, if I truly become a teacher, earning merely $3.50 a month, will it suffice for our family? Lu Mingwei inquired anxiously after Principal Su had departed. It will be sufficient. You will merely engage with the children, while I shall handle the financial matters, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. In due time. I must also take our team to the paper mill for work, and you can teach at the school while Xin plays with me. Is that really feasible? Lu Mingwei furrowed her brow. Absolutely, mother, the little one chimed in eagerly. Playing with daddy is wonderful. Not only is it fun, but there are also delicious treats. She was resolute. She had to join in. Lu Mingwei felt helpless. Lately, the child had been completely aligned with her father. By the way, yeah. Have you heard that there are tigers on our Hulu mountain? Chen Fugui asked casually. Tigers? I haven't heard that. However, there are indeed wolves and bears in the mountains. You must be cautious when you go up to catch rabbits and wild chickens, Lu Mingwei cautioned. Yes, I'll take Xin tonight to catch another one. I'll make a shuttlecock for her to play with, Chen Fugui said. In the dark, you plan to take her up the mountain? There's hardly any moonlight tonight. How will you catch anything? Lu Mingwei questioned. Haha, we have a flashlight. When we hear a noise, just shine it towards the wild chickens, and they will remain still. Chen Fugui chuckled. This flashlight was truly the only appliance in their home. However, it had been borrowed from the forest farm, and when it would be returned was still uncertain. Mommy, Xin is playing with Daddy and the big kitty. The little one shouted joyfully. Play, play. That's all you know. Go ahead. I'll start a fire to cook some rice, Lu Mingwei replied with a sigh. She felt incapable of managing the father-daughter duo. Both were equally headstrong. Though the midday meal was modest compared to future times, in this era, it was indeed a grand feast. Dinner would be simpler, consisting of plain congee paired with pickles. Yet, despite this simplicity, Xin relished her meal thoroughly. She had scarcely tasted rice porridge in her short life. Recently, they had been enjoying meat, rice, and white flour almost daily. Eat slowly. Observing the little one's messy eating, Lu Mingwei remarked. It's fine, she used to eat little. But now she is growing, Chen Fugui responded with a smile. Lu Mingwei shot him a glance, feeling like the villain in this scenario. Have you two become of one mind? The father and daughter seemed blissfully unaware of any missteps, even clinking their bowls together as if celebrating a newfound victory. This amused Lu Mingwei, filling her heart with sweetness. Such days were the life she had always yearned for, if the father and daughter were a bit mischievous. So be it. Daddy, hurry up and take me up the mountain to catch wild chickens. The little one urged as soon as she set down her bowl. Right away, he replied. After Chen Fugui finished speaking, he drained the porridge from his bowl and effortlessly lifted the little one into his arms. Despite being a toddler, Xin felt immensely proud to be carried by Chen Fugui. Don't stay out too late. There are wild beasts in the mountains. And a big bad wolf might carry you away, Lu Mingwei cautioned. Mama, Xin isn't afraid. Xin has Daddy, the little one replied with a gleeful grin. Lu Mingwei had truly given up. After all, the little one now had a solid source of confidence. Once outside, Chen Fugui hoisted the little one onto his shoulder. Although dusk had only just begun to settle, the small village revealed no signs of life outside. Occasional barks from dogs echoed, accentuating the tranquil atmosphere of the mountain hamlet. This was a hallmark of the era. Burning oil lamps was too extravagant, and it was better to retire early for the night. In this time, families were blessed with numerous children, which perhaps contributed to the situation. Daddy, look quickly. A chubby white mouse. The little one exclaimed, spotting something while rummaging through the woods for wild chickens. Chen Fugui followed the direction of his daughter's tiny arm and saw a small creature with white fur peeking out from behind a tree. Even though he seldom watched Zhao Laosher's Animal World, he recognized that this was certainly not a mouse. It didn't resemble a squirrel either, lacking the pointed nose and bushy tail. Xin, do you like it? Chen Fugui inquired. Yes, Daddy, Xin wants to play with the white mouse. The little one replied, her excitement causing her to wiggle joyfully. Chen Fugui grasped her small leg tightly. Otherwise, she might have slipped from his grasp. Wait here. Daddy will catch it for you, he said confidently. With his current agility, capturing such a small creature should be a piece of cake. It would also serve as a delightful toy for his daughter. The little one nodded vigorously. In her world, Daddy was the mightiest, and his word was law. Setting her down gently, Chen Fugui stealthily approached the small animal. Surprisingly, it showed no fear, even when he was just a meter away. It tilted its little head to observe him. Hiki, let's see where you think you're going, Chen Fugui mused to himself. Then swiftly reached out to cover the white mouse with his hand. While his intentions were noble, reality proved to be quite different. Though he felt the soft fur beneath his fingers, he grasped nothing but air. The creature, undeterred, scampered up the tree trunk, still regarding Chen Fugui with a tilted head. Now less than 20 centimeters away. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was likely a marten. However, he had lost interest in identifying the creature. The small animal's bright red eyes and slightly open mouth seemed to bear a smile, provoking him. It was a blatant challenge, one that didn't even bother to flee. Mocking him instead. With a swift motion, he raised his hand to cover the tree trunk again. The rough bark scratched his palm. Yet the little creature vanished without a trace. Had he been dazzled? Had he encountered a forest spirit? As he indulged in a flurry of thoughts, a delightful peal of laughter from behind him caught his attention. Turning around, he was almost taken aback. The very creature he had struggled to capture twice now perched playfully on Xin's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with its tiny head. Was it a cause for concern? If it intended to ensnare itself, why the fuss? "Daddy, the big mouse tickles," exclaimed the little one as she reached out to stroke the small ferret, which reciprocated her affection by continuing its playful antics against her face. "Much like you, it was quite the little rascal. Shinshin, we must hurry and follow Daddy. Something has happened at home." With that, he swiftly scooped Shinshin into his arms and dashed down the mountain. Just as he was about to resume their pursuit of wild chickens, a flicker of firelight caught his eye from below. The location seemed to unmistakably be their home. Chapter 48. Taking firm measures to establish authority. As the old adage goes, it is easy to ascend a mountain, but difficult to descend. Though Chen Fugui and Shinshin had not ventured too far into the mountains, the path was still not particularly steep, yet the descent was fraught with challenges. At this moment, Chen Fugui was in a state of frantic anxiety, yet he had to temper his pace. It would be inconsequential if he were to stumble. But if Shinshin were to fall, that would be unacceptable. Finally, upon reaching a more level stretch of the path, he dashed towards home. Upon entering the village, he was met with the cacophony of commotion. To his horror, he realized that it was his own firewood stack that was ablaze. "Fugui, hurry. Someone has set fire to your firewood stack, and they won't let us put it out," shouted a member of the third team upon spotting him. Chen Fugui nodded hastily and, cradling Shinshin, rushed towards the chaos. He understood that this was an act of vengeance. In this era, igniting someone's firewood stack was a grave insult. The fact that they were being prevented from extinguishing the flames left no doubt in his mind that it was the work of Tong Changhu's brother, Tong Changbao. Indeed, as he approached his home, he was confronted by a throng of about 30 individuals, wielding steel pipes and watermelon knives, blocking his path. "Fugui, what should we do? They've even set fire to Aunt San's firewood stack," Lu Mingwei cried, running up to him in distress. "Fear not, I am here." Chen Fugui reassured her as he entrusted Shinshin into her arms. "Fugui, it seems today will not end well," Uncle Shuisheng remarked as he joined them. "Uncle Shuisheng, it's all right. Tell everyone to stay back. These people are desperate," Chen Fugui instructed, then boldly approached the group. "Are you Chen Fugui, the leader?" A young man with a bare torso displaying a dragon tattoo inquired. "Indeed, I am Chen Fugui. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Tong Changbao. Here to settle the score for your brother?" Chen Fugui replied. "Smart of you to recognize me," Tong Changbao smirked, casting a derisive glance at Chen Fugui. "However, we must clarify that we did not start this fire. We merely happened upon the scene and were concerned for anyone who might be harmed." Chen Fugui smiled and nodded. But the details had become trivial. "Do you truly believe that by baring your chest and flaunting your tattoos, you qualify as a respectable member of society? Your brother was soundly defeated by me, and it seems you have not learned your lesson. Today, you have set fire to my firewood stack. You will all remain here." One and all, laughter erupted from Tong Changbao and his cohorts, mocking him. It was a ludicrous scenario. So many members of the Hulu Brigade were watching, yet dared not intervene. "Chen Fugui, you must be utterly daft with fear," Tong Changbao sneered, his expression darkening menacingly. "You've beaten my brother to a pulp and sent him to the detention center. This is a deep-seated grudge that must be avenged. One leg or one arm, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, do not think that it is merely your firewood stack at stake. I shall take your leg and demolish your house. Who among you dares to step forward? Do not blame me for wielding my blade without discernment. Brothers, should this Chen Fugui dare to resist, let us deal with him ruthlessly. Regardless of the chaos that may ensue, I shall bear the brunt of it." As his words resonated, his minions advanced, their gazes menacing as they fixated on the members of the Gourd Brigade. There is an adage that rings true: the impoverished fear the audacious, and the audacious fear those who have nothing to lose. At present, Tong Changbao and his associates exuded a fierce determination, embodying both recklessness and a disregard for life, instilling fear in the Gourd Brigade, who hesitated to approach. "Gentlemen, step aside, let us create some space," Chen Fugui interjected, urging his companions to keep a close watch on these individuals. "Any who dare to flee shall feel my wrath upon their legs. Should any trouble arise, I shall take responsibility. I refuse to believe that under the cover of darkness, they truly think themselves as bandits. If they seek to claim my limbs, I shall ensure they retain theirs as well." Upon hearing Chen Fugui's disjointed remarks, the Gourd Brigade felt a mix of helplessness and urgency. What time is this? Although we have not faced a complete conflagration, we ought to have at least ignited the firewood of the Sanchi family. Was it an easy task to gather these branches this year? After much effort, they have all been consumed. Brothers, strike. Merely leaving them breathless will suffice. His proclamation fell upon Tong Changbao's ears like fuel to a fire. As a figure of some repute within the county, he he found himself disregarded by this upstart. With a command, his henchmen surged forward, armed with knives and steel pipes, a formidable throng of no less than 30. While strategy may allow one to underestimate the enemy, tactics necessitate due respect. Chen Fugui relied on his strength and agility, unwilling to confront them brazenly. Seizing the wrist of the foremost aggressor, he deftly disarmed him, delivering a light strike to the assailant's shoulder. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a wretched scream. Chen Fugui paid no mind to the severity of the injury. With a swift motion, he turned the man into a shield, sending him sprawling and toppling several others in the process. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Fugui charged forward, wielding the steel pipe against the remaining adversaries. The sound of bone shattering against metal resonated, accompanied by the anguished cries of those suffering from fractures. The members of the Gourd Brigade stood in stunned disbelief. How had Fugui transformed into such a ruthless force? He advanced through their ranks like a tiger among chickens, leaving no one standing. Even the initially fierce Tong Chang'ao appeared taken aback, astonished by Chen Fugui's prowess as he felt numerous foes in a mere exchange. Fueled by desperation, he grasped a military dagger and lunged at Chen Fugui, who had long been anticipating his approach, feeling a surge of delight at the imminent confrontation. This time, I shall leave you with but an arm and a leg. If you think to challenge me without consequence, you truly underestimate my resolve. Before he could make a move, a fleeting white shadow descended upon Tong Chang'ao. This ethereal figure circled around him several times before swiftly landing on Xinxin's shoulder. It was only at this moment that Tong Chang'ao let out a piercing scream of agony. Remarkably, beneath the glow of flames, he resembled a blood-soaked gourd. His body riddled with countless wounds, even the tattoos of fish adorning his skin were not spared. His remaining henchmen, paralyzed by fear, discarded their knives and steel pipes, attempting to flee. However, Chen Fugui was not inclined to grant them any opportunity for escape. He pursued them relentlessly, wielding a steel pipe to target either their arms or legs. Today, he was determined to assert his dominance. Otherwise, he would face relentless turmoil in the days to come. Chapter 49, reporting to Chief Chu. I have defeated them. When had the members of the Gourd Brigade ever witnessed such a brutal scene? The only two individuals still standing in the arena were Chen Fugui, wielding a steel pipe, and Tong Chang'ao, howling to the heavens. The rest lay sprawled on the ground, too terrified to even roll over. They were simple folks, accustomed to the occasional squabble, resolving disputes with a few punches or kicks. Yet now, illuminated by the flickering flames, the sight was genuinely terrifying. Lu Mingwei instinctively covered Xinxin's large, innocent eyes, but the little one insisted on peeking through a small gap, eager to see. In the meantime, she would also reach up to touch the chubby white mouse resting on her shoulder. Well then, it seems we ought to practice a bit, right? Chen Fugui remarked with a grin. However, his smile, juxtaposed with his current appearance, rendered Tong Chang'ao so frightened that he could scarcely utter a sound. Weak in the knees, he collapsed onto the ground. In truth, Chen Fugui's condition was rather dire as well. His coat bore several deep cuts, with blood seeping through. Amidst the assault of so many, merely managing to protect his vital areas was an achievement. The sight of him in such a state filled Tong Chang'ao with sheer terror. He believed that, with his reckless band of brothers, they had been invincible in the county town and could easily handle Chen Fugui, a mere country bumpkin. Yet, the reality was starkly different. At that moment, Chen Fugui resembled a relentless deity of death, with the steel pipe in his grasp dripping with viscous blood. Come now. Weren't you after my arms and legs? Here they are. Come and take them, Chen Fugui continued. You had your chance, yet you are proving inept. You boasted of your prowess in the county town. Why can't you demonstrate it now? Come on. How could Tong Chang'ao dare to approach? The fact that he had not succumbed to the ground like his other companions and pretended to be dead was already a testament to his stubbornness. Suddenly, a spark of determination ignited within him. Utilizing both hands and feet, he scrambled up from the ground and swiftly circled around to Chen Fugui's back. Chen Fugui, taken aback, raised the steel pipe, ready to strike, but then hesitated and lowered it again. Unbeknownst to him, Chief Chu had already arrived at the scene with his men. Report to Chief Chu, they were bullying people, and I have retaliated against them, Chen Fugui stated earnestly as he discarded the steel pipe. Uncle Shueishan, who had drawn near to explain the situation, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Chen Fugui's account was not wholly inaccurate. These individuals had indeed come to bully others. The notion of retaliation was also not unfounded, as it was Chen Fugui alone who had taken on the group. Chief Chu furrowed his brow, surveying the scene that resembled a battlefield, feeling a surge of astonishment. He understood that Chen Fugui was skilled in combat, but he had not anticipated that he would be this formidable. Despite the injuries evident on Chen Fugui's body, his playful demeanor conveyed to all that he was unfazed, treating the situation with nonchalance. Such a person, would they not require a heart of steel to achieve this? Looking at the sprawled figures on the ground, many of their arms and legs already appeared somewhat deformed, he remarked, "Officer, it is this man who committed the assault." Regaining his composure, Tong Changbao shouted, "Oh, still so vigorous, are we? Shall we continue practicing?" Chen Fugui cast him a sidelong glance, feigning a raised hand. Startled, Tong Changbao cowered behind Chu Weijin, trembling with fear. Chen Fugui glanced down, tugged at his coat, and with a ripping sound, tore it off entirely. "Chu, this is quite a serious case, isn't it? These individuals came armed. Clearly part of a malevolent gang," Chen Fugui remarked while wiping his coat haphazardly. "If the villagers hadn't discovered them in time, our homes would have been set ablaze, perhaps even causing fatalities. With charges of public brawling, arson, and involvement with organized crime, they should at least receive a decade-long sentence, right? They won't merely end up like Tong Changhu in detention, will they? Chen Fugui, this matter is under the jurisdiction of the court. We will first take them back for medical treatment, then detain them, and subsequently initiate prosecution," Chu Weijin replied. It had been nearly 3 years since he returned to the area, yet he never anticipated encountering such a scene. However, he understood that for Tong Changbao and his gang, their encounter with Chen Fugui marked the end of the line. The once notorious little leopard on the streets would now find himself confined within prison walls. Yet, he felt no sympathy. These individuals frequently bullied others, and even in Guangming Commune, their reputation preceded them. What captured his attention more was Chen Fugui's success today. For he was uncertain whether a new brother Fugui from the Haludui would emerge in the near future. This fellow's combat prowess, should he engage in unlawful activities, would likely require firearms to subdue him. Even the reconnaissance troops from his unit years ago would have struggled to contain him with only a handful of men. Then a sense of worry crept in. How could they transport so many individuals to the commune? The commune's hospital likely couldn't accommodate such a multitude of fractured injuries. They'd have to be sent to the county. How would they manage that? Would they need to use a cart from the Haludui? Would Chen Fugui demand money from himself? A series of questions flooded Chu Yuejin's mind, causing him a headache. "Chu, what should we do about these people? And what about the losses to our firewood stack?" Chen Fugui inquired further. "I'll contact the higher-ups to see if we can arrange a truck to take them to the county hospital," Chu Weijin responded. "You also need to register with me and have your injuries photographed." No other villagers were harmed, were they? Chen Fugui shook his head. "No. I didn't dare let everyone gather around. After all this commotion, there's no need to save the fire. It has all been consumed. This was our hard-earned firewood. They bear civil economic responsibility. If compensation is inadequate, I won't forgive them. I shall insist the judge imposes a longer sentence." "All right. Take a moment to rest over there while I check on them." Chu Yuejin nodded. He too felt overwhelmed. Just considering what Chen Fugui had said left him somewhat bewildered. What was this talk of forgiveness? It was clearly just a ploy to extract more money. However, after the personnel from the police station examined the injuries of these individuals, his heart tightened with a pang of distress. Several victims suffered severe fractures of the tibia and humerus, resulting in comminuted fractures. Although the remaining individuals were not as gravely injured, they too bore the scars of fractured bones. In essence, all 35 individuals lying on the ground were afflicted with fractures. It was evident that Chen Fugui had already restrained his strength, yet he still managed to shatter bones. What kind of ruthless heart, immense power, and exquisite technique must one possess to achieve such devastation? Stealing a glance, he beheld Chen Fugui seated nearby, reveling in the tender care of his wife and children as they tended to his wounds. The Guangming Commune, it seems, is destined to remain in turmoil. Chapter 050, The Loyal Little White Xin, my dear, if you help Daddy blow away the pain, it won't hurt anymore. Chen Fugui said with heartfelt concern as he watched tears streaming down Xin's face. "Okay, Daddy, I'll blow," the little one replied, wiping her tears and obediently puffing her cheeks. "Oh dear, my wife, please don't cry either. Just like Xin, if you blow, it won't hurt." Seeing his wife in tears, Chen Fugui felt a pang of anxiety. "Mommy, blow and Daddy won't hurt anymore," the little girl chimed in sweetly. Chen Fugui silently commended his daughter. In truth, a kiss wouldn't hurt at all. He simply lacked the courage to admit it. "Brother Fugui, the fire. It has been extinguished," Herr Zhuzi approached cautiously to report. "Very well, please extend my gratitude to everyone. It is quite late. Let everyone return home to rest. In a while, I shall take everyone out to earn some money," Chen Fugui casually stated. He noticed Erjuzi's demeanor but thought little of it. Sometimes, one must be resolute. Had he been firmer when Tong Chonghu caused trouble last time, scaring him away, he wouldn't have suffered such losses today. As for the villagers' current fear of him, it mattered little. He harbored no ill will towards his fellow villagers. Rather, he aimed to help them earn a livelihood. In time, they would understand his intentions. In a rural community, daily interactions are what matter most. Had he not taken decisive action today, he might have faced some disadvantages. These people were armed. Had he not frightened them off at once, they could have overwhelmed him. By the way, Erjuzi, please inform Uncle Shuixing that he will join me at the forest farm to clear tree knots in the coming days. As Erjuzi was about to leave, Chen Fugui called out once more. Understood. Erjuzi responded cheerfully, his earlier apprehension forgotten, his smile wide and bright. Some villagers who lingered heard their exchange, filled with envy. Working at the forest farm, regardless of earnings, at least meant 2 hearty meals. At home, who dared to eat freely? Brother Fugui. When will we have the chance to earn money outside? Brother Fugui, don't forget to count me in. I am still unmarried. Brother Fugui. They say there's work at the paper mill. Is that true? Brother Fugui, you must share the details. Don't let Erjuzi have all the good fortune. A group of enthusiastic young villagers clustered around Chen Fugui, not perceiving his earlier actions as frightening but rather exhilarating. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fugui had become their idol. They wished they could be like him, conquering the world. There is no rush. I have already spoken with the leaders of each team. Tomorrow, we shall have a plan in place, and then we can venture out to earn money, Chen Fugui said with a smile. Let go of your worries. Marrying a wife is nothing to fret over. In due time, we shall all find our partners. We must also build houses. Spacious ones at that. This is merely a trivial matter. Brother Fugui, is it truly going to happen? A young man inquired. What is there to worry about? There's no rush. By the latest, in 2 years, we shall realize our dreams, Chen Fugui assured them. Although the source of Chen Fugui's confidence remained a mystery, his words brought joy to the group. After all, Brother Fugui was a capable individual. If he said it would happen, it likely would. You naughty child. You mustn't bully Daddy. At that moment, a crisp child's voice rang out. Everyone turned to see little Xinshin earnestly reprimanding one of the henchmen. The henchman, seething with anger, thought to himself, I can tolerate being unable to take on your father, but how dare you, a mere girl, come and take advantage of me? In a fit of irrationality, he swung his hand and shoved little Xinshin, sending her tumbling. This action sparked chaos. A flurry of white darted toward the henchman, and soon he was howling in agony. After the white figure returned to Xinshin's shoulder, it became apparent that the henchman's face was marred. His features obscured by scratches, and a piece of his ear had been bitten off. You should consider yourself fortunate. This little ferret saved your life. Dare to lay a hand on my daughter, and I will not hesitate to end your existence, Chen Fugui calmly declared as he approached, crouching down to face the henchman. The henchman, momentarily forgetting his pain, stared at Chen Fugui until his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. My precious daughter, does it hurt? Chen Fugui quickly donned a smile and scooped up the little one. Daddy, Xinshin isn't hurt. Why is he asleep? The curious child asked. He is tired and simply fell asleep, Chen Fugui responded. Are you sleepy, Xinshin? Xinshin is not sleepy, the little one insisted with determination, but she yawned immediately after, realizing she might have told a fib, and buried her head in Chen Fugui's neck. Must we not pay attention to you? Regardless, I am not sleepy. Chu Sual. This has nothing to do with us. It's all this little creature's doing, Chen Fugui remarked, pointing to the white ferret perched on Xinshin's shoulder. Chu Weijin waved his hand helplessly, feeling too lazy to engage further. There was no way to bring the white ferret back for questioning. They could only conclude that the henchman was bitten for no good reason. It served him right for pushing a child. Had it not been for the fainting, he would have wanted to kick him himself. To be honest, you little creature can protect your master. From now on, you should stick with Xinshin, Chen Fugui said, affectionately patting the ferret on its forehead. The little ferret, however, seemed slightly disdainful and hopped to the other shoulder of Xinshin. Fugui, where did you find this ferret? Why is it white? Lu Mingyue inquired curiously, captivated by the ferret's pristine fur. In the northeastern mountain villages, ferrets were quite common. Yet she had never seen one as snow-white and immaculate as this. Chen Fugui sighed inwardly, for it was indeed true that beauty equates to justice. Upon seeing this little creature, his wife was no longer concerned about her injury. Mom, Xiaobai was picked up by Xinshin. And Dad said Xinshin should take care of it for fun. The little one hurriedly chimed in, then gazed eagerly at Lu Mingyue. Let it be. Let it be. After all, I cannot control the two of you. Lu Mingwei replied helplessly. She had resigned herself to the fact that this father and daughter duo were truly united in spirit. However, she couldn't help but feel an affection for the snow-white ferret, continuously reaching out to stroke it. As for the ferret, it lay with its eyes closed, appearing to revel in the attention. Chen Fugui was utterly exasperated. He couldn't even touch it with a single finger, while his wife lavished such affection upon it. Chapter 051. Father. Xin has lice. The remaining matters were easily manageable for Chen Fugui, a seasoned veteran in navigating such circumstances. However, the gravity of this particular case meant that a swift resolution was not feasible. As for little Xin, she was utterly fascinated by the truck that had come to fetch them. This was her first encounter with an automobile, and her large eyes blinked in wonder as she watched the taillights disappear into the night. Outside, the tumultuous battleground would have to be set aside for now. After a night of commotion, it was time to rest, for tomorrow would bring further toil. Little Xin cherished her small ferret, affectionately named Xiaobai. And even though she had to snuggle into Chen Fugui's arms to sleep, she clutched the little creature tightly. Upon awakening, Chen Fugui found Xiaobai perched on its short legs, sleeping soundly. Unable to resist, he poked the little one's belly with his finger. Xiaobai opened its eyes, gazing curiously, and seemed to find the touch pleasant, lifting its head in a clear invitation for more. All right, let us rise quickly. Inform Brotherhood that we shall refrain from work today, came the voice of Lu Mingwei. There is nothing serious, just some superficial injuries. It's nothing to fret about. Chen Fugui casually remarked before rousing little Xin from her slumber. With sleepy eyes, the little one wished to continue her dreams, but, after a moment's contemplations, valiantly sat up, though she struggled to keep her eyes open. Chen Fugui found her appearance utterly delightful, watching as she scratched at her head persistently. What's the matter? Xin? He inquired. Daddy, my head itches. I think I have lice, the little girl replied nonchalantly. Chen Fugui frowned slightly, slapping his forehead in realization. This was his oversight. He remembered the facial creams and hand lotions, yet he had forgotten the necessity of a proper shampoo. In this era, encountering lice was not merely a curiosity, but rather a grim reality. Even his precious daughter was afflicted, which was nothing short of barbaric. Without hesitation, he scooped his daughter into his arms and began the search for lice in her hair. They were rather sizable, and the quantity seemed abundant. As he continued his task, he felt an itch on his own head. We should wash your hair shortly, Lu Mingwei remarked as she entered the room. Honey, how do you keep your hair so dark and shiny? What do you use to wash it? Chen Fugui casually asked. What else? Just warm water with a bit of vinegar, she replied. We need to give Xin a bath today. She probably has lice on her body as well. To her, this was a perfectly ordinary matter. It was not just rural folk who dealt with lice. Even city dwellers were not exempt. Let us not rush. I'll head to the supply store shortly to buy some shampoo, Chen Fugui said. What is shampoo? Lu Mingwei asked curiously. It is used for washing hair, Chen Fugui remarked, slightly grimacing. His former partner had never provided any information regarding this matter. Could it be that this era had yet to develop a shampoo? What is Fenghua currently occupied with? Are you referring to hair cream? It is first applied to the scalp, followed by rinsing with water, Lu Mingwei replied with a smile. Regardless of what it is, I must purchase one. Do not fret over the cost. You can share it with our daughter, Chen Fugui said, continuing to assist his daughter in removing lice. Lu Mingwei chose not to concern herself with him. If he wished to buy it, so be it. For there was no way to dissuade him. Although Chen Fugui had improved, his stubborn nature remained unchanged. He was resolute, determined to do as he pleased. To his credit, Chen Fugui initially felt a twinge of apprehension. For him, these lice were somewhat terrifying. However, after capturing a few, he began to take pleasure in the task. With each lice he caught, Xin would praise him. How could he not feel joyous? My dear wife, this cannot continue, Chen Fugui remarked after a while. What is it? Lu Mingwei inquired. Consider this. Our home is so meticulously cleaned, yet we still have lice. What about others? If they have more children, would they not have even more lice? Chen Fugui pondered. It is the same everywhere. Every household has lice, Lu Mingwei dismissed, not taking it to heart. Thus, this is a matter to consider. Please help me think about it later. We must address personal hygiene, Chen Fugui stated earnestly. Lu Mingwei rolled her eyes, too disinterested to engage. Who has the time to worry about such matters? Moreover, where would the funds come from to buy laundry detergent or soap? Life requires frugality. If one were to be extravagant in all things, there would be no means to sustain oneself in the coming year. She brushed it off. But Chen Fugui took it to heart. These lice could potentially transmit diseases, posing a significant danger. Addressing the issue was relatively simple. Maintaining hygiene, both at home and personally, would make the task far easier. If adhered to, within a month, one would witness remarkable results. Dad, keep going. Xin shouted. All right. I've caught another large fat louse, Chen Fugui exclaimed. The little one was blissfully unaware of the lice infestation, seeming to take no offense. Nearby, Xiaobai watched eagerly, climbing atop Xin's small frame before settling down obediently. Oh dear, why are you trying to join the fray? I am occupied with removing lice from my daughter. Chen Fugui said, relocating Xiaobai aside. Xiaobai looked at him with a pitiful gaze before rolling around on the bed. Xin will find lice for you, Xiaobai, Xin said. Suddenly invigorated, she promptly dragged Xiaobai over and earnestly began searching through its fur. This led to a delightful cycle of Chen Fugui removing lice from Xin's hair, while Xin tended to Xiaobai. Remarkably, Chen Fugui managed to extract 9 lice from Xin's hair, which was quite astonishing given her young age and the scant amount of hair she possessed. After Xin finished her task, he turned his attention to the lustrous, dark braid of Lu Mingwe. Oh dear, I don't need you to catch them, Lu Mingwe remarked. That simply won't do. There are lice, Chen Fugui stated with utmost seriousness. The little one furrowed her tiny brow, pondering, are there really? If Daddy says there are, then there must be, right? Observing her reluctant acquiescence, Lu Mingwe felt increasingly exasperated. She had completely become Chen Fugui's little sycophant. Whatever he said was law, while her own words held no weight. Yet, after Chen Fugui's insistence, she genuinely began to wonder if her head was indeed itching. Could it be that there were truly many lice? Chapter 052. The layout has reached the excavation stage. Xin has developed lice, a significant issue indeed. Although such a condition is quite common in this era, it has garnered the utmost attention of Chen Fugui. He rode his bicycle to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a box of shampoo, making do with it. After washing his daughter's hair, he set off with Xin and Erju, who had already arrived, towards the construction site at the forest farm. His second-hand Baishan brand bicycle bore a weight beyond what its age should endure. Nevertheless, his heart was ablaze with ambition. The honey flower shampoo had yet to be released. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to partake in this venerable brand in the future. There are so many time-honored brands. Even Matai is priced at 7 yuan a bottle. What about other liquor enterprises? While it may not be a gold mine, it is close enough. Fugui, what is going on with you? Hu Guangquan inquired with a frown upon seeing Chen Fugui approach. Last night, Tong Chongbao and his men set fire to my firewood stack, leaving me with nothing. Chen Fugui casually remarked. By the way, I still need to gather some branches. My neighbors also suffered losses. I can't neglect that. Those are minor issues. You all are fine, right? Hu Guangquan asked with concern. Uncle, Daddy fights the bad guys, and Xiaobai fights the bad guys. Xin cheerfully exclaimed. After declaring this, the little one lifted Xiaobai by the neck to showcase her companion. Oh, this ferret is quite special. Why is its fur so white? It seems a bit small too. Hu Guangquan asked hesitantly. I found it while hunting wild chickens in the mountains last night, Chen Fugui replied. Its temperament is quite good. It gets along well with Xin. It's best to keep it for fun, Hu Guangquan casually remarked. Erju, who had been listening nearby, grinned. Good temperament? It scratched and bit 2 people yesterday. I wouldn't dare approach it, he commented. Brother Hu, we need to adjust the work around here. I must work diligently. I aim to uproot all the tree stumps in 5 to 7 days, Chen Fugui declared. Hu Guangquan nodded. Brother, I want to say more pleasantries. You work hard, and I'll treat you to drinks and Xin to meet. It's only fitting. Currently, Hu Guangquan was entirely focused on progress, leaving behind trivial matters. By bringing this issue to light, Chen Fugui was addressing his losses while filling the gaps on his end. Such a good brother is hard to find. Completing the task in advance would significantly mitigate Chen Fugui's losses. Erju, you go ahead and get busy. I'll have a few words with Brother Hu. Chen Fugui said. All right. Erju responded and began excavating with his pickaxe. Brother, I've made up my mind. I intend to do more for the people in the future, Hu Guangquan stated. Chen Fugui smiled and nodded. That's the right mindset. That is what I hope for. Even if you earn money alongside me, it would merely amount to counting coins until your fingers cramp. However, assisting the common people, the situation takes on a different hue. For it is indeed a profound sense of accomplishment. However, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. Always bear in mind the 5 words, serve the people. Once you grasp this concept, your path will be illuminated, and you shall not falter. As for assuming more significant responsibilities in the future, that will naturally follow. Hu Guangquan nodded vigorously, echoing this sentiment. It is essential not only to consider our forest farm and brigade, but also to think of the commune. Yet, there exists a particular challenge at present. After speaking, Hu Guangquan cast a somewhat bashful glance at Chen Fugui. Chen Fugui chuckled, saying, "This is not an issue. I assure you that next year, you will secure a legitimate position. However, certain actions must be taken, otherwise, it will not come to fruition." Fugui, what exactly should we do? Hu Guangquan inquired, suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. We must organize individuals with knowledge and education to engage in learning. Without study, how can one progress? Chen Fugui replied with a smile. "Oh, brother, please do not put me in a bind. Just tell me what needs to be done," Hu Guangquan sighed. This brother is commendable in many aspects, yet he often leaves his words ambiguous. We should select some educated individuals from your forest farm, particularly those who graduated from 9th grade in the past 2 years, and have them collectively study at our brigade's elementary school, Chen Fugui suggested. Are there any new directives from above? Hu Guangquan asked, his tone tinged with apprehension. None that are particularly significant. Just the acquisition of cultural knowledge, and perhaps reading a newspaper together to comprehend the guiding principles from our superiors, Chen Fugui clarified. I cannot divulge more. Our school as Principal Su has some connections. The County Education Bureau and the leader of the commune's education group are his former students. Hu Guangquan gazed at Chen Fugui in surprise, impressed by his younger brother's keen awareness. Thus, you should follow my lead on this matter. Your role is to wholeheartedly support the learning initiative at our brigade's elementary school, Chen Fugui continued. We must also secure some benefits for our brigade. Should you have the opportunity, aim to remain in our commune and contribute to the county's development. The latest by next year, opportunities may arise. Very well, brother. I shall heed your advice. I will ask Yadong to scout around for individuals with sharp minds, Hu Guangquan affirmed with a firm nod. Even though Chen Fugui's instructions were not crystal clear, he had outlined the general framework. Engaging in this endeavor would undoubtedly yield advantages, otherwise, it would not be placed in the elementary school of Hulu Brigade. That suffices. Chen Fugui would never jeopardize his own interests. By the way, how is Tong Chongbao faring? Hu Guangquan inquired further. There were over 30 individuals, all of whom I retained. Furthermore, all the trucks from Chu have been sent to the county for treatment, this time. He will likely face several years of confinement, Chen Fugui stated nonchalantly. Hu Guangquan was taken aback. Over 30? That is quite extraordinary. Well, I must return to my work now. I have to wrap up these tasks in the coming days and lead the villagers to the paper mill to earn some income. Chen Fugui remarked with a smile, then picked up a pickaxe to begin digging at the tree roots. Upon his rebirth in this era, he began to strategize. Whether in the brigade, the forest farm, or even in matters extending beyond, he meticulously followed the agricultural process. Presently, his plans have reached the stage of tilling the land. If he perseveres a little longer, once the higher authorities announce the news regarding the college entrance examination, it will be nothing short of remarkable. There remains little time. Perhaps just over a month in October? With 3 months left, it is the perfect opportunity to help his fellow villagers earn some additional income. Although development in this era may prove challenging, it does not imply that opportunities are scarce. On the contrary, they abound. However, one must attune to the pulse of societal advancement. Otherwise, others may mistakenly perceive one as delusional. Chapter 053, Back and Forth Deception. Brother Fugui. Will you still take me along tomorrow? Asked Erjuzi, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he walked home after work. Who else would I take if not you? However, you must start learning to ride a bicycle. I cannot always be your chauffeur, replied Chen Fugui. Hiki, Brother Fugui. I've never even touched a bicycle before. This will be my first time. Erjuzi chuckled sheepishly. The food today was truly delightful. How wonderful it would be if we could enjoy such meals every day. Brother Fugui, will there be meat for dinner tomorrow? Yes, when you work here. There is meat to be had every day, Chen Fugui assured him. That's fantastic. I wish I could work here for a few more days. Erjuzi expressed with a hint of longing. Rest assured, Brother Fugui will ensure that you have meat at every meal, as much as you desire, Chen Fugui promised. For Erjuzi, being able to enjoy a hearty meal was a source of true happiness. If there were even a few slices of meat in the dish, it would feel like celebrating the new year. Chen Fugui would never mock him for this. Whether or not he believed it, this was a commitment he intended to uphold. Ah, Principal Su, why are you not coming inside? Upon reaching his doorstep, Chen Fugui noticed Principal Su loitering nearby. Why would I go in when you are not home? Principal Su replied. Fugui, I need to discuss something with you. Initially, I intended to arrange a public teaching position for your wife, but unfortunately, it requires an examination. Is that all? I thought it was something significant. Chen Fugui responded nonchalantly. Well, you wouldn't neglect the school because of this, would you? Principal Su inquired with concern. Not at all. Things will proceed as they should. As long as the examination allows my wife to participate, she will easily secure her position. Chen Fugui assured him. This is also a good opportunity for us to discuss something. I would like to borrow the school's classrooms after the children finish their lessons. We can select a few individuals from our village, and the forest farm will also choose a few, so we can learn together. Fugui, are we going to have more activities? Principal Su asked in surprise. This is unrelated to that. It is purely for educational purposes. We need to make the villagers recognize the importance of learning so that they will care about the children's education. Chen Fugui cleverly misled. You nearly scared me. I thought it was something serious, Principal Su remarked. However, the school does not have much oil for the lamps. You will need to come up with a solution for that. Teacher Zhao is residing at the school, so you can coordinate with him, he added. All right, it's settled then. Chen Fugui said with a smile and a nod. Upon returning home, he reheated the food he had brought back, which would serve as Luming Yue's dinner. After tidying up matters at home, he made his way to Uncle Shuixing's residence. Uncle Shuixing's household was bustling with life, featuring 2 sons, an unmarried daughter, and grandchildren, a lively gathering indeed. Fugui, I have spoken with everyone in the small teams today, and they all agree with the decision we discussed yesterday. Uncle Shuixing said with a smile. Actually, I knew that the members of our brigade are quite reasonable. I had no worries at all, Chen Fugui replied confidently. Then why did you come over? Uncle Shuixing inquired. The matter of education must be addressed. Indeed, a lack of knowledge is quite detrimental, while the children's education is resolved. What about the learning of the adults? Chen Fugui inquired. Fugui, what exactly are you aiming to achieve? Uncle Shuixing asked with a wry smile. He had observed that Chen Fugui was perpetually restless. Having just completed one endeavor, he would immediately embark on another without a moment's respite. Uncle Shuixing, I firmly believe that the people in our brigade will eventually need to earn a living outside. Can we afford to be uneducated? If we are, we might end up being exploited and left counting someone else's money, Chen Fugui asserted with utmost seriousness. We have core members in our farming efforts, similarly. When we work externally, we will need core members to guide us. I cannot drift aimlessly in the outside world. Besides, I also wish to have a wife. Fugui, what precisely do you intend to study? Uncle Shuixing's second son, Chen Guqing, inquired. Brother Guqing, I am contemplating gathering the youth in our brigade who have completed the 8th and 9th grades for evening classes, Chen Fugui replied. I have already discussed this with Principal Su. It won't just be our brigade participating, as individuals from the forestry station will also be joining. This is to prepare for future contributions to national development. We cannot afford to diminish our momentum. Brother Fugui, will I be able to join? I have completed the 9th grade as well, Chen Shuixing's eldest daughter, Chen Xiufan, asked curiously. What is stopping you? You must participate, Chen Fugui responded with a smile. You're just a girl, why get involved in such matters? At your age, you should not be out causing mischief, Uncle Shuixing remarked. Chen Xiufan, displeased, turned away and sat by herself. Xin, go play with your brothers and sisters for a while, Chen Fugui suggested. The little one nodded obediently and joined the children from Uncle Shuixing's family. Uncle Shuixing, I must admonish you regarding this matter, Chen Fugui said with a smile. If our Hulu Brigade wishes to live well in the future, we must alter our mindset. Why shouldn't his sister Xiufan learn? I believe it is imperative that she participates to set a leading example. Indeed, Brother Fugui has stated that I must study. Therefore, I shall, Chen Xiufan declared. Alas, Fugui, I am genuinely apprehensive, Uncle Shuixing sighed. Uncle, I understand, but the times have changed significantly, Chen Fugui replied. Moreover, the old Hu from the forestry station is placing great importance on this initiative. I exerted considerable effort to bring their personnel to our brigade. We must maintain a good relationship with the forestry station. Next year we will still need branches. This winter, we can also venture into Hulu Mountain to gather some branches. Upon hearing this, Uncle Shuixing hesitated. The issue of education was not his primary concern. However, maintaining a good relationship with the forestry station was an absolute necessity. This year, they had managed to acquire so many branches thanks to Chen Fugui's influence. What about next year? The year after? Should they continually rely on Chen Fugui's goodwill? Very well. Pursue your endeavors as you see fit, but just don't make any mistakes, Uncle Shuixing acquiesced. Also, do make sure to finalize your party application. I need to submit it to the commune. Regardless of your immense capabilities, it is imperative that the members of our Gourd Brigade enjoy a more prosperous life. Rest assured, Uncle Shuixing, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. He felt a profound sense of reflection. Indeed, a transformation in thought requires a process. Faced with no other options, he found himself navigating a delicate web of persuasion, first convincing Principal Su to sway Hu Guangquan, and then employing Hu Guangquan to influence Uncle Shuixing. There truly was no alternative. If he could endure this year, the future would grant him the freedom to pursue his desires with greater ease. Chapter 054. Chen Fugui's tutoring class is now in session, have you heard? Fugui is organizing a learning initiative. What on earth is he up to this time? It's one thing for the children to learn, but why are the adults involved? Surely, he isn't planning another campaign, is he? Oh dear, my third sister-in-law. One must tread carefully with such talk. I'm merely concerned. What could he possibly be doing this for? Who knows? All I know is that his wife has been sent off to teach at the school, and it seems she begins her duties today. One must commend Fugui for his capabilities. A teacher earns 35 yuan a month, which totals over 3,600 yuan a year. As they walked towards the elementary school, the women began to chatter animatedly. Enough with the idle gossip, shouted George Gua. Without the branches Fugui has brought, how would you all survive this winter? I'm about to take your men out to earn some money, so let us keep such thoughts to ourselves. Do you not wish to eat? To have meat? To earn a living? Captain George, we're merely engaging in light conversation. If we work a bit harder, surely we can score 10 points, yes? One of them inquired. Now you're considering it? This was Fugui's initiative. After all, George Gua replied. Tomorrow, I will distribute the tasks. If you all work diligently, you can finish early and start earning. Fugui has gone to the service station today to handle some paperwork. He is quite aware of the situation. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of joy, all eager to work and earn. Once they arrived at the school, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered, particularly children peering in through the brightly lit classroom windows. Chen Fugui grabbed Hu Guangquan's arm and glanced at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. Everyone, please quiet down. Today, we commence our class titled Learning New Ideologies. Contributing to our nation, he announced. First and foremost, we must express our gratitude to Principal Su for providing us with this venue for learning. He will also serve as our writing mentor, so let us give him a round of applause for encouragement. The applause erupted warmly. Principal Su, somewhat bashful, stood and offered a slight bow. Next, we extend our thanks to our forest director, Hu Guangquan, Fugui continued. Hu Guangquan, being a well-experienced individual, stood up and waved to the students below. The applause grew even more fervent, as many of the attendees were workers from the forest. It is worth mentioning that our director who has contributed significantly, sponsoring the learning materials and their printing. Director Hu, would you care to say a few words? Fugui prompted. Oh, there is not much to say. I just feel that in this life, one must serve the common people, Hu Guangquan remarked. Without knowledge, one cannot succeed. Without knowledge, no one will employ us as workers in the future. When Fugui raised this matter, I felt it was imperative to support him. His initiatives are bound to be fruitful. Otherwise, how could we ever read through all these newspapers smoothly? We are utterly unaware of the events transpiring in our nation or the directives issued by our organization. Thus, I feel compelled to offer my support, and it is essential that I do so. Upon finishing his remarks, Hu Guangquan took his seat, and the applause grew even more fervent, a reciprocal gesture of appreciation, with the primary credit still resting upon Chen Fugui. Next, we shall introduce a key figure. Our esteemed team leader, Uncle Shuixing, Chen Fugui continued. Oh, Fugui, please refrain from calling me, for I am not adept at speaking. I possess little education, Uncle Shuixing. Seated nearby, interjected anxiously. His words elicited laughter from the assembly, particularly due to his somewhat flustered demeanor, which was quite unlike the usual composure of Uncle Shuixing. This was indeed a novel experience for him, even though the director of the forest farm held a rank equivalent to that of the leaders of various production teams. Their responsibilities differed significantly. Uncle Shuixing, we must not be overly modest. Without your support, could we mobilize so many in our team to engage in learning? Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. Oh, what could I possibly say? Uncle Shuixing lamented. Just as director who had mentioned, everything orchestrated by Fugui has been flawless. We are on the verge of embarking on a journey to generate income, and once you accompany Fugui, you must heed his guidance. Do not concern yourselves with matters at home. You can return once a week, and by then, you shall bring back earnings, that is all. Applause erupted once more, particularly from outside the classroom, where the enthusiasm was palpable. All right then, I shall proceed with the following appointments. Chen Fugui continued. Comrade Zhao Chang'e, who has been a teacher at our primary school and is a high school graduate, will serve as my assistant instructor. He will not only learn alongside you all, but will also provide guidance on your studies. Zhao Chang'e stood up, somewhat bashfully, and bowed to the assembly, which responded with enthusiastic applause. Our students are divided into two groups, one consisting of members from the Hulu team, and the other composed of workers and their families from the forest farm. Thus, these two study groups will be overseen by comrades Chen Xiufan and Wang Yadong, whose primary responsibility will be to compile the knowledge gaps for our next lesson. Wang Yadong and Chen Xiufan stood up with renewed vigor, embodying their new leadership roles. Fugui, when can we also join in the learning? Called out a lady from outside the window. You can learn whenever you wish. After a while, I will have my wife start a class. Anyone interested in learning to read can join, Chen Fugui announced. Fugui, is that true? Can we older women really participate in the learning? Fugui, you must not speak lightly of such matters, Uncle Shuxing added. Is what Fugui says truly reliable? Suddenly, several individuals rushed in, filling the front of the classroom. Chen Fugui chuckled. There was no need to consult Uncle Shuxing on this matter. What I say stands. As long as it does not interfere with our work, why should learning be an obstacle? However, we must approach our tasks methodically, tackling one thing at a time. I will arrange for this class to commence, allowing my wife to teach. With such a commitment from him, the individuals were undeniably overjoyed. Although they currently questioned the utility of their studies, the enthusiastic efforts of Chen Fugui suggested there must be some merit. Moreover, Chen Fugui had never relegated the women comrades to a secondary status. He always considered them equally, fostering a sense of respect among them. With a mere gesture, Zhao Chang'e retrieved the review materials and distributed them one by one. This was also the fruit of Chen Fugui's labor, meticulously marked with key points he had identified over time, along with annotations indicating the corresponding pages in the texts. In this era, it could undoubtedly be classified as a manual of martial prowess. Within a few months, these individuals would come to recognize the immense value of this study group. Chapter 55. The troublesome Chen Fugui, once a carefree soul akin to a wandering cloud, Chen Fugui suddenly found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of activity, unearthing tree knots, entertaining the young Xin, crafting problems, and delivering lectures. This had become his daily existence. His approach was rather straightforward. He aimed to guide these individuals through a month of review, encouraging them to reacquaint themselves with their textbooks and solidify their theoretical knowledge. Following this, relentless practice ensued, a fervent endeavor to master the material. This task was far from simple. He was not a conventional educator, and he too needed to revisit these concepts in depth. Lu Mingwa was equally occupied, having recently assumed the role of part-time teacher at the Hulu Brigade Primary School and head of the adult literacy class. Consequently, young Xin's wish was fulfilled, as she could accompany Chen Fugui to work each day. Chen Fugui's life was bustling and fulfilling, yet his progress was a topic of ongoing discussion. Secretary Wu, the Hulu Brigade has presented us with quite a conundrum, a source of considerable frustration, remarked Lu Songning, the president of the Guangming Commune. I'm not particularly familiar with this Chen Fugui. Could you provide some insight, President Songning? Inquired Wu Guangyao. Chen Fugui had a share of troubles in the past. His political background is unblemished, and according to Brigade leader Shui Sheng's account, he has since turned over a new leaf, Lu Songning explained. Recently, Chen Fugui had established a study group in the Hulu Brigade, attracting not only locals but also workers from the forestry station. What is the focus of this study group? Wu Guangyao asked with curiosity. I heard from Director Hu that it involves studying the curriculum for grades 7 to 9, along with reading newspapers to grasp the guiding principles. Lu Songning replied. If that's the case, it seems Chen Fugui has made commendable strides, despite his previous backward thinking. This reflects significant progress under the care of his comrades in the Hulu Brigade, Wu Guangyao mused. Secretary Wu, there is another matter at hand, Lu Songning said with a wry smile. A few days ago, the local troublemaker Tong Changbao led a group to stir up chaos in the Hulu Brigade, single-handedly toppling over 30 individuals. Many are still receiving treatment for fractures at the county hospital. I'm concerned about his temperament. If he were to evade consequences and provoke further incidents, it would indicate our evaluation was not stringent enough. Yet, I must admit, he possesses a certain cleverness, and he is set to take the Hulu Brigade members to work at the paper mill. Moreover, according to Hu Guanchuan, the recent supply of rice and flour from the forestry station to the commune was also under his suggestion. He asserts that the commune's enterprises should serve the community, and that leadership must emerge from the masses, engaging with them to effectuate real change. Wu Guangyao furrowed his brow. sensing that Chen Fugui was indeed a figure of complexity. Could an ordinary citizen articulate such profound thoughts? This year's Dragon Boat Festival would not have unfolded so smoothly without the forestry station sponsorship. President Songning, what are your thoughts? Wu Guangyao inquired. I find myself in quite a predicament and thus seek the assistance of Secretary Wu for guidance. Lu Songning has once again returned the ball into my court. After all, Wu Guangyao is the secretary, and this matter requires his initial decision before it can be discussed in a meeting. Given this, it would be prudent to conduct further examinations over the next 2 to 3 months. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Guangyao remarked, for comrades with such ambition, we must remain vigilant. At the same time, we must adopt a rigorous attitude in evaluating each active participant. Very well, when the commune convenes next, I shall mention it to Captain Shui Xing. Lu Songning nodded in agreement. Originally, this issue did not necessitate the involvement of the 2 leading figures of Guangming Commune. The crux of the matter lies in the conflict between Chen Fugui and Tong Chongbao. What if this fellow stirs up further trouble in the future? Such a scenario could lead to an oversight. Nevertheless, we must also acknowledge that this young man's ideas are commendable. Whether it is his encouragement of Hu Guangquan to serve the populace or his organization of study groups, both are praiseworthy endeavors. In truth, for Chen Fugui, an ordinary member of Hulu Brigade, to have his name remembered by the 2 leaders of Guangming Commune is, in itself, a remarkable achievement. Little does Chen Fugui know that his progress has encountered a minor setback. He has just completed the necessary paperwork for employment outside of Hulu Brigade. This process is not as straightforward as it seems. Even with the recommendation from Su Weigua, he must adhere to the required protocols. Now that he has secured the introduction letter from the service station, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. My brother, to be honest, I am truly reluctant to part ways. Hu Guangquan poured a glass of wine for him. What is there to be reluctant about? I cannot possibly uproot the trees that you haven't yet planted, Chen Fugui quipped lightheartedly. This endeavor of bringing the villagers to work at the paper mill is merely a temporary arrangement. Ultimately, we must find solutions on our own land. As for your matters, do not appear overly anxious. In truth, as long as you engage in genuine work, the leaders will surely take note. Focus on managing the forestry tasks well. When the opportunity arises, as long as you seize it, all will be well. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters or stray into dubious paths. That is all that is required. Hu Guangquan nodded, for he has great faith in Chen Fugui and will follow his lead. He genuinely feels a pang of reluctance at the thought of Chen Fugui working at the paper mill, while they are at the forestry station. He can always consult Chen Fugui should he need assistance. This time, the support for the commune during the Dragon Boat Festival has already garnered much praise. Xin, why aren't you eating any meat? Hu Guangquan called out. Grandpa, the meat Dad made is fragrant, the little one replied, her voice crisp and lively. Hu Guangquan nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. He truly relishes the meals prepared by Chen Fugui. Even if it is merely a stir-fry or a cold dish, he finds it far superior to what he eats at the county guest house. As for his own culinary skills, they are hardly comparable. Chen Fugui playfully tapped Xin on the nose. With meat available, you still find cause for complaint. Tomorrow, you must stay home and behave. Dad, Xin wants to go out and play with you, the little one said, her face scrunched up in disappointment. Tomorrow is not feasible, my dear. I must visit the paper mill to assess the situation there, Chen Fugui replied. Moreover, tomorrow is also a holiday for your mother. You should spend time playing with her in Xiaobai. Once I have familiarized myself with the surroundings, I will bring you over. Does that sound agreeable? Though the little one was reluctant, she nodded obediently. It is important to heed a father's words, for that is the mark of a good child. Chapter 056. Who is this lad? Today holds significant importance for the members of the Gourd Brigade, as it marks the day when Chen Fugui leads them to commence their labor. At the break of dawn, they departed from the Gourd Brigade, embarking on a journey that lasted over 3 hours in the brigade's horse-drawn carriage, ultimately arriving at the paper mill. Excuse me, comrades. We are looking for Yang Jie from the Guangming Commune Service Team, Chen Fugui stated, handing over a letter of introduction to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper glanced outside and replied, Please hold on. I will make a call. Fugui, will we be able to work here? George Gua, who had accompanied him, asked with concern. Rest assured. This is a foregone conclusion, Chen Fugui reassured him with a smile. After nearly 10 minutes, a man in his 30s emerged from the factory premises. That would be Team Leader Yang, the gatekeeper informed them. Team Leader Yang, I am Chen Fugui from the Gourd Brigade. Director Tang mentioned that I should seek you out upon arriving at the paper mill, Chen Fugui called out. Very well, come on in. I will explain a few things to you. Yang Jie nodded in agreement. Team leader Yang, as this is the first time for everyone to engage in labor, we would appreciate your guidance. Here are some local specialties from our brigade. Please do take a moment to try them, Chen Fugui said, presenting a wrapped package of their local delicacies. Since we are from the same hometown, there is no need for such formality, Yang Jie replied with a smile. The Gourd Brigade is quite a distance from here. Let us select a couple of people to join me as I explain the labor regulations. Once the accommodations are arranged, you can begin working today. Absolutely, we await your word, Chen Fugui responded eagerly. Jigua, Guodong, De Gue, please follow me. Is it not your responsibility? Yang Jie questioned in surprise. Well, I am longing for my wife and children, and after work, I plan to ride my bicycle home, Chen Fugui replied. Is that permissible? It's not just the desire for family. There are also classes that need attending, Yang Jie shook his head. After a day's work at the paper mill, who has the energy to return home? One can hardly wait to have a meal and retire for the night. First and foremost, you must adhere to the labor regulations. Smoking and open flames are strictly prohibited within the factory premises. A single spark could ignite the entire material storage area, Yang Jie stated as they entered the office. You will need to arrange for your own meals. You can be allocated 2 rooms for accommodation, and you may coordinate among yourselves. After work, you can also visit the bathhouse for a shower. That's all there is to it. Take your belongings to the dormitory, and then come with me to the material yard to observe the unloading and stacking processes to see what tasks you can undertake. Understood, Team Leader Yang. I will be counting on you. Should I have any uncertainties, I will seek your guidance, Chen Fugui said with a smile. That is quite all right. My role here is merely to assist in recording labor hours and coordinating matters, Yang Jie replied with a grin. I have conveyed all that is necessary from here on. You are here to toil, and there is little else to introduce. However, this is quite acceptable. It is, after all, a means to earn a modest living. The crucial point is that some individuals, even if they wish to earn, may not have the opportunity, correct? After organizing the luggage and distributing the safety supplies, everyone was led by Yang Jie to the material stacking site. The working environment here made Chen Fugui furrow his brow. Although he had mentally prepared himself for arduous labor, the conditions were exceedingly filthy. Workers were adorned with reeds and fluff. It was no surprise they were provided with such ample safety gear. The weight of a bundle of reeds was considerable, and one had to be cautious when commencing work. We mustn't overexert ourselves for the sake of earning money. We can't afford to ruin our health, Yang Jie advised. Let me demonstrate first, Chen Fugui replied. The task of stacking seemed deceptively simple. Yet there was inherent danger at heights. The unloading work, while equally exhausting, was safer. Yang Jie nodded with an understanding smile. That was indeed the case. Typically, new workers began with unloading tasks, and once they became adept, transitioned to stacking. Grasping the reed hook, Chen Fugui approached the small train designated for transporting the bundles. The train was specifically designed for this purpose, featuring a diminutive engine and steel barriers along the sides serving as makeshift compartments. He hooked the reed bundle, exerted a slight force, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Weighing it lightly, he concluded that the villagers could manage the load. This brought him relief. Otherwise, exhausting everyone would render their earnings meaningless. Brother Jigua, it's manageable. I can handle it, Chen Fugui cheerfully remarked after placing the bundle on the ground. Let's follow the others' lead. We should work in pairs and alternate. One person can assist on the train while the other lifts from below, allowing for rest periods. If done efficiently, a pair could unload around 10 tons in a day without issue. Initially, we shouldn't rush. We need to conserve our energy. What about you, Fugui? Will you handle it alone? Xiao Zhiguo inquired. I can manage on my own, Captain Yang. Just assign us our tasks. Chen Fugui responded with a smile and a nod. The workers from Hulu Brigade knew of Chen Fugui's strength and didn't take his words too seriously. However, Yang Jie perceived such confidence as excessive. After all, who among the workers lacked strength? There had never been a case of someone unloading a train single-handedly. One might manage a few tons alone, but at what cost? Exhaustion could lead to severe consequences. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening, offering guidance instead, as a favor to the esteemed De Qianmen. This year, the paper mill faced a heavy production workload, with numerous small trains waiting to be unloaded. Once the task was initiated, it would be complete. As for how they chose to work, that was not his concern. He merely needed to keep a record of the workers for payroll purposes. Old Yang. Has the commune sent over new recruits again? Quite remarkable. At that moment, Wang Jingming, the captain of the Hongqi Commune service team, approached. It must be our director Tang's doing. Have you been short on manpower at your commune lately? Yang Jia inquired with a smile. Indeed, we are quite distressed. The factory pressures me daily, yet I have no solutions, Wang Jingming lamented. This was a shared headache for both men, as their bonuses depended on task completion. The factory remains indifferent to whether there is a shortage of personnel or if the allocated tasks are excessively burdensome. In any case, if the work is not completed, the entire service team's bonus will be forfeited. A deduction from the service team's bonus will significantly reduce the profit submitted to the commune in the future. My heavens! Who is this individual? This is truly astonishing. Wang Jingming inadvertently glanced up and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Yang Jia looked over as well, startled. Unable to restrain himself from rubbing his eyes, convinced he must have misinterpreted the sight before him. Chapter 57. As easy as picking up money, it is no wonder that the two were astonished. Chen Fugui worked with remarkable speed. They had only exchanged a few words when he had already unloaded so much. A single car compartment typically holds around 2 tons of bundled reeds. And in such a brief period, a skilled pair could manage to unload half a car. Yet, for the novices of the Hulu Brigade, achieving even 1/3 would be commendable. However, with Chen Fugui, the compartment was nearly empty, save for a single row at the bottom. Chen Fugui, one must not be so relentless in labor, lest one suffer injury. Yang Jia, disregarding the fluttering reed leaves, hurried over. Captain Yang, it's nothing serious. Once this car is unloaded, please assign me a few more. It takes me about 5 minutes per car, so I won't have to constantly report back to you, Chen Fugui casually remarked. Yang Jia was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Surely, he must be seeing things. How could it be that Chen Fugui appeared hardly to be sweating? Well, perhaps just a hint at the edge of his hat. Was that due to the heat or the exertion of work? Captain Yang, Fugui is indeed remarkable in our brigade, shouted Air Zhu from the adjacent compartment. Let him do as he pleases. His strength is exceptional, George Gua added with a smile. Do you really possess such strength? Yang Jia asked, still somewhat incredulous. I have no other talents, just a bit more strength, Chen Fugui replied with a grin. I'll continue working. I can finish early and prepare dinner for everyone, saving them time. As for the few compartments that no one else is unloading, let them be assigned to me. Though this task was indeed a bit dirty and tiring, he approached it with satisfaction. Every era has its unique characteristics. In this age, despite one's cleverness, avenues for earning money are scarce. Yet strength is an invaluable asset that comes at no cost. For him, working here felt akin to picking up money. With little more than his strength, he could unload dozens of tons in a day, earning 20 to 30 yuan. His daily earnings surpassed what an ordinary factory worker would make in a month. It is no exaggeration to say that he alone could handle the unloading for an entire small train. All right, continue unloading. I'll keep track of your progress. Yang Jia nodded. As Chen Fugui began unloading another car, Yang Jia started the timer. Old Yang, I can't help but envy your fortune. When did your Guangming commune produce such a talent? Wang Jingming remarked, his eyes filled with envy as he witnessed Chen Fugui unload yet another car. Haha, old Wang. This month our Guangming commune is assured of bonuses, Yang Jia replied, excitement coursing through him. Chen Fugui found this work to be incredibly effortless. With a grasp, a toss, and a flick, the bundles of reeds were swiftly dispatched. A small train could be unloaded in roughly 5 minutes. What is the standard unloading time, one might ask? Typically, it requires 12 to 15 minutes. Indeed, Chen Fugui alone was worth more than 6 men combined. Indeed, Chen Fugui was acutely aware that his diligent efforts would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Yet, what could be done about it? He was simply strong. There was no remedy for that. He envisioned a future where he would present a substantial sum of money to his wife, who would surely be taken aback. The mere thought of this brought Chen Fugui immense joy. He reveled in his daydreams, and the more he worked, the more invigorated he felt. Ultimately, he climbed atop the small train, employing both hands to toss bundles of reeds downwards with remarkable ease. The weight of the bundles, which would ordinarily be burdensome, felt like mere feathers in his grasp, and he threw them down with sheer delight and effortless grace. Marvelous. Today, I must treat this lad to a meal, Yang Jia exclaimed, chuckling heartily. I must join as well. It would be too enticing otherwise, Wang Jingming added with a touch of reflection. Captain Yang, which car is next for unloading? Chen Fugui inquired after finishing the previous ones. Fugui, unload whichever train you wish, Yang Jia generously gestured. Understood. Chen Fugui shouted joyfully before scampering towards the next train. A small train typically comprised just over 20 carriages, weighing around 50 tons, quite manageable indeed. Haha. My dear villagers of the Hulu Brigade, I shall treat you all to an additional 2 pounds of meat at noon, Yang Jie proclaimed, his exuberance bordering on pride. Thank you, Captain Yang, George Gore responded, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. He reflected on the advantages of working alongside Fugui. Is this meat for ourselves? He pondered. Not at all. It is merely a gesture of goodwill towards Fugui. While they reveled in their fortune, many workers around them were left astonished. Initially, they had not given Chen Fugui much thought. Numerous strong individuals had come and gone, akin to small donkeys pulling carts, lacking endurance. Once a cart was unloaded, they would retreat to rest. Yet, here was Fugui, unloading cart after cart, bouncing around without a hint of exhaustion. What was the meaning of this? Who was this remarkable figure that had emerged? Although Chen Fugui began to sweat, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. He had underestimated his own capabilities. With just a bit of effort, he could unload a carriage in approximately 3 minutes, which translated to a tidy sum. He could complete an entire carriage in just an hour and a half. Based on the weight, that equated to an earnings of $18. If he unloaded a whole train in a day, he would not tire and could earn $72 in total. Just imagine the monthly earnings. Fugui, there's no need to rush. Take your time, Yang Jie called out cheerfully. Rest assured, it's not too taxing, Chen Fugui replied candidly. However, this declaration fell on the ears of the members of the Hulu Brigade as somewhat irksome. Only after laboring did they comprehend the true difficulty of the task. As they began unloading the third train, they felt the strain, an experience that was far from pleasant. Indeed, one cannot compare individuals easily. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Working with Fugui meant earning money and enjoying meat, and that was a source of contentment in itself. Captain Yang, I have finished unloading the goods. I shall prepare a meal for everyone now. At that moment, Chen Fugui also completed his unloading. Fugui, how is it going? Is everything all right? Yang Jie hurried over, expressing his concern. Nothing much, just that it's quite hot today, Chen Fugui replied earnestly. Good, good. Do not worry about it. Today, our service team will cover the expenses for your team's ingredients, Yang Jie stated. Haha, Captain Yang, I want to hold back then. Join us for lunch. I am quite adept at cooking, Chen Fugui chuckled. All right, I shall go buy the ingredients now. You should wash up first, Yang Jie said joyfully. He was genuinely delighted. As Chen Fugui was a treasure, and he felt the need to cultivate this relationship. Chapter 58. Strength truly can create miracles. Fugui, you truly embody this sentiment. You must give it your utmost effort. During lunch, Yang Jie personally poured a glass of wine for him. Captain Yang, why are you being so courteous to me? Working hard for money, it's only natural to exert oneself more if one has the strength, Chen Fugui said with a smile. For me, having this strength means I can earn a living anywhere. The main concern is that my fellow villagers are working for the first time and will need your guidance. Captain Yang, rest assured, Fugui, Yang Jie replied earnestly. Let me make it clear today. As long as everyone works diligently, I guarantee that the money will be securely earned. We will distribute the necessary protective gear as well. He understood Chen Fugui's unspoken words. Fugui had come here to help his fellow villagers make money. If it were just him, it would indeed have been quite difficult to come. Now, he truly comprehended why Chen Fugui returned home every night. There was no need for him to work overtime, as he had ample time to spare. Yang Jie's words resonated positively with the people of Hulu Brigade. How much would it cost to purchase these protective supplies? Now, they had rubber shoes and gloves for work. If used with care, might they not even save some for later? This was also the first time the people of Hulu Brigade ventured out to work, and they discovered that earning money was not as challenging as they had imagined. Of course, they needed to stay close to Fugui, as long as they were with him. There was no worry about making money. Captain Yang, is the production task for the paper mill this heavy this year? I noticed several small trains arriving while we were coming back, Chen Fugui inquired. Indeed, this year's output is said to exceed last year's by more than double. The workshop is working overtime, and the reed fields are being harvested day and night, Yang Jie explained. To put it plainly, the supply is simply insufficient. Additionally, we will be receiving large shipments of reeds from other provinces, which will be quite substantial. Fugui, under normal circumstances, unloading a large train earns 5 yuan per car. If you do the unloading, I'll give you 6. You'll need to help me out with this, all right? Yang Jie proposed. Brother Yang, why are you offering me extra money? The regular price is fine. It's how we all work, Chen Fugui replied. The reason is that the large trains often arrive at night, and currently, the train cars are in high demand. The factory puts pressure on us to expedite the unloading. Our team is currently ranked 5th in terms of unloading capacity. If you put in the effort, we can aim for the top position this year. The bonuses will be substantial. Brother Yang, is this bonus for everyone? Chen Fugui asked with newfound enthusiasm. Not exactly. We will retain some for our team. But the remainder will have to be submitted to the commune. Yang Jie hesitated before responding. Chen Fugui felt a tinge of disappointment, perhaps overlooking the peculiarities of this era. Although there was a burgeoning concept of rewarding hard work, they had yet to completely break away from the production team's operational model. This is nothing. I can easily unload the small freight train by myself in a day, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. By the way, could you bring my daughter over tomorrow? Her mother has to go to school for work, and I'm quite uneasy leaving her at home alone. Fugui, no problem, Yang Jie replied without hesitation. If your sister-in-law has the time, let her come along as well. We have the facilities for bathing here, so they can wash up with the female workers in advance. He needed to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Fugui, as he was counting on him to supply the vegetables. It wasn't just about bringing the child over to play. As long as he didn't set the reed yard on fire, that would suffice. It could be considered a small trade-off. Chen Fugui worked diligently, helping the Guangming Commune's service team earn bonuses. Yang Jie, in turn, would provide him with the utmost convenience and assistance within reasonable limits. Both were astute individuals. There was no need for excessive discourse. In truth, carrying reeds may appear deceptively easy, as if mere strength suffices. However, the reality is far more complex. A bundle of reeds measures over 2 meters in length and is as thick as 2 people can embrace. It is not so simple to carry. It is not merely like lugging a bag of rice weighing 180 pounds. A slight miscalculation in balance could easily lead to a fall. Chen Fugui's ease in handling the task is attributed to his exceptional strength. As the old saying goes, one strength can overcome 100 skills. In modern parlance, great strength can indeed yield miraculous results. Workers in this area typically earn 3 yuan a day. 5 yuan signifies a top-tier worker. Chen Fugui can effortlessly earn 70 to 80 yuan a day. An astounding feat. After finishing lunch and taking a brief respite, Chen Fugui donned his work attire, grabbed his reed hook, and made his way back to the yard. He still had to unload 2 more trains in the afternoon, even if the job seemed light. It required genuine effort. His work had become a captivating spectacle at the paper mill's yard. In all the years since its establishment, the mill had never witnessed such strength and endurance in unloading. Captain Yang, your Guangming commune truly has remarkable talent, remarked Ma Guchang, the factory director, who had come to observe the scene. Director Ma, this is Chen Fugui from our commune's Hulu team, Yang Jie said with a smile. With the heavy production tasks this second half of the year, I have no worries. I've already arranged with Fugui that he can work overtime when the big trains arrive with supplies. How many tons can he unload in a day? Ma Guchang inquired. We discussed it during lunch. He can unload a small train in about an hour and a half. 2 trains in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. And he can still take a break, Yang Jie replied, grinning. Goodness, that's impressive. Ma Guchang nodded. Truth be told, if he weren't concerned about his wife and child at home, he could manage even more, Yang Jie added. Such a good comrade deserves a raise, Captain Yang. Ma Guchang commented. Director Ma, perhaps the factory could provide some additional support? I'm even tempted to pay Fugui daily, Yang Jie said with a smile. All right. I'll speak to the accountant about it later, Ma Guchang agreed. To maintain the enthusiasm of such commendable comrades, the factory shall provide him with an additional subsidy of 1 yuan each day, remarked Ma Guchang. Very well. I shall convey my gratitude to Director Ma on behalf of Fugui, Yang Jie quickly responded. Those who were listening nearby could hardly contain their envy. What does this signify? An extra 30 yuan in a month, which equates to what an ordinary worker earns in a month. Yet, despite their envy, even if the money lay before them, none could claim it. One only needs to observe the current pace of the workers to comprehend the stark difference. Their speed has significantly diminished compared to the morning. Meanwhile, Chen Fugui continues to stand above, effortlessly lifting, grasping, and tossing aside bundles of reeds as if it were mere play. Chapter 059, A Happy Wife. Motivated in all endeavors, though it was merely his first day working at the paper mill, Chen Fugui's treatment was unparalleled. After completing his tasks, he made his way to the bathhouse for a refreshing wash. Subsequently, he prepared a meal, steaming rice and simmering vegetables, before cycling home with ease, returning in just over an hour despite the long journey for the horse-drawn carriage. Daddy! Daddy! Exclaimed Xinshin, who had been resting her chin on the doorstep. Eagerly awaiting his return, she sprang to her feet, waving her small hands as she dashed toward him. Little Bai, perched on her shoulder, lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. "Haha, my dear daughter. Did you miss Daddy?" Chen Fugui lifted Xinshin into his arms, spinning her around joyfully. "Of course I missed you, Daddy," the little one replied, wrapping her arms around his neck. "What brings you home so early?" At that moment, Lu Mingyue emerged from the house. "Today's work was quite enjoyable. Can you guess how much I earned?" Chen Fugui said with a beaming smile. "Oh, and what difference does the amount make? Let us prepare dinner for Xinshin first," she replied, slightly annoyed. "She insists that your cooking is superior." "Mommy, Daddy's food is the best," Xinshin chimed in cheerfully. "Ha ha, then I shall fry some meat for Xinshin right away." Chen Fugui kissed the chubby cheek of his little girl. "Daddy, Xinshin doesn't want meat. She wants to play with you," the little one said, her voice filled with longing. "Don't worry, tomorrow you can accompany me to work," he assured her. "Yay, Daddy," Xinshin exclaimed, her happiness evident as she hugged his neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Fugui, do you think you can manage? After all, it is a paper mill." Lu Mingyue expressed her concerns. While she felt pleased to see Chen Fugui doting on their daughter, she worried about the potential hazards of such carefree endeavors. "Not to fret. My friends at the paper mill are quite supportive. Can you guess how much I made today?" He leaned closer to Lu Mingyue. $6? She boldly guessed. "Just a bit more effort," he replied with a grin. "Then, $7? She ventured. "Be bolder," he encouraged. $7.50, she replied, still somewhat reserved. "Unleash your imagination. Let it soar. Earn as much as you wish. I shall not guess further." After her response, she retreated into the house, thinking him too mischievous to engage in such games, yet secretly curious about his earnings. Chen Fugui, in high spirits, retrieved a roll of bills from his pocket and placed it into Xinshin's tiny hands, unaware of its significance. "Oh my, there's so much money. Be careful not to drop it. The wind might carry it away," noticing from the corner of her eye. Lu Mingyue dashed over and swiftly snatched the roll from Xinshin's grasp. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 pieces, 5 yuan, 6 yuan, 2 jiao. 76 yuan and 2 jiao? Can our team truly earn such a sum in a single day? Lu Mingyue, counting the money, was genuinely flustered. The Great Unity, which refers to the 10 yuan banknote of this era, is the third set of currency issued by the state. The cover features a design depicting the gathering of people from all ethnic groups, hence the name Great Unity, as it is also the highest denomination of paper currency. Seeing Chen Fugui return with such a substantial amount made her feel almost faint with shock. "Silly wife, this is our own money. Just contribute 1 yuan and 50 cents back to the team later," Chen Fugui casually remarked. What did you say? Is this all what you earned in a single day?" Lu Mingyue stammered, her pretty face flushed with excitement. "Absolutely. I intend to earn at least this much every day from now on. If I'm in a good mood, I might even earn more," Chen Fugui replied nonchalantly. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful." Lu Mingyue managed to sit on the Kong and began to examine the money carefully, one bill at a time. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Xian furrowed her little brows, sensing that her mother was acting unusually today. "Sometimes, your mother can be a bit silly. It's nothing," Chen Fugui chuckled. Lu Mingyue heard him, but she was hardly concerned. With such a fortune in her hands, she felt free to say whatever came to mind. "Wife, are you happy?" Chen Fugui settled beside Lu Mingyue, holding Xian. "Yes, indeed," Lu Mingyue replied, her gaze lingering on the money. The amount truly was of a staggering nature. Having lived in poverty, Lu Mingyue refrained from shrieking in delight, managing to maintain a semblance of composure. Seeing the alluring blush on his wife's cheeks, Chen Fugui could no longer restrain himself. He leaned in and gave her a playful peck. Lu Mingyue shot him a glare, playfully swatted him. Yet her expression transformed into one of bashful delight. This man, truly audacious, especially with Xian watching. Chen Fugui felt a surge of happiness. It seemed he had earned his wife's approval, and as long as she was content, he was motivated in all endeavors. "Daddy, Xian wants a kiss too." The little one in his arms piped up. "Why should I? Why can't I kiss Mom and give you a kiss too?" Chen Fugui said, planting a kiss on her little face, which satisfied her greatly. "Is dinner ready? I've sliced the meat and stir-fried a dish. Shall we have a little drink tonight to celebrate?" Chen Fugui inquired tentatively. "You shouldn't drink. You have to teach later," Lu Mingyue responded. "It's not that I'm forbidding you. It's just that teaching under the influence of alcohol wouldn't be appropriate. What should we do with this money? Where should we put it? It's too much. Should we hide it at the bottom of the box?" "No, If a thief comes, they search the box first. Don't worry, tomorrow you can deposit it at the commune's credit union, Chen Fugui said with a smile. Then you should deposit it. This is your money, Lu Mingwei insisted. My earnings are meant for you and xin as well. I'll check what else we have at home, and perhaps buy a few things at the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Fugui replied generously. Yes. We need to buy xin a couple of pairs of socks, Lu Mingwei nodded in agreement. Her heart felt sweeter than honey. In the past, Chen Fugui wouldn't have even thought of keeping a single dime for himself. Fugui, is that you back? At that moment, Uncle Shuixing's voice drifted in from outside, startling Lu Mingwei, who anxiously clutched the money, unsure of where to hide it. It's all right, Uncle Shuixing is not a stranger. Besides, the team knows I earn quite a bit. It's nothing to worry about, Chen Fugui reassured her. In truth, he found her nervous demeanor quite amusing. Lu Mingwei shot him a glare, but ultimately she tucked the money into Chen Fugui's pocket. She felt that at this moment, his pocket was the safest place in the world. Chapter 060. Following Brother Fugui, earning money and enjoying good food. Brother Fugui, how is the work at the paper mill for our team? Uncle Shuixing inquired as he stepped into the room. It's quite satisfactory. I returned a bit earlier today. However, according to Captain Yang's statistics over there, we should earn at least $2.50 to 60 cents today, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. Since we arrived a bit late today, it being the first day of work, I refrained from exerting too much effort. It will improve over time. Earning more than $3.50 a day is definitely feasible. Currently, the paper mill has an abundance of work but lacks workers. As for food, everyone can steam their own staple food. We pool money together to buy vegetables, and I prepared the meal before returning. That's wonderful. It truly is possible to earn money. Uncle Shuixing exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Uncle Shuixing, please relay this to everyone. I want to notify each person individually, Chen Fugui suggested. Everything is quite good. I return every day as well. If anything arises, I can pass the message along. However, I recommend that for the first month, everyone refrains from returning home. It's too exhausting, Uncle Shuixing nodded in agreement. There's money to be made, so what if one doesn't return home? He mused, genuinely pleased. As everything seemed to align with Chen Fugui's description, there was indeed money to be earned. Uncle Shuixing, why go back? Just come and dine at my home this evening. I bought 2 pounds of meat. Let us have a stir-fried dish, Chen Fugui called out as he noticed Uncle Shuixing preparing to leave. Let xin have it. Such good meat, what would I eat? Uncle Shuixing waved his hand dismissively. Haha, Uncle Shuixing, you are dining at my home tonight, Chen Fugui insisted, pulling him back. I earned over $70 today, not to mention 2 pounds of meat. I could afford to eat 20 pounds if I wanted to. I also bought 2 pounds of meat to stew with the vegetables, Chen Fugui boasted. Fugui, what did you just say? You made so much money? In a single day? Uncle Shuixing stuttered, taken aback. I'm strong, so I unload the truck quickly and in large quantities, Chen Fugui explained. Xin, play with Grandpa Shuixing. Daddy will make you some stir-fried meat slices. Grandpa Shuixing, I want to eat meat slices, Xin chirped happily. Yes, meat slices, Uncle Shuixing echoed. Though his mind was already in a whirlwind. Earning over $70 in a day was an unfathomable figure for him, something he could scarcely dream of, let alone imagine. Minwei, is Fugui speaking the truth, or is he just teasing me? Uncle Shuixing asked after processing the information for a moment. Lu Minwei nodded with a smile, confirming. He really earned that much. He brought back $76, all in large denominations, 7 bills. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The people of Hulu Brigade are fortunate. Fugui is indeed capable and benevolent, Uncle Shuixing remarked, his eyes glistening with emotion. He was truly weary of poverty and hunger. Now that Chen Fugui was around, he could help everyone earn money. This was the essence of Chen Fugui's capability. Not only did Chen Fugui earn abundantly, but he also generously purchased meat and additional vegetables for everyone, showcasing his compassion. It is not merely having money that allows one to buy meat. One must also possess meat coupons. It is entirely up to Chen Fugui to contribute to this. After so many years, the villagers of Haludai have finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Their demands are not exorbitant. Simply enough to eat and keep warm suffices. Uncle Shuixing, rest assured. Fugui holds everyone in his heart. He asserts that while the earnings may come hard, they are indeed steady. Lu Mingwei offered a word of comfort. Uncle Shuixing wiped his tears, nodding. Mingwei, Fugui has changed. He has truly transformed into a good child. However, I must visit the commune tomorrow to inquire about Fugui's progress. Uncle Shueisheng, there is no need to rush. This requires organizational consideration. Let us first enjoy our meal. At that moment, Chen Fugui entered with a large plate of stir-fried meat. Well, today I shall shamelessly indulge and enjoy another feast at your home, Uncle Shueisheng said with a smile. Chen Fugui responded, Uncle Shueisheng, isn't that a bit improper? By the way, I am quite curious, given our proximity to Helushan. Why don't we venture up the mountain to catch wild chickens or hares? They must be quite plump. Uncle Shueisheng cast a helpless glance at him. There are indeed many wild animals on the mountain, but who dares to venture deep? Bears and wild boars are not to be trifled with. If we encounter them, we might escape, but if we face a pack of wolves, it would be disastrous. Although they have retreated deeper into the woods now, one can never be too certain. Chen Fugui nodded, as this cleared the doubts that lingered in his mind. Just a while ago, he was puzzled as to why no one sought to enhance their meals given the abundance of wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain. Even without a rifle, traps could easily catch some. It turns out, the danger was too great. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from sharing the tale of encountering a tiger. Such news would only incite fear, and the villagers already know the mountains are perilous, thus they do not wander into the woods carelessly. The stir-fried meat was tender and paired with mildly spicy ginger shreds. The flavor was exquisite. Little Xin's chopsticks flew up and down. For her father's cooking is simply delicious, beyond any rebuttal. Uncle Shueisheng also savored the meal, though his mind seemed elsewhere. After eating a bit, he set down his chopsticks and made his way outside, walking with a certain vigor. He needed to share this good news with the commune members, visiting each household. For this was indeed a joyous occasion. It was akin to the elation felt upon hearing that the Japanese had been defeated and the nation liberated. Meanwhile, at the paper factory, George Gua and the others were just retrieving their lunchboxes, prepared to eat. They gazed at the pot filled with a layer of meat. And even though hunger gnawed at them, none dared to serve even a spoonful. The money taken out for groceries was truly for that purpose. Who would be willing to squander it on meat? With no profits to be made, who would dare partake in meat? The meat in the dish was surely purchased by Fugui. I told you, with brother Fugui, there's money to earn and meat to eat. Just a few days ago at the logging site, he made sure Xin and I had our fill, Zhuzai chuckled. Indeed, that rascal has prepared such a bounty for us, George Gua added. Brother Jigua, shall we return the money to Fugui tomorrow? This dish smells truly delightful. One of the commune members suggested. It is of no use. Even if offered to brother Fugui, he would not accept it and would turn against us. Zhuzi interjected. Brother Fugui has confided in me that henceforth, he aims for everyone to lead prosperous lives, where they can indulge in ample meat. Brother Jigua, let us feast. For I am quite famished. Indeed, we shall eat, all the while cherishing brother Fugui's kindness in our hearts. Let us toil diligently here, and not bring shame upon him. George Gua stated. Certainly. Everyone responded in unison. Their hearts brimmed with genuine joy, as Chen Fugui's stature in their minds had significantly risen. Whether among the men laboring in the Gourd Brigade or those at home, eagerly anticipating a better life, they had now reached a consensus. Following Chen Fugui. There is wealth to be earned and meat to be savored. This is the most tangible reality. Chapter 61. Looming U.S. labor reward. Hurry up, Dad. It's time to go to work. After finishing breakfast, little Xin began to urge him. You seem more anxious than your father. Can you carry the reeds? Chen Fugui teased the little one. I can't carry them, but I can cheer for you, Daddy, the child replied earnestly, eliciting laughter from Chen Fugui. This little one truly is the joy of his life in this era. Just seeing her smile fills his heart with sweetness. Be careful while working and don't overexert yourself. Pedal slowly on the way. It's quite a distance, Lu Mingwei advised while helping Chen Fugui adjust his clothing. In his previous life, who would dare to nag Chen Fugui like this? Yet now, he relished every word, remaining still even after she had finished tidying him up. Did I forget something? Lu Mingwei inquired curiously. Chen Fugui pointed to his cheek, his intentions clear. He wanted a kiss for encouragement. Oh, stop it. Get to work. Lu Mingwei shot him an irritated glance. I want to go unless you give me some encouragement, he declared, firmly sitting on the edge of the bed, his stance unmistakable. Lu Mingwei was exasperated and embarrassed. She knew Chen Fugui was stubborn. If she didn't comply, he truly would refuse to work. 70 yuan a day was not something to squander. But to kiss him? Their daughter was watching with wide eyes. How could she dare? In the end, she couldn't resist his insistence. Leaning in, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Her face flushed crimson, and she nervously fiddled with her clothing, unable to meet Xin's gaze. However, After a moment, she noticed Chen Fugui remained seated, unmoving. Looking up, she was infuriated. Now he was presenting his left cheek, expecting another kiss. "Mommy, hurry and kiss Daddy." Xin chimed in impatiently from the side. Lu Mingyue was livid. Was this really her daughter? All her affection seemed wasted. Resolute, she thought, "Fine, I'll just do it to get him to work." But as she leaned in again, Chen Fugui suddenly turned his head sharply. "Daddy, are you done kissing?" Xin asked, growing increasingly impatient as she observed her parents. "Yes, now let's go to work." Chen Fugui replied, beaming. Lu Mingyue, mortified, pinched him in the ribs and gave him a playful twist. Chen Fugui, sturdy and unfazed, scooped up Xin and tossed her onto his shoulder as they set off to work. "What a rascal. I wonder where he learned such antics," Lu Mingyue muttered. Watching his retreating figure, she quickly washed her face, needing to cool down. Otherwise, how could she teach the children later? Little Xin remained blissfully unaware of the earlier events, believing this to be just another normal display of affection. Now, she sits upon Chen Fugui's shoulders, embracing his forehead, her head resting against the little white figure. Filled with unbridled joy, she can once again accompany her father to work, and now perched so high, she can gaze far and wide, which is exceedingly delightful. "Xin, today you shall watch your father work from a distance. At noon, I shall see if I can procure some fish to prepare for you," Chen Fugui remarked. "Father, will mother be able to eat it too?" the little one inquired with a bright voice. "Of course, I will bring some home for her. And we shall have it ready for dinner," Chen Fugui assured her. "Yes, Xin will eat fish, mother will eat fish, and so will the little white one." The child responded cheerfully. Chen Fugui felt a swell of emotion. This little one truly was well behaved. The child has indeed undergone some changes in her physique. Although not as pronounced as his own, her hair now has dark roots, her petite frame has gained a bit of weight, and her cheeks have filled out slightly. This transformation is primarily due to her previous lack of nutrition. Even the remarkable effects of the spatial spring water cannot remedy everything instantaneously. Thinking of the spatial spring water filled Chen Fugui with delight. It is a treasure, beneficial for the body and enhancing the flavor of his culinary creations. Although his culinary skills are commendable, the assistance of spatial spring water elevates the taste to new heights. Currently, the land in the space remains underutilized. However, he remains undeterred, planning to plant a crop after the autumn harvest when seeds are available, and perhaps, with the aid of spatial spring water, he might be met with delightful surprises. Lost in such pleasant thoughts, he occasionally engages in conversation with Xin before arriving at the paper mill. Now, Xin is no longer timid, with her father by her side. She feels fearless, especially upon seeing the members of the Gourd Brigade. Her little mouth sweetly calls out to them. "Brother Fugui, the meat from last night was simply divine," Erjuzi exclaimed. "Haha, from now on, 2 gene of meat every day, but I will need to scrounge for some meat vouchers," Chen Fugui replied with a laugh. He carries the advice from home. Earning money is important, but health is paramount. Work diligently, but don't overexert yourselves. Eat well, he encouraged. "Hee, I overindulged yesterday." Erjuzi chuckled in response. "Uncle Fugui, are you buying meat for everyone again today?" "That must cost a fortune," a younger worker inquired. "I earn quite well. At least 70 to 80 a day. How much could 2 gene of meat possibly cost?" "Not even a fraction," Chen Fugui replied nonchalantly. "All right then. Let us begin our work. I shall handle lunch and dinner, as I have a bit more time. I wouldn't want to delay your work," he added. And everyone nodded in agreement. With plenty of strength, they can regain energy during lunch and dinner breaks. However, the working hours are limited, and no one wishes to waste such precious time cooking. Not to mention, the meals prepared by the others could never compare to Chen Fugui's culinary delights. After a meal, one doesn't just sleeps soundly, but wakes with renewed vigor. "Brother Fugui, this bathhouse is truly delightful. The feeling after soaking is simply exquisite." Erjuzi approached Chen Fugui's side. "Brother Fugui, I've shed 2 pounds after my bath," he quipped. A young lad nearby jested, "Wang Man Kai, you must be 3 pounds lighter than I am. With such a slender frame, how can you carry so much mud?" Erjuzi retorted. In truth, it was merely a jest, yet for the members of the Hulu Brigade, working here brings genuine joy. Although the labor is indeed taxing, the living conditions surpass those of home by a considerable margin. Take bathing, for instance. At home, one might only hastily wipe down, as the commune lacks any bathing facilities. Reflecting on this, everyone felt invigorated and motivated. The amount earned became less significant. What truly mattered was maintaining Chen Fugui's dignity and executing their tasks with utmost clarity. Chapter 062. Xian's delight in creamy ice pops. Chen Fugui's diligence at work is beyond reproach. Following a night of contemplation, he has undeniably become a captivating figure at the paper mill. During their idle moments, the office staff often come to witness the spectacle. It is no trivial feat to possess such strength. Moreover, he is a member of the service team, personally approved by the factory director, receiving a daily stipend of 1 yuan. Such an occurrence has never been recorded in the annals of the paper mill's history. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Fugui's unloading process, no one could voice any dissent. Why? A worker of such exceptional merit deserves recognition, especially in a paper mill facing a labor shortage. It is imperative to retain talent. This morning, motivated by the desire to treat Xian to some delectable goodies, Chen Fugui hastened his work pace. Typically, it would take 3 hours to unload 2 small trains, but through his efforts, he completed the task in just 2.5 hours. After a quick wash, he hoisted Xian onto his shoulder and made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative adjacent to the mill. Ah, the young lad has returned. What do you intend to buy today? Greeted the enthusiastic butcher who had served him the previous day as he stepped into the cooperative. First, please chop me 2 pounds of meat. I will browse for more afterward, Chen Fugui replied. Certainly, the butcher joyfully exclaimed, swiftly slicing the meat and wrapping it in oil paper. Chen Fugui then carried Xian towards the stalls of groceries and fruits. This showcased a remarkable difference. The cooperative near the paper mill was significantly superior to that of the commune. At the very least, they offered snacks and fruits, something the commune's cooperative lacked entirely. Even if they did, who would be willing to spend money on such luxuries? Biscuit for a mere dime per pound? I'll take 2 pounds. Watermelon at a dime per pound? I'll have 2. Goodness, they even sell ice pops. Let us indulge in creamy ice pops. Only 5 cents each. What could be more delightful? This carp is splendid, truly fresh, weighing no less than 5 pounds. No tickets required? Fantastic. At 38 cents per pound, let us bundle the remaining items. As Chen Fugui made his rounds, he meticulously selected items to purchase. Eventually, unable to carry any more, the director of the cooperative kindly provided him with an old bag for his goods. In a single outing, he spent over 20 yuan, truly a VIP in the cooperative. As for little Xian, upon catching a whiff of the creamy ice pop's delightful aroma, she scarcely paid heed to what Chen Fugui was buying. Where in the Hulu Brigade could one find such a treat? Even the supply cooperative in Guangming Commune did not offer such delights. It was not that ice pops were unavailable. Rather, they were sold by employees of the ice cream factories, who peddled their bicycles with insulated foam boxes along the streets. Otherwise, the preservation cost would be too high, leading to losses for the cooperative. Xian, is it delicious? Chen Fugui inquired. It's delicious. Daddy, how do we share it with Mommy? The little one asked after savoring a lick. This matter, indeed, poses quite a challenge for father. He can only endeavor to try, and whether it succeeds is contingent upon fortune, Chen Fugui stated earnestly. The only resource he could rely upon was the space. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this space possessed a cooling function. In any case, upon entering, he felt neither hot nor cold. It was rather comfortable inside. Upon arriving at a secluded area, he instructed Xin to keep watch, then proceeded to store the remaining items in the space. It was somewhat extravagant. Those 2 carp were nurtured in the space's spring water for a specific purpose. This represented a new approach to utilizing the space. After his previous unsuccessful attempt to capture a tiger, this time, releasing fish proved effective. It was likely that the fish were as naive as the legend suggested, making them easier to deceive. When he emerged from the space, Xiaobai curiously descended from Xin's shoulder and leaped onto him to investigate the situation. Dad, the popsicle is truly delicious, the little one exclaimed, licking it again. Chen Fugui found it amusing. This was his daughter's little ploy. If Xin enjoys it, we can indulge in a popsicle each day. But we mustn't overindulge, or her little tummy will become uncomfortably cold, he advised. Xin furrowed her tiny brow and touched her stomach with her small hand. It does seem a bit chilly, she pondered. 1 popsicle should be fine, so enjoy it. Chen Fugui encouraged. Hearing this, her face brightened with joy as she continued to lick the treat, reluctant to bite into such a delightful experience. Even after finishing, she held onto the popsicle stick, savoring the lingering taste. Upon seeing Chen Fugui return with fish and vegetables, even the guards couldn't help but feel envious. The members of the Gourd Brigade were indeed remarkable, enjoying meat daily. The other teams sent personnel who generally cooked their own meals, with the rare occasion of meat being a significant improvement. The Gourd Brigade, however, had just begun work and was already feasting on meat. There was genuine envy, but it was well understood that this was all thanks to Chen Fugui. Once more, the underlying truth remained. One could not harbor jealousy, as no one could match Chen Fugui's capabilities or his deep care for his fellow villagers. After placing the items in the kitchen, Chen Fugui once again delved into the space. The 2 carp he had procured, although slightly cramped, seemed quite content. What delighted him most was that the popsicle had miraculously not melted within. This was rather astonishing. A peculiar expression adorned his face. Had he transformed into a mobile warehouse? Emerging from the space, he was met with the sight of Xiaobai's bright red eyes peering down from Xinxin's head. "What are you staring at?" "There's no point in merely gazing," Chen Fugui remarked, playfully tapping its forehead. Xiaobai jumped onto him, chirping excitedly. We'll see about that in the future. I wonder if I can bring you inside." Chen Fugui mused casually, then proceeded to ignore it as he began to prepare the meal. To thrive alone is a challenging endeavor. Henceforth, many undertakings will necessitate the support of the villagers from the Gourd Brigade. It is imperative to unify their spirits at this juncture. In this era, whatever one pursues, the collaboration of others is essential. Engaging them in external ventures merely serves as a leisurely pastime to enhance one's reputation while earning a little pocket money. The substantial gains must ultimately be rooted in the fertile lands of the Gourd Brigade. He had previously discussed this matter with Hu Guangquan. Yet the latter's demeanor revealed a lack of seriousness towards his words. However, this is of little consequence. After all, he possesses the space at hand. If he does not diligently cultivate agricultural production, it would be a disservice to that space. Indeed, it feels slightly regretful. Such a wondrous space is currently utilized merely as a storage facility, which indeed seems like a squandered opportunity. Chapter 63, The Remarkable Gourd Brigade. Initially, Chen Fugui intended to prepare sweet and sour carp. However, this dish necessitates frying, and even with some financial means in this era, he could not afford such extravagance. Thus, he settled for a stew instead. The flavor was not lacking. With an ample addition of sauce, it made for a delightful meal. Despite only having 2 carp, it sufficed for today's lunch. The fish soup mixed with rice was indeed delectable. "Father, it smells wonderful," the little one exclaimed, leaning closer to the pot, clearly pleased. "Ha, do eat well at noon," Chen Fugui replied with a smile. "Goodness, Fugui, your meal is truly exceptional. I could smell the aroma from a distance," Yang Jie remarked as he entered the room. Seizing the day, "Why don't you join us for lunch?" Chen Fugui invited warmly. "Oh no, is this stew of fish?" Yang Jie inquired. "I found some fine carp at the supply and marketing cooperative, so I got 2. It should be more than enough," Chen Fugui explained. "Very well. I shan't be polite then," Yang Jie nodded in agreement. "This time, I can hold my head high. The Gourd Brigade has truly excelled. Not only do you work harder than others, but even the newcomers are impressively diligent. We rely on our labor for sustenance. If we do not perform our tasks with dedication, how can we succeed?" Chen Fugui said, grinning. "All of these individuals were carefully selected from our brigade. In the future, should anyone have an unexpected obligation, we can easily fill their position without hindering our operations here," Yang Jie affirmed. He felt reassured. The personnel sent by the Gourd Brigade were indeed commendable. At that moment, the members of the Gourd Brigade returned from their labor, though they were somewhat fatigued. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot invigorated them significantly. "Fugui, we cannot afford to do this often. It requires quite a bit of money," George Guo remarked after Chen Fugui served the fish into a bowl. "Brother Jigua, I cannot replicate this every day. Today, I simply seized the opportunity as the fish appeared excellent, hence I procured 2, Chen Fugui replied. "And this watermelon is rather delightful as well. I tasted a piece while slicing it, and it was crisp and sweet. Why doesn't our brigade cultivate some? It's not that we Haven Tea considered it. Firstly, once harvested, it is difficult to sell. Secondly, the risks of cultivation are too great," George Guo explained. Haven Tea paid much attention to the brigade's affairs. 2 years ago, we actually planted 3 acres of melons. Unfortunately, during the flowering period, it rained for 2 days, resulting in no melons whatsoever. That year, our brigade suffered considerable losses, leading to the lowest score among us. We can no longer afford such risks. The thought of everyone going hungry is too daunting." Chen Fugui nodded, understanding the hardships faced by George Guo. The agricultural plans of the production team, although discussed collectively, were largely dictated by the team leader. It appeared to grant substantial authority, yet if the crops failed and losses ensued, they would undoubtedly face the ire of their peers. It is also due to the low yield of crops in this era. A moo of corn, during a good harvest, yields just over 300 gene. This is incomparable to future yields that often exceed 1,000 gene per moo. All right, everyone, let us begin. I'll serve my daughter a piece of fish belly to spare her from the bones, Chen Fugui cheerfully called out. Little Xin beamed with delight. As the fish meat landed in her bowl, she eagerly took a large bite. Everyone else began to eat as well, and as Chen Fugui had anticipated, the fish soup combined with rice was not only delicious but also quite appetizing. 2 fish, weighing less than 11 gene before processing, how much would remain after preparation? And how much after cooking? Presently, there were still 32 adults and 1 child dining together. Yet after the meal, a considerable amount of fish meat remained in the bowl. Astonishing, truly astonishing. I am genuinely impressed. The folks from the Gourd Brigade are remarkable. Yang Jia gave a thumbs up. Ah, you all. There's still meat and vegetables for dinner. What shall we do with the leftover fish? Chen Fugui sighed. Fugui, what shall we do? Just take the large pieces out to send home with Mingwei. The rest can be reheated. It'll make for another dish tonight, George Guo said with a smile. No need to send anything for you yet. I'll fetch it from the supply and marketing cooperative after work. They've reserved it for me, Chen Fugui fibbed. Then let us save the meat for tomorrow. Just add some broth tonight, and it will suffice for another meal. We can't keep making you spend money. It weighs on everyone's conscience, George Guo remarked. Let us do that. From now on, we'll have meat every 3 days, and I'll handle the purchase. You all can cover the cost of the vegetables, Chen Fugui responded with a smile. If the food were any less fragrant, I might struggle to eat. Thus, the matter was settled, as I would be the one buying ingredients and cooking anyway. This was precisely what Yang Jia admired. Life is already challenging. Yet the fish Chen Fugui prepared was so delectable. However, everyone was able to control their chopsticks, refraining from greedily piling their plates with fish. Such restraint was something he had rarely witnessed in other groups. When there was meat in a dish, it would vanish in the blink of an eye. This was not an occasion for mockery. The reality is that life is tough, and having meat is no easy feat. Chen Fugui, being compassionate and loyal, shared his earnings by providing for everyone's meals. The villagers reciprocated, unwilling to let Chen Fugui bear too great a loss. He had seen many who took advantage, but instances of mutual consideration like theirs were indeed rare. He thought of a word: unity. The watermelon must be consumed. It cannot be stored. Chen Fugui then brought over the freshly cut watermelon. This time, no one hesitated, simply cherishing the kindness of Brother Fugui in their hearts. At the paper mill, they walked with their heads held high during work hours, for they had Chen Fugui. Occasionally, in casual conversations, they would hear others express envy. The factory director had taken notice and proactively raised their wages. How could one not envy that? Today, they had something to boast about at work. They feasted on large carp and juicy watermelons. Even if the meat is not expensive, it is still not cheap. Captain Yang, when do we receive our salaries here? Chen Fugui inquired. The members of the Gourd Brigade also perked up their ears. Are you anxious? Generally, salaries are disbursed on the 5th of each month, and if it falls on a Sunday, it is postponed by a day, Yang Jia replied with a smile. That's great. It gives us something to look forward to, doesn't it? Chen Fugui said cheerfully. Everyone nodded vigorously. Each day of work, the earnings are verified at the end of the day. Yet, it is only when the money is truly in hand that it can be considered one's own. In about 10 days, we will finally be able to receive our paychecks. Chapter 064. The Essence of Mastering the Mink by Xiao Bai. As the day drew to a close and Chen Fugui made his way home, just before reaching the Hulu Brigade, he retrieved the items he had brought for his wife from his spatial compartment. He felt quite satisfied. The preservation chamber of his spatial card was indeed impressive. The large carp remained remarkably fresh, and the creamy popsicles had not melted at all, still exuding a faint mist. Xiao Bai, intrigued by the sudden appearance of so many items, began to scuttle over Chen Fugui, eager to investigate how these wonders had materialized. Mama, popsicles. They're delicious. Upon entering the courtyard, Xin exclaimed joyfully. What popsicles? Why have you spent money frivolously on such a large fish? Lu Mingwei said, emerging to see Chen Fugui carrying the carp, a headache forming at the thought. Even with the increased earnings, such reckless spending was unwarranted. That enormous carp must have cost over a piece of silver. Mama popsicles. Little Xin proudly peeled back the wrapper of the popsicle, licking it eagerly. Go ahead and enjoy. Mama won't have any, Lu Mingwei replied. Wife, you should eat. She had some on her way back, Chen Fugui suggested. There's also watermelon. We can cut it later and share it with the neighbors. You're in charge of that as I must return to teaching at the school. I'll take care of the fish. How would you like it prepared? Let us keep it alive for now. We can eat it later when there's time, Lu Mingwei responded. Without a word, Chen Fugui swiftly darted to Lu Mingwei's side and playfully nibbled on her cheek, startling her. Feeling flustered, she glanced around anxiously, then, clutching Xinshin, hurried into the house. Chen Fugui felt a swell of pride. This was his secret weapon in dealing with his wife. What a wonderful era it was. Despite his previous reluctance to waste oil at the paper mill, he had no qualms about it at home. What was a little extravagance for the sake of providing a delightful meal for his wife and child? As he busily prepared outside, the sizzling sound of the carp frying intensified Lu Mingwei's anxiety. Knowing that he was squandering such good oil was disheartening. It felt like a tremendous waste. Yet, she dared not confront him, fearing he might again tease her without regard for the situation. What would others think if they witnessed such antics? Unable to contain herself, little Xinshin, upon hearing the commotion, dashed outside, her mouth agape in astonishment. At that moment, Chen Fugui was holding the fish by its tail, pouring oil over it spoonful by spoonful. Xinshin, is this fun? Chen Fugui asked with a smile. The little one nodded enthusiastically. Daddy, is fried better than stewed? Absolutely. And I'll also pour some sauce on it. Tonight, we'll feast on fish until we're full, all right? Chen Fugui inquired. Xinshin will definitely eat fish, the little one declared confidently. Chen Fugui's spirits soared further. As long as his daughter was happy, that was all that mattered. The fish sizzled in the oil, so large that it now required 2 plates to accommodate it. He prepared a delightful sweet and sour sauce, pouring it generously over the fish with a large spoon. Daddy, can we eat now? The little one beside him was already salivating with anticipation. After enjoying fish for lunch, she found it impossible to resist such a tempting sight. Having tidied up the pot, Chen Fugui lifted the platter with both hands. Little Xinshin scampered to the door, eagerly helping to lift the curtain. Xiaobai, too, was busy, perched atop Xinshin's head, extending its tiny paws to assist. This clever little creature, once indifferent to Chen Fugui, now realized that befriending him could lead to delectable treats. Come, let us eat, Chen Fugui called out as he placed the large sweet and sour fish on the dining table. Could you please refrain from spending so extravagantly in the future? You could buy a smaller one, even for Xinshin, Lu Mingwei remarked. That simply won't do. It's not just Xinshin who deserves to eat well, my wife must be catered to as well, Chen Fugui replied earnestly. Lu Mingwei shot him a glance, though her heart was warmed by his words. The family of 3 gathered around the table, and Chen Fugui carefully selected a large piece of fish, meticulously removing the bones. Xinshin eagerly clutched her little bowl, waiting for her father to serve her. However, as Chen Fugui twirled his chopsticks around the rim of her bowl, that piece of fish landed precisely in Lu Mingwei's bowl instead. The little one was taken aback. What does this mean? Aren't I supposed to be fed? She protested. I can eat by myself, Lu Mingwei said softly. You may be able to, but I must serve you. Otherwise, you wouldn't bother picking up your chopsticks. Chen Fugui insisted with a serious demeanor. He then selected another sizable piece of fish, deboned it, and placed it into Lu Mingwei's bowl. This, perhaps, was one of the drawbacks of carp. The numerous small bones within the flesh necessitated careful removal while eating. Xinshin shook her head, feigning a sigh, before picking up her chopsticks to snag a piece of fish from near the belly. She had come to terms with the reality that, despite being her father's beloved daughter, when her mother was present, her father seemed to focus solely on his cherished wife. Little one, you've already enjoyed so much fish at lunch, Chen Fugui remarked as he served her another substantial piece. Daddy, Xinshin hasn't he had enough, she replied, her spirits lifted, her demeanor bright and cheerful. She remained her father's beloved daughter. Giggling, Xiaobai, perched on Xinshin's shoulder, began to fret, squawking incessantly. Why is it that you all get to enjoy fish together while no one pays attention to me? I toil daily simply to secure a permanent meal ticket. However, Chen Fugui paid no heed to Xiaobai, continuing to meticulously serve his wife and daughter. Xiaobai grew more anxious, using its little paws to playfully groom Xinshin's hair. Xinshin blinked her large eyes, slightly veering her chopsticks towards the side. Little Bai took a bite and happily began to eat. Daddy, Xinshin is holding it crooked, the little one said earnestly. Who could fail to notice her little scheme? Nevertheless, Little Bai's recent display of affection was quite commendable. Chen Fugui pondered for a moment, then waved a piece of fish in front of Little Bai and pointed to his shoulder. Little Bai's small, red eyes blinked, displaying a hint of reluctance. Yet, for the sake of the fish, She hopped onto Chen Fugui's shoulder and rubbed her head against his face. For a morsel of fish, she felt it was worth engaging in a few insincere actions. This surprised Chen Fugui greatly. With her ability to charm, act adorably, and read the situation, this little creature had truly mastered the essence of cleverness. Chapter 065, Salary Day, July 5th, 1977. On this day, known as the Day of Prayer and Sacrifice, many regard it as an ordinary day. What significance does it hold? It is merely another 24 hours. However, for many in the Gourd Brigade, this day bears a different connotation. It marks the salary day at the paper mill, though their husbands or sons may not return home. The affable Chen Fugui will bring their wages back. Thus, the villagers, neglecting their evening meals, gathered at the brigade office, eagerly awaiting Fugui's return. Uncle Shuixing, will we really receive the money? Will we get to keep all of it? Uncle Shuixing, can this job continue indefinitely? Our Erling Z is of marrying age now. Uncle Shuixing, if we earn more in the future, won't you charge us extra? Uncle Shuixing, do you think our Gawa will be able to accompany us next time? Uncle Shuixing, puffing on his pipe, found himself besieged by questions. Why do you womenfolk have such limited perspectives? He chuckled. Working alongside Fugui, how could it possibly go awry? The other brigades are now envious of us. This is what Fugui calls a preemptive advantage. Our brigade can send 30 workers, while others can barely manage 10. Why is that? Because they require long-term workers who cannot abandon their posts midway. Father, Fugui is back. At that moment, Chen Xiufan joyfully dashed over. The group, which had been clustered around Uncle Shuixing, suddenly surged towards the brigade office's entrance. Chen Fugui, arriving on his bicycle, waved, his spirits evidently high. Fugui, is it time for the salaries? The previously composed Uncle Shuixing had somehow found himself at the forefront of the crowd. Indeed, salaries have been issued, 1 envelope per person. I shall distribute them now, Chen Fugui announced with a smile. Ha ha ha, we really have money now. We can finally cook a proper meal tonight. Oh, it's about time we see some cash. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into a chorus of chatter. Let me address everyone first. Upon reaching the table, Chen Fugui picked up a metal horn. The courtyard fell into an expectant silence. The paper mill, you see, pays salaries on the 5th of every month. However, the payment is calculated up until the end of the previous month, thus this month's wages are not substantial. This payment covers the work done from the 27th to the 30th of last month, with a deduction of $1.50 per day allocated to each production team. I will call out names, and those mentioned may come forward to collect their wages. If there are any disputes, we shall address them later. Wu Di's Who's. Your total for the month is $13.80. After deducting $6, you are left with $7.80. As recorded by the accountant of the first team. Fugui, how can it be that one earns so much? Wu Di's Who's wife was visibly startled, eagerly anticipating the salary. She was astonished by the amount. And Di's Who's is not even the highest earner. That honor belongs to Brother Jigua. Let us proceed one by one. Please press your fingerprints to receive your wages, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. Erjuzi's wife, beaming with joy, stepped forward to collect her pay, counting out 6 coins and placing them in front of the small team's accountant. Ding Manshui, the total salary for Shitian amounts to 13 coins. Subtracting 6 leaves us with 7, Chen Fugui continued, reaching for another envelope. I shall take my turn now. Ding Manshui's wife cheerfully approached to claim her share. In contemporary terms, such a small sum might be dismissed without a second thought. However, in this era, the purchasing power of a few coins is remarkably robust. This represents merely the wages from Shitian. How much can one earn over the course of a month? If sustained over time, the earnings could be substantial. Each name Chen Fugui announced brought forth a relative joyfully stepping forward to collect their funds, whether it be family members, Uncle Shuixing, or the accountants from various teams. Smiles adorned their faces. With 10 individuals per team, each earning 1.5 coins a day, the daily total reaches 15 coins. Over a month of 30 days, that totals to 450 coins. Even after setting aside some for the children's meals, the remaining funds would still be considerable, ensuring a higher distribution this year. The villagers of Hulu Daitue began to discuss amongst themselves, recognizing this as true currency, the first tangible earnings in hand. This was far more valuable than mere work points. They were finally on the path to financial gain. Once the last envelope was distributed, Chen Fugui addressed the crowd once more. As we venture out to work, we can provide some support to our families. Yet, some of our fellow villagers, due to various circumstances, are unable to send anyone to work. The murmurs of the villagers quieted as they listened intently. If these individuals trust my words, there is no need for haste, Chen Fugui continued. Working at the paper mill requires considerable physical strength. Only those who toil there truly understand the effort involved. Each day, we work long hours, earning our hard-won money. Our Hulu Daitue is merely at the beginning of this journey. I am determined to explore other avenues of income, ensuring that everyone can earn. My goal is simple. I want everyone to be able to purchase meat without worry when the time comes, and to have ample surplus grain to raise a few pigs, so that we can joyfully share in the bounty. We are farmers, and we fear not the labor. Our aspiration is not merely to fill our bellies, but to savor good meals and live well. That is our true objective. For those families unable to send members to work, consider this. With our increased work points, does it not equate to a larger share of earnings? If children at home eat a little less, isn't that akin to contributing to the family's income? As Chen Fugui spoke, the villagers began to murmur once more. Uncle Shuixing nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with approval. He too had noted the contrasting moods. Those receiving their wages radiated joy, while those who did not could only muster forced smiles. The simplest truth is this. It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequity. When all are impoverished, there is no issue. Everyone is in the same boat. Yet, witnessing one's peers gradually improving their circumstances while remaining stagnant can breed discontent. With the words of Chen Fugui, the spirits of these individuals have been somewhat lifted. As for Chen Fugui's assertion that mere satiety is not the goal, but rather the pursuit of quality sustenance, Uncle Shuixing did not take it to heart. What constitutes a good meal? It must involve meat at every meal, accompanied by hearty portions. Even if one has earned some money, if it is all consumed, what remains of life? Nevertheless, Chen Fugui's boasting does not diminish the collective good mood. Every endeavor begins with difficulties, yet now a legitimate opportunity for profit has emerged. Surely brighter days are on the horizon. This is the prowess of Fugui. Without his influence, not only would such earnings be unattainable, but even a single cent would remain elusive. Chapter 66. Chen Fugui's selfishness. Uncle Shuixing, is there anything else? Chen Fugui inquired while pedaling his bicycle home. Oh, you rascal. Have you set another trap? Uncle Shuixing asked. What trap are you talking about? Chen Fugui asked curiously. You've brought all this money back. What about their meal expenses? Did you contribute to that as well? Uncle Shuixing queried. I thought it was something significant. It's merely a trivial matter, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. A trivial matter? Xiao Xinxin, perched on the back of the bicycle, waved her hand and chimed in cheerfully. How can it be trivial? With so many people eating, over several days. It must cost a considerable sum, Uncle Shuixing remarked. Uncle Shuixing, it really didn't cost much, Chen Fugui insisted. I brought the food myself. I only purchased a few vegetables. Nowadays, vegetables aren't expensive. A pot of stew with both broth and vegetables is sufficient. If left to them to buy, they would likely end up with nothing but pickled vegetables. They are engaged in strenuous labor, and if their diet doesn't keep up, they will surely wear themselves out. Uncle Shuixing, let us establish a few ground rules. You manage the team's affairs. The people I took out must be returned in full. As for the paper mill matters, I have the final say. I don't add vegetables for them every day. Initially, I had no money, which is why I assisted a little. The team owes you too much, Uncle Shuixing sighed. He recognized that while Chen Fugui earned a substantial amount, it was still his own money. To use his own funds for the meals of 30 people was no small expense. Uncle Shuixing, there's no debt involved. I used to live a rather miserable life. Everyone helped each other, didn't they? Chen Fugui chuckled. So, let us agree on this. I'll occasionally buy them some meat. It's far more exhausting than farming at home. They must be well fed. Fugui, I need to discuss something with you. I consulted with Director Wu from the commune. Your advancement will require further review, Uncle Shuixing stated. It primarily considers your past, but there's no cause for concern. I estimate you'll likely pass by the end of the year. Uncle Shuixing, there's no rush. I'm heading home for dinner now. I have class this evening. Chen Fugui replied. Uncle Shuixing nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Chen Fugui had taken on too many responsibilities for the team, more than deserving of advancement. Yet he must endure a longer evaluation period. As for Chen Fugui, he too felt a pang of guilt regarding Uncle Shuixing's concern. His purchases of vegetables and meat for everyone were tinged with a hint of selfishness. There were many endeavors ahead that required the support of the villagers. His current efforts to garner goodwill and support were mistaken by Uncle Shuixing as selfless contributions. Yet, that was inconsequential. He was determined to ensure a better life for everyone. and the joy of sharing meat was merely the beginning. Upon returning home, he submitted his wages to Lu Mingwei. Indeed, Lu Mingwei truly wished to refrain from involvement. The abundance of money had become somewhat overwhelming for her. She expressed her concern about the safety of the savings certificates kept at home, inquiring, "Where shall we securely conceal them?" "It's merely a few coins," Chen Fugui replied nonchalantly. "When our wealth increases, we shall deposit it at the county bank. For now, let us leave it as it is. In a while, I must also purchase a bicycle for you." "Why should I buy that? It would be a waste of money." "Perhaps you should acquire one instead. This one can be returned to the forestry station," Lu Mingwei suggested. Chen Fugui chuckled. "Even if I were to deliver it to them, they would not want it." He reassured her, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I am well aware of what to do." "How has life at school been these past few days? Is your teaching going smoothly?" "Although there aren't many children, it must require some effort to manage," Lu Mingwei inquired. "Not much to worry about. I only oversee the first and second grades, while Principal Su and Zhao Chang'e handle the rest," she replied. "I simply teach the children phonetics and arithmetic. Do you think I will pass the exams in the future? I heard from Principal Su that there will be an examination at the end of the year. What is there to worry about? I will be here to assist you," Chen Fugui declared confidently. Lu Mingwei shot him an exasperated glance. Yet, it was undeniable that Chen Fugui's reputation as a teacher was quite formidable. During evening lectures, he could tackle any problem presented to him, earning praise even from Principal Su and Teacher Zhao. Why is that? Even Zhao Chang'e consults Chen Fugui for questions he cannot solve. While textbooks may contain formulas, their application requires deep contemplation, she noted. "Next Sunday, you shall accompany me to the paper mill. You can enjoy a proper bath," Chen Fugui continued. "I absolutely refuse. That would be too embarrassing," Lu Mingwei quickly replied. "What is there to be ashamed of? It will be a chance to give Xinxin a good wash as well. You can bathe first." "I am quite familiar with the place," he suggested. "Then from today onwards, you shall diligently study under my tutelage, dear Teacher Lu. By the way, we must also find time to teach Xinxin phonetics and writing her name." "Daddy, when are you making dinner?" The little one piped up eagerly. "You are only thinking about food, yet you have grown quite a bit lately," Chen Fugui remarked, playfully tapping her nose. This was his way of diverting the conversation. Wishing to alleviate Lu Mingwei's worries regarding exams and bathing, he pondered that if he could help others gain admission to university, surely his wife's examination would be a simpler task. "Let us first focus on the culinary endeavors, for food is the essence of life." The ingredients he brought home today were quite simple: pig heart and pig liver. He entrusted the task of preparing garlic sauce to his wife and daughter, while he would take charge of the cooking. The pig heart would not be stir-fried but boiled instead. As for the pig liver, it would be prepared in two styles: shredded liver and stir-fried liver tips. Tonight's dinner table promised to be delightful. Little Xinxin eagerly held 2 cloves of garlic, peeling them while watching her father prepare the pig liver. "Daddy, why aren't you letting the water bubble?" the curious child asked. "When bubbles form, the cooked pig liver turns out unpalatable. Once the water reaches a boil, adding a bit more water will ensure that the pig liver becomes tender and fragrant," Chen Fugui remarked. The little one nodded obediently, though still somewhat puzzled. However, since his father assured him it would be delicious, he had no concerns. With the pig liver properly cooked, Chen Fugui tossed the cleaned pig heart into the pot, allowing it to simmer without worry. He now felt that the pots at home were somewhat insufficient and resolved to build an additional stove when time permitted, as cooking had become a bit cumbersome. On the other hand, Lu Mingwei was somewhat troubled by this fellow's constant focus on preparing food, which consumed quite a bit of firewood. Yet, she found herself looking forward to today's meal. Could it be that she had indeed developed an appetite? Chapter 67. Kindred Spirits. The freshly cooked pig liver was first torn into a piece, meant for little Xinxin to savor. Although it was slightly hot, the little one dipped it into some soy sauce and took a hearty bite. The taste of liver is quite distinct from that of fish. It has a slight fishy flavor at first, but this very essence becomes more aromatic with each chew. Little Xinxin's face lit up with joy, her small body swaying with delight. "Fugui, you're back, aren't you?" came the voice of Hu Guangquan from outside. "Brother Hu, come in quickly. I'm back," replied Chen Fugui. "It seems you are busy preparing a feast. I hope to partake in some delightful dishes," Hu Guangquan said with a smile as he brought over a bottle of wine. "Come on in, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because you brought wine," Chen Fugui responded. "I know you have a discerning palate and a fondness for savory flavors, so I brought a bottle of Matai," Hu Guangquan added. "I've arranged for the branches to be delivered tomorrow. Your team's vehicle will pick them up." Tong Chongbao and his crew will have to wait a bit longer for their trial. There are still some injuries that need tending to. I won't bother about them now. Once the pig heart is ready, I'll stir-fry some liver, and we can enjoy a drink together, Chen Fugui chuckled. Uncle Hu, I've seen the little train. It can run all by itself. Little Xinshin exclaimed, beaming with pride. Haha, Xinshin is quite impressive. When the opportunity arises, I'll have your father take you on a train ride to explore the city, Hu Guangquan laughed. Yes, Daddy said a big train will come in a few days. And it makes an even louder noise, the little one replied, beaming with delight. In a few days, the paper factory will have freight trains delivering reeds. And I'll have to work overtime there, Chen Fugui mentioned. You are truly remarkable now, not only in our commune, but even across the entire county and city. Your monthly earnings are noteworthy, Hu Guangquan said, giving a thumbs up. It's just hard work. I'm taking advantage of this busy time to earn a little extra. Chen Fugui replied with a grin. There was a touch of pride as he noted that earning 2,000 yuan a month was quite an achievement in this era, deserving of commendation from anyone. Xinshin, help Daddy stoke the fire. We'll be frying the pig liver soon, Chen Fugui instructed after a few more exchanges. Okay, Xinshin can stoke the fire. The little one replied cheerfully. This was no exaggeration. During their time at the paper factory, she had always assisted in stoking the fire. She had indeed become quite the experienced little chef, adept at controlling the blaze with precision. Once the pig liver was coated in cornstarch, and the oil in the pan was hot, it was tossed in. With a spoon in hand, he skillfully stirred it in the hot oil. After a few moments of sought ing, he added sliced carrots and pieces of chili into the pan, continuing to stir-fry. Seeing that the ingredients were nearly cooked, he lifted the soy sauce bottle and poured a circle around the edge of the pan before serving the dish. The liver glistened in a rich brown. The carrots shone bright yellow, and the green chilies added a vibrant touch. The dish was a feast for the eyes. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing little Xinshin's nose to twitch as she eagerly swallowed. You're such a little glutton, just like Little Bai, Chen Fugui remarked. Father, Little Bai is more gluttonous than Xin. The little creature vehemently disagrees with this notion. Squatting nearby, Little Bai pondered for a moment and said, Let us embrace our cravings. As long as we can indulge, that's all that matters. Fugui, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Hu Guangquan remarked with admiration. I consider myself well-traveled, yet I have never encountered anyone who cooks with such ease and achieves such exquisite flavors. Today, I am genuinely impressed. Brother Hu, if you relish his dishes, do indulge yourself further, Lu Mingyue replied with a smile. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I shall be entirely genuine in your home, Hu Guangquan stated earnestly. He expressed his intention not to regard Chen Fugui as a stranger, hoping that Chen Fugui would reciprocate this sentiment. This was particularly significant as Chen Fugui had been working at the paper mill for some time, making him feel somewhat detached from the community. Little Xin, with her keen perception, had tidily arranged the bowls, chopsticks, and stools, even assisting Chen Fugui and Hu Guangquan by setting out the small wine cups. We still lack a few things. When time permits, I shall gather more seasonings, and we can explore other culinary delights, Chen Fugui said as he began to pour the wine. The rich aroma of the sauce was undeniably enticing. If only he had a camera, he thought, he would have certainly captured this moment for posterity. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of desire to visit the city and acquire a camera to create lasting memories for his wife and daughter. My goodness, this liver is astoundingly tender, Hu Guangquan exclaimed after taking a bite, marveling at its exquisite texture. The piece of liver quivered slightly as he lifted it, seemingly undercooked, yet upon biting into it, no traces of blood were visible. The mastery of cooking at this level is truly remarkable. Especially after savoring the liver, a sip of Mount wine enhanced the experience immensely. Uncle Hu, the boiled liver is increasingly fragrant with each chew. The pig's heart is delightful too, with a satisfying chewiness, Xin said with delight. Haha, whatever your father makes is delicious. Even this simple shredded mustard greens has been transformed into a flavorful dish, Hu Guangquan remarked. Although he was praising Chen Fugui, the little one was quite pleased, enjoying the compliments directed towards her father. Today, I visited the commune and discussed work with Director Wu, mentioning you in the conversation. Hu Guangquan said, Your advancement will have to be put on hold, primarily because your previous dealings with Tong Chongbao's group were rather severe, causing some comrades to feel uneasy. Brother Hu, had it not been for Uncle Shuixing bringing this up, I wouldn't have taken it to heart, Chen Fugui replied. Whether or not I advance depends on my ability to lead everyone towards prosperity and a better life. However, I have no regrets about the previous incident. If they had been bolder and set my house ablaze, what would Yaya do? If anything were to happen to her, I would have dealt with them severely. Kindness invites bullying, and a gentle horse is ridden hard. I do not provoke trouble, yet I will not allow anyone to bully me. Last time, I even held back. Otherwise, the injuries would have been far worse. Refreshing, truly refreshing. Listening to my brother speak is invigorating. Hu Guangchuan toasted with a small cup of wine. Today, I conveyed to President Wu that it is indeed remarkable that they are still alive after having brought the fire to our doorstep. What more do they desire? Murder and arson, along with a golden belt? My dear brother Hu, as you aspire to leadership, you must learn to temper your impulses with careful consideration, Chen Fugui remarked. Caught between laughter and tears. And what of it? If a man cannot even care for his own wife and children, what purpose does his existence serve? Hu Guangchuan replied nonchalantly. Very well, my friend, we share the same sentiment. Let us drink to that. Chen Fugui raised his cup and clinked it against Hu's. Despite any past entanglements of interest, what now binds us is a genuine camaraderie. Moreover, fundamentally speaking, Hu Guangchuan is indeed an admirable individual. Extending my support to him would be no burden at all. Chapter 68. The exceptional talent of the Gourd Brigade last night, during dinner. Chen Fugui engaged in extensive conversation with Hu Guangchuan. He felt the need to further assess Hu Guangchuan's character and vision before determining how much assistance he could offer in the future. Overall, his judgment aligned closely with his initial impressions. Perhaps it was a reflection of the era, as Hu Guangchuan's perspective seemed somewhat limited. Nevertheless, as long as he remained devoted to the community and was receptive to others' advice, he would be considered a good comrade. Mounting his bicycle, accompanied by Xin, and carrying the grains provided by fellow villagers for the service team, he set off. The pursuit of wealth must continue, as this stage was crucial for his initial accumulation. He would also need to contemplate the prospect of constructing a new home. Presently, in their modest dwelling, he and his wife were unable to discuss certain private matters freely. At the very least, he wished to create a small room for Xin, fostering her independence. He set off to work with a joyful heart, completely unaware of the astonishment that the members of the Gourd Brigade had brought to the commune. This was a well-organized and deliberate collective purchase. The Gourd Brigade had dispatched large vehicles from each of its squats. The collective procurement of sorghum rice alone amounted to 1,000 pounds, not including the additional purchases made by others. As the Gourd Brigade was known throughout the commune for its poverty, the sudden display of such scale piqued everyone's curiosity. Had the Gourd Brigade struck it rich? Those in the know understood that indeed, they had prospered. Chen Fugui of the brigade had secured employment at the paper mill and was genuinely earning money. In truth, the villagers of the Gourd Brigade were tired of their impoverished circumstances. With newfound wealth, their choices in food and drink had elevated. Now that everyone had some money in their pockets, their first priority was to purchase food. Sorghum rice, at a mere 13 cents per pound, seemed inexpensive. However, it had previously been deemed too extravagant to buy. This time, they resolved to indulge, purchasing 20 pounds, allowing for an occasional meal of sorghum porridge instead of the usual cornmeal porridge. What had once been a luxury was now within reach, costing just $2.60. Next month, once wages were distributed, they would surely splurge on a pound of meat, which cost only $8.30, affordable indeed. Comrade Liu, have you heard? The Gourd Brigade has truly made remarkable strides. Ever since they began working at the paper mill, their confidence has soared, Wu Guangyao remarked as he entered Liu Songning's office. I have also heard the murmurs. It is evident that the people's lives remain somewhat challenging, Liu Songning replied. Can we devise a plan to send more workers to the paper mill? ISNT Director Tang on good terms with them? Comrade Liu, I have a clearer understanding of the situation, Wu Guangyao responded. The paper mill primarily employs long-term workers, and every household has its own challenges. If we send too many people, it could lead to a labor shortage in the future, which would be undesirable. However, this time, the Gourd Brigade is different. That Chen Fugui is exceptionally industrious. Yesterday, Lao Tang reported to me that this year, our Guangming service team is certain to secure first place. By the time the new year arrives, we will have no worries, as the paper mill will grant a bonus of 300 yuan. Additionally, with the transfer of the reed unloading, we can expect to recover at least 3,000 yuan this year. Upon mentioning this, Wu Guangyao appeared quite exhilarated. The expenses of the commune are indeed numerous, and as the year draws to a close, it can be quite burdensome. With this influx of funds, his worries will be alleviated. Is Chen Fugui truly that capable? Can he single-handedly clinch first place? Lu Songning inquired with a hint of astonishment. Initially, I too had my doubts and personally called Captain Yang at the paper mill to confirm. This lad possesses remarkable strength and is exceptionally industrious. Wu Guangyao affirmed with a nod. While others take over 10 minutes to unload a truck with 2 people, he alone can finish in just 3 minutes. He unloads an entire small train as if it were child's play. Director Ma of the paper mill, known for his pride, has even specially approved a daily bonus of 1 yuan for this young man, due to his extraordinary work ethic. Goodness, this is truly remarkable, Lu Songning remarked with admiration. The Guangming commune has produced a talent, and it reflects well on us. Historically, our service team has remained unnamed in the paper mill, always yearning for bonuses but lacking the capability. This time, however, it is assured, 300 yuan is nothing to scoff at. Yesterday, Group Leader Wang from the education team also reported to me, mentioning that the night study class in Hulu Brigade has developed a very positive atmosphere. Wu Guangyao continued. Not only are the youth engaging in learning, but even the members of Hulu Brigade are participating in literacy classes taught by Chen Fugui's wife. They are entirely devoted to serving the community. Even the oil for the safety lamps has been purchased by the couple. They dedicate an hour each day to reading the news aloud, ensuring the members are informed about national events. Secretary Liu, Hulu Brigade has not just produced 1 talent, but 2. I believe we should certainly recognize this couple as exemplary figures representing our commune's advanced individuals this year, he proposed. Indeed, they are willing to exert themselves for their fellow villagers and facilitate their learning. What could be more representative of advancement than this? Lu Songning said with a smile. Old Wu, it seems we have been somewhat conservative in our views. I believe we should also have Wang Jiren assess Chen Fugui's wife. If her attitude is commendable and she demonstrates a proactive desire for progress, we ought to provide her with the opportunity. It is indeed commendable that Secretary Liu possesses such foresight. I will communicate this right away. Do you think we should bring up their progress at the next party meeting? Wu Guangyao inquired. Certainly. If the opportunity arises, we should also arrange for Chen Fugui to meet with us. He is a remarkable talent from Hulu Brigade and an asset to our Guangming commune. Lu Songning nodded in agreement. Very well. I will make contact and see when he can take a break, Wu Guangyao said with a smile. This young man is quite reluctant to rest. Earning 70 to 80 yuan a day, I too would hesitate to take a break if I were in his position. Indeed, the labor is exceedingly arduous, a task that most individuals would find insurmountable. Lu Songren nodded in agreement. They were acutely aware of the demands at the paper mill. If the work were truly so effortless, there would be no need for the Guangming commune to dispatch so many personnel. Their greater hope was that Chen Fugui could maintain a favorable relationship with the mill, thus ensuring some convenience when it came time for task assignments in the future. A skilled artisan cannot create without materials. When the new year approaches and the commune finds itself financially constrained, it leads to dire circumstances indeed. Chapter 069. Chen Shofu of the Gourd Brigade. Chen Fugui is currently relishing a delightful life. Each day, he takes his daughter to the paper mill, earning a living while enjoying precious moments with her, indulging in food and leisure. On Sundays, he even manages to have his wife come over for a bath. For him, this is undoubtedly a splendid arrangement. Were it not for his aspirations of a brighter future, he would have contemplated working at the paper mill for several years. After accounting for meals and groceries, he manages to save at least 75 yuan a day, effortlessly accumulating over 2,000 yuan each month. The key factor? His earnings are substantial, and everyone around him shares in the joy. The workers of the Gourd Brigade are treated to meat daily, a privilege that is rare to find even within the paper mill. How could one not be happy? Yang Jie is also feeling elated. Is there work? That's no longer a concern. Simply seek out Fugui. Director Ma is pleased as well, realizing that with Chen Fugui at the helm, he can rest easy, no longer fretting about late-night deliveries. As long as the funds are in place, this fellow efficiently unloads a truckload of over 20 tons in just a matter of minutes. With a bit more effort, he can return home for a nap. Given Chen Fugui's esteemed position at the paper mill, he can ensure a steady supply of raw materials for production. With such a heavy workload this year, timely completion is guaranteed, and perhaps even ahead of schedule by 10 to 15 days, potentially earning recognition as an advanced collective. As for Chen Fugui's occasional requests for toilet paper or calculation paper, those are trivial matters. What is a few coins? They need only ask him if he requires anything. A month and a half passed, neither too quick nor too slow, drifting by at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Chen Fugui, after Lu Mingwei expressed the tediousness and worry of depositing money daily, decided to keep his wages in the safe at the raw material storage. Today, he finally gathered 3,000 yuan and withdrew it all. Casually wrapped in a tattered piece of paper, he tucked it away into his military satchel, concluding the matter. One must acknowledge the status of military satchels in this era, akin to the prestige of the donkey brand in later times, perhaps even surpassing it. "Daddy, how are we going to eat this pig-ass head today?" asked the little one, perched on the back of Chen Fugui's bike. "Haha. However you want to eat it, we shall," Chen Fugui replied cheerfully. "Well, however Daddy eats, I will too," the child said, pondering happily. "You're such a little glutton, never satisfied with enough meat." Chen Fugui chuckled. "As for these 2 pig heads, we must cook them well. Afterward, you can invite the other children from the brigade to join us for a feast. The leftover pig head meat will be soaked in soy sauce. A few slices each morning will be delicious, and your mother will also have meat to enjoy at home." "Yum meat." The little one waved their tiny arms, smacking their lips in anticipation. They were genuinely tempted, for even with daily indulgence, they remained a true little foodie. Upon returning home, Lu Mingwei beheld the 2 hefty pig heads he was carrying, having resigned herself to the futility of expressing her opinions. What good would it do to say anything? This person insists on bringing such things home daily. Over the past month, their household had been inundated with pork, and she had lost count of the expenses incurred. The sole silver lining was that Xian's cherubic face had plumped up, her small frame felt heavier, and her hair had taken on a hint of darkness. "Wife, come here," Chen Fugui beckoned to Lu Mingwei. "What do you want now?" She frowned, her demeanor cautious. Recently, Chen Fugui had taken advantage of her naivety on numerous occasions. Logically speaking, as a married couple, there should be no issues, yet he never seemed to recognize the appropriateness of the moment. Each evening, he insisted on holding her hand as they walked to school together, which was rather embarrassing. "Come here, I have something good," Chen Fugui said, swaying slightly and adopting a playful tone. Xian looked on in astonishment, wondering when her father had learned to act so coy. She would usually ask him for an extra popsicle in the same manner. Lu Mingwei shot him an exasperated glance but reluctantly approached him. "What do you want?" "I'm not going to handle the pig heads." "Hiki, just take a look at this," Chen Fugui replied, producing some money from his satchel. As he tore open the crumpled paper, revealing 3 bundles of cash, Lu Mingyue's body swayed in surprise. She steadied herself by gripping Chen Fugui, finally regaining her balance. Observing her startled expression, Chen Fugui felt a pang of affection and gently kissed her forehead. In the past, Lu Mingwei would have pinched him in response. Under the vast sky, Xian and Xiao Bai watched in bemusement, thinking, "Are you out of your mind?" The sight of 3 bundles of cash was indeed intimidating. "How did you come by so much money?" Lu Mingyue asked, regaining her composure. "Well, I worked the night shift unloading trucks a few times, so they compensated me handsomely." "Working both day and night nets about 200 a day," Chen Fugui replied, beaming with pride. "After all, I'm the wealthiest in our team. Shouldn't you reward me for being a member of the team?" At his words, Lu Mingyue's face flushed crimson, and feeling somewhat guilty, she glanced at Xian, clutched the money, and dashed into the house. "Daddy, what's wrong with Mommy?" Xian inquired with curiosity. "Nothing. Mommy is just happy," Chen Fugui chuckled. "Daddy, Xian is happy too. Xian won't run away," the little one declared, lifting her chin proudly. "Haha, you are indeed remarkable, Xian," Chen Fugui said, playfully tapping her little nose. The child beamed, reveling in the praise directed at her. "Wife, this is merely the beginning. By the end of the year, can you imagine how much we could earn?" Chen Fugui said with a smile upon entering the house. "What are we to do with this money? I can't even dare to keep it at home." Lu Mingwei expressed her concerns. "Don't worry, tomorrow is a day off. We can deposit it at the credit union." Chen Fugui reassured her. Chen Fugui casually remarked, "I might as well buy you a bicycle. It will make traveling to the commune much more convenient, eliminating the need to walk. If we dedicate ourselves for a few months this year, we shall enjoy a better life next year. By then, we can renovate the house, allowing Xinxin to have her own room. That would indeed be quite nice, wouldn't it? At least, that is how I envision it." Lu Mingwei gently bit her lip, fully aware of what his notion of better entailed. Reflecting on it now, it indeed seemed rather appealing. This only made Chen Fugui cherish her all the more. His foolish wife, in his eyes, grew increasingly beautiful and precious with each passing glance. Meanwhile, little Xinxin helplessly shook her head, knowing that at such moments, she was merely a bystander. Perhaps it would be better to play with Xiao Bai for a while. After all, there was still the prospect of enjoying pig head meat for dinner. Chapter 70. The Startled Hu Guangquan Fortune, Fortune, hurry and come to collect your practice questions. Hu Guangquan's voice echoed from outside as Chen Fugui was busy helping Xinshin adhere bristles to a pig's head with rosin. Just a moment, I'll be ready shortly. Chen Fugui replied. What delectable dish are we having tonight? Hu Guangquan inquired again. Uncle Hu, we're going to stew the pig's head. And it can also be marinated in soy sauce, Xinshin chirped. Absolutely splendid. Hu Guangquan responded, clearly pleased. I returned home a bit earlier today, so we can enjoy the pig's head meat before heading to school. Chen Fugui stepped outside as well. Fugui, have you prepared an excessive number of questions? Hu Guangquan asked. Excessive? Not at all. Chen Fugui shook his head. Originally, I intended to give everyone a month to review before tackling the questions to reinforce their understanding. However, it simply won't do. Everyone has taken too long a break. By the way, the education group assisting with printing these numerous practice questions. They don't have any ulterior motives, do they? Should I pay them a visit to express my gratitude? There's no need. Director Wu has already given the green light and is fully supporting our study group, Hu Guangquan replied. Speaking of which, I must ask, my good brother, do you aspire to emulate Zhuge Liang? Must you insist that Secretary Liu and Director Wu personally come to invite us? Tomorrow, I will go over, Chen Fugui chuckled. It's not that I'm being coy. I genuinely cannot bear to miss out on the earnings from the paper mill. Lately, I've been receiving a steady stream of orders, making around 200 a day. How could I possibly let that slip away? Hu Guangquan gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Director, Fugui, I shall head over to the school now, Wang Yadong stated as he prepared to help move the practice questions. Yadong, what are you saying? You can't leave after coming to my home. Let us have dinner together first, Chen Fugui said with a smile. This kid is wholly dedicated to his studies. He even reads while eating at the logging site, Hu Guangquan commented. Even with such enthusiasm for learning, we must ensure a balance between work and rest. In any case, I am the one who decides, and that is final, Chen Fugui declared. Wang Yadong nodded shyly, his heart brimming with happiness. For he understood that Chen Fugui and Hu Guangquan truly regarded him as one of their own. What position does Chen Fugui hold now? Secretary Liu and Director Wu have been eager to meet him for nearly a month, yet they have yet to do so. In the entire commune, only Chen Fugui possesses the audacity and ability to act thus. When I have the chance, I must indeed visit the county or city. The seasonings available here are far too meager. For today, we shall make do with the pig's head, and in the future, we will explore more options. Chen Fugui cleaved the pig's head and placed it into the pot. Brother, I've only been away for half a month, and you've accumulated so much liquor? This is truly extravagant. Hu Guangquan was not concerned about the pig's head in the pot, but rather noticed several boxes of Mouta liquor resting on the floor of the room. His brother, indeed, had a penchant for fine spirits. How much would all this liquor cost? A bottle costs 7 yuan, which amounts to several hundred yuan altogether. Moreover, it appears that there are not only Matai, but also Wuliangye, Shifeng, Gujing, and Finjiu among them. Hee. All of this was procured with the assistance of old Qian from the supply and marketing cooperative next to the paper mill, Chen Fugui said with satisfaction. This old fellow certainly has his connections. The Matai here includes a whole case of 12 bottles produced annually in the 7th year. He also helped me gather quite a number of Wuliangye and other strong aromatic liquors. If it weren't for your sister-in-law's intervention, I would have filled the house to the brim. I have no other hobbies. Can you imagine, years later, when we gather as brothers, sipping some fine liquor and enjoying a bit of meat? What a scene that would be. The endeavor of stockpiling liquor is one that he is steadfastly committed to. Not to mention the potential appreciation and value later on. It's also for personal enjoyment. Where else can one find such exquisite liquor? Even the current casual brands surpass those that will cost 200 yuan a bottle in the future. Brother, I must ask, just how much have you earned during this period? Hu Guangquan inquired curiously. Haha, after covering all expenses, I've still managed to bring 3,000 yuan for your sister-in-law. I also have a few dozen yuan left for XINS snacks, Chen Fugui replied nonchalantly. Hu Guangquan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wang Yaping, who was assisting by gathering branches for the fire, stumbled, causing the twigs to scatter everywhere. This fellow were the only words that escaped Hu Guangquan's lips. He truly had nothing else to say. In such a short span of time, how could Chen Fugui, amidst indulgent eating and frivolous spending, still save 3,000 yuan? The money set aside for his daughter's snacks was merely a few dozen yuan. How much had he truly earned? Even the children of county or city leaders wouldn't have such a small amount reserved solely for snacks, would they? I can't take it anymore. I need to sit down and steady myself. My head is spinning. Hu Guanchuan said, promptly taking a seat on a small stool. Faced with Chen Fugui's lucrative success, all words seemed inadequate. No wonder the secretary and director of the commune were so eager to meet him. Yet he showed no interest in attending. If it were me, I wouldn't bring anyone along either. How much would a single day Estelle cost? Brother Fugui, you truly are remarkable. Coming back to reality, Wang Yadong also gave a thumbs up. It's simply a matter of hard work. The more labor one puts in, the greater the earnings, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. There are still a few months left this year to earn more. Brother Hu, could you grant me a tree for the beam when the time comes? Our house is small and needs renovation. Is it necessary to seek approval from the forestry assistant? No need. I can make that decision. Hu Guanchuan nodded emphatically. Whether it's for the beam or the granary, you can select from the forest yourself. When the time comes to build, I can arrange for people from the forestry farm to assist. When do you plan to start? Before autumn, ideally. Finishing the house just in time for the harvest, Chen Fugui said. The matter of constructing the house must be prioritized. Building a house in this era is unlike in later times. As long as you have the funds, all materials are readily available. Currently, one must prepare several months in advance to gather all necessary materials before construction can commence. Very well, whatever you need, I shall assist you, Hu Guanchuan remarked. Constructing a house is a significant undertaking, and it is imperative that we help Chen Fugui in organizing this matter properly. Moreover, given Chen Fugui's newfound wealth, it is only reasonable for him to renovate his dilapidated dwelling. Chen Fugui felt a sense of relief. Yet he understood that the materials required for such a project were substantial, and mere financial resources would not suffice. In this regard, Hu Guanchuan's connections were far more advantageous than the money he possessed. With this matter off his mind, he could contentedly prepare the pig's head, a rare delicacy indeed. Chapter 071. A single meat with 3 flavors, fragrant yet not greasy even in the future. When Chen Fugui amassed untold wealth, he would still indulge in braising a pig's head each month as a personal delicacy to accompany his drinks. Although renowned shops outside served more flavorful pig's heads, he refrained from purchasing them. His hesitation stemmed from a deep-seated mistrust. Those who sought profit often resorted to shortcuts. Cooking a pig's head was no simple task. How could one attain the desired tenderness? A dash of lye would suffice. Were the skin's hues not vibrant enough? A sprinkle of sodium nitrite would do the trick. Just before serving, a generous pour of artificial flavoring would ensure perfection. What a pot brimming with chemical concoctions! How could one partake in such a feast? Today, however, the pig's head simmering at home was a different matter, comprising genuinely wholesome ingredients. Even though his spices were limited, they sufficed for braising the pig's head. Presenting half a pig's head, and despite the steam rising in billows, Chen Fugui deftly inserted his knife, peeling away the pig's face with remarkable skill. Hu Guanchuan and Wang Yadong, who were spectating alongside Xinshin, were utterly captivated. Xinshin, go fetch 2 cucumbers, Chen Fugui instructed. The little one tilted her head to glance at Lu Mingwei. Seeing no objection from her mother, she darted off. When she returned, she was cradling a cucumber almost the size of her torso. She had long coveted them, but her mother had forbidden her from snacking. Now, seizing the opportunity, she was determined to gather them all. This scenario reflects a unique aspect of the era, especially when households were filled with children. Cucumbers, eggplants, and other vegetables were often tied with strings. Why, you ask? It was to prevent children from pilfering them, risking the future of the seeds. Slicing the pig's tongue and ears, Chen Fugui combined them with the diced cucumbers for a delightful medley. After adding the seasonings and meticulously mixing them, he drizzled a touch of chili oil to complete the cold dish. The tender meat surrounding the pig's eye socket was separately excavated, reserved for his wife and children. Armed with a cleaver, he seized the pig's face and commenced a flurry of precise cuts. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Hu Guanchuan marveled. Thin as a cicada's wings, glistening. Succulent yet lean, your knife skills are commendable, and the color is exquisite. Still lacking a certain finesse, I suppose. Today will have to suffice, Chen Fugui commented casually. Xinshin, go inform every household. Have the children come over. We'll share the meat soon, he instructed. Okay. The little one chirped cheerfully before scampering off. In the future, would any parents allow their young children to run errands? In this era, such behavior was commonplace, with children exhibiting boundless enthusiasm for tasks. Even before Xinshin returned, a throng of eager little ones had already gathered in Chen Fugui's yard, clutching bowls and gazing expectantly, awaiting their share of meat. It must be mentioned that Brother Fugui, uncle, and nephew are all quite splendid. Once again, they can indulge in meat. At this moment, Chen Fugui had completed slicing the entire pig's head and promptly transferred it into a large basin. He prepared a mixture of crushed garlic, top-grade soy sauce, Shaanxi-aged vinegar, fragrant sesame oil, and a pinch of salt, giving the basin a vigorous shake to combine the ingredients. Dad, it's time to distribute. At this juncture, the little one returned, sweating profusely. Can each child count? Chen Fugui inquired. The small child furrowed her brow, glanced at her 5 fingers on her left hand, pressed down her thumb, and nodded vigorously. Thus, the distribution commenced, with her tiny hands poised nearby. A slice of meat was carefully picked up, and with a single finger movement, each child received their share, neither too much nor too little. Although they might not fully comprehend counting, they were certainly meticulous about fairness. These little ones were quite greedy. As soon as the meat landed in their bowls, they eagerly grabbed pieces to stuff into their mouths. As for the flavor, they hardly had the inclination to ponder it. It was simply delicious. The little one, Xin, was already salivating as she too seized a piece to savor. Thus, they chewed blissfully while sharing the meat. By the time all the village children had received their portions, only a small amount of the prepared pig's head remained in the basin. Chen Fugui proceeded to slice another half of the pig's head, following the same method, resulting in yet another ample portion, sufficient for their evening meal. I can't resist any longer. Seeing the children eat makes my mouth water. I must have a taste, Hu Guangquan remarked, using chopsticks to grasp a slice, which he promptly placed in his mouth. How does it taste? Chen Fugui casually asked while preparing the seasoning for the steamed pig brain. The skin is elastic, the white meat is crisp, the lean meat is tender, with a delightful chewiness that is not tough. This pig's head meat is truly remarkable, Hu Guangquan replied. All right then, let us officially commence our meal. After dining, we still need to head to school, Chen Fugui called out. There was no need for him to call. Even Lu Mingyue was eagerly watching from the side. Having just seen the children feast, she felt a pang of desire herself. Although this person may waste some ingredients, his culinary creations are undeniably delicious. She found herself unable to eat her own cooking. As the pig's head meat was served at the table, Chen Fugui sliced the remaining half of the pig's face into slightly thicker pieces. These had been marinated in soy sauce, making the salty meat even more savory. However, Lu Mingyue regarded this as quite a significant waste. Fugui, I must say, with your culinary skills, your siblings are indeed fortunate, Hu Guangquan remarked. Indeed. This is undoubtedly the best pig's head meat I have ever tasted, Wang Yadong added. This was not a mere compliment. The pig's head meat was genuinely delectable. When I have time in the future, I will simmer a pot of old broth, and we can prepare some braised delicacies. That will be truly enjoyable, Chen Fugui said with a smile. In truth, he felt a deep sense of appreciation after the meal. Even though his culinary skills are commendable, it is implausible to achieve such exquisite texture and aroma in such a brief span. This is the remarkable effect of the spatial spring water, which harmoniously melds the firm, crisp, and tender sensations into a single piece of meat, an ability he previously lacked. Moreover, this pork head meat bears no off-putting flavors, which is, indeed, the crux of the matter. The advantages of this spatial realm are manifold. It serves not only as a preservation chamber, but also enhances the flavors of the dishes. One wonders if the predecessors who possess similar spaces might feel a sense of injustice upon learning of his intentions, as their spaces are utilized for grand endeavors, while he merely employs his as a pantry and for cooking. All that needed to be said has been articulated, and all praises have been rendered. Now, it is time to indulge in the feast. Even in Xiao Bai's small bowl, there are 2 slices of pork head meat, which must be sampled for their delightful taste. Chapter 072. Discovering 2 promising seedlings. The simple delicacy of pork head meat was savored with delight by all. After satisfying their appetites, Chen Fugui hoisted his daughter onto his shoulder while taking his wife's hand as they made their way to the school. The task of transporting the exercises naturally fell upon Hu Guangquan and Wang Yadong, for one cannot simply partake without contributing in some manner. By the time they arrived at the school, the classroom was already filled with eager students and local villagers. Lu Mingyue, with a determined effort, shook off Chen Fugui's hand after a few attempts and then dashed into the classroom she was responsible for. The exercises, which Hu Guangquan and Wang Yadong had struggled to carry, were casually brought into the classroom by Chen Fugui. Attention, everyone. After this prolonged period of study, it is evident that you have grasped the essential knowledge to a certain extent, Chen Fugui announced, clapping his hands. Now, it is time to assess our learning outcomes. We will tackle a set of practice exercises every 2 days. Today, we shall work on them, and tomorrow we will address any questions. upon hearing his words. The students below gaped in astonishment, engaging in hushed discussions. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it merely studying? Why must we do exercises? Wang Yadong, quietly observing, pondered deeply. He was fully aware of Chen Fugui's intentions. This group was indeed reaping substantial benefits. Previously, when these exercises were printed, the leader of the education group, Wang, had remarked on their quality. In past years, they had organized students for final examinations, and now the questions Chen Fugui had devised comprehensively covered the knowledge points. His interest in Chen Fugui grew immensely. He had initially thought this was merely a ruse by the production team to enhance their reputation through a study class. Yet it seemed to indeed possess substance. Have we discussed enough? It is now my turn to speak, Chen Fugui continued. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. That is undoubtedly correct, is it not? After a brief period of contemplation, the students nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. To measure our learning outcomes at this stage, we must evaluate ourselves through exercises, he elaborated. Aware of their busy schedules, he added, we will answer the questions today and submit them to my wife tomorrow for grading. For those who make numerous mistakes, we shall review them collectively. For those with fewer errors, I will address your concerns individually so as not to waste everyone's time. All right, my two group leaders, please distribute today's math exercises. We shall continue this routine every 2 days. He reminisced about his own 5-year college entrance examination preparation and 3 years of mock tests. What he was providing them now was merely a preliminary appetizer. His resources were limited, and these questions had been formulated during his spare moments while working at the paper mill. He dared not seek assistance from others, as he was still upholding the banner of ordinary learning. Who would have the audacity to shout about it outside? Such was the nature of this era. People were still quite sincere. After distributing the papers, Chen Fugui led Xin outside. Was it really all done? If there is nothing pressing, I shall return home now. Hu Guangquan remarked. Do not be in such a hurry. Allow me to share something with you, Chen Fugui replied. I have discovered a promising talent, and you must look after him in the future, granting him ample time to learn. Can I count on your support? Who is it that warrants such solemnity? Hu Guangquan inquired curiously. Ma Jinsong, Chen Fugui answered. You mean the young Ma? I must admit, he does appear quite refined, Hu Guangquan acknowledged with a nod. However, my brother, are you certain about the information you've received? Some comrades have already begun to speak unfavorably regarding their study at Hulu Brigade. Rest assured, the future ability to assume greater leadership responsibilities hinges upon this group, Chen Fugui said with a smile. If possible, grant both Ma and Yadong additional time. I do not care what methods you employ, just maximize their opportunities. Ma is from your Shaowang Brigade, is he not? Once he succeeds, he will undoubtedly remember your kindness. Yadong, too, is a person who values gratitude and will excel in due time. Very well, I shall contemplate ways to adjust his work. Hu Guangquan nodded. The forest farm has little activity at present, and others are watching me closely. Yet, it matters not. After all, I am still the director. We shall persevere. Indeed, it is not easy to unearth a gem among these individuals. Ma Jisong exhibits remarkable tenacity in his studies. He studies until 9:30 in the evening, with a 20-minute break in between. He often takes a brief walk outside but then resumes poring over his books. His passion for learning is genuine, and he is quite diligent. Chen Fugui believed that once Ma Jisong navigated through the sea of examination questions, he might very well secure a top position in the county. That would be truly remarkable, bringing honor to the leaders of the commune. Hu Guangquan's efforts to foster such an outcome would certainly catch their attention. When the commune is dissolved and townships are established, there will be ample opportunity for Hu Guangquan to secure a position among the cadre. However, all of this must remain a secret, locked away within him, not to be disclosed to anyone. Another promising talent is the daughter of Uncle Shuisheng. Despite her somewhat chattering nature, Chen Shofan excels in the humanities. Not only is her handwriting beautiful, but her essays are commendable as well. Being the youngest daughter with 2 older brothers, she has received much affection, even in this era that generally favors sons over daughters. If she exerts herself, she may yet shine brightly. However, compared to Ma Jisong, she has considerably more time. Currently, she occupies herself with memorizing history and geography texts. With the discovery of these 2 promising individuals, he is fully committed to their success. Otherwise, his initial aspiration was merely to ensure they could gain admission to university. This is also a benevolent act. Without prior intervention, they might not have been able to succeed in their examinations. Given ample time to review fundamental knowledge, the results would likely remain unchanged. Were it not for his own efforts, would Hu Guangchuan have been willing to invest such considerable energy to facilitate their concentrated studies? However, his motivations do not stem from a desire for future reciprocation from these individuals. There is no expectation of repayment. At present, he simply revels in the process itself. Daddy, teach Xin how to write her name. At this moment, the little one called out in a bright, clear voice. Chen Fugui disregarded Hu Guangchuan and hurried over. For this was indeed a matter of great significance. Chapter 073. Father, please rename Xin. The character Chen we have here is the surname Chen, also known as Richest. Chen Fugui patiently instructed while holding a pen, simultaneously inscribing his daughter's name neatly on a piece of paper. The little one, brimming with enthusiasm, seized the pencil from his hand and began to replicate his writing on the page. Chen Fugui felt a swell of pride in his heart, as his daughter was an eager learner. Although she rendered the ear radical disproportionately large and skewed the dong character slightly, it mattered little. After all, she was merely a novice at writing, and her efforts were commendable. Xin, you have done remarkably well. This character Chen looks beautiful, Chen Fugui praised. Now, let us turn our attention to the character Z. The radical next to it is the wood radical, which refers to the timber we often encounter. The little girl nodded obediently. Continuing her drawing, she seemed to have gained some experience, as this time she managed to separate the wood and the Xin without collapsing them entirely. Wow, Xin. You are truly impressive, he exclaimed. Now, the most crucial part is the character Xin. The radical at the bottom, Xiang, is fragrant, just like you, my dear. Chen Fugui continued his lesson. However, this time his precious daughter did not rush to draw, but instead scrutinized the character Xin with care. Chen Fugui was not anxious. It was understandable that the strokes of Xin were more complex, requiring her focused attention. Father, please rename me, she suddenly declared, placing the pencil down just as Chen Fugui thought she was about to begin writing. Why is that? He inquired with curiosity. This character is too difficult to write. I want an easier one, she replied simply. Her reasoning was so compelling that Chen Fugui found himself momentarily at a loss for words. My dear Xin, you see, your father has grown accustomed to calling you Xin. If you change your name, it would be as if I were calling another child. He pondered for a moment before attempting to persuade her. You know how much your father enjoys buying you meat and ice pops. I cannot be buying those for another child, can I? If you change your name, I won't be able to do that. Upon hearing this formidable rationale, the little one furrowed her brow in contemplation. How can I not have meat or ice pops? Meat is so savory, and ice pops are delicious. I cannot let father buy them for another child. Having come to a realization, she grasped the pencil once more and began to draw the character Xin in accordance with Chen Fugui's earlier writing. Chen Fugui exhaled deeply, preferring to unload an entire cart of goods rather than face the task of teaching Xin to write. He began to understand why parents often find themselves driven to madness while assisting their children with homework. Just teaching her 3 characters had left him utterly exhausted. How would he manage in the future? Raising children may be delightful at first, but the ensuing challenges are truly demanding. In this era, the importance of children's education is yet to be fully recognized. Otherwise, in the future, one might find themselves overpowered by their little ones, who could insist on being taught diligently. The character took quite some time for the child to draw, resulting in a larger depiction that took just over 7 minutes to complete. The little one even rubbed their wrist, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Despite the character being only partially completed and the character seemingly in disarray, the enlarged symbolized a significant milestone as it was the child's first attempt at writing their name, rendering it a momentous occasion. Xin, keep it up and continue learning to write your name, encouraged Chen Fugui. Dad, I want to go out and play, the child declared earnestly, their eyes brimming with sincerity as they tugged on the sleepy little by beside them. What could Bai say? There was no option but to oblige. After a brief stretch, they begrudgingly prepared to venture outside. Chen Fugui affectionately tousled the child's hair, waving them off. The little one dashed out, clutching Bai, determined to ensure Bai had a delightful time. It wasn't that they disliked learning to write. Rather, they were eager for Bai to enjoy playing. As for his increasingly mischievous daughter, Chen Fugui found no reason for admonishment. In the past, the little one had exhibited a timid demeanor due to Chen Fugui's influence. Now, however, she was bold and playful, a transformation he could only embrace. Chen Fugui joined in the merriment outside, not for his own amusement, but for Bai's sake. Teacher Chen, I finished my exam paper, announced Ma Ji-song as he emerged from the classroom. disrupting the joyous play. Chen Fugui nodded with a smile. Knowing that such a challenge would not daunt the boy, it had only been about 50 minutes, after all. Any insights? He inquired, setting the paper aside. Teacher, the questions you assigned were quite simple, merely exercises from the textbook, so I completed them rather quickly, Ma Jisong replied, a hint of shyness in his tone. Take a seat. Let us have a chat, Chen Fugui invited, patting the steps beside him. I spoke with Director Hu and assured him that your study time will be safeguarded. Chen Fugui continued once Ma Jisong settled down. Then, does that mean if I study well, I can become a permanent worker at the logging site? Ma Jisong asked cautiously. Why not? Just remember one thing. The future belongs to those who are educated, Chen Fugui replied with a smile. If you excel in your studies, you might even contribute to building airplanes, cannons, or automobiles for the country. Your current task is to focus on your studies. Everything else is secondary. Upon hearing this, Ma Jinsong's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. What is the matter? Chen Fugui inquired, intrigued. Teacher, you're joking with me. Just being a permanent worker at the logging site would make me content, Ma Jinsong said earnestly. But I really do love cars. Especially those large trucks that transport timber from the forest. They are truly impressive. When the agricultural machinery station was assisting with the plowing, I would also go over to observe. Their powerful tractors were quite impressive. If you're interested, you should prepare accordingly. In the future, when I have wealth, we shall establish a car manufacturing factory, and at that time, you can help me create automobiles, Chen Fugui casually remarked. Ma Jinsong chuckled. Chen was indeed a humorous character. Do not dismiss this lightly. For now, focus solely on your studies. Understood? Chen Fugui advised. Ma Jisong nodded. In truth, I often struggled with interpersonal relationships, finding joy only in my studies. Then there is no problem at all. Just work hard and persevere, Chen Fugui encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Truly, he is a remarkable talent. Even other peers tend to lose focus during lessons. Chapter 074. This family is quite a handful at the break of dawn the following day. Chen Fugui meticulously prepared himself before setting off with his wife and child towards the commune. Two significant tasks awaited him. The first was to report on his work to the secretary and president of the Guangming commune. The second, to accompany Lu Mingwei back to her parental home to visit her father and mother-in-law. He felt no trepidation regarding the first task. After all, he had encountered numerous situations and was undeterred. Yet the second task proved to be a different matter altogether. It was, perhaps, a consequence of the unfortunate predecessor's misdeeds that his father-in-law and mother-in-law held an unfavorable impression of him. The unfortunate predecessor had even been physically confronted by Lu Mingyue's younger brother, which had plunged their relationship into a deep freeze. My brother, you have finally arrived, said Master Zhang. This is Chen Fugui. The secretary and president are awaiting your presence. Hu Guangquan, stationed at the entrance of the commune, greeted the gatekeeper before ushering Chen Fugui inside. Fugui, perhaps I should not accompany you. Lu Mingwei hesitated. Do not worry. I will handle it, Chen Fugui reassured her. Xin, encourage your mother. Come here, Mama. The little one in his arms waved at Lu Mingwei. With a sense of resignation, Lu Mingwei leaned in closer. This was a cherished family tradition, rewarding with a kiss. The little one bestowed upon her a resounding peck, leaving her beaming with joy. Some staff members at the commune regarded Chen Fugui and Lu Mingwei with curiosity. They had seen many individuals conduct business at the commune, but had never encountered a family of three arriving together. What could this signify? Secretary, President, this is Chen Fugui. His wife Lu Mingwei, and their delightful daughter, Xin, who Guangquan hurriedly introduced them upon entering the small conference room. Good day, Secretary. Good day, President. Chen Fugui and Lu Mingwei greeted promptly. Good day, Secretary. Good day, President, echoed the little one in his arms, eager to join in the salutations. What an adorable child. She certainly has privileges. The atmosphere lightened as her voice chimed in. I have heard Comrade Guangquan speak of you often. Your daughter is indeed charming. What is her name? Inquired Wu Guangye with a smile. Uncle, my name is Chen Zixin, and I am 6 years old this year, the little one proclaimed earnestly. Ha ha, what a well-behaved child. Wu Guangyao praised. Truth be told, it is all due to my wife's diligent teachings. I have been rather negligent in the past, owing them both a great deal, Chen Fugui admitted. Comrade Fugui, recognizing this issue is commendable, Lu Songning interjected. We must not allow our current achievements to overshadow our past mistakes. All we can do is strive to make amends. Wu, along with comrades Guangquan, Jiren, and Shuaisheng, expressed their support for the couple. Thank you, Secretary. To be honest, I do not feel it is anything significant. The villagers have supported our family, and with some strength at my disposal, I simply wish to do something for them. Chen Fugui remarked. Taking everyone out to work can certainly provide some support for our families and assist the production team as well. Organizing learning sessions is also intended to prevent our community from becoming insular due to rural living. Here, I have a humble request. I wonder if the secretary and the leader have some time to spare for a work inspection. What is it that you seek from us, Fugui? Wu Guangyao chuckled. I have heard that your political education sessions are quite well organized, dedicating at least half an hour daily to reading the news. Perhaps it would be better if my wife introduces this aspect, as she oversees it, Chen Fugui replied. Secretary, leader, to be honest, we haven't done much. It is merely that everyone feels it is essential to have a broader understanding of national affairs and current situations, Lu Mingwei remarked. In our past lives in the countryside, many suffered from illiteracy and a lack of education. Now, the team is even providing food assistance to children. Our nation is growing stronger by the day. As farmers, we must understand how this strength is achieved and what the country has done for us. Just as Fugui mentioned, I too hope that the secretary and the leader can visit our Hulu team for a work inspection to guide us in our shortcomings in both work and study, allowing us to make timely improvements. Chen Fugui was somewhat astonished by Lu Mingyue's eloquence. Is this truly my wife speaking? How beautifully she articulates. It seems that our desire for ease will not be realized, he thought, glancing at Lu Songning. Lu Songning nodded with a smile, adding, however, let us refrain from discussing inspections. We are also in the process of learning. You are ahead of many, with a progressive and active mindset, which is commendable. Once the organization issues the documents, there will be further advancements, and we must remain close to the community, leading by example. Yes, Secretary, Leader, please rest assured. Chen Fugui quickly affirmed. However, even if you have contributed greatly to the villagers, it does not warrant an early confirmation for Comrade Lu Mingwei, Wu Guangyao interjected. Discipline is paramount, and the responsibilities of educators are significant. I hope Comrade Lu Mingwei prepares diligently for the upcoming private teacher examination. Do not worry, leader. It takes a decade to nurture a tree, but a century to cultivate a person. The importance of education cannot be overstated, Lu Mingwei replied earnestly. At that moment, a curious little one nearby asked, Uncle, will Xian improve? Will she get to eat meat? Haha, are you still craving meat? I've heard you eat it every day at home. Lu Songning teased. Daddy says Xian is growing and needs to eat well. But Xiaobai eats a lot too. And he isn't growing, the little one frowned. After speaking, she picked up Xiaobai, who had been perched on her shoulder, and brought him in front of her. For the child, the discussions of adult matters were of little concern. With a child's heart, she adored Xiaobai and felt the need to show him off to others. Beside them, Hu Guangquan also took the opportunity to elaborate on Xiaobai's origins, even mentioning the last time Xiaobai exhibited his valiant prowess. Xin, when you grow up. And while I am still spry enough to move about, I shall be your advocate for progress, Wu Guangyao said, gazing at the little one. Xin will treat you to meat, the most delicious meat, for no one cooks it better than Daddy, the child earnestly nodded in agreement. Afterward, she extended her little finger, declaring, a promise must be kept. We must seal it with a pinky swear. Wu Guangyao, feeling a surge of youthful spirit, bit his finger to engage in the child's pact. Hu Guangquan, observing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. This family was anything but ordinary. Chapter 75, The Challenge of My Father-in-Law. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Mingwei playfully glared at him as they exited the commune courtyard. With so many people bustling about, it felt as if their gaze was fixed solely on her. What was there to be so captivated by? At home, one could gaze freely. Today, I have only just realized that my Yeye is quite articulate in her speech, impressive indeed, Chen Fugui remarked. Isn't it just because I've listened to you and brother who converse so much? I used to be quite at a loss for words, Lu Mingwei replied. But I hope I haven't misspoken today. You must be organizing this tutoring class in preparation for the college entrance examination. By having the secretary and the commune leader oversee the work, wouldn't that provide a kind of assurance? If Chen Fugui had felt some surprise during the work report to the secretary and the town mayor earlier, his wife's intelligence now truly astonished him. She was a talent that had been overlooked, previously preoccupied only with the mundane tasks of labor and earning work points in the production team. Yet, in reality, his precious wife possessed extraordinary insight. Just from these small matters, she could discern his thoughts, truly a remarkable mind. Lost in contemplation, he had momentarily ceased to push the cart, simply watching her. I warn you, do not come closer, Lu Mingwei said, cautiously shifting aside, genuinely frightened, though their lives had improved. Chen Fugui had become rather unpredictable and somewhat wild. He would sometimes disregard the appropriateness of the occasion, holding hands or kissing her cheek without a second thought, leaving others to witness their intimacy. My wife is truly remarkable. We must stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat for our parents. Chen Fugui said with a smile. Buy meat, and see Grandma. Little Xinshin chirped happily, her voice ringing clear, catching the attention of those nearby. Many looked on with envy, wondering what kind of household could afford such luxuries as purchasing meat so casually. After depositing money at the credit union, they hurriedly made their way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Initially, Chen Fugui had intended to carry half a pig, but in this era, who possessed a refrigerator? With the sweltering heat, it would surely spoil. Thus, he opted for some ribs, fatty pork, and 2 hams instead. He also picked up a bag of rice, 5 pounds of soybean oil, and a large front door, which he considered a successful haul. The ribs were intended for today's meal, while the fatty pork would be saved for flavoring. In this time, fatty pork was regarded as one of the most prized parts of the pig. The journey was not short, riding their bicycle with their child, and the meat took nearly half an hour. As they passed through the forward brigade, Chen Fugui and his family, laboriously pedaling their bicycle, drew many curious glances. Their appearance was indeed somewhat unique. Lu Mingwei perched on the crossbar of the bicycle, with rice and meat secured on the rear rack, while little Xinshin stood atop the rice bag, balancing her small white dog. Furthermore, in the forward brigade, Chen Fugui had gained a bit of notoriety, as everyone was aware that the eldest daughter of the Lu family had married a rather unconventional man. What a dreadful affair! Today, he actually brought his wife and daughter to visit his father-in-law, along with an abundance of gifts. It has been several years since he last visited. Usually, it was Mingwei who brought the children to pay a brief visit. The members of the forward brigade are now filled with confusion, utterly perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. The lack of information in this era is quite severe. Many are aware that the members of the Gourd Brigade have made some money, but they only know it came from working at the paper mill. As for Chen Fugui's role in this, they are entirely unaware. Standing before the familiar yet foreign gate, even after enduring numerous trials, Chen Fugui felt a flutter of anxiety within him. Seeing his expression, Lu Mingyue could easily discern the source of his apprehension. Gritting her teeth slightly, she reached out to hold his hand, her face flushing with warmth. Little Xinshin glanced over and shook her head like a miniature adult. It seemed that her parents had their own matters to attend to, while only Little Bai was her true companion. When she was with her mother or father separately, she was cherished, but when her parents were together, no one paid her any mind. Grandma, I miss you, the little one called out, her voice ringing out. Oh, my darling, you came with your mother, exclaimed Li Sujie, who had rushed out in high spirits. However, upon noticing Chen Fugui's presence, her expression stiffened momentarily. Yet, considering her daughter's feelings, she managed to force a smile. But when Chen Fugui's father-in-law, Comrade Lu Qiaoshan, emerged and saw him, he promptly retreated indoors. This son-in-law was infuriating. Chen Fugui felt utterly embarrassed, while he had garnered a favorable reputation within the Gourd Brigade. Winning the approval of his in-laws proved to be an arduous task. Little Xinshin, oblivious to the adult tensions, dashed over and hugged Li Sujie's leg. Grandma, I've missed you, she exclaimed. Oh, I've missed you too, my dear. Your little face has grown plump, Li Sujie praised, her curiosity piqued by the child's remarkable transformation. Mom, I bought some meat and rice, Chen Fugui said cautiously. What do you need those for? As long as you can manage your life well, that is all that matters, Li Sujie replied tersely. Chen Fugui felt even more awkward, having lived 2 lives. He had never encountered such a challenging situation. Guilt weighed heavily upon him, especially considering the unfortunate circumstances of his previous life. Mom, he is not the same as before. He has changed for the better. He can work and earn money now, Lu Mingyue whispered to Li Sujie. Sigh. Li Sujie sighed, taking Xinshin's small hand and heading indoors. She had little faith in Lu Mingyue's words, suspecting that this was merely another instance of borrowing money from elsewhere to deceive her. She knew her son-in-law all too well. Capable of work and earning money? That would be the day the sun rose from the west. Wife, what should I do? Chen Fugui asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. It's all your fault for moving things into the house first. Lu Mingwei shot him a glare. All right, Chen Fugui nodded eagerly. After all, he had to rely on his wife to support him, and if necessary, he would even call upon their daughter for assistance. However, It seemed that their daughter was too preoccupied at the moment, having already nestled beside her grandfather, showcasing her precious little pet. Even though he understood that winning over his father-in-law and mother-in-law would be a formidable challenge, he had not anticipated the level of difficulty it would present. Empathy allowed him to recognize that every child is the apple of their parents' eyes, and he shared in the concern for their daughter. Nevertheless, he was resolute. Today, he must secure the favor of his in-laws. Chapter 76. The wife steps up. One is worth two once the belongings were moved. Chen Fugui placed his hopes on his wife. However, at that moment, Lu Mingwei was sulking, disregarding him, and joined Xinxin at the side of Li Suzhi. This was pure retaliation, a blatant act of revenge for his playful hand-holding and cheek-kissing. Dad, it's been a while since I last visited. I brought you a cigarette. Chen Fugui encouraged himself, respectfully placing the cigarette pack next to Lu Qiaoshan. Lu Qiaoshan grunted, taking the paper-wrapped tobacco box without even glancing at it. Rolling himself a cigarette. Dad, smoke this. It's the last one left at the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as Chen Fugui felt an overwhelming awkwardness, Lu Mingwei approached. That cost quite a bit. Why buy this? Lu Qiaoshan remarked, uttering a few more words than usual. Dad. Now Fugui is working at the paper mill with a whole crew. He earns quite a lot daily, Lu Mingwei explained. Don't believe in those empty words. No matter when you come, there will always be food at home, Lu Qiaoshan replied. Lu Mingwei felt somewhat helpless. It seemed even her own words were not taken seriously. But then again, if she were to tell her parents that Chen Fugui earned 70 or 80 a day, they would surely find it hard to believe. Nevertheless, Lu Qiaoshan was gracious enough to accept the cigarette handed to him by Lu Mingwei, casually pulling one out and offering it to Chen Fugui. This gesture brought immense joy to Chen Fugui, who eagerly struck a match to light it for his father-in-law, just as he intended to light one for himself. He noticed his daughter with a stern expression, her large eyes fixed intently on him. Out of options, he had to place the cigarette back on the Kong. Why aren't you smoking? Lu Qiaoshan inquired. Well, Xinxin won't let me smoke, Chen Fugui replied. Lu Qiaoshan paused, glancing at the little one happily playing with her toy on the Kong. Since when did Xinxin become so authoritative? Grandpa, the meat Daddy made is so delicious. Even Uncle Hu loves it. The little one exclaimed, bringing her toy closer to Lu Qiaoshan. Seeing his granddaughter, a rare smile appeared on Lu Qiaoshan's face. Since Xinxin loved meat, she should have more. Yes, Xinxin eats meat every day. She could even have a popsicle, but there aren't any for sale today. The little one said with a hint of disappointment. Haha, just wait. The popsicle seller will come soon. Grandpa will buy one for Xinxin, Lu Qiaoshan said cheerfully. Dad, Mom, I'm now a private teacher and will have an exam at the end of the year. If I pass, I can become a public teacher, Lu Mingwei timely announced. Teaching now? That's fine. How long have you been doing it? You must have spent all your savings by now. Bring back what you've got. I'll keep the cigarettes, Lu Qiaoshan said, giving her a glance. Lu Mingwei was at a loss. A private teacher only earned 3 yuan and 50 cents a month. Hardly enough to buy these items. With no other options, she nudged Chen Fugui, thinking that he was best at sweet-talking, so he should take the lead. Father, I am currently earning quite a substantial income working at the paper mill, Chen Fugui remarked. Lu Qiaoshan noncommittally responded, taking a drag from his cigarette. By the way, I noticed that the pile of firewood at the gate is rather low. I'll have someone deliver 2 loads of branches for you, Chen Fugui continued. Lu Qiaoshan frowned, feeling quite displeased. It was one thing to benefit from his wife's money while boasting about his achievements, but to be so unabashedly arrogant was another matter entirely. Indeed, had he not trusted the matchmaker and his flattering words back then, he would not have consented to betroth his daughter to him. Lu Mingwei also felt helpless, aware of her parents' profound disappointment in Chen Fugui. Even if she spoke on his behalf now, her parents would not believe her. By the way, yeah, stay with your parents. I'll prepare the meal, Chen Fugui said. Dad, Xinxin wants to help too. We're having sweet and sour ribs, the little one on the Kong called out, then climbed down. Insisting on assisting Chen Fugui, Li Suzhi hesitated, wanting her daughter to take the food home for the family to enjoy. She worried that if they took it back, Chen Fugui might sell it off. Mom, Dad, he really is different now. Look at this deposit slip. It has 3,000 yuan in it, Lu Mingwei said, carefully pulling out the money she had deposited today from her pocket. What? Li Suzhi exclaimed, lowering her voice. 3,000 yuan? He hasn't done anything illegal, has he? This money cannot be kept. It's dangerous. Lu Qiaoshan also frowned. Mingwei, tell your father the truth. What is really going on? Money is a good thing, but we cannot engage in illegal activities. Is it worth risking our lives? Mom, Dad, Fugui is strong. He earns 70 to 80 yuan a day at the paper mill. If he works night shifts, he can make nearly 200 a day, Lu Mingwei explained. Furthermore, he is good friends with the director of the logging yard, who? And if he says he'll send branches, he surely will. Before we came here today, we even went to the commune to report our work to the secretary and the president. Really? You're not deceiving us, are you? I've heard that many from the Hulu brigade have gone to work at the paper mill. Did he go too? Lu Qiaoshan still harbored some skepticism. In fact, everyone who managed to work at the paper mill did so thanks to Fugui's connections, Lu Mingwei said with a hint of pride. He is also acquainted with Director Tang from the service team, which is why so many slots were allocated. He excels in his work. And the factory manager even gives him an extra yuan as a reward every day. Listening to their daughter, Lu Qiaoshan and Li Sujie remained somewhat incredulous. The contrast was stark. What kind of son-in-law had he been? And what kind had he become? Yet, the deposit slip before them was undeniably real. It couldn't be forged. The 3,000 yuan was clearly stated, still under their daughter's name. This fellow truly was remarkable. After scrutinizing the deposit slip, Lu Qiaoshan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he mentioned that it was time to renovate the house. Lu Mingwei, delightfully, added a comment, though her cheeks flushed immediately after. She was well aware that Chen Fugui intended to refurbish the house not for any other reason, but to provide Xin with a younger brother or sister. However, it was a matter too embarrassing to disclose to her parents. The elderly couple, engrossed in their own joy, paid little heed to the expression on her face, particularly Lu Qiaoshan, who found the taste of the cigarette in his hand even more delightful. In the kitchen, Chen Fugui wore a smile as well. It was indeed the wife who took charge, a true asset. As for himself, regardless of how much he might try, it would be incredibly challenging to placate his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chapter 077. My father-in-law has been bullied. It seems that my son-in-law has truly proven his capabilities, as a genuine smile graced Lu Qiaoshan's face. What is a feast without wine? He decided to procure a pound of liquor for a hearty celebration. Upon stepping into the outer room, he observed Chen Fugui and Xinxin busily preparing a meal, which further satisfied him, prompting him to nod approvingly at Chen Fugui. Grandpa, where are you going? The curious young Xinxin inquired. I'm off to the village shop to buy some liquor. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? Lu Qiaoshan responded with a smile. Of course, I'll go. The little one exclaimed joyfully. It's important to help Dad. But going to the shop with Grandpa is even more crucial. Who knows, we might score some snacks. What if the ice cream vendor shows up? Xinxin. Take this money and buy some liquor for Grandpa, Chen Fugui said, extracting a 5 yuan note from his pocket and placing it into Xinxin's tiny hands. The little girl grasped it with ease and, with a skip in her step, hurried over to Lu Qiaoshan, leaving him quite anxious. 5 yuan was no small sum. And she had taken it so casually. What if she dropped it? Or if the wind swept it away? That amount could purchase 10 pounds of high-quality sorghum, surpassing the monthly earnings of his daughter as a private teacher. Yet, he could not voice his concerns, for it was evident that his son-in-law deeply cared for his granddaughter. After a short while, Lu Mingwei emerged from the house, beginning to assist with washing rice and cooking. It is worth mentioning that in the region where Chen Fugui resides, a style of dwelling known as Heijingfang is prevalent. This architectural form, rooted in Manchu tradition, faces south with pillars embedded in the ground. Broadly speaking, the western courtyard is a variant of Heijingfang. More modestly, the common folk have adapted it into a simpler version. The authentic Heijingfang features blue bricks and tiles, adorned with ridge beasts, while the modified roofs are often thatched with reeds, layered with clay and straw for insulation. As living conditions improve, people gradually replace thatch with tiles and apply cement for waterproofing. Chen Fugui's current abode consists of 2 rooms. Typically, a proper Heijingfang would have 3 to 5 main rooms, with the western section being the largest. Directly opposite the entrance is a room, colloquially referred to as the outer room, which serves as the kitchen. Due to Chen Qingshan's modest means, he lacks an eastern room. However, his father-in-law's dwelling is quite satisfactory, featuring a layout of 3 rooms, each with a stove. Ah, you even bought rice, exclaimed Li Sujie, who had stepped out to lend a hand upon seeing the rice. Mom, right now, Xinxin only eats millet and rice at home. Fugui still has some grain coupons. Why don't you and Dad enjoy some good rice as well? Lu Mingwei casually suggested. This child. It's such a waste to eat such fine rice at this time, Li Sujie responded. Mom, we should enjoy it while we can. I'll find some flour coupons later. The director of the paper mill's supply office should still have some, Chen Fugui chimed in. Oh, honestly, whatever we eat is fine. We've lived over half our lives already. It is your well-being that brings us peace, Li Sujie remarked. Do not worry, mother. Our future days will surely be prosperous, Chen Fugui responded. Even though we have some money now, we must live with diligence, Li Sujie cautioned once more. As parents, who does not wish for their children to thrive? Yet for Li Sujie, despite knowing that her daughter had come into a considerable fortune, a sense of unease lingered. She feared that with newfound wealth, they might squander their good fortune. Moreover, she worried that Chen Fugui's ability to earn money might lead to her daughter facing even more challenges at home. Mother, when will Mingyuan return from the army? Chen Fugui inquired. Lu Mingyuan, his brother-in-law, had been serving for 3 years, and it was about time for his discharge. He hasn't mentioned it yet. But in his last letter, he said the leaders in his unit hold him in high regard, which is both good and concerning, Li Sujie replied. Very well. When the opportunity arises, we shall visit Mingyuan. He has been away for quite a while, and military life is indeed arduous, Chen Fugui remarked. Alas, he has been saving every penny. Even when on leave, he chooses not to return, Li Sujie said with a hint of sadness. Do not fret, mother. I am currently focused on earning money. After the new year, I will find some time for us to visit, Chen Fugui assured her. It was essential to foster goodwill. Despite the challenges of this era, visiting his brother-in-law was necessary. When the in-laws were pleased, so too was his wife, and when she was happy, he found joy as well. Xin had already expressed her desire for sweet and sour ribs, thus, he must fulfill that request. Naturally, with such a large quantity of ribs, they could not all be prepared in that style. The remainder could be cooked as his in-laws preferred. Normally, he would marinate the ribs slightly and then fry them. However, being at his father-in-law's home, conserving oil was prudent. Therefore, he opted to blanch the ribs and then simmer them slowly. Sought them with a bit of oil to achieve a caramelized finish before adding vinegar. As he was preparing the ribs, his father-in-law and precious daughter entered the kitchen. To his surprise, his father-in-law appeared somewhat discontented. Father, are you making sweet and sour ribs? Xin was the first to speak. Not yet. Mother is cooking. And my ribs are still simmering, Chen Fugui replied. The little one was satisfied, knowing that the crucial steps had not been overlooked, and thus could offer her assistance. Xin. Tell father, what is troubling grandfather? After his father-in-law settled in, Chen Fugui embraced his daughter. Lu Mingyue, who was tending to the cooking, also approached. I do not know. Grandfather seemed unhappy after buying some wine. The little one chirped innocently. Mingyue, let us tend to the fire together. You go ask father what is wrong, Chen Fugui suggested. Lu Mingyue nodded and walked toward the western room. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Mingyue emerged, visibly upset. What happened? Chen Fugui inquired. Just now. Zhang Monsong from the production team assigned the task of repairing the riverbank, instructing my father to carry soil over by the small riverbank, remarked Lu Mingyue. Chen Fugui furrowed his brow, recognizing that this was a matter of his father-in-law being wronged. The task of repairing the riverbank was indeed a particularly arduous responsibility of this era, typically designated to various teams during the agricultural off-season. This was genuine labor, usually undertaken by the able-bodied youth of the production team, while those of advanced age and the women were relegated to the task of filling the soil. Although Lu Mingyue was not particularly old, Lu Qiaoshan was of considerable age, nearing 50. To insist that he undertake such demanding labor at this stage is nothing short of an injustice. He could hardly believe that, at this moment, there weren't enough able-bodied individuals in his father-in-law's production team to handle the task of carrying soil. Chapter 078. Savoring a bite of crispy rice. Sipping old wine, what should we do? How can Zhang Monsong be so oppressive? Lu Mingyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Chen Fugui playfully flicked her nose with a finger, which only fueled her irritation further, prompting her to pinch his ribs. In the past, the labor in the production team was always handled by their family members or those closely allied with them, Lu Mingyue continued. When Mingyuan was home, they wouldn't dare to bully others like this. They'll have to reckon with him once he returns. Chen Fugui found delight in observing his wife's fury. It was the first time he had witnessed her so incensed. Yet, it was in accordance with the prevailing trends of the era. One should not assume that the existence of a production team guarantees equitable distribution of resources. Wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy, accompanied by its own complexities. In rural settings, those with more connections naturally wield greater influence. Those who maintain a good rapport with the team leader or group leader are often afforded preferential treatment. My dear wife, I suddenly recalled that Zhang Monsong once sought my father-in-law's hand for his daughter. Chen Fugui chuckled. Oh, That was ages ago, Lu Mingwei retorted, giving him a light slap. Fear not. This is not a significant issue. Should I confront Zhang Monsong now? Chen Fugui inquired. Absolutely not. What if you injure him again? Lu Mingwei hurriedly cautioned. Given Chen Fugui's previous encounters, each more grievous than the last, she was understandably wary of letting him confront anyone. Just inform Dad. This is trivial. It's merely work, after all. I'm here to help, he reassured her. Lu Mingwei shot him an approving glance before skipping back into the house. Xian watched, bewildered. What's happened to Mommy? Why is she so lively? For Chen Fugui, this was a matter too minor to dwell upon, especially when compared to his current and impending responsibilities. Once the ribs in the pot were sufficiently cooked, he took Xian along to prepare a delightful stir-fry. The little one was undeniably enticed, her mouth watering in anticipation. After serving up a portion for her, Chen Fugui watched with joy as she relished her meal, even offering him a sweet kiss as a gesture of gratitude. As for any remnants of sticky, sweet and sour sauce adorning his face, that was of no concern to them. Mom, Dad, it's time to eat, Chen Fugui announced, carrying a platter of sweet and sour ribs into the room. Oh dear, I haven't dished out the rice yet, Lu Mingwei exclaimed, slapping her forehead before hurriedly slipping on her shoes and heading to the outer room. Mommy, Xian wants crispy rice, the little one exclaimed, pivoting sharply to follow Chen Fugui into the house. The ribs looked truly appetizing. This is your treat for Xian, he assured her, as he had prepared it with care. Seated at the table, Lu Qiaoshan praised the atmosphere and placed 5 yuan onto the surface. Keep it. Use it to buy some wine, he suggested. I can smell the fragrance of the liquor. The distillation here is quite exceptional, Chen Fugui remarked. Indeed, you are correct. The distillation at our little shop employs the ancient techniques of the Manchu artisans, Lu Qiaoshan responded enthusiastically. While other shops rely on the county's distillery's plain sorghum liquor, ours utilizes aged fermentation starters and traditional cellars, ensuring a legacy of quality. Oh dear, that's ancient history. It's just bragging when one catches wind of it. Li Sujie interjected. Dad, I still have some matai and woolyongye at home. I'll bring you a box later, Chen Fugui offered. I wouldn't dare. Those are quite expensive bottles. I'm content with the old distillation, Lu Qiaoshan replied. Afterward, he lifted the warmed flask and personally poured a cup for Chen Fugui. Chen Fugui savored a sip, appreciating its elegant and delicate flavor, rich and lingering. As he swallowed, it did not burn his throat nor feel harsh. Indeed, it was fine liquor. Once this is finished, it surely won't leave one with a headache. Exactly, many distillations have a fiery kick, often due to insufficient aging time, leading to a lack of aroma and flavor, Lu Qiaoshan remarked with a hint of pride. Dad, do you have knowledge of liquor? Chen Fugui asked curiously. Don't listen to his nonsense. He merely apprenticed for a few days with Uncle Ermin at the distillery when he was young, Li Sujie laughed. What of it? What we learned was genuine craftsmanship. I truly look down upon those at the distillery now, Lu Qiaoshan retorted defiantly. A connoisseur of fine wine should appreciate exquisite flavors. Chen Fugui praised, giving a thumbs up. Lu Qiaoshan beamed, clinking his cup with Chen Fugui's. Daddy, try the crispy rice. It's delightful. At that moment, Xiaoxinshin dashed in, holding a small basin of freshly made crispy rice. The disadvantage of cooking over a large fire in the countryside is that the bottom of the pot inevitably has some crispy bits. Yet, for children, this layer of crispy rice is a rare treat. Chen Fugui broke off a small piece, savoring its rich rice flavor, far superior to the seasoned varieties of later generations. After relishing it, he lifted his cup and downed the contents in one go. A bite of crispy rice and a sip of old liquor surpasses all the delicacies of the world, Chen Fugui mused. A bite of crispy rice and a piece of rib, delicious, echoed Xiaoxinshin, mimicking his actions. Ha ha ha, if Xinshin loves meat, she should eat more. Yeah. If you wish to drink, join in as well. If you're not in a hurry, you can take a nap in the East Room this afternoon, have dinner, and then head home, Lu Qiaoshan suggested with a smile. Then I shall have a bit. It's truly been ages since I enjoyed the old distillation. I dislike the bitter taste of matai, Lu Mingwei chimed in, pouring herself a cup. Chen Fugui chuckled, realizing that even when at home, she rarely drank, which explained her reluctance. It seems the liquor simply did not appeal to her. After a cup of distillation, Lu Mingwei felt quite pleased. Do not be deceived by the fact that within Chen Fugui's household, she is the mother. Even when she returns to her parental home, she remains a child. The atmosphere today is unlike anything experienced over the years. For her, it is an unparalleled bliss. The elderly couple, Lu Qiaoshan and his wife, are equally delighted. For a daughter's genuine happiness is unmistakable, and she is truly thriving now. The only one feeling somewhat discontented is little Xinxin. What is going on here? Grandma serves ribs to Dad, and Dad serves ribs to Mom, yet our bowls remain empty. Why is no one attending to us? Oh well, I suppose I shall serve myself. When it comes to taking care of one's own needs, one must learn to do it independently. Chapter 79. Xinxin's many uncles. The wine served was exquisite, a well-aged liquor from a meticulously stored distillery. The meat was of superior quality, prepared with spring water from our space, resulting in a meticulously crafted sweet and sour rib dish. The atmosphere was congenial, making the meal an enjoyable experience. Comrade Lu Qiaoshan, however, indulged too liberally and soon found himself sprawled on the Kong, sound asleep. As for the dinner being held here, that was utterly out of the question. With more drinking to follow, who would attend to the students arriving later in the evening? Alas, you all are too hasty. Next time you visit, stay a bit longer. I'll prepare some stewed beans and make flatbreads for you, Li Sujie remarked with reluctance as she saw them off. Mother, once I finish my busy days, I'll buy Yaya a lady's bicycle in the county, making it easier for her to come over, Chen Fugui said with a smile. You should also have a word with her. She is always so reluctant. She mentioned wanting one ages ago, yet insisted I carry her all the way to the west. Li Sujie replied with a chuckle. She noticed their daughter's small hand pinching her son-in-law and chose to ignore it, thinking that a little pinch was good for health. Oh, Sujie, it seems your daughter has returned to her family home, a voice called out from a distance. It was Zhang Moncong's wife approaching. The old sister is here. They came to visit today, having spent quite a bit, Li Sujie responded. Chen Fugui chuckled, finding his mother-in-law quite amusing. Daughter, you must not marry too far away. It's not easy for you to return, Zhang Moncong's wife remarked nonchalantly. Our Guodong has made quite a name for himself. Now driving a large tractor at the agricultural machinery station. Mingwei, when it's time to plow the fields, let him know to do a good job, she added. Thank you, Auntie, but that's the captain's responsibility. It's south not my place to worry about it, Lu Mingwei replied. Moreover, I don't concern myself with family matters. I am teaching at the elementary school now. My husband is in charge at home. Chen Fugui puffed out his chest, feeling quite pleased even though he bore the label of Lu Mingwei's husband. Oh, I thought he looked familiar. Your man must be quite capable when it comes to repairing embankments, Zhang Moncong's wife noted. Our Guodong, however, is quite busy now, working at the farm machinery station daily. He can hardly help with the chores at home. We are but a revolutionary brick, moved wherever needed, she continued. Today, the director of the commune's police station, Director Chu, is here to handle a case. You all continue with your tasks. I still need to fetch some liquor. The police officers work hard, she declared, raising her head proudly, her demeanor signaling her perceived superiority over the Lu family. Yet, a hint of confusion lingered in her mind regarding how Lu Mingwei had become a teacher. It seemed an easy job, with a monthly salary and an annual income of 600 yuan. Chen Fugui quickly defended himself, feeling slightly diminished by the conversation. The principle of discretion regarding wealth is well understood. Otherwise, why would one divulge anything to Zhang Moncong's wife? Her husband is indeed quite precious at present. Moreover, she is fully aware that Zhang Moncong's spouse is intentionally lingering here. How could one possibly head towards the liquor store, which is situated in the opposite direction? At this moment, a few individuals approached from a distance, among whom stood Director Chu, accompanied by Zhang Moncong and the captain of the advance brigade, Su Guangcai. Oh, it seems our comrades from the Public Security Bureau are exceedingly busy, to the extent that even a meal eludes them, Zhang Moncong's wife hastily interjected. Chen Fugui waved with a smile. Fugui, what brings you here? Director Chu inquired curiously. I've come with my wife to visit her family. I've been occupied at the paper mill these past few days, hardly a moment to spare, Chen Fugui replied. Are you on a case? He asked. Upon hearing the casual exchange between the two men, Zhang Moncong's wife's expression shifted dramatically. Something seemed amiss. Wasn't it said that Lu Mingwei's husband was inconsequential? How could he possibly know Director Chu? I came to take a look, and I must also head to your brigade this afternoon. There's a robbery suspect on the run that requires the cooperation of the local populace, Director Chu stated. Huh, perfect timing. Let my daughter hitch a ride with you to our brigade. This little one has been dreaming of your big truck for ages, Chen Fugui eagerly remarked. That works then. We shall proceed to your brigade first. How did your report to the secretary and the president go? I noticed Old who was quite pleased, Director Chu inquired. Upon hearing this, Not only Zhang Monsong's wife, but even Zhang Monsong and Captain Su Guangcai exchanged glances with Chen Fugui. To be someone who reports to the secretary and the town mayor is no small feat this time. Lu Mingyue raised her head proudly, casting a triumphant glance at Zhang Monsong's wife, who appeared dumbfounded. Perhaps the effects of the drink were inflating her confidence, for she was not typically so ostentatious. The report went splendidly. Secretary Liu and President Wu have both agreed to visit us for an inspection when time permits. Is this escapee a serious case? Chen Fugui inquired. Director Chu's expression grew grave as he nodded. Indeed, it is serious. Lives have been lost. We predict his ultimate direction of escape will lead towards Hulu Mountain. If he hides in the old forest, finding him will be quite challenging. Director Chu, rest assured. Our Hulu Brigade will certainly cooperate wholeheartedly with the efforts of the police station, Chen Fugui affirmed. Let us see how his luck fares. If fortune is not on his side, he may encounter me. In that case, there is nothing more to say but that I would be delivering accolades to my comrades. Chu Yuejin remarked, somewhat at a loss for words, as Chen Fugui was indeed speaking the truth. Even for a single escapee, or several more, they would not be enough to pose a challenge for Chen Fugui. All right, Xin, you take Xiaobai with you and ride back with Director Chu. After returning home, let us all go to find Grandpa Shusheng, Chen Fugui instructed. Okay, Director Chu, let Daddy cook meat for you. Uncle Hu and Uncle Su both love my daddy's cooking. Uncle Ma and Uncle Yang also enjoy it, while Uncle Lu and Uncle Wu have yet to taste it. The little fellow spoke in a crisp voice. This remark, when heard by others, might evoke a sense of confusion. However, Chu Huijin was well acquainted with the dynamics of the Guangming commune. Uncle Hu is undoubtedly Hu Guangchuan, while Uncle Su is likely the director of the substation, Su Weigua, who maintained a close rapport with Hu Guangchuan. As for Uncle Ma, he should be Ma Guochang, the director of the paper mill. The identity of Uncle Yang remains uncertain for the moment. Furthermore, the likes of Uncle Lu and Uncle Wu closely resemble today's Secretary Lu and Director Wu, as reported by Chen Fugui. Xin seems to have quite a few uncles, all of whom are rather distinguished, and she has, in a sense, become one of their own. Chapter 080. This son-in-law is truly remarkable, Director Chu. There's no better day than today, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. We finished our promotional activities today, and I've brought these two brothers to my home for a meal. Moreover, I have some matters of business to discuss with you. It has been quite a while since we last communicated. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Zhang Monsong's wife. Under normal circumstances, he would have had neither the inclination nor the interest to engage with women. However, today was different. He had to support his mother-in-law and wife. After his conversation with Chu Huijin today, Zhang Monsong could hardly allow himself to let his father-in-law engage in trivial affairs. Not with the audacity to do so. Chu Huijin smiled wryly at him. Your previous actions were rather heavy-handed. The main perpetrator, Tong Chambao, is currently in custody, and 3 of his accomplices are still in the hospital. By the way, Tong Changhu hasn't come to trouble you, has he? His matter was relatively minor, and he was released long ago. If he seeks you out, just keep him in check. Honestly, I have little interest in their affairs. As long as there's a resolution, that suffices. I've been frequenting the paper mill lately, earning a decent sum of 100 to 180 a day. I'm reluctant to let that slip away. He added, moreover, the supply and marketing cooperative at the paper mill offers a wider array of goods. And I've developed a good rapport with Lao Qian. He often helps me procure some fine items. Just a few days ago, he even got Xin several bags of high-grade flour. Good heavens, I've only heard rumors that you've become quite the figure at the paper mill, earning so much. Chu Huijin exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, it's merely a matter of putting in the effort. The more work I do, the more I earn, Chen Fugui responded cheerfully. His words, delivered with a light-hearted air, had the effect of detonating shockwaves in the ears of those present. In this era, earning 100 to 180 a day seemed almost inconceivable. Yet, with Chu Huijin's nod of approval, it signified a genuine possibility. El Mingwei cast an admiring glance at Chen Fugui. Without him needing to make a move, her petite hand instinctively wrapped around his arm, her expression radiating sweetness. She understood that this display was his way of asserting himself. Otherwise, why would he invite Director Chu over for dinner? Zhang Monsong's wife had already pointed this out. The astute girl had accurately grasped Chen Fugui's intention. As for Li Sujie, her mood was equally delightful. Initially, she harbored some skepticism regarding her son-in-law's ability to earn and treat her daughter well. However, now she felt reassured that her son-in-law was indeed thriving. Therefore, she chose to overlook her daughter's somewhat inappropriate display of affection After all, it was their affair, and there was no need for her to meddle. Zhang Montsong's wife wore a rather uncomfortable expression. She still struggled to comprehend how the son-in-law from the Lukiation family had suddenly transformed into such a capable individual. The way he conversed with Director Chu suggested a level of familiarity beyond mere acquaintanceship. Where could one find a son-in-law who could earn 100 to 180 a day? Daddy, Xin wants to ride with Uncle Chu. At that moment, the little one called out, "What is happening? Aren't we going home?" For quite some time, everyone has been waiting eagerly at the side. Yet no one has mentioned this matter. Haha, Xin, why don't you join Grandpa Chu for a ride? However, you must keep a close watch on that little rascal to prevent it from nibbling on Grandpa Chu's ear, Chu Yuejin said with a cheerful demeanor. He now finds Xin to be an adorable and spirited child, though he harbors a certain wariness towards Xiaobai. Observing the equally charming yet still small creature, he acknowledges its formidable strength. Daddy, hurry home with Mommy. The little one waved its hand before scampering towards the sidecar motorcycle. As the sole motor vehicle in the bright commune, how could the child not be fascinated? Chu, it's settled then. You go attend to matters in our brigade while Ye and I leisurely ride home, Chen Fugui declared. Chu Yuejin nodded in agreement. Not wishing to delay Chen Fugui any further. It was merely a meal, after all, not a matter of great consequence. Moreover, the current Chen Fugui was not the ordinary Chen Fugui anymore. There was no need to worry about him causing trouble in the bright commune, for he had now become a person of note. After bidding farewell to his mother-in-law, Chen Fugui joyfully made his way home with his wife. Sister-in-law, you all carry on with your tasks. Today, Fugui came over, and our old man, in his excitement, may have had a bit too much to drink. Li Sujia casually remarked. Zhang Montsong's wife opened her mouth, unsure how to respond to that comment. What were you just talking about? Zhang Montsong inquired anxiously, sensing an undercurrent of tension. Oh, nothing much. I was merely reflecting on how their family initially opposed Guodong and Mingwei's marriage. And now look at how capable Guodong has become. Zhang Montsong's wife murmured. Ah, this matter is troublesome, Zhang Montsong frowned. I saw Lu Traoshan before noon and casually mentioned the need to repair the riverbank, urging him to gather some soil. Why are you so reckless? Didn't you hear that Lu Traoshan's son-in-law beat up both Tong Changao and Tong Changhu? Zhang Montsong's wife chided him, tapping his arm. Was it that your incessant talk? You said the Lu family's son-in-law was nothing but a good-for-nothing. Zhang Montsong shot her a glare. Come home with me. Don't embarrass us out here. Later, buy a pound of candy and a pound of liquor to take to the Lu family. Every day? You never let me have a moment's peace. As Li Sujia walked toward the courtyard, she faintly overheard their conversation, which lifted her spirits even more. It wasn't merely about bringing gifts. Even if she did, she wouldn't accept anything in return. What brought her joy was having such an excellent son-in-law. If the old man were sober enough to see, it would surely delight him further. Oh, old man, why are you sitting up? Aren't you drunk? Li Sujia asked in surprise as she stepped into the room. Ridiculous. How could I be drunk from just a little wine? What were you talking about outside? Why are you so cheerful? Lu Chaoshan asked curiously. Oh, dear old man, you have no idea. Our son-in-law is truly remarkable, quite capable indeed. Li Sujia replied with a smile. He then recounted his observations from this afternoon to Lu Chushan, interspersing some of his own imaginative interpretations without affecting Lu's understanding of the matter. This son-in-law is indeed remarkable. His character is reflected in his drinking habits. He intends to use the pretense of inebriation to discreetly observe Chen Fugui, assessing whether he has genuinely changed his disposition. From his observations, it seems he has indeed transformed, as he is now attentively caring for Ye and Xin during meals. Having just heard from his wife about the son-in-law's impressive demeanor, his heart swelled with excitement. My dear wife, it appears our son-in-law is truly extraordinary. This evening, prepare me a braised pork knuckle, for I wish to indulge a bit. Lu Chaoshan sighed in contemplation. You only think of drinking, Li Sujia retorted mildly. Ah, and there is still so much meat and ribs. What shall we do with it all? Perhaps I shall take a pork knuckle to his second uncle's house, as it has been a while since we had meat. Very well, you decide. Lu Chaoshan replied with a smile, genuinely elated. Chapter 081. The spirited Uncle Shui, Chen Fugui felt a buoyant lift in his spirits, acutely aware of the markedly different demeanor that Lu Mingwei had shown him today. Such treatment was previously beyond his wildest dreams. He knew he must continue to strive diligently. And he had to ensure the house was completed as well. At present, Xin had become somewhat clingy, her mobility limited. Before returning home, he made a stop at the supply cooperative to purchase some meat. In this era, serving guests with meat was considered the pinnacle of hospitality, and acquiring it was no trivial matter. Throughout the entire Guangming commune, no household could boast of consuming meat daily as the Chen family did. Upon their return home, they found Chu Weijin playing in the yard with Uncle Shui and Xin Xin. My goodness, that must have cost quite a bit. Uncle Shui remarked with a grin upon seeing the meat and ribs that Chen Fugui had brought back. Is Director Chu a distinguished guest? Have all matters concerning work been addressed? Chen Fugui inquired. Yes, everything has been settled, Chu Weijin nodded. However, I must remind you, should you encounter any suspicious individuals, do not hesitate to contact us immediately. Do not confront them alone. We suspect they may have accomplices, and they are truly dangerous. Although Tong Changdao had a reputation as a rogue, he was merely that, a rogue. This particular suspect was genuinely capable of murder, employing brutal methods. Director Chu. We will also organize the militia at that time, Uncle Shui said. We were not afraid of the Japanese invaders back in the day. Why should we fear a mere novice? He added, despite many young men from our brigade working elsewhere, we old bones have not become irrelevant. Uncle Shui. We must still be vigilant regarding safety, Chen Fugui chuckled. By the way, I visited my father-in-law today. He mentioned the need to repair the riverbank. Have we received any assignments for our area? I should make arrangements at the paper mill. No need for that. You all focus on earning money outside. We will handle matters at home, Uncle Shui asserted, waving his hand with an air of confidence. Once the brigade is prosperous, even living by the riverbank will not impede our meals. Such tasks are trivial. They mean nothing. Just remain out there and earn honestly. Chen Fugui gave a thumbs up. Recognizing the breadth of Uncle Shui's vision, which far surpassed that of Zhang Montong, the squad leader of the Tianjin Brigade. I was wondering, you mentioned quite a bit earlier. What happened? Did you have a disagreement with Zhang Montong? Chu Weijin asked with curiosity. It's nothing much, just the usual bullying, Chen Fugui replied. My brother-in-law went to join the army, and Ye married into our Hulu Brigade, so Zhang Montong assigned the task of excavating the riverbank to my father-in-law. That Zhang Montong is quite despicable. Lu Mingwei chimed in. Back when I hadn't yet married into the family, he often bullied people. Anyone who didn't cater to him would find their work points deducted, as he would intentionally assign them the most arduous tasks. However, he never dared to come to our home. It was only in the past 2 years, with Mingyuan away, that he has become emboldened. Unlike Uncle Shui, who manages things so well. In the Tianjin Brigade, the Zhang family is quite influential. In the past, Zhang Montong was indeed rather despicable, and it is surprising that he remains so. Uncle Shu Shunsheng remarked. The act of bullying has persisted throughout history. Although it appears to be a collective work model within the production team, everyone toils together and earns work points collectively. Should one's intentions veer astray, numerous tactics can be employed to oppress others. For instance, during the allocation of tasks, lighter, more desirable jobs, or those yielding higher work points, are often assigned to individuals with whom one has a favorable relationship. Furthermore, as Lu Mingwei just mentioned, there are those who habitually seek to provoke you while you work, subsequently deducting your work points. What are work points? They are the lifeblood of the members, the currency for staple food and rations. After laboring diligently for a year, one may still find oneself in debt to the production team. I thought it was something significant. Anyway, since they are currently apprehending fugitives, I can take some time to visit. It's merely a trivial matter, Chu Weijin said with a smile. He was quite perceptive, understanding the intricacies of the situation, allowing him to lend a hand effortlessly. Moreover, after discerning Zhang Montong's true nature, he found himself somewhat weary of such individuals. All right then, thank you, Brother Chu. You all carry on. I must prepare tonight's dinner, Chen Fugui stated. Shall we have mitai or wuliangye? Let us warm it up in advance. Goodness, the standards at your home are indeed lofty. There's no need for such expensive liquor. A simple brew will suffice, Chu Weijin replied. That simply will not do. When at my home, you must adhere to my wishes. Right, Xian? Chen Fugui then addressed the little one who was still engrossed in examining the cart. Yes, meat. The child chirped, and after uttering this, resumed circling around the cart, imagining the delightful sound of it zooming home. With the formalities concluded, Chen Fugui busied himself in the kitchen. In this era, culinary skills are not particularly scrutinized. With meat at hand, regardless of the method of preparation, it is bound to be fragrant. Even if one merely boils it and dips it in soy sauce, it transforms into a gourmet dish. To ensure everyone enjoys a hearty meal, Chen Fugui opted for a stew today. Meat and vegetables simmered together in broth, accompanied by a little wine, epitomizes true satisfaction. Once the dish was ready, he served it in a large basin at the table. After everyone was seated, Chen Fugui presented the pork head marinated in soy sauce from the previous day, a truly remarkable offering, all meat indeed. Chu Jin remarked in admiration. Even though today is your first time dining at my home, please do not hold back, Chen Fugui urged, pouring wine for everyone. Xiao Wang, you're driving the cart, so I won't pour for you. After drinking, one's reflexes tend to slow down. Your sole task today is to relish the meat. There is no such thing as drunk driving at this moment. I certainly do not wish to hear news of an accident tomorrow when this should be a joyous occasion. Although Xiao Wang felt a tinge of regret, he did not let it bother him. The sheer abundance of meat today was overwhelming. The basin barely showcased any vegetables, being filled predominantly with meat. As for little Xin, she seemed indifferent to the meat in the basin, instead favoring the salted pork soaked in soy sauce. The richly colored pig head meat was swiftly popped into the mouth, and the flavor was utterly delightful. What kind of meat is this? Why is it so aromatic? Inquired Chu Jin, who had just savored a piece. Ah, it is simply pig head meat, marinated in soy sauce, with an assortment of other spices added. Chen Fugui replied with a smile. There's still a piece left. I'll take it home for the children. Goodness, only your family would indulge in soy sauce marination. But it truly is delectable, Waterborne uncle remarked. I've tasted cured meats before, but I've never encountered one soaked solely in pure soy sauce. It's quite a luxury. Now that I have tried it, the flavor is exquisite. Moreover, this meat can be stored for a while. Just a slice a day is enough to whet the appetite. Chapter 082. When in trouble, seek fortune daddy. When can we ride the little train again? Early the next morning, on the way to work, the little one eagerly inquired. Well, we'll have to wait for Mr. Chu to come to our Hulu brigade before we can ride again, Chen Fugui replied. Riding the little train is so much fun, even better than the small steam train, the child exclaimed cheerfully. In the future, when daddy has money, I will buy a little train too, Chen Fugui teased. No, don't buy the little train, the child firmly opposed, much to Chen Fugui's surprise. Why not? He curiously asked. I want to buy meat to eat, soaked in soy sauce. It's delicious, the child responded with innocence. You little glutton. You're even greedier than Xiao Bai, Chen Fugui chuckled. Xiao Bai, who was sitting in the makeshift cart in front, glanced back at Chen Fugui with an expression of helplessness. What does that have to do with us? We can only have a little meat at most. Daddy, when can we stew rabbit again? The child posed yet another question. Craving it, are we? Let us catch one on the mountain tonight, Chen Fugui casually suggested, fully focused on riding his bike, unaware that his little companion, Kursen, who was perched on his shoulder, wore a mischievous smile. The child certainly had her own motives, and it was clear that her interest in rabbit meat was not the only reason. Upon arriving at the paper mill as a well-known figure there, Chen Fugui merely had to wave as he passed the factory gate. Such was the custom of the times. Without proper connections, who would dare ride a bike into the factory? At the very least, one had to dismount and touch the ground before getting back on. Fugui, I'm buying fish today. I'll treat you all to a meal, Yang Jie called out from outside. Absolutely, I'll get to work now, Chen Fugui replied nonchalantly. This was also Yang Jie's way of maintaining relationships. He didn't join them for meals every day, but he often brought meat and vegetables every now and then. After all, these expenses could be reimbursed, and it was a nice way to build goodwill while enjoying a meal. Currently, Chen Fugui was their hope, and they all looked forward to him putting in the effort during the remaining half of the year to secure first place. As he pondered, he noticed the factory manager, Ma Guochang, stepping out of the office with a troubled expression. Manager Ma, what is the matter? Yang Jie approached him. This afternoon. Some leaders are coming for an inspection, and I'm trying to figure out how to arrange the meals, Ma Guochang sighed. What is so hard about it? When in trouble, seek Fugui. Yang Jie laughed. Fugui cooks really well. You've tasted it yourself, right? The flavors are truly delightful. I was planning to bring a big fish over for lunch, Yang Jie added. Can Fugui handle it? This leader loves Sichuan cuisine, Ma Guochang frowned and questioned. I believe he'll do just fine. This kid, aside from being hardworking, loves organizing feasts, Yang Jie assured him. At any rate, it's worth asking. We certainly won't fall short on stews and meat dishes here. Finding a chef skilled in Sichuan cuisine is quite a challenge, one might inquire with him. Indeed, this fellow possesses considerable culinary talent, Ma Guochang remarked before heading towards the material yard. Yang Jie pondered for a moment and followed suit. It is imperative to maintain a good rapport with the paper mill, as Ma Guochang is the true authority there. Fugui, come over here. Ma Guochang called out upon arriving at the material yard, where he spotted Chen Fugui unloading a truck. Others watching felt a twinge of envy, after all. Why was it that Chen Fugui could excel in such labor? Director Ma, what is the matter? Is there urgent work to be done? How many tons? Chen Fugui inquired as he jumped off the vehicle. Well, this afternoon some leaders are coming for an inspection, so please arrange a banquet, Ma Guochang explained. Director Ma, don't jest. Everyone knows that the best chefs in our county can only be found at our guest house. I can't manage that, Chen Fugui quickly replied. In the past, at the logging camp's cafeteria, it wasn't he who sought trouble, but rather others who provoked him. However, at the paper mill, despite being valued for his hard work, he needed to remain discreet. Presently, there are hardly any restaurants in the vicinity. Skilled chefs are often hidden away in various ghost houses, particularly in state-owned enterprises. If he were to step in, it would seem like encroaching on someone else's livelihood. Look at me, too hasty. We need Sichuan cuisine. Can Fugui manage that? Ma Guochang added. Isn't our guest house's head chef capable of making Sichuan dishes? Chen Fugui asked curiously. A few years ago, there was one. But he has since been reassigned, Ma Guochang replied. Just help your brother with this. Any delays in work are no concern, and I will compensate you as usual. As long as you can prepare this meal adequately, that's all that matters. Chen Fugui nodded, saying that under those circumstances, he could indeed arrange a banquet. No need to mention compensation. I must assist Brother Ma with this. However, the spices for Sichuan cuisine are rather specific. The usual seasonings we use 1 tea suffice. I'll handle this. If necessary, I'll send the driver to procure supplies from the county supply cooperative, Ma Guochang said, visibly pleased. All right, then I'll arrange it. I'll think about what dishes to prepare and write down the necessary items. I could also bring some home for Chen Fugui added with a smile. Fugui, can you really arrange a banquet? Will it be successful? Ma Guochang pressed. That depends on how many guests you plan to entertain. A meal for 3 or 5 is one approach, while 10 or 8 requires another, Chen Fugui replied. 6 people, no more than 8 at most. Ma Guochang quickly stated. Fine, leave it to me. What time in the afternoon? Chen Fugui asked. 3 o'clock, Ma Guochang responded. Then it's absolutely manageable. There is plenty of time, Chen Fugui nodded. I'll compile a list of the spices and ingredients we need, and we can procure accordingly. If the guest house has the necessary spices, it will save us some trouble. If they are unavailable at the county supply cooperative, we can adjust our plans as needed. Certain representative dishes, complemented by our stews, pose no issue whatsoever. Indeed, as you say, it shall be. I am grateful for your assistance in ensuring this matter is resolved. Ma Guochang appears thoroughly rejuvenated, a stark contrast to how he looked upon arrival. He received this notification on short notice, and the prospect of this meal has truly troubled him. As expected, when faced with difficulties, one should seek the aid of the affluent, and this has proven true. Chen Fugui is also in high spirits. After all, even if it means losing half a day's work, it matters little, for he can seize this opportunity to gather more seasonings for his household. Were he to venture to the county to purchase them himself, it would consume an entire day, and travel would be quite inconvenient. Chapter 083. The talented chefs reside in the guest house. Sichuan cuisine holds a significant place in the culinary world. Renowned for its diverse flavors and often dubbed as the embodiment of 100 dishes with 100 tastes. Although Chen Fugui is not a professional Sichuan chef, he has invested considerable effort in mastering Sichuan, Cantonese, and northeastern stews as an ardent food enthusiast. The essence of Sichuan cuisine lies in its trio of essential spices: chili peppers, numbing peppercorns, and Sichuan pepper. The most famous flavor profiles include fish fragrant, spicy, chili oil, dried tangerine peel, peppery, and hot sour, among others. There is no need to concern oneself with the rank of the officials that Ma Guochang intends to entertain. A spread featuring mouth-watering dishes such as mouth-watering chicken, spicy tripe, fish-fragrant shredded pork, mapo tofu, diced chicken in chili oil, boiled pork slices, twice-cooked pork, dompa pork, and hot and sour soup will suffice. To complete the meal, 2 staple dishes, dan dan noodles and rice, would be perfect. With just a day to prepare all the ingredients and seasonings, Ma Guochang's goodwill would undoubtedly be secured. Upon visiting the kitchen of the guest house at the paper mill, Chen Fugui was pleasantly surprised to find that, as the most formidable enterprise in the county, the kitchen was well equipped, even boasting a refrigerator. The array of spices and ingredients was quite abundant. Chen Fugui noted down the missing seasonings and added cumin and beef tallow to the list. Fugui, is that really necessary? We already have lard and vegetable oil, Ma Guochang remarked. Cumin can be purchased in larger quantities for our future culinary endeavors. Beef tallow is also crucial for preparing the base ingredients, Chen Fugui replied. All right, Xiaohe, follow Fugui's list for procurement. And be sure to get plenty of cumin and the other dishes we lack here. Ma Guchang gestured dismissively. The driver, Xiaohe, quickly took the list and dashed off to shop. Master Chef, I apologize for intruding today, Chen Fugui said, turning to the head chef in the kitchen. Master Chef Lu Shoujuan smiled and waved his hand. I specialize in Shandong cuisine. I must admit, I am not entirely adept at Sichuan dishes. Oh, Director Ma is indeed fortunate, Chen Fugui remarked, giving a thumbs up. Shandong cuisine is characterized by its emphasis on salty and fresh flavors, enhancing taste with salt and rich broths. It pays particular attention to cooking techniques, employing stir-frying, braising, and steaming to create distinct layers of flavor. The art of cooking is akin to extracting treasure from fire. Too little results in undercooked dishes, while too much leads to overcooked ones. Timing is of the essence. Without exquisite skills, one cannot claim to be proficient. Lu Shoujuan looked at Chen Fugui in surprise, also raising his thumb in approval. The young man truly understood the essence of Shandong cuisine. What began as polite conversation now felt much more familiar. Chen Fugui's insights into the characteristics of Shandong dishes indicated that he was not merely experimenting without purpose. He also offered a compliment, reflecting good manners. Old Lu, did my little brother hit the nail on the head? Ma Guchang inquired curiously. Absolutely, absolutely. I reckon his skills in Shandong cuisine are also commendable. Lu Shoujuan replied with a smile. I've encountered many who boast, but it is rare to find someone as composed as this young man. Director Ma, how about I lend a hand to my young brother this noon and whip up a few dishes together? Ha ha ha, I would be more than delighted. Fugui, what say you? Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Ma Guchang inquired with a smile. He indeed harbored such intentions, but was also curious about Chen Fugui's culinary skills. One cannot wait for the leaders to arrive and then discover shortcomings. Chen Fugui nodded with a smile, modestly stating that he could only consider it an opportunity to learn. Can we procure some bananas? I would like my daughter to taste a caramelized banana. Let us also find some chicken gizzards and prepare a stir-fried dish with pig's stomach for a delightful crispy duo. Excellent, Hong Bing. Off you go to procure the ingredients. Today, we also have some shrimp delivered, and I shall prepare a braised shrimp dish. Additionally, let's get some large intestines and create a 9-flavor intestine dish. Lu Shoujuan also became enthusiastic. Just a moment ago, Chen Fugui had mentioned that the essence of Shandong cuisine lies in its timing. The techniques of stir-frying, braising, and caramelizing are paramount. Starting off with caramelized bananas and crispy duo is indeed a classic of Shandong cuisine, which tests one's timing. With Ma Guchang present, Chen Fugui cannot afford to speak frivolously. Cooking is an art that cannot be taken lightly. If you disregard it, the dish will retaliate, and the flavors will be compromised. Chen Fugui felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the finest chefs are often found in ghost houses. Braised shrimp may seem simple, but it is not merely about tossing it in oil until cooked. The final product must have a crispy shell, tender meat, and a sweet, fragrant flavor. When people think of large intestines, they often envision something excessively greasy. However, the 9-flavor intestine defies expectations. It is tangy, sweet, fragrant, spicy, and savory, with a vibrant red color and a tender texture, utterly delightful. Today promises a feast, crafted by a genuine Shandong culinary master. The flavors will undoubtedly surpass ordinary fare. Of course, a subtle competition is underway. As we proceed with the cooking, one must indeed give their utmost. Nevertheless, this is merely a friendly exchange, devoid of any ulterior motives. Lu Shoujuan, too, had not felt such enthusiasm in ages, his hands itching to create. Being a chef is not only his means of livelihood, but also his personal passion. There is no need to dwell on the past. Although the guest house at the paper mill is respected, it still lacks a certain essence. His greatest wish is to host diners in a proper restaurant, which is the simplest yet most noble aspiration of a chef. Daddy, will there still be meat? Piped up the little Shinshin nearby. Oh, my little glutton. The dishes you will be enjoying at noon are far more precious than meat. Chen Fugui playfully tapped her on the nose. Just make sure not to eat any sweets. Wait for the 9-flavor intestine and braised shrimp. We wouldn't have such shrimp without the good fortune bestowed by Uncle Ma. Fugui, your words are rather modest, Ma Guchang chuckled. I relish Master Lu's dishes, and I fancy yours as well. Especially that braised cabbage. How does it remain so succulent and satisfying? Without an abundance of meat, one must indeed be creative elsewhere, Chen Fugui replied. All right. I still need to prepare the dompa pork. The process of making dompa pork is rather intricate and requires some advanced preparation. By the way, I noticed there are some scrap metal pieces in your repair workshop. Could you spare me a few? Just take them for yourself, Ma Guchang casually replied. Although these scraps could fetch a small sum, it is negligible compared to the daily earnings of several dozen or even hundreds of yuan that Chen Fugui makes. Moreover, considering the significant assistance this would provide him today, it is truly not a concern. Chapter 084. Inexhaustible Delicacies. Dompa pork knuckle, indeed a renowned dish. This culinary delight has inspired countless variations over time. However, this time, Chen Fugui intends to adhere to the most traditional method, sparing no effort. What does the traditional approach entail? It involves placing the meticulously prepared knuckle into a small jar, allowing it to simmer slowly with the residual heat from the ashes of plant ash. Moreover, the jar must be securely sealed, resulting in a dompa pork knuckle with a slightly charred exterior that remains moist rather than dry, while the meat becomes tender and richly flavored. In preparing the knuckle, little Xinshin excels, finding it far easier than dealing with the bristles on a pig's head, which requires her to assist her father. Observing the little one eagerly lending a hand, Lu Shoujuan is quite astonished. Her nimble actions suggest she is not merely causing chaos. When it comes to cooking at home, she delights in helping. If not allowed, she becomes anxious. Chen Fugui chuckles and says, Xinshin is a good child. Good children assist their fathers. I see you are craving meat, Chen Fugui teases, revealing the truth. The little one, unfazed, joyfully shakes her head. What's wrong with craving meat? I simply love to eat. Her demeanor brings amusement to Lu Shoujuan. He had heard tales of this father-daughter duo wandering around the factory. Yet he did not expect the little girl to possess such charm. After a while, Li Hongbing returns from shopping. A resourceful individual who not only brings back bananas but also a few snacks for Xinshin. Can we start preparing now? I was in such a rush that I didn't have breakfast, Ma Guchang admits somewhat sheepishly. Haha, since Director Ma has spoken, shall we commence? Lu Shoujuan responds with a smile. All right, I will have everything ready shortly, Chen Fugui assures. Bananas are indeed a rare treat, procured through special connections. Even the supply and marketing cooperative of the paper factory lacks them. Curiosity piqued, Xinshin inquires, what is this yellow thing? Chen Fugui, lacking any pretense, promptly breaks off a banana, helping Xinshin peel it, before taking a bite himself. Upon tasting, Xinshin's eyes sparkle, with the fruit in her mouth. Her little hands are busy breaking off 2 more pieces, diligently stowing them away in her tiny pocket. Xinshin, do you love eating so much? Ma Guchang jests, engaging the little one. I'll give some to Mama. She hasn't tried it, she replies cheerfully. Ma Guchang is momentarily taken aback, surprised by her thoughtfulness. Fugui, let us take the remaining bananas home, he suggests. Very well, I shall not be polite then. Let us begin, Chen Fugui responds with a smile. Lu Shoujuan approaches, keenly observing Chen Fugui's knife skills. The art of knife work is a crucial aspect of culinary expertise, a responsibility of the kitchen's cutting personnel. Chen Fugui's knife skills, enhanced by the transformation from spatial water, surpass those of his previous life. Under his deft strokes, the chicken gizzards and pig intestines appear visually appealing, with sizes remarkably consistent. This singular aspect caused Lu Shoujuan to nod in agreement. Indeed, the presence of this liquefied gas canister rendered the culinary process considerably more manageable. Casting a glance at the adjacent gas canister, Chen Fugui offered a compliment, acknowledging its rapid heating capabilities. Lu Shoujuan nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Fugui ignited the stove and pulled over a small iron pan. He casually swayed it in one hand, gauging the weight of the pan. Although it felt somewhat light, it was inconsequential. He could still maneuver it adeptly. Once the pan was heated, he added a ladle of oil, giving it a casual swirl that coated the sides of the pan. As the oil began to emit a faint smoke, he discarded it and replaced it with fresh oil. This technique of slippery pan may appear simple, yet it demands a keen grasp of heat control. He introduced the prepped chicken gizzards and tripe into the pan, the sizzling sound capturing the attention of young Xinshin. Chen Fugui tossed the ingredients casually, then gently shook the pan with his left hand. Lu Shoujuan furrowed his brow. Today, he had encountered a true master. Though Chen Fugui merely shook the pan, the ingredients within tumbled continuously, achieving a similar effect to sought ing. In fact, this method of tumbling allowed for a more uniform heating of the ingredients, resulting in an exquisite dish. However, the crucial point was that Chen Fugui was not even looking at the ingredients. Instead, he was meticulously preparing the sauce with his right hand at the stove's edge. This was no mere demonstration of multitasking. The dish oil explosion double crisp inherently demands precise heat control, yet here was Chen Fugui, shaking the pan while simultaneously gauging the heat and preparing the sauce. Lu Shoujuan, having rotated around stoves for decades, had never witnessed such skill. Chen Fugui felt a twinge of pride, a subtle display of his prowess. After all, a more significant feast awaited, and failing to impress Lu Shoujuan would hinder his prospects. Just as the sauce reached perfection, Chen Fugui raised and pressed down with his left hand. A resounding bang erupted as the flames ignited the oil on the ingredients, creating a burst of fire above the pan. At that precise moment, Chen Fugui's right hand deftly drizzled the prepared sauce over the ingredients, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he enveloped the contents within the pan. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. "Marvelous!" exclaimed Li Hongbing, who was diligently washing pig intestines nearby. Lu Shoujuan shot him a glare. The dish was on the verge of completion, and this was a critical moment for heat management. A mere few seconds of delay could significantly alter the dish's flavor. Chen Fugui, however, remained unfazed. He raised his left hand once more, pressing down as the ingredients soared with flames once again. Meanwhile, his right hand grasped a plate, deftly catching the dish mid-air as he prepared to serve. As he set the plate down on the counter, the last flicker of flame extinguished perfectly. "This fellow performs like a seasoned magician," Ma Guchang remarked in awe. "Give it a taste and see how it fares," Chen Fugui suggested with a smile. Ma Guchang eagerly picked up a piece of chicken gizzard and savored its flavor with gusto. As the esteemed factory director, everyone eagerly awaited his feedback. However, he remained silent, continuously indulging in one dish after another. "Director Ma, you ought to leave some for my daughter and let Master Lu have a taste as well," Chen Fugui remarked with a bemused expression. The food was exquisitely tender, fresh, and delightful, making it impossible to cease eating. "This is truly delectable," Ma Guchang admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Lu Shoujuan also picked up his chopsticks to sample a piece of the tripe. After savoring it meticulously, he gave a thumbs up, impressed that the stir-fried double crisp, typically made with just the tripe's head, could be prepared so splendidly with the belly as well. His praise was sincere. He too could prepare this dish, but never would it possess the same delicate texture as that crafted by Chen Fugui. Chapter 085. Kindred Spirits. Cooking is not a simple endeavor. It requires a certain finesse. A plate of oil-fried crispy delights was swiftly devoured while Chen Fugui was busy cutting bananas into irregular chunks. The exquisite flavor of the dish was attributed not only to his mastery of timing and technique, but also to the enhancement provided by the spring water. This truly versatile water proves beneficial in any culinary endeavor. Little Xinshin indulged in the oil-laden morsels, and had she not been anticipating other dishes, she likely would have filled her little belly completely. After all, her stomach had its limits, and there were still more dishes to enjoy. As Chen Fugui finished cutting the banana pieces, Lu Shoujuan eagerly offered his assistance. He prepared some starch for him and fetched 2 eggs. In Northeast cuisine, nearly everything can be dipped, and the caramelization technique in Shandong cuisine is similarly versatile. Once the oil in the pan reached a moderate temperature, Chen Fugui coated the banana chunks in the egg white and starch mixture before gently placing them into the hot oil. The bubbling oil enveloped the bananas, causing even the little one to salivate in anticipation, despite having just enjoyed the banana. This time, fried bananas promised to be even more delectable. Once the banana pieces were fried to perfection, Chen Fugui removed them to drain excess oil. He left a small amount of oil in the pan and promptly added a spoonful of sugar. Lu Shoujuan observed intently. The skill in caramelization lies in the precise control of heat. If the flame is too high, the sugar turns dark and bitter. If too low, it becomes excessively sticky. Chen Fugui, however, employed a slightly different technique this time. Rather than turning off the heat after the sugar was melted, he shook the pan vigorously to keep the syrup in gentle motion, then sequentially added the fried banana pieces. This method demanded both strength and finesse. As he expertly shook the pan, wielded the spoon, and pulled and pressed to create strands of caramelized banana, which he placed neatly on the plate. With each iteration, the caramelized bananas were arranged with clarity and elegance. Plating is indeed an art. While traditional caramelized bananas may appear as a haphazard mound, Chen Fugui's arrangement was aesthetically pleasing, allowing diners to easily pick up individual pieces without clumping. "Daddy, how do we eat this?" asked little Xinshin, scratching her head while gazing at the plate. "There's cold water over there. Dip a piece in the water for a moment, and then you may enjoy it. Be careful not to burn yourself," Chen Fugui instructed. The little one nodded obediently, grasping a piece with her chopsticks, dipping it in the water, and watching intently. as she lifted the banana chunk. Delicate strands of caramel stretched tantalizingly. After dipping, the once soft sugar strands hardened into a delightful crunch, looking quite fun. Instead of biting into the banana right away, she savored the sweet, crispy strands first, relishing their delightful taste, before finally opening her mouth wide to take a bite of the banana. The syrupy glaze on the exterior has become translucent and crisp, enveloping the soft and tender egg mixture and banana within. The delightful contrast of a crisp exterior and a soft, chewy interior, combined with the sweetness and the aromas of egg and banana, creates a harmonious blend. Before Xin could finish chewing, she hastily stuffed the remaining pieces of banana into her mouth. Her little mouth chewed vigorously, relishing the exquisite flavor. This time, Lu Shoujun did not rush to taste. Instead, he picked up a piece of banana, rinsed it, and first cut it with a knife. Having spent a lifetime around the stove, I, Lu, am truly in awe of the young brother's skill in candy making. After a careful examination, Lu Shoujun remarked, Master Lu, could you enlighten me? I only know that it's delicious. Ma Guochang replied candidly, you've had my cooking before. How does this compare? Lu Shoujun smiled. Well, this seems crisper and sweeter than before. Is it because the bananas today are particularly good? Ma Guochang pondered and inquired. It's that my skills are not on par with the young brothers, Lu Shoujun retorted. Just look at how thin the sugar coating is. I can't achieve that level. With a thinner coating, each bite is naturally softer and chewier. The young brother truly excels in controlling the heat and scooping technique. And he is so young too. Perhaps I could trouble you for the next 2 dishes as well? Oh no, I only possess a few tricks up my sleeve. I wouldn't dare take on more. Chen Fugui quickly responded. Now that you all think I'm impressive, if I were to cook again, you might say, he is just average. It is better for me to maintain some air of a master and discreetly learn from Master Lu. One must know their limits. Even if he feels confident in preparing the oil-braised prawns and the intricacies of the 9-turn intestines, humility must prevail. His modesty earned him Lu Shoujun's favor. A chef is indeed an artisan, and true craftsmanship reveals itself in skill. Despite Chen Fugui's youth, his abilities are undeniably commendable. Moreover, his humility allows him to preserve his dignity, a rare quality among young people. While oil-braised prawns are renowned, they do not pose the same challenges in heat control as caramelized bananas and crispy fried dishes. The finesse of the 9-turn intestines lies in its intricate preparation. If Chen Fugui can master caramelized bananas and crispy fried dishes so well, he will surely excel in other Shandong dishes with a bit of effort. Mastering the scooping technique and heat control is essential. How could he falter in preparing other dishes? The notion of learning from a master is, in essence, a means of preserving one's own reputation. As for Chen Fugui, he reciprocated by deftly preparing the prawns nearby. There seems to be a mutual admiration between him and Master Lu. This is a true craftsman who, unlike others, is open to sharing his knowledge. He genuinely hopes for more such artisans to ensure the continuation of their craft. A master of his caliber would never resort to using inferior oil for cooking. That would be an affront to his identity as a chef, tarnishing his reputation. The method for crafting 9-turn intestines is indeed complex. Yet the intricacy results in exquisite texture and presentation. Translucent and tender, the layers upon layers unfold a symphony of sweet, sour, spicy, and savory flavors that ultimately burst in a delightful explosion within the mouth. This is the epitome of indulgence without excess, a dish that is both fragrant and delectable. Little Xin, wielding her chopsticks, eagerly savors each bite. One mouthful of the exquisite 9-turned intestines, paired with another of the oil-braised shrimp, leads to the enjoyment of a piece of banana fritter, which, though cooled, remains equally crispy and fragrant. Its charming appearance is truly enchanting. Little Bai, too, is tempted. Xin, so captivated by the delicious fare, forgets to feed him. In a flurry of urgency, he crouches on her lap, clinging to her arm, chirping in anticipation. One must strive for the good things in life. Let us seize every opportunity that comes our way. Chapter 86. The mischievous little wight having indulged in a sumptuous feast at the paper mill's guest house, Chen Fugui found his spirits quite elevated. However, he knew he must seize the opportunity to unload some reeds, as it was a lucrative endeavor. After all, the procurement of ingredients and seasonings would require some time. Initially, Chen Fugui had intended to offer a gentle reminder to Ma Guochang regarding the opulence of the guest house. Yet upon contemplation, he decided against it. This was a hallmark of the era. During this phase, enterprises with commendable profits often boasted high-end goose houses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have harbored the notion that skilled chefs could be found concealed within such establishments. He realized that voicing his thoughts might only displease Ma Guochang. It was prudent to avoid delving into matters of intimacy too soon, despite Ma Guochang's favorable impression of him. It had not reached the same level of camaraderie as with Hu Guangchuan. There remained a significant gap between them. "Fugui, what does Director Ma want with you?" inquired George Gui curiously upon Chen Fugui's return. "Oh, nothing of great importance, just assisting in preparing a meal. In the afternoon, we will be working independently, and I shall lend a hand over there," Chen Fugui replied casually. "I thought it was something more significant. By the way, I heard from others in the service team that the work for repairing the river embankment has already been allocated this year. How did our brigade fare?" George Gui continued. "I asked Uncle Shuaging, and he said it doesn't concern us. We are to focus on earning money outside," Chen Fugui explained. "I'll take a look later. If necessary, I can help out for a couple of days, and that should suffice. It's not a pressing matter. You all should prioritize making money. And we must also allocate time for the autumn harvest," he added. "All right, we shall follow your lead then." George Gui nodded in agreement. He had observed that, despite Chen Fugui's previously troublesome demeanor, he now approached tasks with remarkable organization, foresight surpassing even his own. There was no need for excessive worry. They could simply focus on their work diligently. "Daddy, little white isn't full." At that moment, the small child playing not far away called out. "What can be done? It should have eaten more earlier. It needs to figure things out for itself. It's not that little anymore," Chen Fugui replied nonchalantly. Those working for the Hulu Brigade found this amusing. Little White was but a tiny creature, yet in its mouth, it had become an adult, expected to fend for itself. Xin patted Little White's head, saying, "Little White, you are quite the big fellow. You must learn to find your own food." Little White was quite perplexed. "Find my own food? What is the point of hanging out with you all then? Aren't we just trying to secure a long-term meal ticket?" However, there was little recourse. Xin had hidden the bananas so well that it wouldn't let him have any. Thus, he resolved to forage for himself, which would also allow him to stretch his legs. Despite Little White's leisurely strolls around the house or while accompanying Xin and Chen Fugui, when he truly set his mind to it, he moved with astonishing speed. The sun was still shining brightly, and in a flash, Little White darted over to the pile of reeds stacked nearby. He then swiftly began to climb, his speed truly remarkable. On the reed stack, there exists a plethora of delectable morsels, including seeds from the reeds, which attract numerous sparrows searching for sustenance. Upon the arrival of the little white creature, the sparrows were startled, taking flight in a flurry. However, the little one paid them no heed and settled at the top, squinting its eyes. After a moment of contemplation, the sparrows seemed to realize there was no immediate threat and returned to forage. Just as they alighted once more, the little white creature sprang into action, transforming into a swift white blur. By the time it had completed a swift circuit and emerged with a sparrow clutched in its beak, onlookers finally discerned its true form. It was at this moment that the sparrows reacted, taking to the skies again. The little one glanced back at them before descending the reed stack, making its way to Xin's side, where it deposited the sparrow upon her small leg. Such speed and predatory prowess left the members of the Gourd Brigade utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting their tasks. The little white creature, with its fur, was not meant for Xin to consume. The tiny one patted its head and then covered the bananas in its pocket with its small hands, determined to save them for its mother, refusing to indulge itself. Chen Fugui pondered aloud that if the little white one caught more sparrows, he would reward it with bananas that evening. As the little one, eager to charm Xin into sharing her bananas, lifted its head to assess Chen Fugui's sincerity, he assured it, "Rest assured, what I say will come to pass." Encouraged, the little one embarked on an enthusiastic quest to catch sparrows in exchange for bananas. "Goodness, can this little creature truly comprehend our words? It seems almost enchanted," remarked Erjuzi. "It's merely been in the company of Xin for too long," Chen Fugui quipped, uncertain of how to explain the little one's cleverness. Indeed, at home, the little white creature exhibited similar behavior, charming others for tasty treats. This whirlwind of activity showcased the little one's remarkable initiative, as it swiftly captured no fewer than 30 sparrows, forming a small pile beside Xin. Subsequently, it scurried onto the small train car where Chen Fugui was unloading, flopping down beside his feet and panting heavily. The already warm weather combined with its genuine leather coat and the recent vigorous hunting had fatigued it considerably. Chen Fugui, feeling a sense of helplessness, seized the opportunity to discreetly offer it a few sips of spatial spring water. This had become a habit, as it was only during such moments that he could genuinely engage with the little white one. Regardless of whether he patted its forehead, belly, or tiny paws. The only requirement was that it received refreshing water. After feeding the little white creature, Chen Fugui intended to resume his work, only to discover it still sprawled upon the reeds, its little tongue lolling to one side. Amused, he remarked, "Are you pretending to be dead? Could you at least show some sincerity? What else with those eyes?" The little one remained unmoved, lying there nonchalantly. After all, if you cease to provide water, it would simply perish. Faced with such a mischievous and obstinate little creature, Chen Fugui found himself at a loss. He had to continue his work. He certainly couldn't abandon the little one. Xin would surely be displeased. As long as he continued to nourish the little one with the space spring water, he would soon see it with a round belly, thoroughly content. The little creature seemed to express its gratitude with a delicate wave of its tiny paw. With a graceful turn of its body, it descended from the reeds and ambled over to Xin's legs, curling up to sleep. Chapter 087, Little Fugui. You are inviting trouble. This afternoon's meal, in the era of Chen Fugui, would hardly be considered anything remarkable, as many of the ingredients were readily available. Take the water-boiled sliced meat, for instance. One could easily purchase a seasoning packet from the supermarket and follow the instructions to create a reasonably similar dish. However, in this time, one must ponder when the supply and marketing cooperative ever sold such items. Thus, to excel at Sichuan cuisine, one must concoct the base ingredients from scratch. Once perfected, it simplifies the preparation of any dish. In any case, Chen Fugui found himself nostalgically yearning for the flavors of Sichuan hot pot. Seizing this opportunity to prepare a generous supply of base ingredients. Factory manager, Master Chen, these ingredients are truly hard to come by. Especially the beef tallow and several of the spices. I sourced them from the pharmacy, Ma Guochang remarked. Fugui, you can take care of things here. The old leader will be arriving soon. I'll go greet him at the entrance, he continued. Rest assured, I'll manage here. Just send someone over to inform me when it's time to serve the meal, and I'll be ready. Chen Fugui nodded in agreement. Is there anything we can assist you with? Lu Shoujuan inquired. Not much, really, just these few dishes. The dompa pork will take a bit longer, but the rest is relatively straightforward, Chen Fugui casually responded. Indeed, one could not afford to pause. The base ingredients needed to be prepared without delay. The beef tallow was genuine and required rendering in the pot. Once the tallow was properly melted, it was set aside while the dried chilies were briefly soaked in water. Drained, and then he picked up 2 cleavers to chop them. After finally chopping the chilies, he simply processed the remaining spices. Reheating the beef tallow, he added all the prepared spices at once when it reached approximately 80% heat. Instantly, the kitchen was enveloped in an overwhelming aroma of spicy fragrance. Xin, who had initially intended to lend a hand, squinted her eyes, clutching Little Bai, and swiftly darted out of the kitchen. Master Lu, you might want to step back for a moment. The spice is quite overpowering. I'll have it ready in just over half an hour, Chen Fugui called out. Lu Shoujuan nodded, understanding that Chen Fugui was not withholding any secret techniques, but rather dealing with the intense heat and pungency of the spices. It was indeed rather overwhelming. Yet since Chen Fugui had accepted the task, he was committed to executing it well, even if the process appeared somewhat hasty. The quality remained commendable thanks to the pristine spring water as a base. This was a matter of integrity. Once one committed to a task, it was imperative to follow through diligently. With the base ingredients completed and set aside, Chen Fugui felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning home, he could prepare water-boiled sliced meat, water-boiled fish, and even host a hot pot feast. Such a delightful life indeed. He glanced over at the canister nestled amongst the ashes, which contained the pork knuckles. It too required time. Unlike the modern convenience of a pressure cooker, which could hastily prepare a dish to be served at the table, this endeavor seemed endless, and even Xin, who later returned hoping to assist, had lost her enthusiasm. Previously, helping had felt like play, but now, there was little joy to be found in those tasks. At present, Ma Guochang is accompanying his superior, an old leader visiting for inspection. As they tour the production workshop of the paper mill, he feels a twinge of anxiety, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to ask Chen Fugui to prepare a couple of Sichuan dishes for lunch. He chastises himself for only considering Chen Fugui's expertise in Shandong cuisine. It is not to say that Chen Fugui lacks the ability to prepare Sichuan dishes, but rather that proficiency and excellence are 2 entirely different matters. The inspection of the paper mill is undoubtedly flawless, having been managed by him for years without a single instance of criticism. However, the evening meal holds significant importance as well. Young Ma, you have been managing this factory quite commendably, the old leader remarks with a smile. This year's production tasks are quite heavy. and your plant has been assigned a considerable portion of the plan. You must withstand the pressure and fulfill the tasks. At the same time, it is crucial to pay attention to production safety. We are visiting because there have been several accidents in other factories striving to meet their quotas. These are painful lessons you must heed. Rest assured, we will not only focus on production but also on safety, Ma Guocheng quickly assures. Moreover, the local commune has extended tremendous support, dispatching many comrades to assist us in unloading reed grass. As a paper mill capable of producing paper from pure reed pulp, I feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders. The old leader nods. That is excellent. Vigilance must not be relaxed. Old leader, it is getting late. You should have a meal before departing, Ma Guocheng suggests. I cannot stay for dinner. I must hurry to another location, the old leader replies with a smile. Oh, what a waste that would be. Ma Guocheng exclaims hastily. The kitchen is already prepared. Director Gong, you must help me persuade him. Even the busiest leaders should not work on an empty stomach. Gong Guozhong chuckles. Indeed, old leader. Even if you're in a hurry, you must consider the comrades accompanying you. This is a rare opportunity for them to return home. How could we allow them to go hungry while traveling with you? Well, at this rate, I shall soon be labeled a nefarious capitalist, the old leader jests. If that is the case, let us dine before you depart. But let us avoid extravagance. I cannot be at ease without thoroughly inspecting the paper mill. Rest assured, we will ensure the tasks are completed, Ma Guocheng exclaims loudly. Your loud voice has always been quite a nuisance. The old leader shakes his head. Ma Guocheng grins, feeling quite pleased. Yet, a twinge of worry creeps in. He wonders if Chen Fugui's dishes will align with the old leader's palate. Driver Shaoyi hastens to the guest house, eager to arrange the meal. Chen Fugui, already prepared with a white apron tied and a chef's hat donned, begins his culinary endeavors. By the time Ma Guocheng and the others arrive at the private dining room, the mouth-watering chicken with chili sauce and spicy tripe are already served on the table. Little horse, do not expend excessive effort on appeasing the scrutiny of superiors. Rather, it is essential to invest more thought into your work. The former leader furrowed his brow upon observing the two dishes. Old leader, it is not easy for you to come over this time. Your daily work is already so arduous. When was the last time you genuinely enjoyed a meal? Ma Guocheng remarked. Regardless of your criticism, I shall continue to prepare as I must. Even if you were to dismiss me from my position, I am determined to ensure this meal is well prepared. You, the former leader shook his head, his tone reflecting a sense of gratification. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the remaining dishes. Ma Guocheng felt reassured. Indeed, Chen Fugui possessed a certain skill, for the presentation of this dish was quite impressive. However, when the dompa pork was brought forth, his expression shifted dramatically. What is this? He thought to himself. He had enjoyed dompa pork before, but never in such a charred state. Little Fugui, you are courting disaster, he mused, casting a cautious glance at the former leader, who was staring intently at the dish with a blank expression, sending a chill through Ma Guocheng's heart. Chapter 088. Chen Fugui is a good comrade, old leader. I think I should change to a different dish, he suggested tentatively. Wasn't this dish specially arranged for you? The leader inquired softly. No, truly not. I cannot serve you such a burnt dish, Ma Guocheng hurriedly replied. I shall certainly reprimand the kitchen later. Just bring it over. I'll give it a taste. The leader responded noncommittally. The server glanced cautiously at Ma Guocheng, hesitant to proceed. When the dishes were initially served, there had been some deliberation. But Chen Fugui had insisted that they trust the chef's expertise. Steeling himself, Ma Guocheng brought over the charred dompa pork. It was what it was, and he resigned himself to it. The old leader picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of the dompa pork, bringing it to his mouth. Ma Guocheng's heart raced, hoping the burnt flavor would not be overwhelming. To his surprise, after the first bite, the leader took another. What was happening? Others present shared his confusion. The dish was clearly ruined, yet the leader was choosing to sample it again. Was it merely a prelude to a thorough reprimand from Ma Guocheng? Everyone, do try it. The leader remarked before selecting a piece of boiled meat. Ma Guocheng felt as if his heart was in turmoil. However, being the host, he had no choice but to take a piece of the charred dompa pork and bring it to his own mouth. What a revelation! The taste was not at all what he had anticipated. There was a hint of char, yet it was intriguingly distinct, not unpleasant at all. The crispness of the skin had developed a certain chewiness, while the fatty layers were tender and delightful. The lean meat had none of that dry texture one would expect. He thought perhaps there was something amiss with his palate and quickly grabbed another piece, this time savoring it more attentively. The flavor bore a slight departure from the dompa pork he had previously tasted, that touch of chewiness and burnt essence was perfectly balanced, enhancing the dish beyond its conventional counterpart. He found himself bewildered. How could this be? This was the flavor of his childhood, a taste he believed he would never encounter again. Back then, when we were busy with work, if we had a pig's trotter, it would be thrown into a pot without hesitation. By the time we returned from work in the evening, the aroma was simply irresistible, the old leader reminisced. The chef at your guest house is quite remarkable. You must summon him. I do not believe you when you say this was not specially prepared. Do not speak. I will inquire myself. Ah, please summon Fugui, Ma Guchang urged eagerly, his heart brimming with relief. Upon receiving the notice, Chen Fugui did not overthink it. He carried a bowl of hot and sour soup and entered the private room. Young comrade, do you recognize me? The leader asked with a smile. Chen Fugui shook his head in confusion. How could I possibly know a leader like you? I was merely enlisted by Director Ma as a temporary hand. Then how did you come to prepare the dompa pork in this manner? The leader asked, bewildered. Ha ha ha, I initially thought it was something significant. Chen Fugui chuckled. He must have exerted some thought to make such guesses. Our leadership cadre hails from humble beginnings. In the past, dining out was a rare indulgence for them. Consequently, they have adopted traditional practices from the populace. Regardless, if you, dear leader, find the meal to your liking, do shower me with praise. And Director Ma can commend me as well. If not, you may simply choose other dishes. His candid remarks elicited laughter from the leaders. You, young comrade, possess considerable audacity. This dompa pork is quite delightful, and I find it to my taste. Very well, the dishes are now served. The staples are dandan noodles and plain rice. We shall enjoy whatever pleases our palates, Chen Fugui remarked with a smile. No matter how busy work may be, one must not neglect nourishment. Without good health, how can we strive for the welfare of the common people? Everyone yearns for a prosperous life. All right then, today I shall heed your advice and relish this meal. So that our people may lead better lives, the elder leader stated earnestly. Chen Fugui nodded and turned to exit. This left Geng Guizhong somewhat astonished, logically. Wouldn't this be the perfect moment to ingratiate oneself with the elder leader? This young man is quite impressive, adept in his approach. He articulates what needs to be said while remaining silent on matters that should not be addressed. Ah, I did not expect such a young fellow to excel in culinary arts, the elder leader praised once more. Director Ma, you have set a trap. Previously, I had not heard of such a master in your paper mill, Geng Guizhong interjected. Director Geng, in truth, he is not from our factory. He hails from the Hulu Brigade, sent here by the Guangming Commune for work, Ma Guchang replied with a smile. This lad is remarkably capable. He is a veritable strongman. He can unload an entire trainload of reeds in just an hour and a half by himself. Moreover, he is proactive in his ideals, taking care of those from the Hulu Brigade who come to work here. Each day, he dedicates time to prepare meals for them and even purchases meat for everyone to enjoy. Geng Guizhong was taken aback. He had never heard of such a figure from the Hulu Brigade or Guangming Commune. This young man possesses such strength? The elder leader inquired curiously. Indeed, he is genuinely strong. Here, we earn a mere few cents per ton for unloading. He can make 70 to 80 yuan in a single day, Ma Guchang explained. Upon hearing this, those present gasped in astonishment. Despite the presence of county officials, none earn as much in a month as Chen Fugui does in a single day. Even Geng Guizhong, the serious county chief, earns a 13th grade salary, totaling 159 yuan per month. Elder leader, do you think I am making a mistake by offering him such a high wage? I merely calculated that he is working exceedingly hard. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Ma Guchang asked with a hint of trepidation. In his excitement, he had spoken too candidly. This income was indeed somewhat shocking. However, the elder leader merely laughed and shook his head, asserting that rewarding labor is not a fault. If we cannot accomplish even this, would we not stifle the enthusiasm of our comrades? In my opinion, it would be advantageous to have more robust individuals. Only then can the development of our nation ascend to greater heights. By the way, what is his name? He is called Chen Fugui, Ma Guchang replied with a smile, feeling genuinely reassured. With the endorsement of the esteemed leader, there would be no issues. Chen Fugui is indeed a commendable comrade. Not only is he an excellent cook, but he is also exceptionally skilled at his work. The senior leader nodded in acknowledgement. Even without elaborating further, those present would remember the name Chen Fugui. The senior leader seldom praises individuals, yet today he referred to him as a commendable comrade. Chapter 089. The contest for affection between father and daughter on this occasion. Chen Fugui truly did not take the meal to heart. Although he put forth some effort, His primary focus remained on the bananas, the base ingredients. And the cumin he had brought back. He had no desire to enter the ranks of officials, as such a path came with too many constraints. There was no freedom like that of a commoner. Assisting Ma Guchang was merely a means to ensure that in the future, should he require anything, he could easily procure it from the paper mill. Take, for instance, the paper used for his modest tutoring class. Purchasing it externally would incur a considerable expense. Moreover, he had returned with a bag full of items, having completed the grading of the papers. Upon his return, Lu Mingwei emerged from the house. Mom, we have delicious food today. The yellow ones and the white ones, Xin and Xiaobai both love them. The little one exclaimed joyfully. If you like them, save some for later. Don't devour them all at once, Lu Mingwei casually replied, not taking it to heart. Wife, since you rarely have a summer break, you should rest well at home. Help me get this tutoring class organized and focus on your studies, Chen Fugui said with a smile. He had indeed brought back a considerable amount of delightful items. What Xin referred to as bananas, these are large prawns. I have also found some great intestines. What on earth are you buying these for? Aren't these prawns significantly more expensive than river prawns? Lu Mingwei inquired with some concern. It appears Chen Fugui is indulging once more. With all these bananas, large prawns, and other assorted items, it surely cost at least 7 or 8 yuan, she mused. I told you I found a splendid place, Chen Fugui replied gleefully. I have established a good rapport with the kitchen at the paper mill's guest house. I can occasionally go there and bring back some delectable treats. Even though we cook at home, it should still taste like restaurant fare. Go ahead and have a banana, it's quite tasty. There is no need to worry about giving Xin some. She has already eaten 2 today with Xiaobai. I have set aside beef and other dishes for her. But she seems unable to eat more, he added. Daddy, don't blame Xin. There are just too many dishes, the little one earnestly stated, promptly peeling a banana and offering it to Lu Mingwei. Lu Mingwei felt somewhat helpless at the two of them always trying to provide for her. Such fruits were indeed quite precious. How could one live in the countryside and still enjoy bananas? A cucumber or a bite of tomato sufficed as fruit. Taking a gentle bite, she had to admit the taste was genuinely delightful. Watching his wife savor each small bite, Chen Fugui felt a pang of sympathy. There was no need for her to be so cautious. He wondered if this was indeed the first time she had tasted a banana. In truth, he had brought back a variety of other ingredients as well. This was the privilege of a chef. However, most others discreetly took items, adhering to the tradition of freely consuming what was available in the kitchen but refraining from taking anything out. As for him, he had received commendations. As long as he did not empty the kitchen. I just feel like I am always at home, and it seems somewhat empty, Lu Mingwei remarked. What does it matter? You are now an esteemed teacher of the people. Summer vacation is indeed your reward, Chen Fugui remarked with utmost seriousness. Lu Mingwei cast him a sidelong glance, replying, I am merely a private teacher and cannot ascertain how challenging the examination will be. They all claim it to be quite difficult, which is rather worrying. Worry not, dear wife, let us first indulge in some briny prawns. As he spoke, Chen Fugui lifted a freshly boiled prawn, deftly peeling off its shell. Oh dear, I can manage this myself. You should feed it to Xin, Lu Mingwei stated. The little one beside them obediently opened her mouth, anticipating Chen Fugui's offering. However, Chen Fugui, resolute in his intent, brought the prawn meat to Lu Mingwei's lips, insisting that she must partake. With no other option, Lu Mingwei reluctantly parted her red lips and savored the succulent prawn. The large prawn meat was indeed delightful, firmer, and more succulent than the small river prawns, with a hint of sweetness. Xin blinked her eyes, contemplating the situation. This won't do. I cannot allow only Daddy to pamper Mommy. What will happen to me in the future? Currently, Daddy seemed indifferent to her presence whenever he was with Mommy, and she worried that Mommy might also neglect her when with Daddy. The little one scampered off, dragging over a small pouch. Mommy, eat. What is in there? Lu Mingwei asked, a mix of amusement and exasperation on her face. These are local crabs, caught by Xiaobai. The little one opened the pouch. My heavens! How did you catch so many crabs? Lu Mingwei exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaobai caught them. Mommy, please eat, the child insisted unwaveringly. But they are all hairy. How can Mommy eat them? Lu Mingwei chuckled. Daddy will cook, and Mommy will eat, the little one proposed after a moment's thought. She was uncertain about how to prepare them, but Daddy assured her they were delicious. No rush. Once the dishes are completed, we will bury them in the ash pit. And then Xin can enjoy them by herself, Chen Fugui explained. Eat with Mommy. If Mommy eats, she will cherish Xin more, the little one asserted with newfound determination. Chen Fugui playfully tapped her little nose. What is this? Are you trying to steal Mommy from Daddy? Xin belongs to Daddy, and so does Mommy. Yes. Mommy is Xin's, and Daddy is also Xin's, the little one echoed, albeit slightly puzzled by her own words. Realizing the confusion, she executed her trump card. Leaning in close to Lu Mingyue, she planted a firm kiss on her cheek and then offered her own little face in return. Lu Mingyue kissed her chubby cheek affectionately. Chen Fugui, not to be outdone, reciprocated with a kiss on her cheek, then presented his own larger face as well. Now, off you go, Lu Mingyue playfully swatted him. The little one beamed with pride, exclaiming, Mommy loves Xin the most. She kisses Xin but not Daddy. Chen Fugui chuckled, pinching the chubby cheek of the little one. If you don't return Mommy to Daddy, I shall refrain from cooking anything delicious tonight. The little one, currently brimming with delight, found himself momentarily taken aback. What to do now? It would be quite unfortunate if there were no delectable treats available. Though he had indulged quite a bit today, his mother had yet to partake. Moreover, after a brief period of play, he could continue to enjoy his snacks. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Lu Mingyue and then at Chen Fugui, his little mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Oh dear, why are you teasing her? Hurry up and prepare the meal, Lu Mingyue admonished Chen Fugui with a glare. All right, I'm on it, Chen Fugui replied cheerfully. Little Xin felt quite pleased, believing she had triumphed in her competition with her father. Her mother's words had proven effective, compelling her father to cook. However, a furrow formed on her brow as she pondered a concern. Tomorrow, she would have to accompany her father on an outing, and all the pleasures of eating, drinking, and playing would rest upon his shoulders. Never mind, she thought. For now, she would play for a while longer and then savor some more treats. Chapter 090. A delicious bite. If the fragrant rice mixed with meat represents the delectable flavors hidden within childhood memories, then roasted sparrows epitomize the pinnacle of culinary delight. In Chen Fugui's recollections, it seems he has indulged in this delicacy perhaps only 2 or 3 times during his youth. As fortune smiled upon him, allowing him the means to savor such treats, sparrows ascended to the status of protected species, rendering them off-limits. Yet, in this era, sparrows are still abundant. Otherwise, Little Bai would not have managed to catch so many in such a short span of time. After their meal, Chen Fugui and his daughter settled beside the stove on a small stool. Daddy, hurry and roast the sparrows, Xin urged. First, let me check the fire, Chen Fugui cautioned. If the embers are too fierce, they might scorch the sparrows. It's not fierce anymore. It's all ash, the little one replied. Chen Fugui picked up a metal hook and leveled the ashes within the stove. Indeed, the current embers were quite suitable. One by one, the sparrows were tossed into the stove, topped with a handful of ash to complete the preparation. The term old home thief likely refers to the local vernacular. Stemming from the low yield of grain crops, these sparrows often pilfered from the drying grains, hence the moniker. The inclusion of old serves to describe the cunning nature of the sparrows. As Chen Fugui prepared everything, Xin's large eyes blinked inquisitively. Daddy, is this really enough? Of course, it is. In just over 20 minutes, we shall feast, he assured her. Will we still go catch rabbits tonight? Chen Fugui lifted the little one onto his lap. Yes, I want to eat rabbit legs, she chimed, sticking out her tiny tongue to lick her lips. Although she had never tasted roasted sparrows, her father had never considered bestowing such culinary delights upon her before. However, recently, every meal prepared by Chen Fugui had been exquisite in her eyes. Daddy, can we really catch rabbits today? She asked again. Chen Fugui playfully tapped her little nose. We can, and we must. We'll have your mother keep watch at school while we go catch rabbits. Previously, he had intended to take Xin to catch both rabbits and sparrows, but an incident involving Tong Chongbao's arson had delayed their plans. It seemed the little one was still preoccupied with that thought, determined to catch a rabbit today. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyue, who remained indoors, felt somewhat helpless. Before dinner, the father and daughter had been vying for her affection, and now they had united as one, plotting to hunt rabbits. Nevertheless, her spirits were lifted. As long as her daughter was joyful, she, too, could share in that happiness. After much anticipation and several prompts from Xin, Chen Fugui finally retrieved the sparrows from the stove. However, Xin's brow furrowed in confusion. How do we eat this? They're all blackened and look like little black eggs. What had initially sparked her interest now seemed unappealing. Chen Fugui glanced at her. Don't let your current disdain fool you. Soon, you will be clamoring to eat them. Without regard for the heat of the freshly roasted sparrows, he picked one up. After removing the feathers, innards, and severing the head, what remained was a fragrant roasted sparrow. The little nose of Xin sniffed the air, and indeed, the aroma was quite enticing. Opening her mouth, she exclaimed. "Ah," Chen Fugui remarked. The little one eagerly opened her small, blood-red mouth. Chen Fugui then placed the roasted sparrow directly into her mouth. She devoured it with delight, her big eyes already scouting for the next one. Without pause, Chen Fugui picked up another sparrow and began the preparation anew. However, this time it was not for Xin, but for his wife. While he cherished his daughter, he must also consider his spouse. "Oh, you eat with Xin," he suggested, offering the roasted sparrow to Lu Mingwei, who pushed it aside. "If you wish to eat it, go ahead. If not, I shall hold it here," Chen Fugui declared with a hint of pride. Left with no choice, Lu Mingwei reluctantly consumed the roasted sparrow, feeling somewhat vexed. After all, she was his wife. Why did he dote on her like a daughter? Chen Fugui busily prepared another sparrow for his daughter and yet another for his wife, which left Xiaobai, who also longed for a taste, feeling rather forlorn. "You cannot solely cater to your wife and children, you must also attend to me," he thought. "I am here to earn my keep, not merely to watch you feast while I am left longing." Realizing that action would yield better results than inaction, he seized a roasted sparrow and began to gnaw at it. The more he chewed, the more satisfying and flavorful it became, igniting an insatiable desire within him. "Why are you so gluttonous? Look at you. Your mouth is now blackened," Chen Fugui remarked as he observed Xiaobai, feeling a sense of helplessness. Xiaobai looked up at him, as if to say, "Speak as you will. I shall continue to feast." This delicacy was truly delectable, far surpassing the taste of those he had caught himself. "Daddy, why is the roasted sparrow from our hometown so delicious?" the little one inquired after finishing another. "Haha. Food cooked in a fire pit is often exceptionally tasty," Chen Fugui replied with a smile. "In due time, I shall prepare for you eggs, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, whatever we can find." Xin's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Her father was truly remarkable, capable of cooking anything in the fire pit. "You only know how to indulge Xin. Hurry up and eat. We still have to go to school," Lu Mingwei urged. "No rush. These roasted sparrows must be enjoyed while hot. Tomorrow or the day after, let Xiaobai help us catch some more," Chen Fugui casually suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai dashed to perch on Lu Mingwei's shoulder, chirping merrily. The sight of his soot-blackened beak prompted Lu Mingwei to wipe it clean. Surprisingly, Xiaobai seemed to enjoy this, sitting contentedly on her shoulder while she attended to him. Though 30 or more sparrows appeared plentiful, little remained after they were all roasted. Even Xin can indulge in a delightful morsel. One wonders how long this feast may last. However, the little wild delicacies following this meal truly left the trio thoroughly satisfied. After all, it is often said that the essence is concentrated in the smallest of forms. And this diminutive sparrow is indeed quite delectable. Xin, with a quick swipe of her tiny mouth, scurried inside to fetch the flashlight. For tonight they are off to catch rabbits. Observing the enthusiasm of the little one, Lu Mingwei had already relinquished her attempts at control. Let them frolic as they please. After all, it is beyond her management. Yet, just as they were about to step outside, Chen Fugui perked up his ears, and a look of delightful surprise spread across his face. Chapter 91. Catching cicadas, what are you up to? Lu Mingwei inquired warily, shifting slightly aside as she caught sight of Chen Fugui's mischievous grin. Lately, she had grown all too familiar with that smile, which often heralded his playful torment. Irrespective of whether Xinshin was nearby, "I've realized something quite profound. I've forgotten about a delectable delight," Chen Fugui remarked. Lu Mingwei felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turned out he was merely contemplating food. Yet, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Why was he not scheming to tease her instead? "Daddy, what is it?" the little one, clutching a flashlight, asked curiously. "In a moment, Daddy will take you to catch rabbits and seek out tasty treats," Chen Fugui replied, his tone brimming with delight as he began his preparations. He filled a bucket with a bit of water, adding some salt, before hoisting the bucket, carrying his daughter, and leading his wife towards the school. Now, it was just Xinshin who was curious. Even Lu Mingwei wondered about the purpose of the water and salt. Upon arriving at the school, he first explained the commonly mistaken questions on the test papers and then distributed new exams, which marked the completion of his tasks. Was it a tactic of intensive practice? The entire process revolved around incessantly answering questions, ensuring that the students remained highly engaged and well prepared for their upcoming college entrance examinations. "Daddy, are we going to catch rabbits?" the little one asked again. "Not just yet. First, we shall catch cicadas," Chen Fugui replied. The child frowned slightly. What do we need to catch those for? They make such a racket at night, preventing anyone from sleeping peacefully. Ah. But these were the culinary delights that Chen Fugui had forgotten about. Fortunately, the climate in the Gourd Squad's area was warming slowly, allowing him to catch the tail end of the season. He had been so busy with work lately that he had overlooked the bountiful delicacies around him. Although Xin was unaware of her father's motives for capturing cicadas, her world was all about play, and so she was content to enjoy whatever fun awaited. In truth, Chen Fugui was contemplating whether to enlist the help of the children from the Gourd Squad to assist him in this endeavor, which would ease his burden and yield plentiful rewards. However, that could wait until tomorrow, tonight. He would first take his daughter out to catch cicadas and perhaps some rabbits as well. Catching cicadas was not as daunting as it seemed. It merely required a modicum of patience. This was not the later years, where cicadas were elusive and scarce. As night fell, they approached with their buckets, ready to see how many they could catch. With a flashlight illuminating the ground, Chen Fugui halted upon spotting a hole the size of a soybean. He gently widened the entrance with his fingers, confident that a cicada lay within. Finding a slender twig, he poked it into the hole. With a gentle tug, a cicada latched onto the stick and was lifted into the air. In Xin's eyes, it was simply a large bug, caked in dirt, which she regarded with mild distaste. However, witnessing her father catch cicadas sparked her interest, and she found the experience rather enjoyable. Upon closer inspection, she noticed another small hole not far away. The little one leaned in, poking with a finger, and then inserted a small twig. However, the little one appeared somewhat troubled, pondering how long this would take. 2 pokes, 3? Just as uncertainty lingered, it seemed the twig had met with something peculiar. Curious, the little one extracted it. Daddy, Xin has caught one too. Upon spotting the sizable cicada nymph at the tip of the twig, the child was utterly elated. Xin is truly remarkable. This one is even bigger than the one Daddy just caught, Chen Fugui praised. The child was bubbling with joy as she tossed the cicada nymph into the bucket and resumed her search for holes with the flashlight. This game was delightful. She felt quite skilled, even surpassing her father. Chen Fugui observed and couldn't help but acknowledge that children possess an innate talent for play, particularly his daughter, who seemed exceptionally adept. Not every hole contains cicada nymphs, as these creatures are quite clever and occasionally construct false nests. However, once little Xin took her turn, it was evident that despite being a novice, she swiftly captured cicada nymphs. Xin, just place the cicada nymphs into the bucket once you catch them. I'll wander around. If I happen upon rabbits or wild chickens, I'll try to catch them, Chen Fugui suggested. Okay, Daddy, you go catch them, the little one chirped back. Her thoughts entirely consumed by the pursuit of cicada nymphs, this little game was immensely enjoyable. In truth, cicada nymphs are not solely found underground. Some have just emerged and cling to tree trunks. Unfortunately, the only household appliance at home was the flashlight borrowed from the forest farm, which Xin had to hold while catching cicada nymphs, leaving him to search by the moonlight and expand the area he scoured. Otherwise, the father and daughter would be confined to this small patch of land, significantly hindering their efficiency. It must be noted that during this era, people were not particularly fond of consuming these creatures. Nonetheless, he had not ventured far into the nearby woods and had already gathered a small pouch containing nearly 50. Occasionally glancing at his daughter, he couldn't help but admire her diligence. Holding the flashlight, she had no idea how many she had caught. He truly felt he had arrived in a fortunate era. The most arduous days had passed, and a joyful new life was on the horizon. Furthermore, although this time was marked by certain limitations, and some endeavors did not proceed as smoothly, it was not far from being a land of opportunity. Many industries and future generations would thrive on the foundation of the internet. Thus, pursuing trivial money-making schemes in this period seemed unrealistic. Even the culinary business posed significant challenges unless one sought opportunities in larger cities. However, this did not deter him. As long as he adhered to his envisioned plan and progressed step by step, what was there to fret about? With a couple of years of diligent preparation, a blissful life awaited him. While the 82 Lafayette was unattainable, there would be an abundance of 77 Mount High. With that thought, his inner foodie was ignited once more, urging him to continue capturing cicada nymphs. Ah, behold the cicada larvae, truly magnificent in size. Oh, look, there is another one over here. How abundant they are. Gazing at the cicada larvae, he couldn't help but salivate. This delicacy is indeed seasonal. Should one miss this moment, such a treat would be forever lost. His delight in catching them grew, yet he remained oblivious to the increasing distance from Xin. Meanwhile, the little one, diligently attempting to catch cicada larvae, opened her eyes wide and scrutinized the surroundings. Noticing that Chen Fugui was somewhat distant, the corners of her tiny mouth curled upwards. It was time for her to embark on her own adventure. While father enjoyed his play, she too sought some delightful amusement.